Chapter 1. The Widow. I am the widow of General Ji. Feng Qingsui sorrowfully declared upon knocking at the door of the Ji residence. The doorman's expression was one of amusement. Another one? He muttered under his breath. Another one? Feng Qingsui's heart sank. Could it be? After being led inside by a servant, accompanied by her maid, she entered the hall and beheld a young woman seated in a grand armchair, cradling a boy of about 3 or 4 years old. Her heart plummeted further. She was not the sole contender for the title of General Ji's widow. The woman even had a child. Before arriving, she had contemplated various scenarios, yet never once considered that another would show up to claim kinship simultaneously. It was all the fault of that corrupt chancellor. Had he not confiscated the homes of 3 families she intended to seek refuge with? Leaving her with no options, she would not have impulsively come to the Ji residence, resulting in this unforeseen predicament. With a stern expression, she settled into a chair on the opposite side. While the maid served tea, she stole glances at the child, noticing that his features bore a striking resemblance to the General Ji she had encountered before, which deepened her sense of foreboding. This mother and son could not truly be the wife and child of Ji Changfeng, could they? Her intention was merely to infiltrate a prominent family to uncover the truth behind her sister's family's tragic demise and to seek revenge, never to usurp anyone's identity. Her sister was not her biological sibling. Born blind and abandoned in a mass grave, her sister had found her while paying respects to their parents and brought her back to an orphanage, caring for her as she grew. When she was 11, her sister married Jiang Jian, while she set off with a newly acquainted master to seek remedies for her sight. Thus began a 7-year separation. Half a month ago, she returned to the capital, brimming with excitement to reunite with her sister. Yet upon arriving at the Jiang residence, she was met with nothing but ruins. Inquiring further, she learned that 6 months prior, her sister's daughter had drowned soon after, her brother-in-law had incurred the emperor's wrath and was imprisoned, dying in his cell. Overwhelmed with grief, her sister had suffered a miscarriage and perished. The widow of her brother-in-law had gone to a temple in the outskirts to light perpetual lamps for them, only to meet her own tragic end in a horse-riding accident that led her to fall off a cliff. In less than 10 days, an entire family had been extinguished. Neighbors and townsfolk were left in disbelief. When the servants of the Jiang household were keeping vigil for the matriarch, a fire broke out, claiming their lives as well. Feng Qingsui could hardly believe such coincidences existed in the world. Her sister's family had undoubtedly been exterminated. After discovering that her sister's daughter had drowned during the 60th birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Rongchang Marquis, her intuition suggested a connection between the tragic deaths of her sister's family and the Rongchang residence. However, investigating the truth proved to be a formidable challenge. The Rongchang household was the maternal family of the queen, occupying an entire street, and the servants who attended to their masters were all born into the household, residing there as well. She could hardly reach these servants, let alone the masters themselves. After much contemplation, she deduced that her only option was to integrate into a noble family to glean some insights. Little did she expect the sudden emergence of Ji Changqing. The child, sensing her gaze, bared his teeth in a playful grimace. Feng Qingsui, observing the wide gap between his prominent front teeth, recalled some words her master had once shared, and her turbulent heart gradually found peace. She returned his smile. The young woman furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Feng Qingsui with a wary expression that a tall and elegant figure, adorned with a strikingly handsome visage, strolled in through the door on the right side of the hall. It was none other than Ji Changqing, the infamous minister of seizing estates. As he unfastened his cloak and handed it to a waiting maid, he approached the high-backed chair of the Grand Tutor and settled down gracefully. My elder brother lived a solitary life, and now, even in death, 2 widows have emerged. Should the world come to know of this, they might mistakenly think my brother akin to those philandering rogues, ever entangled in affairs of the heart. I wonder how my brother has offended the 2 of you to tarnish his illustrious name? The young woman realized that Feng Qingsui was also there to seek recognition and, filled with indignation, retorted, "How can a second master conflate me with a mere charlatan? Our Nguer bears such a resemblance to the master, anyone who lays eyes upon him would surely recognize him as the master's child." She nudged the child forward, ensuring Ji Changqing could clearly see his face, then cast a disdainful glance at Feng Qingsui. Unlike certain individuals, whose very presence screams deceit daring to swindle the second master, they truly do not know their own mortality. Feng Qingsui remained composed. This child bears little resemblance to General Ji. The young woman was about to retort when Ji Chongqing interrupted. In what way does he not resemble? He regarded Feng Qingsui with keen interest. His teeth, Feng Qingsui replied. A child's dental condition often reflects that of their parents. This child has a notably large gap between his front teeth, while General Ji possesses a perfectly aligned set, devoid of any spaces. This lady's teeth are also quite close together. How can the child be so fundamentally different? Presumably, his biological father is someone else. A flicker of panic crossed the young woman's eyes. Such nonsense, she exclaimed in anger. Arngur's gap was caused by gnawing on bones. Just look at his brows and eyes. He is the spitting image of the master. Feng Qingsui countered. It is said that the men of the Ji family inherit the enchanting peach blossom eyes of their illustrious ancestor. Even if this child shares a likeness with General Ji, it does not necessarily affirm he is his offspring. Your words carry weight. Young lady, Ji Chongqing suddenly interjected. This child bears little resemblance to my late brother, yet resembles a member of the Ji clan, quite strikingly. The young woman, covering her face in despair, lamented, if the second master wishes to deny Nguer his rightful heritage, must he also humiliate me so? Am I unaware of who fathered my child? For years ago, when a master returned to the capital on official business, he dined at Paiyun Tower with a group of brothers. I was there singing, and, unfortunately, I was drugged and found myself in the master's room while he was inebriated. Upon awakening the next day, I fled in panic, only to later discover my pregnancy. I sought to confront the master for clarity, only to learn he had already departed the capital. I was left to bear the child alone, raising him while waiting for the master's return, only to be met with the devastating news. Ji Chongqing listened in silence, gazing intently at the young woman. Are you implying that my brother, in a drunken stupor, inadvertently engaged in such an act with you? The young woman nodded. Indeed. There is something you may not be aware of, Ji Chongqing remarked nonchalantly. My brother, upon consuming alcohol, could hardly breathe. He never touched a drop, and thus such an incident could not have transpired. The young woman was taken aback. How could that be? That night it was clear that. Perhaps you should concoct a different tale. Ji Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. Someone, escort our guests out. The young woman, eager to continue her argument, was seized by the arms by two waiting maidservants and escorted away, her child trailing behind, a look of alarm etched upon his face. Feng Qingsui observed this scene, her emotions in a state of turmoil. While the opponent's defeat was undoubtedly a positive outcome, the ease with which Ji Chongqing dismissed her was disconcerting, revealing a depth of insight that was hard to deceive. It was uncertain whether she could successfully navigate this challenge. As she turned her head, she met Ji Chongqing's penetrating gaze, which caused her heart to flutter. Well then, it's your turn, he remarked, taking a sip of tea and reclining against the back of his chair, adopting an attitude akin to that of spectator at a performance. I hope your tale is more comprehensive than hers. Feng Qingsui remained silent for a moment, then gradually began to speak. Chapter 1: The Widow. I am the widow of General Ji. Upon knocking on the door of the Ji residence, Feng Qingsui sorrowfully announced her identity. The doorman displayed a peculiar expression. Another one? He murmured softly. Another one? Feng Qingsui felt a heaviness in her heart. Could it be? After entering the estate with her maid, she was greeted in the hall by a young woman seated in a grand armchair, cradling a boy of 3 or 4 years old. Her heart sank completely. She was not the only one who had come to claim her status as the widow of the esteemed General Ji. The woman even brought a child. Prior to her arrival, she had contemplated every possible scenario, except for the existence of another who might arrive to assert a similar claim. It was all the fault of that corrupt chancellor. Had he not confiscated the properties of 3 families she had intended to seek refuge with, forcing her out of desperation to come to the Ji residence, such an unexpected situation would not have arisen. With a stern expression, she took a seat on the adjacent chair. While the maid prepared tea, she stole glances at the child, noting the resemblance he bore to the general, which only deepened her sadness. Could this mother and son truly be the wife and child of Ji Chongfeng? She had merely sought to infiltrate the upper echelons of society to uncover the truth behind her sister's family's tragic demise and avenge them. She had never intended to usurp anyone's identity. Her sister was not her biological sibling. Born blind and abandoned in a mass grave, she was rescued by her sister, who had visited to pay homage to their parents, and brought her back to the orphanage where she was cared for. When she turned 11, her sister married Jiang Jian, and she left the capital with her newly acquainted master in search of a remedy for her eyesight. Thus began a separation lasting 7 years. Half a month ago, she returned to the capital, filled with excitement to reunite with her sister. However, upon arriving at the Jiang residence, she was met with nothing but ruins. Inquiring further, she learned that 6 months prior, her sister's daughter had drowned soon after. Her brother-in-law had incurred the emperor's wrath and met his demise in prison. Her sister, overwhelmed with grief, had suffered a miscarriage and passed away. Her brother-in-law's widowed mother had gone to a distant temple to light eternal lamps for them. But on her return, her horse was spooked, causing her to fall off a cliff. In less than 10 days, the entire family had perished. Neighbors and townsfolk expressed their astonishment and sorrow. When the servants of the Jiang residence were keeping vigil for the matriarch, a fire broke out, and they too perished in the flames. Feng Qingsui could scarcely believe such coincidences existed in the world. Her sister's family had undoubtedly been exterminated. Upon discovering that her sister's daughter had drowned on the day of the 60th birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Rongchang Marquis, she instinctively felt that the deaths of her sister's family were inexorably linked to the Rongchang household. Yet, investigating the truth proved to be a formidable challenge. The Rongchang Marquis' residence was the maternal home of the empress, sprawling across an entire street, with servants who had been born into the household and resided there full-time. She could not even reach these servants, let alone their masters. After much contemplation, she realized that only by infiltrating the upper class could she glean some insights. Little did she know, an unexpected rival, Ji Chongqing, had emerged. The child, sensing her gaze, bared his teeth and made a playful grimace at her. Feng Qingsui, observing the wide gap between his prominent front teeth, suddenly recalled some words her master had once mentioned, and her heart found tranquility. She returned a faint smile. The young woman furrowed her brow, regarding Feng Qingsui with a wary expression that a tall and elegant figure, adorned with an extraordinarily handsome visage, sauntered through the right side door of the hall. It was none other than Ji Chongqing, the Minister of Seizure. Ji Chongqing unfastened his cloak and handed it to a waiting maid, then approached the high-backed chair of the Grand Tutor and gracefully seated himself. My elder brother, while alive, lived in solitary shadows, yet after his demise, 2 widows have emerged. Should the world learn of this, they might think him no different from those roguish libertines who leave a trail of broken hearts. I wonder what grievance my elder brother has caused the 2 of you to tarnish his once noble reputation. The young woman realized that Feng Qingsui had also come to claim kinship, and in her indignation, exclaimed, "How dare you conflate me with a charlatan? Our Nguer bears such a striking resemblance to the esteemed gentleman that anyone who sees him would undoubtedly recognize him as his progeny." She pushed the child forward, ensuring Ji Chongqing could see his face clearly, casting a disdainful glance at Feng Qingsui. Unlike certain individuals, whose deceitful intentions are immediately apparent, daring to swindle the esteemed gentleman is sheer folly. Feng Qingsui remained composed, responding, "This child does not resemble General Ji in the slightest." The young woman was poised to retort, but was interrupted by Ji Chongqing. In what way does he not resemble? He regarded Feng Qingsui with keen interest. The teeth, Feng Qingsui replied. The dental characteristics of parents often pass to their offspring. This child's incisors are widely spaced apart, while General Ji boasts a perfectly aligned set of teeth without a single gap. This lady's incisors are also quite close together. How can a child be so markedly different? Surely, his biological father is someone else. A flicker of panic crossed the young woman's eyes. Utter nonsense, she rebuked angrily. Our Ngutter's gaps are merely a result of gnawing on bones. Just look at his brows and eyes. He is the spitting image of the gentleman. Feng Qingsui countered. I have heard that all men of the Ji family inherit the alluring peach blossom eyes of their illustrious ancestor. Even if this child bears a resemblance to General Ji, it does not suffice to prove he is his offspring. Your reasoning is sound, Young lady, Ji Changqing interjected suddenly. This child does not closely resemble my late brother, yet bears a striking likeness to another member of the Ji clan. The young woman covered her face in despair, lamenting, if the esteemed gentleman does not wish for Ngur to recognize his ancestry, must he also subject me to such humiliation? I am fully aware of who fathered my child. For years ago, when the gentleman returned to the capital on official duty, he and a group of brothers dined at Paiyun Tower, where I was singing. I was inadvertently drugged and found myself in the gentleman's room while he was inebriated. Upon awakening the next day, I fled in panic, only to later discover my pregnancy. I intended to seek clarity from the gentleman, only to learn he had long since departed the capital. I had no choice but to bear the child alone, raising him while awaiting the gentleman's return, only to be met with the news of his untimely demise. Ji Changqing listened in silence, his gaze fixed on the young woman. Are you suggesting that my brother, in a drunken stupor, inadvertently engaged in such an act with you? The young woman nodded emphatically, indeed. There is something you may not know. Ji Changqing replied nonchalantly. My brother could scarcely catch his breath after a drink. He has always abstained from alcohol and would never have acted as you claim. The young woman was taken aback. How could that be? That night, it was clear that. Perhaps you should find another tale to spin. Ji Changqing waved his hand dismissively. Someone, escort our guests out. The young woman, still eager to argue, was seized by the arms by two waiting maids, who ushered her away, her child trailing behind, a look of alarm etched on his face. Feng Qingsui observed this scene, her emotions somewhat tumultuous. While the opponent's defeat was undoubtedly a positive development, Ji Changqing had effortlessly dismissed her with a few words, clearly not an easy opponent to deceive. It remained uncertain whether she could successfully navigate this situation. Turning her head, she met Ji Changqing's penetrating gaze, and her heart skipped a beat. Well, it's your turn now, Ji Changqing remarked, sipping his tea and reclining against the back of the chair, adopting a posture akin to that of a spectator at a play. I hope your tale is more coherent than hers. Feng Qingsui. She paused for a moment, then began to speak slowly. Chapter 2. The same person 3 months ago. I stumbled upon a gravely injured man on the border and brought him back to Wuching for treatment. We spent over half a month together, transitioning from mutual wariness to deep affection. He revealed to me that his name was Ji Changfeng, a general leading troops in battle at the frontier. In his eagerness to return to the battlefield, he departed as soon as his condition showed slight improvement. Before he left, he gifted me a jade pendant, urging me to await his triumphant return and to marry him in grand style. Little did I know that my visit now was to seek a marriage alliance and to observe the mourning period for him. Upon finishing my words, I drew forth a jade pendant from my waist pouch and handed it to the waiting maid behind me. After a thorough inspection, she presented the pendant to Ji Changqing. It was a piece crafted from mutton fat jade, adorned with a beautiful cloud pattern, its surface smooth and delicate, emanating a captivating luster that suggested it had been cherished and caressed many times. Ji Changqing gently caressed the pendant, his gaze momentarily cast downward. Besides his most trusted confidant, no one was aware that General Ji and Prime Minister Ji were, in fact, the same individual. At the tender age of 9, his elder brother tragically choked on a rice ball. Overcome with guilt and grief, their mother nearly lost her sanity. In secret, he buried his brother, adopting his appearance to deceive their mother into believing he had returned to life. She accepted this illusion, gradually healing from her sorrow. From that point onward, he played dual roles, living as himself while also embodying his elder brother. While his brother trained in martial arts, he dedicated himself to scholarly pursuits. With their mother's aspirations for her sons to achieve greatness, he excelled in both the military and civil examinations. Unintentionally, he became a blend of scholar and warrior. Fearing exposure, after achieving the title of the top scholar, he requested a transfer to a remote position as a county magistrate, while his brother, under the pretext of not wanting to be far from him, took up a post as a county lieutenant in a neighboring area. In the vastness of the mountains, with the emperor far away, his superiors were equally distant, rendering his presence as the county magistrate largely unnoticeable. Regardless, the official documents continued to flow, cases were diligently reviewed, and governance remained stable, all while the magistrate himself remained absent, with everything overseen by a clerk. With the assistance of a swift hawk for relaying messages, decision-making became effortless. Thus, he navigated his way from county magistrate to prefect, eventually attaining the esteemed position of prime minister. However, while local officials could operate with relative ease, a prime minister was required to attend court daily, compelling him to orchestrate the demise of his elder brother in battle. This jade pendant had been lost before his brother's death. At that time, he had lured the enemy into a trap, only to be betrayed by a deputy general, falling victim to an ambush and narrowly escaping with his life, fainting in a ravine over 20 miles from Wuqing. When he regained consciousness 3 days later, his wounds had been tended to, his fever had subsided, and he found himself lying in a dilapidated temple in Wuqing. His sword and longbow remained, yet the pouch and the jade pendant were nowhere to be found. Initially, he thought they had been lost during his escape, but now, gazing at the delicate woman before him, dressed in white and adorned with a white flower in her hair, her face marked by sorrow, he pondered the veracity of her claims of saving him. Had we truly spent over half a month together? Had we genuinely fallen in love? Had he truly bestowed upon her a jade pendant, urging her to await his grand marriage? Was it possible for her to weave such a tangled tale? Feng Qingsui observed Ji Changqing's prolonged silence as he held the jade pendant, a sense of apprehension creeping into her heart. Had her words contained any flaws? Although the duration of his recovery had been extended and their feelings had been somewhat fabricated, Ji Changfeng was deeply embroiled in the chaos of war and likely lacked the time to pen a letter home. Consequently, the Ji family should remain oblivious to his injuries, and thus any related particulars would be unknown to them. She pondered for a moment and added, "If the Prime Minister does not believe me, I can describe his unique physical traits." Unique physical traits? Ji Changqing's expression darkened. Could this woman possibly be? He tightened his grip on the jade pendant and interjected, "There is no need. This pendant was hand-carved by our father for my elder brother and me before our birth. My brother and I have always kept the jade close. His gift to you sufficiently illustrates the depth of your relationship." Has she passed the test? Feng Qingsui let out a sigh of relief. Then shall we choose a day to wed? As a mere orphan, without father or mother, there is no need for a grand ceremony. A simple ritual at the ancestral hall will suffice. Ji Changqing replied. Why forsake a noble savior to assume the role of a widow? What do you truly seek? May I ask your esteemed surname? I am surnamed Feng. Miss Feng, Ji Changqing said earnestly, you are my elder brother's savior. How could the Ji family repay kindness with enmity and allow you to enter into a posthumous marriage with him? Should you wish to marry, I can find you a worthy husband and provide a dowry, ensuring a splendid wedding. Feng Qingsui bit her lip, a single tear forming in her right eye. Having traversed the vast oceans, I find no other waters to compare. Having witnessed the formidable Ji general, how could I settle for mere commoners? Alas, I come from humble beginnings. It is only natural that your esteemed family would not wish to accept me. I shall return to Wuqing, carve a tablet for the general, and live my days in its company. Ji Changqing remarked. To have a fiancé who has saved a life remain devoted, yet the Ji family refuses to allow her through the door? If we allow her to proceed with this, our family's reputation will surely suffer. He sighed. The life of a widow is no easy path. Why must an unmarried woman like Miss Feng hasten to assume such a role? You are not a fish. How can you know the joys of a fish? To remain a widow for the general, I find joy in it. Ji Changqing. The more she insisted, the more he questioned her intentions. Could those noble families, who viewed him as a thorn in their side, after repeated failed attempts on his life, now be employing a different tactic? Perhaps they intended to provide him with a beautiful widow, then frame him for transgressions against propriety, insinuating an illicit relationship. Just then, a flustered maidservant named Chun Yun rushed into the hall, exclaiming, Second master, the old lady has choked on osmanthus cake. His expression changed abruptly. He immediately rose and strode out of the hall toward the inner courtyard. Upon seeing his mother clutching her throat, her lips and nails turning a shade of blue, with Nurse Fu anxiously patting her back, the scene from years past replayed in his mind, leaving his hands and feet icy cold. Before he could react, a slender figure darted past him, rushing to his mother, pushing Nurse Fu aside, and wrapping her arms around his mother's waist, forcefully pulling her back. Recognizing Feng Qingsui, he gasped. There was no time to ponder how this woman had entered the inner courtyard. He intended to step forward and restrain her. Yet, he was blocked by the plump maidservant she had brought along. The young lady is saving someone. Please do not disturb. Saving someone. This is clearly an act of murder. He roared in indignation, grasping the plump maidservant's arm, attempting to throw her aside. He pulled once, twice, thrice, yet could not budge her. Just as he was taken aback, his mother emitted a sound of distress, expelling the obstruction from her throat. Feng Qingsui gently released her embrace and assisted her to a chair, while the plump maid retreated to the side. Mother, Ji Changqing strode forward with purpose. How do you feel? I am well now, Qi replied, coughing a few times as color returned to her face, turning to look at Feng Qingsui. Thanks to this young lady, may I ask her name? Ji Changqing felt a sense of foreboding, yet Feng Qingsui had already spoken. I am the widow of General Ji. Chapter 3. 2 Deaths. Qi was momentarily taken aback. The widow of Changfeng? Feng Qingsui nodded, recounting once more the story she had previously shared with Ji Changqing. I was just discussing the matter of a marriage contract with the second master. Her tone suggested that Ji Changqing had already acquiesced to this arrangement. Ji Changqing remarked, so you have also saved Changfeng. At the mention of Ji Changfeng, a flicker of sorrow crossed Qishi's eyes. Alas, he still lost his life on the battlefield, rendering your efforts in vain. How could it be in vain? Without the general at the Battle of Chang'e, how could we have driven the forces of the Kai Kingdom to scurry away, preventing them from daring to invade the borders of Shi Kingdom for the next 20 years? Feng Qingsui's expression was filled with pride. The people of Shi Kingdom would remember him. Future generations would revere him. He would forever live in the hearts of the people, leaving a legacy that would endure through the ages. Qi murmured, forever live in the hearts of the people? Indeed, Feng Qingsui affirmed with a nod. I have heard my master say that a person experiences 2 deaths. One is the cessation of breath, and the other is to be forgotten by all. Even if a person stops breathing, as long as someone remembers them, they will never truly vanish, but will remain alive in this world. Suddenly, she recalled her sister, and tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Listening to these words, Qi felt the pent-up sorrow in her chest transform into tears, streaming forth. With a tearful smile, she said, you speak the truth. Changfeng is still alive. Mama Fu handed her a handkerchief. Accepting it, she noticed that Feng Qingsui's face was also streaked with tears, and she raised her hand to wipe them away. To encounter such a compassionate and devoted young lady as you is a blessing for our Ji family. Qi sighed, however. You are so young. You have decades ahead of you. Do not spend your life clinging to a memorial tablet. Feng Qingsui shook her head. I was born as the general's person, and in death, I will be his spirit. In this lifetime, I desire none but him. Listen to me. Do not act foolishly. Qi implored earnestly. I have walked this path and know how arduous it is. Were it not for my 2 children by my side, I would not have endured. As someone who has been through this, you should understand my feelings. I long to depart alongside the general. Yet, she recalled his greatest regret, that they had spent too little time together and he had not been able to serve you properly. Thus, he sought to come to the capital, hoping to fulfill his filial duty and leave no regrets. Feng Qingsui bowed her head, choked with emotion. Qi, overwhelmed with sorrow, embraced her and wept bitterly. After a while, she wiped her tears and said, Good child, then you shall stay. I will consult the calendar and select an auspicious day. Coughing softly, Ji Changqing observed how, in less than a quarter of an hour, Feng Qingsui had gone from a stranger to a confidant with his mother, gaining a newfound understanding of her persuasive abilities. His heart grew increasingly cautious. Mother, Miss Feng has saved both my elder brother and you. Her kindness is immeasurable. How could we repay kindness with enmity? A posthumous marriage would ruin her life. Perhaps you should adopt her as a goddaughter. I refuse to be anyone's daughter. Feng Qingsui exclaimed instinctively. Only after speaking did she realize her words, looking at Madame Qi with a deep sense of grievance. Ultimately, daughters are destined to marry. I cannot share the same bed with the general in life. Yet I hope to share the same grave with him in death. Does my aunt not even allow me this small wish? Madame Qi, who had remained a widow for half her life, harbored the same longing, to share life and death together. Hearing this, she shot a sharp glance at her son. With a mount that is male, how can you comprehend a daughter's sentiments? You are not the one to keep watch over your elder brother. Why do you meddle so? After that, she ordered, bring me the almanac, Fu Momo. When Fu Momo presented the almanac, Ji Changqing heard Feng Qingsui apologize. Momo, I pushed you out of desperation just now. Please do not take offense. The situation was not suitable for a pat on the back. You are not hurt, are you? Fu Momo shook her head. The old servant is fine. May I ask why one should not pat on the back? Both Madame Qi and Ji Changqing cast puzzled looks at her. When a foreign object obstructs the throat, a pat on the back may worsen the situation. Instead, One should embrace the patient as I did earlier, placing a fist against the navel and applying pressure upwards while holding the other fist. Feng Qingsui instructed, demonstrating the method with the help of wuhua. This way, with abdominal pressure, one can expel the foreign object. After hearing this, Madame Qi and Ji Chongqing remained silent for a while. Fu Momo suddenly understood, so that is how it should be done. Had I known earlier, the young master would have avoided the ordeal. Realizing she had spoken too much, she quickly stopped. Madame Qi seized the opportunity. Indeed, had we known earlier, Changfeng would not have suffered so when choked by a Tang Yuan. Ji Chongqing remained silent, casting a glance at Feng Qingsui, sighing inwardly. Regardless of whether the life-saving grace from that incident in Wuqing was genuinely hers, the gratitude owed to his mother was undoubtedly real. If she wished to marry with a spirit tablet, so be it. If there were truly ulterior motives, he was not one to be easily deceived. After perusing the almanac, Madame Qi selected 2 auspicious dates, tomorrow and the end of the month. Without hesitation, Feng Qingsui chose tomorrow. Madame Qi hesitated. Will tomorrow be too rushed? The betrothal gifts may not be prepared in time. Aunt, let us keep it simple. I have not prepared a dowry, Feng Qingsui replied. Tomorrow, I shall wear mourning attire to the ancestral hall and offer my respects with Changfeng's spirit tablet. That simply will not do. It is too unfair to you. I do not feel wronged. After much persuasion, Feng Qingsui convinced Madame Qi to keep the arrangements uncomplicated. Following dinner, she returned to the inn with her maid, Wuhua. Wuhua, feeling unsatisfied after her meal, requested 2 large pork hocks from the innkeeper. Feng Qingsui chuckled. You may have to endure some discomfort. The household will likely be eating vegetarian for a while, so you must secretly indulge in meat. This girl was someone she had rescued from the river 2 years prior. Upon waking, she had lost all memory and, loving pork belly, had taken to calling herself Wuhua. No worries. I can climb over walls and buy meat anytime, Wuhua replied. Gnawing on the pork hock, Feng Qingsui smiled. The night air was chilly, and she retired early. Listening to the howling wind outside her window, she drifted off to sleep, dreaming of darkness where her icy little hands were enveloped by another pair of cold hands, warmth breathing onto her skin. Soon, she would no longer feel cold. A gentle voice whispered in her ear. Sister baked a sweet potato, and soon I shall partake of it. After a long wait, the sweet aroma of the potato has yet to waft through the air. Suddenly, darkness shatters, and a young woman lies in a pool of blood, cradling a lifeless child of 3 or 4 in her arms, her complexion pale, devoid of breath. Sister, she abruptly opens her eyes. Before her lies only the oppressive blackness of the tent's interior. In the distance, the clock tolls the hour. She rises to light a lamp and rummages through her belongings, retrieving a bamboo scroll case. Upon opening it, she carefully unfurls a painting, revealing scene after scene illuminated by the dim light. A woman embroiders at a table. A child frolics chasing butterflies, a mother plays with her child, and a man strums a lute by the water's edge. The final scene depicts a family of 5 standing on a bustling street, gazing skyward at the fireworks. Scrawled outside the painting in delicate characters are the words, though you are not here, you shall still paint this, so that when you return to the capital next year, this painting will come to life. A single tear falls upon the word life. Sister, I have returned. Yet you are no longer here. Chapter 4. The marriage of mourning as dawn breaks. The people of the Ji family send over mourning attire and a matchmaker. The dual celebration of joy and sorrow simplifies the preparations for makeup. Feng Qingsui, her expression somber, dons the mourning garments, arranges her hair, and places the mourning cap upon her head. When the Ji family's bridal sedan chair arrives, she takes the spirit tablet from Ji Chongqing, who rode over on horseback, and steps into the sedan chair, remaining silent throughout the journey. Ji Chongqing, observing her desolate demeanor, internally muses, this little deceiver is truly a master of performance. Those unaware would genuinely believe her to be a heartbroken lover, utterly devastated. At Feng Qingsui's request, the wedding procession proceeds without music. This is the first time the Qi family hosts a marriage of mourning, unsure whether to play joyful or sorrowful tunes. Passers-by have never witnessed such a silent wedding procession, left momentarily stunned. Once the bridal sedan chair departs, they notice the 4 lanterns trailing behind, inscribed with the characters for the Ji family, prompting a puzzled inquiry, which Ji family? For there are 2 renowned Ji families in the capital. One belongs to the newly appointed Prime Minister Ji Chongqing, whose residence is located on the eastern side of Chang'an Street, commonly referred to as East Ji. The other is that of the long-retired former Minister of Revenue Ji Hongda, whose abode lies on the western side of Chang'an Street, known as West Ji. Ji Chongqing achieved the highest honor as the top scholar in the imperial examinations and later held positions in local governance, ultimately rising to the rank of prime minister, thus establishing his residence in the capital. Consequently, few commoners know that Ji Chongqing is, in fact, the grandson of Ji Hongda. Ji Chongqing's father was once the second-place scholar, and suitors had flocked to their door, but he insisted on marrying me, causing a rift with his parents that nearly severed their ties. After marriage, he voluntarily requested a transfer back to his hometown in Jiangzhou, where he served. During my pregnancy, a devastating flood struck Jiangzhou, and he joined the former crown prince in disaster relief efforts, contracting an illness that ultimately claimed his life. After the bridal sedan chair is carried into East Ji, Feng Qingsui emerges, and Qi Shi, holding her hand, recounts past events as they walk toward the ancestral hall. Chongqing's grandfather cursed me as a harbinger of disaster, claiming that had I not ensnared Chongqing's father, he would not have sacrificed his future and suffered such misfortune. I alone returned home to bear and raise Chongqing's two brothers, while the Ji family remained indifferent to us three, observing the unfolding events. Chongqing paid little heed to his grandfather's attempts at closeness after he achieved the coveted title of the top scholar. During the establishment of a new ancestral hall, he had the tablet of his father transferred from the Ji family shrine. Qi Shi lit incense, offering prayers to her deceased husband and eldest son, while Feng Qingsui prepared to honor the tablet of Ji Chongfeng. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. An elderly man, a middle-aged gentleman, a young woman, and a small boy hurried into the hall. The woman and child were the same pair Feng Qingsui had encountered the previous day. The elder, his face contorted with rage, exclaimed, "Qi Shi, is it not enough that you have caused the deaths of Zheng Yuan and Changfeng? Do you now wish to bring harm to Chongqing as well? This enchantress is clearly a pawn sent to conspire against him. You neglect the family of Changfeng while allowing this sorceress to enter. Do you intend for Zheng Yuan's lineage to be extinguished?" Qi Shi staggered, her complexion paling. Ji Chongqing's expression darkened. Who permitted their entry? A servant, who had barely managed to catch up, knelt in apology. Second master, the old gentleman brought a group of guards, and I could not stop them in time. Ji Hongda erupted in fury. Am I not allowed to enter my own grandson's residence? Do not presume that your title as chancellor grants you the right to disregard your elders. Even the emperor treats our ancestors with utmost reverence. Age alone does not confer the status of elder, Ji Chongqing replied coolly. Our Ji clan genealogy does not recognize your kind. Truly, the heavens have turned upside down. Ji Hongda, initially feigning anger, found his fury ignited by these words. Not only have you established your own ancestral hall, but you also dare to create a separate family tree. Do you have no regard for our ancestral laws? You believe your term as chancellor will last indefinitely. The next to be deposed will be you. Ji Chongqing scoffed. You speak of ancestral laws while allowing your younger son to call your eldest grandson father. What nonsense are you spouting? Ji Hongda momentarily froze. Then upon comprehension, his forehead pulsed with anger. That is your second uncle S. Stop right there. He barely managed to suppress his words. Ji Chongqing's eyes widened in realization. Oh, so it is the mistress and illegitimate child of Ji Fuma. No wonder they are being thrust upon my elder brother. Is it not somewhat disgraceful for a cousin to call his brother father? You. Ji Hongda nearly fainted. Behind him, Ji Peiyuan hastily assisted him in regaining composure, forcing a smile. As for recognizing kinship, it was indeed your second uncle's oversight not to consult you first. However, your elder brother passed away so early, leaving no offspring. By acknowledging honor, he would at least have left behind a legacy. Ji Chongqing replied, that legacy, as green as it may be, is not worth having. Ji Peiyuan added. Ji Hongda softened his tone. Chongqing, regarding your second uncle's matter, had I any means, I would not have approached you. You are aware of how favored Princess Shouyang is by the emperor. If this matter were to leak, the emperor's wrath would ensnare the entire Ji clan, and you would not escape unscathed. By acknowledging them, your elder brother would have heirs. Your second uncle would be at ease, and you would be rid of a troublesome affair. Is this not a win-win situation? A trace of derision curled at the corners of Ji Chongqing's lips. If it is merely a matter of finding someone to play the role of a father, then you could certainly do so as well. If a cousin can call his brother father, why can't he refer to his grandfather as such? Ji Hongda, Ji Peiyuan, Feng Qingsui, She cast a glance at Ji Chongqing, pondering how deceptive appearances can be, for beneath that handsome exterior lay a rebellious spirit. Ji Hongda's complexion was a mix of crimson and ebony. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Ji Chongqing, none. Ji Hongda, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly, pointing at Feng Qingsui's nose. Very well. I await the day you bring this miscreant down. With that, he swept away in indignation. Ji Peiyuan hurriedly followed his concubine and child. Feng Qingsui continued to embrace her marriage license and subsequently took residence in the courtyard previously occupied by Ji Chongfeng, the Broken Waves Pavilion. That night, she pondered her next course of action, unable to find sleep. Equally restless was Jin Shi, the woman who had come to claim kinship with her child, Ji Peiyuan's concubine. Having been with Ji Peiyuan for several years, she found herself bereft of any legitimate standing or protection for her child. After seizing a rare opportunity to ascend into high society, she had it snatched away by Feng Qingsui, leaving her heart seething with resentment. After a restless night, she inquired the next day and sent a message to Ji Peiyuan, summoning him. Ji Peiyuan approached, brow furrowed. Were you not advised to limit your contact recently? Xin'er's illness remains unresolved, and her agitation is palpable. Several physicians have been consulted, and if she learns of our affair now, neither of you will emerge unscathed. I am here precisely regarding young Master Xian's ailment. Jin Shi insisted, pulling him to sit. Are you aware of why your nephew, the Chancellor's son, consented to allow that woman into the household? Why? That woman has saved not only your nephew, but also your sister-in-law. Such a formidable character is precisely what a princess requires. Chapter 5. The puppet on a string. When the servants from the Shouyang princess's residence arrived, Feng Qingsui was strolling in the back garden with Qi Shi, basking in the sunlight. Upon learning the purpose of their visit, Qi Shi frowned. You are new here, without any reputation. How could the Shouyang princess seek you out to attend to her son's illness? It is highly likely that your uncle Chongqing is up to mischief. Do not fear, my dear. I shall promptly refuse on your behalf. Mother, wait. Feng Qingsui called out to her. What have I endeavored to infiltrate high society for? Is it not to draw closer to the powerful and investigate the truth behind my sister's family's demise? Were I not the widow of Ji Chongfeng, the Shouyang princess would not have summoned me, even if she invited every physician in the capital. This opportunity, presented to me, must be seized, even knowing it may be fraught with peril. Mother, my visit to the capital was merely to provide you with urgent aid. The princess cannot possibly be unaware of this. Yet, she still sent for me, indicating her son is in dire need. If I do not go, and something untoward occurs, she will surely blame me. Should I attend and declare myself powerless, she cannot hold it against me. After all, so many imperial physicians and doctors have failed. Can she truly expect me to succeed? Qi Shi, you present a valid argument, yet the Shouyang princess is not one to be trifled with. I fear you may face indignities. Feng Qingsui reassured her. We hold leverage over Ji Duma, and should they dare to impose any grievances upon me, Ji Duma will not remain passive. Seeing her mother's concerns unyielding, Qi Shi relented. Then take several companions with you. If matters take a turn for the worse, return immediately to inform me. Feng Qingsui agreed. Subsequently, she accompanied Wu Hua and the two maidservants bestowed upon her by the Qi Shi family to the princess's residence. Upon entering the estate, they were ushered into a hall filled with solemn physicians waiting expectantly. In that moment, she comprehended that despite Ji Peiyuan's vigorous endorsement of her in front of Princess Shouyang, the princess regarded her with indifference, merely allowing her presence as a formality. The esteemed doctors wore grave expressions, remaining silent, casting only fleeting glances in her direction, their countenances devoid of warmth. She selected a seat by the window, her gaze wandering to the winter-sweet blossoms cultivated in the courtyard. Her sister had an affection for these flowers. Each winter, when flower sellers ventured from the outskirts, bringing with them bundles of the fragrant winter-sweet branches, her sister would save her money, painstakingly gathered from her embroidered handkerchief, to purchase a bundle, placing it in a vase within their home. Alternatively, she would entwine the blossoms into her hair, weaving them into her braid. In those days, when she was still a little blind girl, her heightened sense of smell would alert her to her sister's presence at the first whiff of the winter-sweet fragrance. Suddenly, a round little figure burst into her line of sight, disrupting her reverie. It was a chubby boy of about 5 or 6 years, dressed in a manner reminiscent of a bear, clutching a palm-sized marionette, which he proceeded to set on the ground, parading it around. Feng Qingsui cast a glance at the marionette, her attention captivated. After a moment, she rose from her seat and approached the corridor, crouching down to observe the child playing with the puppet. The boy glanced at her, and upon noticing her rapt attention, felt a swell of pride, making the puppet dance. "Where did you get that puppet?" Feng Qingsui inquired. "It was a gift from someone," the boy replied. "Who gave it to you?" His eyes flickered for a moment before he answered, "A patient of my grandfather's." Just as Feng Qingsui was about to inquire further about his grandfather, an elderly, gaunt man hurriedly approached through the moon gate, carrying a medicine box. "What trouble have you caused now?" the elder scolded. The child pouted, "I haven't caused any trouble. I was just chatting with the big sister." The elder's expression softened as he ruffled the boy's hair, casting a puzzled glance at Feng Qingsui. Feng Qingsui rose and smiled. "You must be Dr. Huang from Bao Zealand, am I correct?" The elder's eyes briefly darkened with annoyance. "You have mistaken me. I am Sun Shan of Pingan Hall." It turned out to be the renowned physician's son, known for his expertise in women's and children's ailments. She felt honored to finally meet him. Sun Shan's demeanor became more amiable. "It is but a fleeting reputation," he replied modestly. "You are too humble. Who in the capital is unaware of your esteemed name?" Feng Qingsui complimented him. Just then, the servant who had originally summoned her to the princess's residence returned, calling out, "It is your turn now." "Very well," she said, bidding farewell to the grandfather and grandson before departing with the servant. Along the way, the servant informed her of the young master's ailment, approximately 6 months prior. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably, occasionally causing him to fall while walking. As time progressed, the condition worsened, leading to full-body spasms, weakness in his limbs, rendering him unable to stand or walk. Renowned imperial physicians and distinguished doctors from the capital had examined him, diagnosing him with either epilepsy or cerebral palsy. Feng Qingsui remained silent, absorbing the information. Before long, they entered a resplendent chamber adorned with silk carpets and opulent jewels. The room was filled with the warmth of a blazing charcoal fire, reminiscent of a spring day. A woman in her 30s, dressed in a brocade gown embroidered with golden peonies and exuding an air of noble grace, sat across from Ji Peiyuan on a couch. Feng Qingsui approached the lady, bowing deeply in reverence. "Greetings, Your Highness." Princess Shouyang scrutinized her and inquired with curiosity, "Have we crossed paths before? Your visage appears somewhat familiar." "I hail from Wuqing in Fuzhou, and this marks my inaugural visit to the capital. It seems I have had no prior occasion to meet the princess," she replied. "A Fuzhou native? Your Mandarin is remarkably articulate," the princess noted. "I made a point to study it diligently under a master," she responded. After some polite exchanges, Princess Shouyang remarked to Feng Qingsui, "Shinner is inside, just fallen asleep. Please check his pulse, but do take care not to awaken him." Feng Qingsui acknowledged with a nod and followed the servant into the inner chamber. There, upon a canopy bed, lay a chubby boy of about 11 or 12. His eyes tightly shut, a hint of anguish on his face, with slight tremors in his arms and neck. Feng Qingsui quietly sat on a low stool beside the bed, took his pulse, and then exited the room. After inquiring about Ji Xian's diet, daily routine, and medical history, she surmised the nature of his ailment but told Princess Shouyang, "This illness is rather unusual, and I cannot arrive at a conclusion just yet. I must reflect further." Ji Peiyuan clenched his fists, perplexed by Feng's unconventional approach. She had already been informed of the symptoms indicating either a convulsive disorder or a spasm, yet she refrained from disclosing this. Had she uttered it, Princess Shouyang would undoubtedly erupt with anger and order her punished. Yet, Feng remained silent. He scoffed, "Aren't you quite adept? How is it that you cannot even discern what ails Xianer? Surely you do not wish to treat him?" Upon hearing this, Princess Shouyang's gaze turned sharp. Feng Qingsui replied calmly, "Your Highness, with such high regard for me, how could I possibly be dismissive? As the only child of the princess, I would not dare to make hasty judgments." The emphasis on only struck Ji Peiyuan. Xianer was indeed the sole child of Shouyang, but not his only concern. This woman was clearly issuing a veiled threat. He gritted his teeth, forced a smile, and said, "Indeed, caution is warranted. I appreciate your understanding, Your Highness." Feng Qingsui addressed Princess Shouyang. "I believe I have encountered similar cases in my mentor's notes. I shall return to investigate further and report back to you." Princess Shouyang had little hope for a favorable outcome, but nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chapter 6. The gluttonous young lady on his way back from court. Ji Chongqing procured 2 boxes of pastries favored by his sister-in-law, intending to deliver them upon his arrival at home. However, he found her gazing anxiously towards the northwest. "Mother, what troubles you?" he gently inquired, setting down the pastries. "Your sister-in-law has gone to Princess Shoyang's residence to attend to your cousin's ailment. She has been gone for quite some time," she replied with concern. Ji Chongqing thought to himself, that woman has only recently arrived. Is she truly worthy of such worry from her mother? It would be more prudent to worry for Princess Shoyang. She could very well have been assassinated by now. Just then, Feng Qingsui entered the courtyard accompanied by several maidservants, prompting Qi to exhale in relief. "You returned just in time. Chongqing has brought fresh mung bean cakes from Guixiang Lu, still warm from the oven." Feng Qingsui smiled as she settled beside her. "How did it go? Did Princess Shoyang give you any trouble?" Qi asked, unwrapping the oil paper. Feng Qingsui shook her head. "No, I couldn't ascertain the nature of the illness right away. So I told the princess I needed to think it over and then returned." Qi felt entirely reassured and handed her the mung bean cake. The mung bean cakes from their household are simply the finest, with a delicate and crisp exterior that crumbles delightfully upon biting, and a filling that is both soft and delectable, sweetened to perfection, allowing one to indulge without feeling overwhelmed. Feng Qingsui took one, savored a bite, squinted her eyes in delight, and exclaimed, "Delicious. Mother truly knows how to eat." Qi's eyes sparkled with joy. "I have but one passion, to relish snacks. I have tasted every delicacy, whether savory, sweet, sour, or spicy, that the streets of the capital have to offer." The mother-in-law duo chatted merrily as they enjoyed their treat, utterly oblivious to Ji Chongqing, who felt completely overlooked, lamenting, "In other families, a son forgets his mother after marrying a wife. In my case, it seems I have become forgotten in favor of a wife." Observing his mother's rare laughter, he sighed and retreated to his study, summoning his shadow guard, Yan Qi. "Keep an eye on Feng's side," he instructed in a low voice. Yan Qi acknowledged the command and departed. That night, he perched on the wall of Palangxian, keeping watch over the courtyard. Just as drowsiness began to overtake him, he suddenly caught sight of a plump shadow agilely scaling the wall, almost doubting his own eyes. He soon recognized it as Feng Qingsui's chubby maid and hurried after her. He followed her as she took several turns, arriving at a barbecue shop where she purchased 2 roasted lamb legs, then meandered 2 streets over to buy a flask of wine. Afterward, she leisurely scaled the wall back into Palangxian, hiding in a corner pavilion to feast heartily. Yan Qi mused, such a gluttonous girl. It's no wonder she is so plump. The following day, Feng Qingsui handed over 50 taels of silver to Huahua, instructing, "Go to Guixiang Lu and bring back 2 boxes of snacks," while also gathering some news. She then revealed the specifics of the information she sought. After a little over half an hour, Huahua returned with the snacks. Dr. Sun from Ping and Tang hails from a family of physicians, practicing medicine for generations. His son, who began consulting 6 months ago, was exiled for prescribing the wrong medication that led to a death during treatment, perishing on the way to exile. He left behind only one grandchild, the child we saw yesterday, whom he has always cherished, taking him along on his medical rounds. After sharing this, she added, "By the way, someone was following me just now." Feng Qingsui nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." She then took the snacks to share with Qi and said, "Mother, I wish to go out for a stroll later. Would you care to join me?" Since returning to the capital, Qi had seldom ventured out and shook her head in response. "Mother needs to take a nap and will not accompany you." She then instructed Mama Fu to bring over 200 taels in silver notes and place them in Feng Qingsui's hands, saying, "Buy whatever you fancy. If it's not enough, have the shopkeeper charge it to the Ji residence, and we shall settle it at the end of the month." Feng Qingsui graciously accepted the funds, thanked Qi, and, accompanied by Huahua, set out with the donkey cart she had brought to the capital. The sturdy black donkey, affectionately named Dabin by her master, was clever and obedient, understanding some commands. Shortly after leaving the Ji residence, when Huahua called for a halt, Dabin stopped immediately. Feng Qingsui emerged from the cart, took the reins, and Huahua stepped down, heading down another path. Observing the separation of the master and servant, Yan Qi scratched his head, deciding to follow Feng Qingsui, only to see her driving the donkey cart through the bustling market, crossing the main road, passing through the West City Gate, and heading towards the outskirts. As he pursued further, his confusion deepened. Shielded by the canopy of trees, he darted and twisted, when suddenly a chilling gust swept through, rendering his mind in a haze. In an instant, he fell to the ground, plunging into darkness. Upon awakening, Feng Qingsui had long since vanished. With a grim countenance, he returned to the city to report to Ji Chongqing. Had he lost track of her? At the mention, Ji Chongqing cast him a sidelong glance. Yan Qi, overwhelmed with shame, admitted his lapse in vigilance. He had assumed that keeping an eye on a single woman from the Feng family's inner quarters would be effortless. Yet she had managed to scatter herbs in the wind. Next time, Ji Chongqing tapped his fingers lightly on the table. You shall return to Black Wind Mountain and swap in Zhuing. Yan Qi's heart sank. There could be no next time. He had only just succeeded in bringing Zhu Ying out of seclusion. How could he allow her to be replaced? Meanwhile, within the peace hall, someone's heart was far more agitated than his. Sun Shan meticulously rolled a handful of medicinal pills and placed them into a vial, preparing to continue his work when he was suddenly struck by an eerie silence. Chenu? He called out for his grandson, but no response came. Panic surged within him as he called several times, yet the absence of his grandson's voice sent his heart racing to his throat. Just as he was about to rush into the front hall to inquire of the apothecary, he stepped over the threshold and spotted a longevity lock lying on the ground, a lock that his grandson typically wore around his neck. Beneath it lay a piece of paper. He bent down to retrieve it, and 2 lines of text met his gaze. If you wish for your grandson to live, come immediately to the western outskirts mass graveyard. In that moment, it felt as though ice water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. He swiftly made his way to the stables. Bring the horse, he commanded. The driver had scarcely finished harnessing the horse before he climbed aboard, tugging at the reins and setting off. He hastened to the western outskirts mass graveyard. The sun had dipped low, casting shadows as the chilling winds rustled through the branches, occasionally startling a black crow into a harsh caw. The forest was strewn with mounds of graves, some overgrown with dry grass, others barren, and some freshly excavated pits, as if prepared just for him. Trembling with trepidation, he was about to call out when a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Why did you kill Madame Jiang, the wife of the vice minister? He spun around, nearly tripping over a withered branch. Between 2 pine trees stood a figure, clad in a black veil that obscured their features entirely. The voice seemed familiar, yet in his tumultuous state, he could not recollect. What do you mean? He stammered, his lips trembling. I do not recognize any Madame Jiang. The figure extended a hand from beneath the veil, revealing a marionette suspended by silk threads. If you do not recognize her, how is it that this toy, cherished by Madame Jiang's daughter, is in the possession of your grandson? Chapter 7. A Life for a Life. Recognizing the object in the figure's hand, Sun Shan felt a jolt in his heart. The marionette, typically crafted from wood, was instead intricately made of porcelain, exquisite in its design. The first time he had seen it in his grandson's possession, he had inquired about its origin. His grandson had mentioned it was a gift from a patient, although he could not recall which family it was from. Moving among the affluent, he had received many gifts. Thus, he had taken his grandson's word for it. Only now did he realize it was indeed an item from the Jiang family. He forced himself to remain composed. This puppet was found by his grandson on the street. Previously unknown in origin, and unexpectedly turned out to be a plaything of the Jiang family's young lady. The other party replied indifferently. It appears your grandson shares a profound connection with Miss Jiang. Why not let him descend and serve as her companion? As the words fell, a shadow descended from the heavens, casting down an object into the freshly dug grave. Sun Shan caught a glimpse and felt as if his heart had shattered. The object in the pit was, astonishingly, his grandson. His grandson, upon seeing him, was filled with excitement. However, bound hand and foot, and with his mouth gagged, he could only struggle to emit muffled sounds. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Shan rushed forward, only to be met with a kick from the shadow, sending him sprawling 3 meters away. With a crack, his tibia fractured. Ignoring the pain, he glared furiously at the person cloaked in a veil. You cannot do this. The matters of the Jiang family have nothing to do with him. They say a father's debt should be repaid by his son. You have no son, so it is quite reasonable to have your grandson repay it, is it not? The other party replied calmly, their voice devoid of any emotion. A masked figure at the edge of the pit began to hurl clumps of dirt into it. Stop. Sun Shan's eyes were filled with rage. I will speak. I will speak, is that not enough? The figure halted. When Madame Jiang was experiencing a miscarriage, she summoned me for consultation, Sun Shan said through gritted teeth. I prescribed her a remedy to preserve the pregnancy, yet she still suffered a miscarriage. She died of a sudden fever after childbirth. You cannot place the blame on me." No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw the masked figure pull out a short-handled iron shovel, bending down to scoop dirt into the pit, swiftly burying the child. "Cease," he shouted in panic. "You have 15 minutes to confess your misdeeds," the other party said coldly. "After 15 minutes, he will suffocate to death." Sun Shan clenched his fists, then helplessly loosened them. "On the night I returned from my first consultation at the Jiang household, someone placed a note by my bedside in the dead of night, claiming they could help me resolve my son's troubles, provided Madame Jiang suffered a miscarriage and perished. My son had just caused a death. The news had not yet spread, and I was troubled by it. The promise on the note may not have been genuine, but the fact that they could place it at my bedside unnoticed implies they could also take the lives of my grandson and me without a trace. I was left with no choice but to add a certain ingredient to the medicine I prescribed for Madame Jiang," he said, a look of guilt washing over his face. "I wronged Madame Jiang, but my grandson has done nothing wrong. Please let him go." "Thus, you know nothing of the mastermind behind this?" the other party inquired. He nodded vigorously. "Aside from that note, I know nothing. Madame Jiang is dead, and my son was still exiled, not surviving." "Where's the note?" "In the medicine cabinet, beneath the drawer labeled with a blank tag," he replied. The masked figure immediately leapt into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Sun Shan gazed anxiously at the still grave, taking a couple of steps closer, and seeing that the veiled figure had not spoken. He dragged himself over despite his broken leg. Trembling hands began to scrape away the dirt. Once he had cleared it, he saw the child could still blink and draw breath. Then, fury surged within him, and he gritted his teeth, demanding, "Tell me honestly, where did that puppet come from?" The fear on the child's face froze momentarily. He immediately realized that this misfortune was something he had unwittingly taken during his visit to the Jiang family for medical treatment. "What a cruel twist of fate," he sighed. "His grandfather would be doomed by your actions." In the aftermath of Madame Jiang's untimely death, he had felt a gnawing anxiety, fearing that the Jiang family would uncover the truth and seek retribution. However, following the unexpected demise of the old matriarch, and the tragic loss of the household servants in a fire, no one pursued the cause of Madame Jiang's death any further. He had finally let go of his worries. Yet now, a stolen marionette had revealed his secret. Was this what they meant by the heaven's net, wide but not letting anything slip through? He gazed toward the figure donning a veil in the distance, puzzled. With all the Jiang family dead, how could there still be someone seeking vengeance? Wu Hua soon returned, presenting a sealed bamboo tube to Feng Qingsui. Upon opening it, she caught a whiff of lingering ink mixed with a delicate floral fragrance. The note inside mirrored the words of Sun Shan, written in the standard script commonly used in the imperial examination, devoid of any personal flair. After reading it, she returned it to the bamboo tube and inquired of Sun Shan, "Is there nothing else?" Sun Shan sighed wryly. "If I truly knew anything, I would not have survived until today. I am merely a discarded pawn." Feng Qingsui then gestured to Wu Hua. Wu Hua stepped forward, seizing the child by the shoulder and lifting him effortlessly. Sun Shan exclaimed in panic, "He merely took a puppet. Will you not spare him?" Feng Qingsui replied coolly, "A life for a life. You owe Madame Jiang a debt. You may repay it with your grandson's life or your own. Choose for yourself." With that, she turned to leave, and Wu Hua, still holding the child, followed suit. A chill enveloped Sun Shan as he numbly watched their figures disappear until the sounds of chirping birds jolted him back to reality. Dragging his injured leg, he crawled back to the carriage and made his way back to the city. Upon returning to Ping'an Hall, he penned a farewell letter and placed it beside his pillow. Then, he ingested a substance that would cause his blood to clot fatally and lay down fully clothed. In his final moments, he heard the anguished cries of his grandson calling for him, and he exhaled his last breath. His eyelids finally closed completely. At the Ji residence, Mrs. Ji's eyes widened in surprise. "You went out of the city." Feng Qingsui set down the winter sweet she had been holding and smiled. "Yes, the weather was lovely today. I wanted to witness the sunset, so I took a stroll in the western suburbs and brought back some winter sweet." Mrs. Ji looked at the bright yellow branches of the winter sweet, chuckling. "Your disposition mirrors that of Changfeng. You cannot remain in the house for more than 2 or 3 days without yearning for the outdoors." Just as Ji Changqing crossed the threshold, he heard her words and cast a meaningful glance at Feng Qingsui. This woman truly left no room for error. She had concocted such a plausible reason for her appearance in the western suburbs that he found it difficult to lodge any complaints against her. Feng Qingsui divided half of the flower branches with Mrs. Qi, while she cradled the remaining half. She turned to Ji Chongqing and smiled. I heard that the second master does not favor fragrant flowers, so I shall not share any with you. Ji Chongqing indeed disliked floral scents. Not only flowers, but any fragrance could impede his ability to navigate his dual identities. Yet, observing the protectiveness with which she held the flowers, he could not help but remark, in the past, I did not care for them, but the aroma of this winter sweet is particularly crisp. Having a pot in the study would be acceptable. Feng Qingsui. Chapter 8. Leaky gut syndrome. Reluctantly, Feng Qingsui parted with 2 branches to give to Ji Chongqing. The second master might not be accustomed to the scent, so she decided to let him try these 2 branches first. Observing the noticeably fewer blossoms on the 2 branches compared to others, Ji Chongqing gained a new understanding of this little trickster's stinginess. Well, I shall give it a try. If I find it agreeable, I will then ask my sister for more. Feng Qingsui thought, is this the character of a prime minister? The state of she is doomed. She returned to the broken wave pavilion, rummaged through the cabinet, and retrieved a celadone vase, filling it halfway with water before arranging the branches within, placing it in her room. A delicate fragrance permeated the space. She closed her eyes, seated herself, and gently caressed one of the branches, as if transported back to the communal living of the compassionate orphanage. Year after year, do you wish for fried glutinous rice cakes? Indeed. Once sister finishes embroidering this handkerchief and exchanges it for money, we can buy glutinous rice cakes. Wonderful. In the frigid depths of winter, nothing could bring greater joy than a bite of a crispy, chewy, fragrant, sweet, and warm fried glutinous rice cake. Sister toiled from dawn till dusk, solely to procure a few more glutinous rice cakes for her. In her innocent understanding, it was not until she felt the rough, cracked skin on her sister's hand that she realized the arduous nature of embroidery in the biting cold of winter. I no longer wish to eat fried glutinous rice cakes. Do not fret. Hands tend to crack in winter. They will heal come spring, her sister consoled her. If you do not believe me, feel others' hands. She did so, discovering that while others also bore cracks, they were not as coarse, nor did they carry the scent of blood. Her sister was merely speaking falsehoods to deceive her. This little blind girl. Sister, when I grow up, I shall create the finest hand cream in the world, so you can apply it all winter without your hands cracking. That new year, she made a grand vow. Her sister smiled and replied, very well, I shall await it. Feng Qingsui sat quietly, tears unwittingly streaming down her face. She could now create the finest hand cream in the world, yet the finest sister was no longer in need of it. The tears gradually dried. She opened her eyes and retrieved the marionette she had crafted herself, shaped and fired with her own hands, and sent to Xiao Yu, a one-of-kind creation. Thus, it was easily recognized by Sun Shan's grandson when he played with it. Now the executioner was dead, yet the mastermind behind it all remained unknown. She rose and placed the marionette into the box containing the painting. It matters not. I have a lifetime to uncover the truth. The following morning, she approached Qi Shi. Mother, I discovered a case in Master S' journal that resembles that of young Master Xian. I intend to visit the princess's residence. Qi Shi expressed mild surprise. Has anyone else suffered from his affliction? Feng Qingsui nodded. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Shi replied, then you may go. But exercise caution and do not make promises lightly. Do not worry, mother. I never guarantee outcomes. Feng Qingsui smiled. She then set out with Wu Hua. Last night, Ji Xian had another episode, convulsing for a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing this news, Princess Shouyang lost her appetite for breakfast. When informed by her servant, a frown of concern mixed with surprise crossed her face. Wasn't what I said last time merely polite discourse? Ji Peiyuan felt a jolt of energy, thinking that Feng Qingsui had found clarity in recent days and was now seeking to curry favor. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon her, and misfortune was inevitable. This woman deserved her tribulations. Let us hear what she has to say, Ji Peiyuan remarked with a smile. Experts often reside among the common folk. Perhaps she possesses an extraordinary remedy. Princess Shouyang then summoned Feng Qingsui to her presence. After exchanging formalities, Feng Qingsui stated, Your Highness, I have been perusing my notes these past few days and came across a case that bears a striking resemblance, 99 similarity, to that of your son, prompting my visit to inform you. Princess Shouyang, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, What ailment is it? Leaky gut syndrome, Feng Qingsui replied. The princess paused, taken aback. This ailment is unfamiliar to me. Ji Peiyuan scoffed, though I am no medical expert. I have perused a few medical texts and have encountered terms such as wolf leakage, rat leakage, bee leakage, and centipede leakage, but never have I heard of this leaky gut. Surely, you are not fabricating a condition to deceive us. This ailment was designated by my esteemed mentor. It is not documented in any medical treatise. Hence he would not be aware of it. Feng Qingsui responded. Ji Peiyuan countered. Leaky gut must pertain to the intestines. Our Xianer suffers from myoclonus, not intestinal spasms. Your assertion is utterly nonsensical. Princess Shouyang also found the claim absurd and, observing Feng Qingsui's calm demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. I did not rise early to endure your nonsensical ramblings. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, do not expect my courtesy to remain intact. Ji Peiyuan suppressed a chuckle, envisioning the scene of Feng Qingsui being dragged away for punishment. However, Feng Qingsui bowed to Princess Shouyang and said, "The condition of young Master Xian is of no concern to me. I am merely moved by your motherly compassion, which compelled me to labor tirelessly in my research. Yet, since it seems you lack the patience to hear my explanation, I shall take my leave to avoid wasting your time." "Wait," Princess Shouyang called out as Feng Qingsui turned to depart. The princess, maintaining a stern countenance, added, "I am also anxious for Xian'er's health, which has led to my indiscretion. Please sit down and enjoy a cup of tea while you share your insights." Immediately, a servant was dispatched to brew tea. Feng Qingsui chose a chair and, with measured calmness, continued, "Your Highness and the prince must be aware that some individuals can consume anything without issue, while others may develop rashes or even face fatal consequences from specific foods. Young Master Xian's leaky gut syndrome is a result of consuming the wrong foods. Have you not noticed that he frequently suffers from abdominal pain and diarrhea, with little relief from medication?" Princess Shouyang nodded vigorously, indeed. Ji Peiyuan scoffed. "The imperial physician has already stated that this is due to Xian'er's premature birth and inherent deficiencies, resulting in a weak digestive system." Feng Qingsui shook her head. "Not so. Young Master Xian is intolerant to foods made from wheat flour, such as noodles, pastries, and sauces, which has led to his condition." Ji Peiyuan's expression faltered. Then he burst into laughter. "Are you suggesting that Xian'er cannot consume wheat products? How utterly absurd. Our ancestors have thrived on wheat for generations. And you assert that it could cause illness. This is the most ludicrous statement I have ever encountered." Feng Qingsui replied calmly. "Before pumpkins were introduced to Xigua, the people of Xigua also found it hard to believe that such a thing existed." Ji Peiyuan coldly snorted. "Even if we entertain your claim that Xian'er's discomfort is due to consuming pastries, what relation does that bear to his tremors and spasms?" "The prince consort hit the nail on the head," laughed Feng Qingsui. "If one habitually consumes foods to which they are intolerant, the intestines may suffer damage, allowing substances that should not enter the bloodstream to infiltrate, consequently triggering systemic inflammation. Inflammation of the intestines can result in abdominal pain and diarrhea, while joint inflammation leads to stiffness and deformity, and brain inflammation causes neurological disorders. Hence, it is no wonder that young Master Xian feels perpetually fatigued, with a weakened digestive system and uncontrollable muscles." The Princess of Shouyang's eyes sparkled with interest. "So, according to your explanation, if Xian quits consuming wheat flour, he will recover?" she inquired eagerly. Feng Qingsui nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. However, considering the frequency of young Master Xian's ailments, he should also refrain from consuming dairy, soybeans, eggs, and other such foods." After speaking, she produced a piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to a nearby servant. "I have compiled a list of prohibited foods. A fast of 10 days to half a month will yield noticeable results, and a fast of 6 months can lead to complete recovery." The list was extensive, and upon presenting it to the Princess of Shouyang, Ji Peiyuan cast a glance at it and gasped in dismay. "What can one eat, then? Is life to be lived under such constraints?" Feng Qingsui maintained her stoic expression. "If the prince consort values culinary pleasures over life itself, I have no further comments." Ji Peiyuan retorted, only to be met with a glare from the Princess of Shouyang. "It is not you who must abstain. Why do you fuss?" Ji Peiyuan stammered. "I am merely considering Xian's well-being. His favorite dishes are soup dumplings and egg custard. Indulging a child is akin to harming them." The Princess of Shouyang admonished sternly. "Xian's life hangs by a thread, and you still wish to let him consume such toxic substances?" Ji Peiyuan fell silent. After reprimanding her husband, the princess's expression softened as she turned to Feng Qingsui. "Aside from dietary restrictions, is there anything else to be mindful of?" Maintain a regular schedule and a balanced diet. Feng Qingsui replied before taking her leave. Upon reaching the bustling north-south street, Feng Qingsui boarded a donkey cart and instructed Wu Hua. All right. Wu Hua tugged at the reins, and the cart merrily trotted along. The north-south street is the most vibrant and lively thoroughfare in the capital. Feng Qingsui had come here to inquire about the ink used to write the note from Sun Shan. The floral scent mingled with the ink had eluded her identification. It must be a rare flower. If she could locate the owner of that ink, it would narrow down her search and expedite finding the person responsible for plotting against her sister. Shopkeeper, please bring out all your floral-scented inks for me to examine, she requested upon entering the largest ink shop in the capital. The shopkeeper gestured towards the right side of the store. The floral-scented inks are over there. Feng Qingsui looked in that direction, where a 7-tier wooden rack held nearly 100 varieties of ink cakes. She approached, picking each one up and then setting it back down. Are these all you have? She asked the shopkeeper. Are there no other varieties? The shopkeeper replied, that is all. Our selection of floral-scented ink is the most comprehensive in the capital, barring the collection of that person from Fan Tower. Feng Qingsui's brow furrowed in confusion. Who is that person from Fan Tower? The shopkeeper expressed surprise. You haven't heard of her? It is Qiao Jinjin, the most renowned songstress in the capital. She has a penchant for collecting floral-scented ink, and literati and poets visit her to listen to her songs, offering gold if they have it, or ink if they do not. Feng Qingsui pondered this information thoughtfully. After leaving the ink shop, she wandered to other stores, and indeed, as the shopkeeper had stated, the variety of scented inks at the other establishments was lacking. She then entertained the thought of seeking out Qiao Jinjin. However, to her dismay, she discovered that not only did one need to make an appointment 3 months in advance to meet Qiao Jinjin, but a deposit was also required. The deposit amounted to 100 gold coins, a newly composed poem, or a rare scented ink not yet part of Qiao Jinjin's collection. With none of these at her disposal, Feng Qingsui inquired of Wu Hua during their ride home. Our second master can compose poetry, can he not? Wu Hua replied, I believe so. After all, he has been the top scholar. This made sense. Feng Qingsui began to ponder how to coax Ji Changqing into writing a fine poem for her. Achoo! Ji Changqing, engrossed in ledger books at the government office, suddenly felt a chill. Baifu, add some charcoal, he instructed his attendant. Baifu complied and fetched several pounds of silver frost charcoal from the coal yard managing the official supplies. Ji Changqing busied himself until the moon reached its zenith before finally departing for home. Along the way, he heard a mournful tune. Peering through the carriage curtains, he discerned it emanated from a nearby medical clinic. Remembering the report regarding Princess Shouyang, who had abused her power to unjustly punish a renowned physician, he furrowed his brow and instructed Baifu, inquire about the source of this funeral. Baifu returned after checking with a nearby tavern still aglow with light, reporting that it was Dr. Sun of Ping'an Hall. Ji Changqing's expression grew noticeably colder. Is this the handiwork of Princess Shouyang? Baifu scratched his head. The tavern keeper said Dr. Sun visited the princess's residence for a consultation the day before, returned safely, but unfortunately, he fell and broke his leg upon leaving the city yesterday, leading to a blood clot that ultimately caused his demise. Was an autopsy performed? Ji Changqing inquired. Yes, Baifu affirmed. A sardonic smile crept upon Ji Changqing's lips. It seemed incredulous that a physician renowned for his skill with women and children could lose his life in such a manner. Having dealt with countless cases since his days as a county magistrate, he immediately sensed that Dr. Sun's death was suspicious. It appeared that Princess Shouyang had managed to conceal her involvement. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, he was struck by a sudden recollection of a certain woman. She went to the princess's residence the day before and left the city yesterday? Baifu was perplexed. Indeed, what a coincidence. Ji Changqing smirked slightly and then commanded, investigate tomorrow. I wish to know all of Dr. Sun's movements from yesterday. The following day, on his day off, Ji Changqing received a report from Baifu regarding the early findings. Dr. Sun had remained at the clinic until the hour of shun, suddenly rushing to the carriage house, requesting the coachman to harness the horses. He then drove out of the city alone, returning to the clinic around the hour of you. After being assisted back to his room by an apprentice, he remained inside, ignoring his grandson's cries. The apprentice eventually lulled the child to sleep, but when they knocked the next day, he did not respond. They forced entry, only to discover he had already passed away some time ago. Subsequently, they reported to the authorities, and the coroner concluded that he had died from a pulmonary embolism. He had left a will, entrusting the clinic and his wealth to his daughter-in-law and relatives. Baifu even procured the will. Being someone who had engaged with brush, ink, paper, and inkstone for over 20 years, Ji Chongqing could tell at a glance that this will had been written no more than 3 days prior. It was almost certain that the will had been penned on the day Dr. Sun broke his leg. The handwriting on the will was remarkably steady. Far from the frantic scrawl of someone suffering a pulmonary embolism, a person in the throes of such an affliction would hardly contemplate writing a farewell note, but rather strive for survival. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired whether his grandson was at the clinic when he drove out of the city. Upon hearing Baifu's response, he chuckled, certain the boy was absent. He set the will aside and strode out with purpose. Arriving at Qian Hall, he found the Feng matriarch basking in the sun with his mother in the courtyard. He jovially asked, "Mother, what would you like for lunch?" "I'll cook." Feng Qingsui cast a sidelong glance, astonished that this man could indeed prepare a meal, and seemingly with considerable skill. She noticed Qi's eyes brighten at the mention of dishes: honeyed preserved plums with kidney beans, braised edamame, and monk's vegetarian feast. After Qi made her selections, Ji Chongqing turned to Feng Qingsui. "What will you have?" he asked. "I'm fine with anything," she replied. "Very well." Ji Chongqing nodded and took a couple of steps toward the courtyard entrance before turning back. "Sister-in-law, have you heard? The physician's son, whom you encountered at Princess Shoyan's residence 2 days ago, was bitten to death by a dog." Chapter 10. Chef Ji. After stating this, Ji Chongqing fixed his gaze upon Feng Qingsui, who displayed a remarkably natural expression of disbelief. "Bitten to death by a dog? Just teasing you." It was the Princess of Shoyang who could not tolerate him claiming her son suffered from epilepsy and ordered him to be beaten to death. Feng Qingsui fell silent for a moment, then with a serious countenance remarked, "Being a physician in the kingdom of Shi is truly perilous. If one were to deliberately cause a death, it would be one thing, but to render a diagnosis before treatment and still face death is another. If this continues, who would be willing to practice medicine?" She bowed respectfully to Ji Chongqing. "Your Excellency, as the Chancellor, you must contemplate this matter more deeply than I. I implore you to advocate for the establishment of laws in the kingdom of Shi to ensure the safety and rights of physicians while imposing severe penalties on those who perpetrate violence against them." Ji Chongqing gazed intently at this clever woman and nodded. "You are correct. Legislation to protect physicians is indeed necessary. However, Sun was not beaten to death. He was driven to his demise." Feng Qingsui slightly parted her lips, shot him a sidelong glance, and turned to Qi. "Mother, look at the second master. He finds amusement in my plight, jesting about matters of life and death." Qi naturally sided with her daughter, glaring at her son. "Stop frightening people with your nonsense, and go prepare your dishes." Ji Chongqing, suppressing a smile, obediently responded, "I shall do so at once." As he stepped out of the courtyard, all traces of mirth vanished from his demeanor. Though Feng Qingsui masked her feelings adeptly, he was certain that Sun Shan's death was connected to her. Summoning Baifu, he issued a series of instructions before rolling up his sleeves and entering the kitchen. An hour later, a table was set at Qian Hall, laden with an array of dishes. With only 3 individuals present, there was no need for formality. They all sat together. Although Feng Qingsui had grown up in the Xiao Institute and had not tasted many delicacies in her youth, her travels with her master had exposed her to an abundance of exquisite cuisines, and she had developed a keen sense of culinary appreciation. The dishes Ji Chongqing prepared were remarkably flavorful, more than sufficient for a chef at a renowned restaurant. She typically consumed but a bowl of rice. Yet this meal compelled her to add a second serving. After the meal, her curiosity piqued. She inquired, "What inspired you to take up cooking, second master? Could it be that during the time spent in Jiangzhou, the family was impoverished and unable to afford a cook?" Qishur laughed lightly beside her, remarking that it was not merely a matter of finances. Rather, it was his discerning palate that drove away several cooks, prompting me to let him cook for himself. Feng Qingsui chimed in, "Master's palate is indeed quite discerning. If he were in the capital, he might even find a dining companion in Ji Chongqing. Second master is truly remarkable," she praised, "to say he would cook and actually produce a meal. Among the scholars of our state, I suspect only second master could grace the imperial court and manage the kitchen." Ji Chongqing shot her a sidelong glance. Feng Qingsui continued, "I have heard that second master writes exquisite poetry. May I inquire if you have composed any new verses recently that I might peruse?" Ji Chongqing replied with a composed demeanor, "The affairs of the court are demanding, leaving me no time for poetry." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingsui's face fell momentarily. But she quickly perked up. What about your previous works? As long as they haven't been widely circulated, they should still be considered new. Ji Changqing responded. I have burned them for my elder brother. No wonder the streets are filled with others' verses. One hardly hears yours, she remarked. Ji Changqing, unfazed by her provocations, chuckled softly. Sister-in-law would do well to listen less to frivolous songs. Feng Qingsui gazed at him in shock before hastily lowering her head. She hadn't anticipated that second master would write such verses. Ji Changqing nearly faltered under the weight of her surprise. She sure scolded in exasperation. Why on earth would you burn such nonsensical things for your elder brother? This is simply unacceptable. Ji Changqing took a deep breath. Mother, I have matters to attend to. I shall return to my courtyard. With that, he turned and departed. Upon returning to his study, he summoned Yan Qi and said through gritted teeth, keep a close watch on Feng. Report every detail, no matter how trivial. I refuse to believe I cannot catch her in a slip. Yan Qi acknowledged the command. Feng Qingsui, having failed to obtain poetry from Ji Changqing, turned to Wu Hua and instructed her to seek out scholars in the streets to purchase verses. Those scholars, upon learning that she sought verses worthy of being presented as a deposit at Fan Tower, mercilessly mocked Wu Hua. If we could compose such fine verses, we wouldn't need your few taels of silver. The rare and fragrant ink was something Feng Qingsui could not provide. Only 100 gold taels were within her reach. She still possessed a modicum of financial acumen, or else she could not afford to support Wu Hua, a gluttonous companion. However, the process of concocting medicine was laborious and time-consuming. Wu Hua suggested, why don't I simply take you to Fan Tower at night? If we find that ink, we can interrogate who gifted it to Qiao Xinjin. Feng Qingsui felt a flicker of temptation, but quickly shook her head. That would not be wise. If Qiao Xinjin possesses the ink, she too would be suspicious and might mislead us. If she claims it was a gift from the emperor, we would have no means to disprove it. Wu Hua frowned. But if it truly is her, and we meet her under the conditions of Fan Tower, she will surely lie. You are correct. Let us employ courtesy before conflict. Feng Qingsui resolved, continuing to concoct medicine while gathering information on Qiao Xinjin. Before long, a fortnight had passed, and the weather grew increasingly frigid. One day, as she emerged from her warm cocoon, a maid burst into the courtyard, exclaiming, Madam, Princess Shouyang has sent someone to deliver gifts to you. Her spirits lifted. It seemed that young Master Xian's health had improved. She cast a cursory glance at the lavish gifts presented by Princess Shouyang. A dozen bolts of silk, 2 boxes of pearls, 4 sets of hairpin jewelry, and 6 pieces of fox fur. She believed she could easily gather 100 gold pieces without selling medicine. Thus, she gladly accompanied the servants of the princess's residence to meet Princess Shouyang. Upon seeing her, the princess beamed with joy. Xianer, ever since you ceased consuming those items listed on your prescription, you have not experienced a single spasm. The tremors diminish daily, and your mind grows clearer with each passing day. Leaning against her side, the slightly emaciated Ji Xian stuck out her tongue at Feng Qingsui upon hearing this. Feng Qingsui replied, Congratulations, young Master Xian. The princess excitedly shared her news for nearly half an hour before allowing her to depart. Ji Peiyuan was present as well, yet remained silent. The gratitude felt too overwhelming for him to express. Once Feng Qingsui left, he sought an excuse to exit the residence and visit Jin Shi. Jin Shi had not seen him for more than 10 days, and upon his arrival, she was overjoyed, immediately sending a maid to the market to procure wine and dishes, eager to sit down and enjoy a leisurely meal with him. Midway through their meal, she feigned concern and inquired, How is young Master Xian's health? Has it improved? Greatly improved, Ji Peiyuan replied. Jin Shi paused for a moment. When you say greatly improved, do you mean truly improved or merely somewhat better? Greatly improved. Ji Peiyuan's expression was complex. The Feng family had indeed treated him well. What? Jin Shi's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling a frog. That woman healed him. Upon hearing the details of the treatment, she nearly crushed her silver teeth in frustration. It was utterly absurd that a mere change in diet could yield such results. Truly, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. How fortunate that little Feng had been. Gritting her teeth, she offered her congratulations, but once Ji Peiyuan departed, her countenance darkened like a pot of soy sauce. Not only had she failed to undermine that little vixen, but she had also managed to heal Ji Xian. It was a case of losing a chicken while attempting to steal a dog. This could not be left unpunished. She racked her brain and finally devised a clever scheme. Chapter 11. This must be a trap. Feng Qingsui selected a portion of the gifts from Princess Shouyang to present to Qi Shi, keeping a few bolts of silk and some jewelry for herself, while the remainder was pawned for 500 gold pieces. Just as she was discussing with Wu Hua whether the 500 gold could secure her a favor from the Fan Tower, someone from the Fan Tower sent a formal invitation to the Ji residence. Xiao Jinjin surprisingly wished to meet with her. Is this for real? She could hardly believe she had encountered a scam. The messenger explained, Miss Qiao has been suffering from wrist pain and, despite consulting several doctors, has seen no improvement. She heard of your remarkable medical skills and wishes to seek your assistance. Feng Qingsui was even more perplexed. How does Miss Qiao know of my medical expertise? Word in the flower streets and willow lanes is that all the doctors in the capital failed to cure the son of Princess Shouyang. Yet you managed to heal him at once. It is said you are kind-hearted and treat every patient equally, regardless of their status. Even those afflicted by indulgences need only bow a few times at the Ji residence to receive your care. Feng Qingsui retorted, Isn't that slander? Treating courtesans is hardly a commendable reputation. If those highborn ladies were to learn of this, they would surely avoid associating with her. The rumor-monger clearly intended to tarnish her name. Upon returning to the capital, the number of people she had offended could be counted on one hand. And with a moment's reflection, she discerned who was behind the mischief. However, she momentarily had no time to concern herself with trivial matters. After listening, she replied to Xiao Jinjin, requesting her to arrange a time for her to personally meet with her at the Fan Mansion. Upon receiving the response, Xiao Jinjin's delicate face was etched with astonishment. Although the public was lauding Feng Qingsui's kindness to the heavens and beyond, she was rather skeptical. As one of the foremost songstresses in the capital, a refined courtesan who sold her art, but not her body, she often performed for the elite. Yet those noble women would scarcely bestow a glance upon her, let alone lower themselves to associate with her. The fact that Feng Qingsui, a distinguished general's wife, was willing to offer her assistance was already remarkable. The notion that she would personally visit the Fan Mansion seemed utterly implausible. Nevertheless, the reply was tangible in her hand. What could this mean? She was perplexed and shared her concerns with her foster mother, Mrs. Fan. Upon hearing the news, Mrs. Fan was visibly alarmed. Oh no! Could that minister known for his confiscations be targeting our Fan Mansion? This must be a trap. I fear that as soon as Madame Ji steps in, Minister Ji will follow with the imperial guards, accusing us of abducting noble women, and seal our establishment. Xiao Jinjin was left speechless. No, that cannot be true. We have committed no crimes. The treasury is in dire need of funds. Mrs. Fan sighed. Do you think that is why he conducts confiscations daily? It is to replenish the national coffers. Although our establishment is modest, with you as our golden goose, we appear as a sumptuous feast in their eyes. Xiao Jinjin felt immense regret. Mother, it is all my fault for submitting the invitation without consulting you. Mrs. Fan patted her shoulder. Do not blame yourself for lacking vigilance. I, too, did not foresee this tactic. That man is cunning beyond measure, and even if we evade this trap, there will be other schemes awaiting us. Meanwhile, Ji Chongqing, known for his cunning, sneezed in the official residence. Why is it so chilly again? Just as he was about to call for charcoal, he caught a glimpse of a basin filled with charcoal sticks and paused. Could it be that those idle officials were once again pinning memorials to criticize him? He needed to devise a way to deal with them. Recently, Xiao Jinjin had overheard patrons criticizing Minister Ji, but had never imagined that she herself would one day harbor such thoughts. How could he be so treacherous as to use her widowed sister-in-law as bait to deceive a wretched soul like herself? Orphaned at birth, she lost her father at 4 due to false accusations leading to his imprisonment and death, with their family fortune snatched away, leaving her to wander the streets until Mrs. Fan took her in, allowing her to survive. Business at the Fan Mansion had been lackluster. The establishment was filled with courtesans who were merely average, attracting few patrons. Fortunately, her striking appearance and golden voice, coupled with her diligent study of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, had brought fame to the Fan Mansion. Little did she know, mother. Perhaps I should reply and say that I am fine, and there is no need for her to come. Xiao Jinjin did not wish to witness the confiscation of the Fan Mansion. If she did not come, surely that lady could do nothing to us, right? You are too naive, Mrs. Fan sighed. Do you think the nobility has not devised their own methods? They too have faced confiscation. We shall close our doors tomorrow and await developments. When Madame Ji arrives, we shall plead for mercy. Perhaps we can preserve our lives. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Jinjin penned a reply, inviting Feng Qingsui to come the following morning. Fan meticulously organized everyone to sweep and clean, ensuring that both the interior and exterior of the building were immaculate. Without a wink of sleep throughout the night, as dawn broke, he anxiously awaited the arrival of Feng Qingsui at the entrance. By the time it was the hour of the dragon, a tall black donkey pulling a simple carriage appeared outside the Fan residence. Two young men alighted from the vehicle, one slender with a single line of a mustache, and the other plump with a curled mustache. Ignoring the sign that indicated the establishment was closed, they approached Fan directly. Fan lifted her eyelids slightly and weakly remarked, "Gentlemen, perhaps another day would be more suitable. Our establishment is currently closed and not accepting reservations." However, the slender youth produced a note from his sleeve, stating, "I have an appointment with Miss Qiao." The note was unmistakably a reply written by Qiao Xinjin the previous night. Startled, Fan scrutinized the two and discerned that they bore a resemblance to a young lady. "You know." Then, Feng Qingsui winked at her. "That is sufficient." Fan, overwhelmed, suddenly knelt before her. "I am willing to offer all I possess. I implore you to intercede on behalf of the unfortunate women here and save our lives." Feng Qingsui, quick to act, helped Fan to her feet. "What troubles you, madam? I am here for medical matters, not to take lives. Why would you kneel before me?" Tears streamed down Fan's face as she lamented, "I know you have come to seize our property." Realizing the misunderstanding, Feng Qingsui couldn't help but chuckle. "You are mistaken. I have truly come only to provide medical assistance. If I had ulterior motives, would I need to disguise myself as a man?" Seeing her sincerity, Fan gradually straightened up, still in trepidation. "If it is merely a consultation, surely you could meet Xinjin at a tea house. Why risk coming to such a place?" "There are reasons I must be here," Feng Qingsui replied. "It is best we move inside, away from prying eyes." Fan led her through the entrance, and upon seeing Feng Qingsui, Qiao Xinjin attempted to kneel, but was stopped by her. "Let it be known, the rumors circulating are false," Feng Qingsui smiled. "I treat all patients equally, and there is no need for such reverence." Xinjin stood in bewilderment, while Fan coughed lightly. "Quickly show Mrs. G the bump on your wrist." After inviting Feng Qingsui to sit and ordering tea, Xinjin hesitantly extended her wrist. After examining it, Feng Qingsui remarked, "This is a ganglion cyst. It is easily treatable. However, I have a condition." "What condition?" Fan inquired cautiously, fearing it might entail relinquishing their establishment. "I have heard that Miss Qiao possesses the finest floral ink in the entire capital." Feng Qingsui smiled. "Might I indulge my eyes with a glimpse?" "Is that your condition?" Fan's heart settled at her response. "I assure you, not only may you see it, but you may take whatever you desire," she declared grandly. "As long as the Fan residence and Xinjin remain, acquiring more floral ink is no challenge. A gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures." Feng Qingsui replied with a smile, then turned to Qiao Xinjin. "There are two methods to treat this ganglion cyst. One involves incising the skin to remove the cyst wall entirely. The other simply requires pressing it until it ruptures. The former is less likely to recur, but leaves a scar. The latter is painless, but may easily reappear." Qiao Xinjin furrowed her brows. "Isn't there a way to solve this once and for all?" Feng Qingsui replied, "The cyst on your wrist is a result of excessive strain. If you do not alter your habits, it will inevitably recur." Qiao Xinjin sighed. "It seems I must practice the piano and paint less in the future." With her aspirations for performance, she naturally wished to avoid any scars on her wrist, thus opting for the second method of treatment. Feng Qingsui instructed her to place the back of her hand on the edge of the table. Once her wrist was taut, she pressed down firmly on the cyst with her thumbs until it burst and flattened. Qiao Xinjin winced in pain, nearly crying out, but once she regained her composure, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I will take you to see the ink now." "No rush," Feng Qingsui replied, releasing her grip. She turned to Fan Shi. "Please bring a warm towel to apply. Once the cystic fluid disperses, there will be no trace left." Fan Shi immediately sent someone to fetch the warm towel. After Qiao Xinjin applied it, Feng Qingsui followed her to the attic to view the fragrant ink. The attic had been entirely transformed into an exhibition room, with ink cakes housed in boxes and meticulously categorized on various display stands. "I have classified them into several major categories based on their fragrances: orchid, hibiscus, and osmanthus," Qiao Xinjin explained as she walked. Feng Qingsui paused before the stand of orchid-scented ink. While she could not discern the specific floral notes contained within the ink on the paper, she could surmise that it was an orchid fragrance. After surveying the ink cakes on the orchid display stand, She selected a box and remarked nonchalantly, "This scent is quite unique. What type of flower juice is used to create this ink? Your taste is impeccable," Xiao Jinjin praised sincerely. "This ink is made from the juice of an exceedingly rare two-colored orchid. I have never seen this flower myself. I have only heard that its petals are pink on the outer edges and emerald green in the center, with leaves resembling jade and adorned with precious golden edges." Feng Qingsui mused, "It is indeed extravagant for someone to use such a rare orchid to create ink." Indeed, Xiao Jinjin wholeheartedly agreed. She glanced back towards the entrance and lowered her voice to Feng Qingsui. "Let me confide in you. Do not speak of this outside. This ink was a gift from the heir of the Rongchong Marquis. It was crafted with great care as a birthday gift for his aunt. A total of 99 pieces were made, symbolizing longevity. This particular piece is a flawed one, which is why it was given to me. The Rongchong Marquis has several sisters, but the only one deserving of such thoughtful gifting from the Rongchong household is the one seated at the back." Feng Qingsui thought to herself, as expected. The demise of the elder sister's family is undoubtedly connected to the Rongchong Marquis. She returned the ink box to its place on the display stand and smiled. "I did not anticipate that the heir of the Rongchong Marquis has also visited you to listen to your melodies. He is quite a frequent guest of our fan tower." Xiao Jinjin felt a touch of embarrassment. He once even intended to take me as a concubine, but my mother learned that his concubines do not tend to live long, so she declined. Feng Qingsui chuckled softly. Being a carefree songstress is still preferable. The confines of a grand estate can be quite merciless. Xiao Jinjin nodded. "My mother says the same." Having perused all the fragrant inks in the exhibition room, Feng Qingsui took her leave. Although Fanshur offered her a consultation fee, she declined with a smile, saying, "I have already received my reward. If my mother feels indebted, she may offer me a discount next time I come to listen to music." "Oh, please. Fanshur would adore treating you like a revered deity." "What discounts are offered?" "From now on, you shall be the esteemed guest of our Fan Lu, where you may enjoy music without spending a single coin." After expressing his gratitude, Feng Qingsui boarded the donkey cart with Wu Hua. The Fan family watched them depart until the cart vanished from sight, and only then did the tension in their scalps begin to ease. It was astonishing that they had truly come merely for a consultation, forsaking a respectable noblewoman to traverse the red light district for treatment. This world indeed harbors all manner of individuals. A few hours later, in a corner notorious for ruffians, there were murmurs of disbelief. Truly, this world is filled with all sorts. In Lihua Alley, it appeared there was a woman who had a peculiar taste for feces. The rumor was spread by a scoundrel who claimed someone approached him, requesting assistance in finding a few willing to sell excrement at number 18 Lihua Alley on the spot. One lump of feces fetched a tael of silver. Just yesterday he had sold a lump. After witnessing the gleam of his silver, a group of men were intrigued. Thus, a dozen or so brothers linked arms and made their way to Lihua Alley. Within the courtyard of number 18 Lihua Alley, the Jean matron was enjoying a delightful nap when suddenly awakened by her maid, to which she reacted with a kick. In annoyance, she exclaimed, "Are you trying to endanger your life by disturbing my slumber?" The maid, clutching her stomach and drenched in cold sweat, replied, "Madam, a group of men has come, claiming they wish to sell feces to you." "Sell what?" "Sell feces." Jean seized her pillow and hurled it. "You wretched thing. You know nothing of decency and dare to disturb me. Don't you have a mouth to tell them to leave at once?" No sooner had she spoken than the gatekeeper cried out in alarm, "Hey, how dare you trespass on private property? Quickly leave." Startled, she hurriedly donned her outer garments. Upon emerging from her room, she was met with the sight of a dozen men bursting through the flower-laden gate, her complexion draining of color. "What do you intend to do?" she barked. The men regarded her as if she were a curiosity, then simultaneously declared, "We are here to sell feces." "Buy mine. I am a vegetarian. My feces carry no foul odor." "Nonsense. I suffer from diarrhea daily. My feces are as odorless as broth. Now that is truly without scent." "Without scent? And you still call it feces? Get out of my sight. I can produce feces of any form, and at one tea cost you a penny." Jean, incensed, lost her composure. "Who wants your feces? Get out, or I'll have you all sent to the magistrate to face punishment." The crowd turned to the scoundrel who had encouraged their venture, who retorted angrily, "I held this feces for you since last night, and you say you don't want it. Just as I arrived, I consumed all my provisions. I managed to produce a little feces, and you dare to deny it." The throng surged forward, stripping Jean of her hairpins, silver hair ornaments, earrings, gold Buddha pendant, and jade bracelets until nothing remained. After their looting, they unceremoniously relieved themselves on the ground. Don't say I robbed. I provided the goods. Chapter 13. The foul deed that night. After hearing Yin Qi's report, Ji Chongqing's expression was one of utter disbelief. A woman disguised as a man visiting Fan Lu and seeking ruffians to relieve themselves at Ji Piyuan's residence? What respectable lady would engage in such behavior? Well, a respectable lady certainly would not go to another's home to play the widow. In the vibrant streets where rumors flourish, the agents of the Jin clan spread malicious gossip, alleging that the esteemed lady was afflicted with a loathsome disease, intent on tarnishing her reputation. This prompted the lady to seek retribution, as Yin Qi elaborated. Yet, the general courtesans, wary of their master, dared not take the rumors to heart, save for Qiao Xinjin, who believed them. On the side, Bai Fu applauded in delight, exclaiming that retribution was sweet and suggesting he might hire a few individuals to defile the doorsteps of those scurrilous officials. This would spare them from leading their master to raid the homes of those who criticized them, all the while pouring scorn upon him. Ji Chongqing cast a sidelong glance at him, prompting Bai Fu to immediately stifle his laughter. Master, I speak only in jest. Let it be done repeatedly, Ji Chongqing remarked. So they remain oblivious to the identity of the perpetrator. Bai Fu, puzzled, complied with Ji Chongqing's instructions. The next day, those officials who habitually lodged complaints against Ji Chongqing discovered a large puddle of filth at their doorsteps, initially mistaking it for an unfortunate mishap involving the disposal of night soil. After a few curses, they had their servants clean it up. However, upon encountering the same foul sight the following morning, they realized it was a deliberate act. In sharing their grievances with colleagues, they learned they were not alone in suffering this indignity. Many of their peers, who shared a penchant for criticizing Ji Chongqing, had also been targeted. Their outrage intensified, and they vented their frustrations to the emperor. When the emperor relayed the news to Ji Chongqing, he could only manage a rueful smile. As a man of integrity, I cannot be faulted. Thus, they resort to besmirching my name. Today, they hurl filth at my doorstep, and tomorrow, they may accuse me of pilfering produce from their estates. The emperor erupted into laughter, wiping away tears as he remarked, You have been wronged, my loyal minister. You perform your duties diligently, yet bear the brunt of their slander. This cadre of cantankerous old men vexes me greatly. Were it not for the ancestral edicts left by my forebear, forbidding the execution of officials, I would have long since ordered their heads to roll. Ji Chongqing replied, They are merely fulfilling their responsibilities. I harbor no resentment toward them. The emperor commended him. You possess a noble spirit. As the sovereign and his minister shared a light-hearted discourse, Bai Fu remained perplexed. What is your purpose in this, master? Are you dissatisfied with their insults? At that moment, Shurun, who had just returned from investigating Feng Qingsui's household registration in Wu City, tapped him on the back of the head. Fool. The master finds their insults too repetitive. They incessantly accused him of abusing his authority and conducting ruthless raids, lacking compassion. Without the emperor's endorsement, could he truly have targeted so many? Such accusations, in essence, were no different from denouncing the emperor himself. Only by genuinely assailing him could they alleviate the emperor's burdens. Bai Fu lamented, being a court official is indeed a daunting task. Unbeknownst to Feng Qingsui, she inadvertently inspired Ji Chongqing. After her return from visiting Qiao Xinjin, she pondered how to approach the Rongchang Marquis' estate. Just as she was about to doze off, an unexpected opportunity arose as Princess Shouyang invited her to her birthday banquet. Meticulously, she crafted a batch of facial cream and brought 2 boxes to the celebration. The banquet was an intimate affair, inviting only those in close friendship with Princess Shouyang, totaling 6 tables, one of which included Lady Wei, the wife of the heir to the Rongchang Marquis. Prior to her arrival, Feng Qingsui had inquired with Qi Shi and learned that Lady Wei had been married for 6 years without bearing any children. As Princess Shouyang introduced Feng Qingsui, referring to her as a divine healer, she noticed a flicker of intrigue in Lady Wei's eyes. Therefore, with humility, she replied, Your Highness, you flatter me. I merely possess some insights into dietary regulation, hardly deserving the title of a divine physician. A slender noblewoman then inquired with a smile, If you are well versed in dietary practices, might you enlighten me on how to achieve a more voluptuous figure? I shall assist you after the banquet, Feng Qingsui responded. After the feast, as the guests strolled through the garden of the princess's residence to aid digestion, Feng Qingsui and the noblewoman secluded themselves in a waterside pavilion. After examining her pulse and tongue, Feng Qingsui inquired with a smile, "Madam, you have a penchant for eating fish sashimi or raw marinated dishes, do you not?" The noblewoman expressed her astonishment. "How did you know?" "While fish sashimi and raw marinated dishes are delectable and offer exquisite textures, they can harbor hidden dangers," Feng Qingsui remarked, observing the goldfish gliding gracefully on the water's surface. Fish, shrimp, and snails may contain parasites and eggs that are not easily visible to the naked eye. Once ingested, they may infest the internal organs, even the brain and eyes. The noblewoman's complexion paled instantly. Parasites? You mean creatures like roundworms, hookworms, and pinworms? Surely, I have heard of them. Naturally, she had, and her countenance darkened further. Is it true that I have worms inside me, causing my gradual emaciation? Feng Qingsui nodded. You must have sensed some abnormalities, such as abdominal bloating, pain, or anal itching. With each word she uttered, the noblewoman's face grew increasingly ashen. Fear not. Feng Qingsui reassured her. I shall prescribe a remedy that will expel the parasites. Simply refrain from consuming raw meat henceforth. The noblewoman felt as if she had been granted a reprieve from death. Will it all be expelled? Indeed. That is splendid news. Her expression softened. And after scanning her surroundings, she cautioned, Please do not speak of this to anyone. Rest assured, Feng Qingsui replied, requesting paper and ink from her attendant to write the prescription. The noblewoman tucked it away discreetly and resumed her conversation with other ladies, feigning nonchalance. Madame Wei had been keenly observing the interactions between Feng Qingsui and the noblewoman. Although she knew Feng Qingsui had prescribed for the wife of the Marquis of Anyang, she refrained from approaching her. A single case involving young Master Xian was insufficient to convince her of Feng Qingsui's abilities. Should the wife of the Marquis of Anyang achieve a more voluptuous figure, she mused, glancing down at her own rounded waist, it would not be too late to consult Feng Qingsui. Feng Qingsui remained unhurried. The bait had been cast, and she had no doubt the fish would bite. After spending half a month accompanying Madame Qi in a peaceful routine, Madame Wei indeed sent someone to invite her to the Marquis of Rongchang's residence to appreciate the chrysanthemums. Finally, she stood before the imposing gatehouse of the Marquis of Rongchang. Raising her gaze to the austere, majestic structure, accentuated by the encroaching dark clouds, she lowered her head, suppressing her thoughts, and entered the estate through a side gate, accompanied by Madame Wei's servant. After a prolonged carriage ride of nearly a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the courtyard where Madame Wei awaited. The courtyard was adorned with artificial hills, ponds, small bridges, flowing water, and pavilions. Flower beds and corridors were filled with chrysanthemums of every hue, each vying for attention in a splendid display. Madame Wei was waiting in a small octagonal pavilion at the center of the pond. As Feng Qingsui approached the pavilion with the servant, she gazed at the dark green waters of the pond, lush with aquatic plants on either side of the arched bridge, and a fleeting image of a small, lovely face crossed her mind. Where had Xiao Yu perished in the Marquis of Rongchang's ponds? The wind blew fiercely, yet the pavilion was shielded by screens, and a charcoal stove was set beneath the round table, providing a comforting warmth that dispelled any chill. Wei donned a cross-collared gown, paired with a brocade skirt embellished with intricate floral and avian motifs. Over it, she wore a round-necked satin blouse of green hue, adorned with golden floral patterns, exuding an aura of elegance and opulence. After exchanging pleasantries, she candidly stated, "The wife of Lord Anyang has utilized your prescription, and in a fortnight, she has gained 10 pounds. Can you assist me in shedding 20 pounds in the same span?" The doctor had previously mentioned that her infertility was attributable to her obesity, and that losing weight would facilitate conception. Chapter 14. You seek my demise, I must first take your pulse to ascertain the matter, Feng Qingsui replied. Wei extended her hand for the pulse-taking. After a thorough examination, Feng smiled and said, I can indeed help you lose 20 pounds in half a month, but it will require considerable resolve on your part. Wei had endured 6 years of infertility, and her desperation was palpable. There was no room for hesitation. Impatiently, she urged, Please, proceed. Firstly, from today onward, you must abstain from sugar, including all varieties of candies, sugary pastries, beverages, dishes, as well as all fruits and refined grains. Secondly, regardless of how many meals you had previously, from today, you shall limit yourself to 2 meals a day. Begin each meal with vegetables, followed by protein, and conclude with staple foods. You may consume brown rice, wheat porridge, or tubers, but the portion must not exceed the size of a fist. Note: individual health conditions, metabolic rates, and nutritional needs vary. Please do not mimic fictional characters and dietary habits. Lastly, you must engage in brisk walking for an hour each day. Wei was taken aback, nearly aghast. No sweets, only 2 meals a day, and an hour of walking daily. Are you seeking my demise? Simply prescribe me medicine. I cannot adhere to these stipulations. Feng Qingsui replied calmly. Madam, I can prescribe you medication that will induce a laxative effect for half a month, curtailing your appetite and enabling you to lose 10 to 20 pounds. However, once you cease the medication and revert to your previous dietary habits, the weight will swiftly return. Why engage in futile efforts? You have likely attempted such methods before. Wei admitted, indeed, I have tried. I lost a few pounds only to regain even more. Her brows knitted into a wave of frustration. Is there no remedy that guarantees weight loss without the risk of regaining it? Feng Qingsui responded, there are indeed options. A flicker of hope crossed Wei's face, followed by a sharp glare. Why have you withheld this information? Please allow me to explain fully. Feng chuckled lightly. This cannot truly be classified as medicine. Rather, it is a form of transmutation. If you have encountered individuals afflicted with tumors, you would know that many such growths can lead to weight loss. Of course, some can be fatal. However, we can select those that are less likely to be lethal. Excise a small portion and apply it to your body through an incision. If fortune favors you, you may develop a similar growth. These tumors will voraciously absorb your nutrients, allowing you to consume freely without gaining weight. Wei stammered in disbelief. Is this truly a rational proposal? Who would choose to implant tumors in order to lose weight? You genuinely wish for my demise. Feng Qingsui smiled subtly. I merely wish for you to comprehend that there exists no remedy that allows one to eat without gaining weight. Only ailments that permit such a phenomenon. If you fear your inability to adhere to a diet and exercise regimen, I am more than willing to come and accompany you each day, Feng encouraged. Wei's heart was stirred, yet she hesitated. Will this not take too much of your time? I am but a widow. Aside from mourning, I have little else to occupy my days. After all, it is merely a fortnight. Feng Qingsui exerted some persuasion. You may try it for a few days and assess the results before deciding whether to continue. Ultimately, Wei was swayed. Then I must trouble you, she conceded. Having successfully achieved her objective, Feng Qingsui returned to the Ji residence, her steps noticeably lighter. During dinner with Qi, she shared the news. Mother, starting tomorrow, I shall accompany the wife of the heir to the Rongcheng Marquis in her weight loss endeavors. So I will not be at home during the day. Qi was taken aback. You intend to visit the Rongcheng Marquis' residence daily? Feng Qingsui nodded. Qi's brows furrowed deeply, as if they could crush a fly. The Rongcheng Marquis' residence is hardly a safe place. Mother, I am aware, Feng Qingsui replied with a smile. I shall exercise caution. Is it not possible to remain comfortably at home? Why must you venture into the risks of high society? Qi longed to voice this inquiry. But considering that Feng Qingsui might be deliberately seeking distractions from thoughts of her deceased husband, she refrained from asking. Later that evening, Ji Changqing returned, and she specially summoned him. Mother, in this frigid weather, please do not prepare a late-night snack for me. Rest early from now on. Ji Changqing's presence was heralded by his voice before he even entered the room. Upon entering the hall, he noticed the absence of the usual laid-out meal. Where is my beloved late-night snack? Qi shot him a reproachful glance. Who prepared a late-night snack for you? After so many times of leaving food, how many were not discarded cold? I have not seen you eat any of it. Ji Changqing replied, I did have some soup. He felt it necessary to clarify that he had also enjoyed sweet water, albeit only a sip. They say that with age, one's memory fades. Yet your memory is remarkably sharp. Enough of your excuses, Qi retorted. I called you here to remind you to keep an eye on your sister-in-law. Ji Changqing's face registered surprise. Had his mother finally recognized the issues with Feng? Yet he heard her continue. She claims she will accompany the wife of the Rongcheng Marquis in her weight loss efforts, spending her days at their residence. I fear she may be led astray. Ji Changqing responded. That woman could ensnare others? It is more likely that others would fall into her trap. After visiting the princess of Shouyang for a malady, she lost a skilled midwife. Now she is headed to the Rongcheng Marquis' residence for treatment. Who knows what fate awaits her? Internally, he harbored doubts, yet outwardly, he remained obedient. Mother, do not worry. I will ensure someone is watching her. Only then did Qi feel reassured. As if noticing her son for the first time, she frowned at his thin attire. In such cold weather, why are you not wearing more layers? Mother, my winter garments are somewhat worn. Then you shall acquire new ones. When shall I obtain them? She shot him an exasperated glance. Do you expect me to do it for you? If I were to act, the willows would have already begun to bud. With so many tailor shops in the capital, cannot you go and purchase some? Ji Chongqing sighed deeply. Very well, I shall visit a tailor tomorrow. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned back to her room, retrieving a pair of hand-knit garments. These are made by your sister-in-law. I nearly forgot to bring them to you. Are these made of wool? Ji Chongqing accepted them with surprise. Wool can indeed be spun into thread for clothing. Hugh nodded in agreement. Your sister-in-law mentioned that it was her master who taught her. This woolen garment is far more supple and flexible than one made of fur. It feels as if it is a part of one's very hand. Indeed, it was remarkably agile. JCH and GQing donned the garment, and found that he could even write while wearing it. Who exactly was Feng's master? A flicker of doubt surfaced in his mind. To speak of someone experiencing 2 deaths, and yet possess the knowledge to spin wool and teach Feng medical arts, did not seem characteristic of an ordinary woman. Recalling the information that SHN had brought back from W City, he was reminded that Feng's household registration was indeed authentic. There was genuinely such a person, who had been abducted in her youth and returned seeking her family after the loss of her parents. Yet, he remained skeptical. Who could truly verify that the person who returned was the one listed in the registration? Human memory is often blurred. Even if the neighbors claimed her to be the same individual, it could not be taken as absolute proof. If Feng Qingsui were aware of his thoughts, she might have given him a nod of approval. Having spent 10 years blind, she relied not on appearances, but on vocal tones to recognize others. The day after accompanying W.I. to the RNGCH in Marquiate for her weight loss regimen, she had identified an old acquaintance solely by their voice. Chapter 15. The way of heaven abhors completeness. W.I. was a noblewoman of high standing, and her leisurely walks could only take place within her own estate. The RNGCH in Marquiate occupied an entire street, and to traverse the central architecture required no less than half an hour. To circle it twice would take a full hour. Seizing the opportunity to accompany her, Feng Qingsui gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the layout of the Marquiate. The entire residence faced south, with the ancestral hall, garden, the pine and cypress hall where the matriarch resided, the banquet hall for feasting, and the main courtyard for official receptions forming the central axis, while various courtyards of differing sizes were scattered on either side. The quarters of the RNGCH in Marquis heir and his other sons were situated on the eastern side, while the guest courtyard and the quarters of the Marquis brothers lay to the west. Feng Qingsui had previously wondered why her sister and brother-in-law would bring their child to the birthday celebration of the elderly matriarch, as young ladies who had not yet reached maturity seldom ventured out to meet guests. From W.I., she learned that during the celebration, her father had ingeniously arranged for 100 children to write auspicious characters on the spot to honor the matriarch. W.I.'s father was none other than W.I.B.Q.N., the Minister of Rites, thus making her brother-in-law his subordinate. It was clear that they had brought the child to the banquet at the behest of their superior, as they discussed the children's auspicious writing. Feng Qingsui and W.I. found themselves walking along the corridor on the western side of the banquet hall. Outside the corridor lay a moon-shaped lake, aptly named Moon Lake, spanned by a 9-curved bridge, with the guest courtyard just beyond. W.I. gazed at the lake with a faint sigh. Unfortunately, one mischievous child had slipped away during the banquet to play on the bridge and tragically drowned, nearly marring the celebratory atmosphere. Fortunately, the heir had reacted swiftly, declaring that the heavens abhor completeness and that the fate of the matriarch was destined for longevity. Thus, the child's demise was merely a sign that the matriarch's fortune would endure. After speaking, she pressed her forehead, revealing a moment of uncharacteristic frustration. How did we come to discuss this? Such matters are not to be mentioned in the estate. A shadow flickered across Feng Qingsui's gaze. She understood W.I.'s moment of silence. When one is fatigued, it becomes difficult to restrain one's thoughts from spilling forth. Offering a feigned comfort, she remarked, "You must be tired. Let us sit in the banquet hall for a while before continuing our walk." Wei nodded immediately, expressing the need for a respite, as her legs felt weary and heavy. The western door of the banquet hall stood ajar, and Feng Qingsui assisted her inside. To the north lay the main dining area, flanked by auxiliary halls on either side, while to the south was a stage for performances. On the day of the old matriarch's birthday feast, a staggering 300 tables were set, accompanied by 6 troops of performers and various entertainment bands, creating a spectacle that lasted an entire day and night. Once seated at a tea table in the auxiliary hall, Wei pointed at the stage and remarked to Feng Qingsui, "If only you were here back then, you could have truly enjoyed the festivities." Feng Qingsui gazed at the grand stage, yet her thoughts wandered. Was it here that Xiaoyu penned her words? Xiaoyu's calligraphy was exquisite. Despite her tender age and limited techniques, her composition and layout exhibited an innate brilliance. She even crafted her own unique style of handwriting, charmingly crooked yet versatile, much like her own character. Though she had never seen Xiaoyu in person, only a portrait drawn by her brother-in-law. Her sister remarked that Xiaoyu bore a striking resemblance to her in childhood. Viewing Xiaoyu's likeness felt akin to traversing time and glimpsing her sister anew. Xiaoyu, like her sister, possessed a gentle and amiable nature. "Aunt Sui, mother says you are quite the storyteller. Will you regale me with tales when you arrive in the capital? I have saved up candies for you to enjoy." "Aunt Sui, I hid a red envelope in the clothes mother sent you. Use it to buy some fried rice cakes to eat, for mother said the rice cakes cannot be sent, lest they spoil." "Aunt Sui, when will you return to the capital? If you delay any longer, I might lose a tooth." As memories swirled around her, she nearly missed Wei calling her name. Regaining her focus, she smiled slightly and replied, "What did the lady just say? I was entranced by the murals on the stage. Is that depiction of the goddess Ma Gu presenting longevity?" A hint of pride graced Wei's features as she responded. This was freshly carved before the old matriarch's birthday, painted by His Majesty himself. A glimmer of envy graced Feng Qingsui's face. "A painting by the emperor? Only the esteemed matriarch of your household is fortunate enough to possess such a treasure." Just as Wei was about to speak, voices suddenly emerged from beyond the wall. "In this bitter cold, why have you brought me to the lakeside to catch the wind?" A woman playfully scolded. "Lower your voice. We wouldn't want father to overhear. Did you not wish to eat crabs? I have brought you here to catch some. Someone delivered several baskets to the house yesterday, and we couldn't consume them all, so they are being kept in the lake." "Utter nonsense. Even if there were crabs, would you truly need to fish them out yourself?" The woman retorted. "Oh, but you understand me well. Truth be told, I have recently acquired a rare medicine and wish to experiment with you." "You rogue. Here, with so many passers-by. Are you not concerned someone might overhear? Let us row to the center of the lake, where we shall be undisturbed. You always have your schemes." Their voices gradually faded into the distance, ultimately disappearing altogether. Feng Qingsui felt a sense of disconnection. Due to her childhood inability to see clearly, her hearing had become remarkably acute. While others recognized people by sight, she did so by sound. Despite the significant changes in the woman's voice over the past decade, she recognized it instantly. It was the voice of Chui Quebec. Chui K had spent 2 months at the orphanage with her and her sister, sharing a room. Upon entering the orphanage, Chui K had been particularly attached to her sister, following her everywhere and mimicking her actions, almost like a devoted shadow. Upon learning that Chui K's parents had been murdered by vile individuals, her sister felt immense sympathy, always sharing her treats with her. One day, the matron summoned everyone to the courtyard, announcing that someone had stolen her purse, necessitating an individual search. At that moment, she and her sister, Queek, were indoors. Upon hearing the message, they both made their way outside, with her sister leading the way while she trailed behind. She noticed that Queek paused momentarily before catching up, which sparked her suspicion. Queek had previously attempted to usurp her sister's attention. Like a vigilant creature guarding its territory, she remained alert to Queek's every move. As they exited the house, she began to demand her beloved stuffed rabbit, a gift from her sister, which she had cherished since infancy. Even in its tattered state, she could not bear to part with it. Out of anxiety, she insisted on holding on to her sister's hand, forcing her to retrace her steps. Queek followed closely behind, but she quickly distanced herself from her. Alone, she dashed back into the house, leaping onto the bed shared with her sister. She reached under the pillow and felt something smooth and silk-like, the stolen purse. Queek's earlier pause had been to conceal this ill-gotten item beneath their bedding, attempting to frame them for the theft. Clutching the purse to her chest, she soon found her stuffed rabbit and made her way towards the door. Unaware that her wrongdoing had been discovered, Queek mocked her for still clinging to a toy as if she were a mere infant. She remained silent. During the search, she seized an opportunity to return the purse to Queek. When the matron found it during the search, she punished Queek severely. The following day, her beloved rabbit was missing. After a lengthy search, her sister eventually discovered it in a filthy ditch behind the kitchen, torn to shreds and covered in grime. She confronted Queek, questioning her involvement. Queek, menacingly poking her forehead with her fingernail, retorted that she found the ragged toy too filthy to even step on. Chapter 16. The Thin Horse. I understood that you were seeking revenge. Your attempt to frame me has backfired, and you deserve the consequences. Do not think to place the blame on me or my sister. She brushed Queek's hand aside with an impassive expression. Stay away from my sister and me. Or else what? Queek jeered. You, a blind little girl, think you can challenge me? Be careful not to get bitten by a dog on your way out. Across from the orphanage lived a household with an enormous black dog, taller than most people when standing. Queek had likely heard from someone that she was often chased by this dog. You should be the one to be cautious, she insisted earnestly. The big black dog is quite familiar with me. Queek, of course, did not believe her, as she accompanied her sister outside to sell embroidery. Queek seized the opportunity to trip a servant walking the dog. The black dog, unleashed like a wild stallion, charged towards her. Upon hearing the commotion, she sighed and remained still. The dog lunged towards her, but suddenly halted, extending its long tongue to slather her with drool. This was precisely why she always hurried away when encountering it. Who would want to be drenched in dog saliva? Queek, from across the way, cursed, "Damn dog." In response, she hurled one of her shoes towards the direction of Queek's voice. The dog immediately turned and chased after it. The shoe struck Queek's arm precisely as the dog opened its mouth wide, capturing both her arm and the shoe in its jaws. Chui K narrowly escaped having her arm bitten off and was severely accused by a servant from the opposite side. She deliberately collided with me, causing me to fall. And thus the dog leash slipped from my grasp. She deserved to be bitten by the dog. The steward, already displeased with her for her thievery, decided to confine her to a small dark room for 2 days after hearing the full account, refusing to tend to her injuries. Upon her release, Chui K appeared significantly more delicate and submissive. However, Feng Qingsui, while trying to sleep at night, often felt an eerie presence nearby, akin to a lurking venomous serpent. She sought out the steward and requested that Chui K be moved to another room. The following month passed in tranquility. She and her sister adopted a small kitten. Born to a tabby cat outside, it had 3 siblings, 2 of which succumbed to the cold, leaving only one, which the mother tabby brought into their home. Perhaps because they had fed it a few times, it deemed them worthy to serve as caretakers, or perhaps it was due to the kitten's white fur, making it feel vulnerable to survival in the wild. Feng Qingsui adored this little feline, naming it Xiaobai, carrying it with her wherever she went. Yet, despite all precautions, tragedy struck. Xiaobai was bitten and killed by a venomous snake. It was unclear when the snake had been introduced into their room. It likely had been hibernating, awakening to seek out living creatures, and Xiaobai was the first to encounter it. As it let out a mewl, it was promptly seized by the serpent. Her sister, frightened, quickly pulled her away and grabbed a nearby stool, striking the snake down. The snake lay dead, but Xiaobai succumbed to the poison. Feng Qingsui trembled with rage and went directly to confront Chui K. No one else could harbor such malicious intent. However, the steward informed her that Chui K had just left the orphanage, having been chosen by a family looking to adopt a child several days prior. Who was this adoptive family, and where did they reside? She pressed the steward. The steward merely patted her head and replied, "You know the rules of the orphanage." It was against the regulations for the children to inquire about the whereabouts of those who had been adopted, as there had been past incidents of unadopted children causing disturbances with families who had taken in others. She had no choice but to temporarily set aside her hatred, hoping that one day she would find Chui K and avenge Xiaobai. At that moment, upon hearing Chui K's voice anew, her heart quivered, but she quickly regained her composure. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Did Xiaobai's death have any connection to Chui K? Glancing sideways at Wei Shi, she noticed her tightly gripping a handkerchief, wearing a sullen expression tinged with suppressed fury. Had the crown prince and his favored concubine just passed outside? She inquired nonchalantly. Wei Shi seethed. What concubine? Just a shameless little wretch, flaunting herself in broad daylight, as if she were a gaudy courtesan from the south. A courtesan from the south? Feng Qingsui paused, recalling whispers among the steward and the nurses that Chui K had been adopted by a merchant from the capital who operated a prosperous silk shop. It was said that Chui K, a wicked person, had fortuitously found favor, as the merchant had originally intended to adopt her sister. But her sister insisted on bringing her along, thus leading to the merchant settling for Chui Quebec. The young girl is remarkably adept at masquerading. She spoke to the merchant about the tragic origins of Chui Ke, revealing that her parents were involved in nefarious dealings. Her mother was murdered by her father after eloping with another man, and the father was sentenced to death for his crime. Initially hesitant, the merchant was swayed by the girl's few well-placed words and a few tears, leading him to reconsider his choice. The supervisor, in a fit of anger, proclaimed that the girl would undoubtedly lead to his ruin in the future. The adoption process for orphans at the orphanage is stringently regulated. Prospective guardians must possess a clear background, stable income, and either no children or only one. The orphanage conducts follow-up visits at 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, and annually, transitioning to irregular visits after 2 years until the child reaches adulthood. Given that Chui Ke could easily manipulate her guardian, one wonders why she ended up in such a dire situation. Calm yourself, madam, Feng Qingsui reassured. Anger harms the liver. It is not worth jeopardizing your health over a concubine. After finishing her tea, Wei Shi replied darkly, "You speak the truth. Let us proceed." It seemed as if she had been imbued with newfound strength, striding forward with remarkable speed. Feng Qingsui followed closely, casting a glance towards Moon Lake, where she spotted a slender figure, reminiscent of a delicate willow, being embraced by a man and lifted into a small boat, an image that was perhaps only half the size of Wei Shi. With a slight smile, Feng Qingsui continued on her way. After accompanying Wei Shi, she departed from the Rongchang Marquis' residence and sought out a pawnshop, selecting 2 houses with spacious courtyards to rent. With snow approaching, she prepared to craft a batch of fur and down jackets to send to the orphanage, intending to check on the children there and inquire about Chui Ke's initial guardian. The pawnbroker, eager to please, asked, "Madam, do you require furniture?" "Furniture is unnecessary," Feng Qingsui replied, "but I would like a female steward and a dozen skilled weavers." "A steward?" The pawnbroker furrowed his brow. "That's rather uncommon. Just a few days ago, the Duke of Ning's residence sent us a woman in her 40s, previously responsible for managing the First Lady's dowry shop. She was discovered to be dishonest by the newly returned young lady and was sent to us, with instructions to sell her as far away as possible." Hua Hua chuckled. It's rare to encounter such an honest pawnbroker. Scratching his head with a sheepish grin, the pawnbroker replied, "Well, since they want her sold far away, I'm simply stating the facts." Feng Qingsui, intrigued, asked, "May I meet her?" A former concubine of the late Duke's wife, managing affairs outside, may possess insights into the powerful that even Qi Shi lacks. After all, Qi Shi has just returned to the capital and is still unfamiliar with local gossip. Though puzzled, the pawnbroker led her to the woman. Upon seeing Feng Qingsui, the woman stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, her eyes wide and unblinking. Chapter 17. With her own hands, she seeks the justice she desires. Feng Qingsui found the situation peculiar and inquired with a smile, "Madam, your reaction suggests we may have met before?" The woman immediately lowered her head. "I have not seen you. I heard you were dishonest and sold by your own lady." As Feng Qingsui spoke, she observed the woman's expression closely. The woman tightened her jaw, unconsciously clutching the hem of her skirt, yet after a brief silence, she offered no defense, merely bowing her head further. There must be more to her story, Feng Qingsui surmised. Continuing the inquiry, one asked, "Are you capable of accounting and managing people?" The woman replied, "Indeed, I previously served as a steward in a shop." Feng Qingsui then turned to the broker. "How much is she?" The broker, finally understanding her intent to purchase the woman, shook her head, saying, "Miss Ning has instructed that the sale must be made farther away, not allowed to remain in the capital." Feng Qingsui smiled and replied, "I am from Wuqing. Is that not sufficiently distant?" The broker, taken aback, responded, "You hail from Wuqing?" "Yes." Feng Qingsui nodded slightly. "I have come to the capital on matters of business and shall return to Wuqing upon completion." Selling her to me would not contravene the terms, would it? After a moment's hesitation, the broker nodded. It does indeed comply. Calculating in her mind, she reasoned that since the woman had been sent here for over half a month without encountering any buyers from other regions, selling her to this young lady from Wuqing would satisfy the requirements, even if she might not depart the capital in the immediate future. "Then I shall sell her to you." The broker agreed to the transaction. "However, we currently do not have any women skilled in weaving. Do you wish to purchase or to employ?" "Employ," Feng Qingsui clarified. "Please provide an address, and I shall contact you once I have found someone." She instructed him to find her at the newly rented residence. The broker acknowledged this, and as Feng Qingsui departed with the woman, he added a caution. While you are in the capital, it would be prudent to keep her out of sight. Otherwise, should someone from the Duke's residence encounter her, it may lead to complications. Feng Qingsui assured him, "Rest easy, I shall not cause you any trouble." She brought the woman to the newly rented residence and inquired about her surname. Smiling, she said, "Madame Su, from now on, this place shall be under your management. I intend to establish a wool workshop here, and the house diagonally opposite is also under my lease. I plan to set up a down workshop there as well, which will also fall under your supervision. Do you have trustworthy individuals who can be summoned to assist? Payment will be straightforward." Madame Su replied, "I have 2 or 3 reliable candidates." Feng Qingsui retrieved 300 taels of silver notes from her pouch and handed them to her. "Procure whatever is necessary. I shall require approximately 200 items each of sweaters and down jackets. 20 workers should suffice for each workshop. We will provide breakfast and lunch, necessitating the hiring of 2 cooks, as well as someone to manage purchasing. In the coming days, send people throughout the city to procure wool and duck and goose down. Once the broker finds suitable candidates, we will arrange for cleaning and drying. I will source the tools needed for production from craftsmen and have them delivered later." After listening to her instructions and confirming their accuracy, Madame Su clutched the silver notes and asked, "Madam, are you not concerned about giving me such a large sum of money at once? Do you know to which household I belong?" Feng Qingsui inquired with a smile. Madame Su shook her head. "I am the sister-in-law of Prime Minister Ji." Mentioning the name of Ji Chongqing, Feng Qingsui added, "With the Ningguo Duke's residence behind you and the Prime Minister's residence ahead, do you dare to flee?" Madame Su exclaimed, "Then, are you not a resident of the capital? Why claim to be from Wuqing?" "My ancestral home is Wuqing," she replied. Madame Su was about to ask further questions, but, upon gazing at Feng Qingsui's radiant visage, swallowed her words. Upon returning to her residence, Feng Qingsui began sketching her plans. Spinning thread, weaving sweaters, and crafting down jackets were skills her master had imparted to her during idle moments. The first time she donned a sweater and down jacket to brave the winter's chill, she found the warmth so enveloping that it took some getting used to. During their time at the orphanage, she and her sister donned coats fashioned from willow fluff and reed flowers during the frigid winter months. While the early chills were bearable, the biting cold rendered them nearly ineffective, akin to wearing nothing at all. The superintendent remarked that their circumstances were relatively favorable. After all, impoverished families often slept on straw, wrapped in more straw, in drafty homes where the lack of firewood and coal meant they could scarcely sip hot water, resorting instead to cold. Such reassurances offered her no solace. Each winter felt interminable. Her hands and feet perpetually cracked from the cold, and when the wind howled, it felt as though countless blades were slicing across her skin. Her face bore myriad fine fissures, perpetually flushed, and at times, it would even bleed. At night, her sister would hold her close, shielding her from the frigid gusts that forced their way through the window cracks. Despite their efforts, warmth eluded them, leaving her with lingering ailments that made her monthly tribulations feel akin to enduring a trial. After becoming an apprentice, she sought her master's assistance for her sister, who prescribed a regimen for her recovery, allowing her to leave with peace of mind. In her letters, as she sent sweaters and down jackets to her sister, she lamented, "If only I had encountered my master sooner, we would not have had to suffer the cold." Her sister replied, "In the future, we shall never endure the cold again, and we can help other children avoid it as well." Though her sister aspired to perform charitable deeds, she was an orphan raised in the orphanage, and her brother-in-law's family was of modest means. Having lost her father in childhood and raised by a widowed mother who crafted embroidery for a living, they initially struggled financially, avoiding social engagements with colleagues. It was not until the birth of their child, Xiao Yu, that her brother-in-law was promoted to a position in the Ministry of Rights, which brought an increase in salary, allowing the family a bit more financial freedom. They could afford new clothes for the new year and meat for daily meals. And her sister no longer needed to sell embroidery to supplement their income. Nevertheless, she continued to embroider, saving the proceeds to donate cotton garments to the orphanage. Her brother-in-law wholeheartedly supported her, setting aside part of his salary to contribute alongside her. Since Xiao Yu was born just as winter began, each year on his birthday, they would choose an orphanage to which they could donate, hoping to accrue blessings for their child. Her sister wrote thus in her letters. Yet, Xiao Yu lived but 4 brief years, and her sister's marriage did not end well. Feng Qingsui set down her brush and gazed at the wax plum blossoms on the table. Most of the flowers had already withered and fallen. With only a few lingering on the branches, faintly exuding their delicate fragrance. What is the merit in accumulating blessings and doing good? Heaven has never promised that virtue begets virtue. One must rely solely on oneself to attain what one desires. She would wield her own hands to claim the justice she sought. 3 days later, Granny Su sent word that the tooth shop had found 40 to 50 candidates and invited Feng Qingsui to inspect them. Accompanying her, Feng Qingsui visited the tooth shop to select individuals. These candidates possessed experience in spinning cotton and linen, and adapting to wool was not challenging. After demonstrating twice, they all grasped the technique. Granny Su had already prepared the raw materials: washing and drying tools, bedding, furniture, pots, and stoves. Everything was ready, and the cook had been hired, enabling work to commence immediately upon their arrival. Feng Qingsui praised, "Granny Su, you are truly deserving of your background from the Duke's residence. Your organization is impeccable." Evidently, Granny Su had adjusted her mindset, no longer bowing her head at the mention of the Duke's estate, but instead responding with calmness, "Madam bestows too much praise." Feng Qingsui organized the subsequent matters for Granny Su to oversee, while she continued to assist the wife of the Marquis of Rongchong with her weight loss journey. A new piece of information arrived from the Wei family. Chapter 18. The pressure of marriage following the grand banquet celebrating the longevity of the matriarch of the Rongchong Marquis. The devoted maidservant, Chui Kei, met her untimely demise. This maid, who had previously served the young heir, was remarkably astute and clever. By some cunning means, she had secured the young heir's unwavering loyalty, disregarding his commands in favor of her own. As Weisher spent more time with Feng Qingsui, her grievances multiplied. On one occasion, the heir instructed her to deliver a watermelon, neglecting to mention it was from him. Mistakenly believing it to be a gift from that impudent maid, she, suffering from an upset stomach, carelessly remarked that she had no desire for her inferior watermelon and ordered it returned. This careless utterance led to a scolding from the heir, who chastised her for her disrespect, revealing that the watermelon had been bestowed by the emperor to the empress, who then presented it to the matriarch, who in turn had sent it to the heir. The maid had said nothing, deliberately allowing Wei Shi to misinterpret the situation, thus inciting her disrespect. Had it not been for the impending banquet, which rendered it inappropriate to shed blood within the household, Wei Shi would have certainly reprimanded that maid. However, fate intervened, and just days after the banquet, the maid met her end after consuming poisonous mushrooms. Feng Qingsui expressed her astonishment. Is it possible to find poisonous mushrooms in the marquisate? Could there have been a procurement error? How could a procurement error occur? Wei Shi scoffed. That maid was simply gluttonous. She picked mushrooms that grew in the flower pot, mistaking them for delicacies, and ultimately poisoned herself. Feng Qingsui's eyes glimmered with understanding. Ah, so it was a case of self-inflicted consequences. Indeed, Wei Shi affirmed. Heaven may forgive those who suffer misfortune, but one must bear the consequences of their own actions. As she spoke, she pinched her waist, exclaiming, "I seem to have lost a bit more weight." Feng Qingsui nodded in agreement. "You must have shed 2 or 3 pounds. Do you feel more invigorated these days?" "Absolutely." Wei Shi beamed. "I used to feel so lethargic after every meal, lacking energy throughout the day. Now, I feel so lively that I dare not nap, lest I struggle to fall asleep at night. If you continue to follow my advice, you will become increasingly slender and energetic," Feng Qingsui encouraged. Wei Shi lavished her with praise. Once the fortnight passed, she had lost nearly 20 pounds, yet she remained devoted to her close confidant, Feng Qingsui. "If you are not too busy, would you come and accompany me for a walk each day?" she proposed. "Or I could visit you at the Ji residence." Feng Qingsui readily agreed with a smile. Meanwhile, Ji Chongqing was left in a state of perplexity. What does Feng Shi seek by visiting the Rongchong Marquisate so frequently? He pondered, unable to decipher her intentions. He felt that her thoughts were 100 times more inscrutable than those of the individual seated upon the dragon throne. Perhaps she simply desires friendship, Bai Fu suggested casually. Don't women always need a few close friends? Otherwise, with a multitude of thoughts bottled up inside, it's only a matter of time before something gives. Shiren shot him a disapproving glance. And you understand this? There's not a single woman in our abode. Bai Fu retorted. Instantly, he resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristling with indignation. Just because I don't have a woman in my quarters, does that mean you do in yours? Our master's quarters are still empty. Ji Chongqing rapped the table with his knuckles. What? Am I hindering your prospects of marriage? Bai Fu longed to affirm this, but, upon observing his master's expression, refrained from speaking. Instead, Shuren interjected, "Master, we are in no rush to marry. Perhaps it is you who should consider finding a mistress. Otherwise, on a whim, the sovereign might bestow a marriage upon you. If it aligns with your desires, all is well. However, if it does not, would you not find yourselves a pair of disgruntled partners?" Ji Chongqing furrowed his brow. This indeed poses a dilemma. In the past, he had been compelled to play dual roles, making it difficult to marry. Now that his status is firmly established and life has stabilized, it is indeed time to consider marriage. Yet, the thought of an enigmatic elder sister-in-law in the household dampened his enthusiasm. He resolved to settle matters with the Feng family first. Tianan chose to remain silent. What Ji Chongqing did not anticipate was that on the following day of rest, he would find himself at the dining table with his mother and the Feng family, where his mother broached the subject of his marriage. "Chongqing, do you have a lady in mind? If not, come the new year, I shall arrange for you and your sister-in-law to go out and meet some suitable matches." At that moment, the rice in Ji Chongqing's bowl suddenly lost its appeal. "Mother, I am still young. There is no rush to wed." "No rush. After the new year, you will be 25. Young men of your age already have children attending school." Chi-Chi's expression turned stern. "Previously, your elder brother was away at war, causing delays in marriage. You argued that since your elder brother was unmarried, it was not your time. Now that your sister-in-law is settled, what more is there to discuss?" Ji Chongqing replied, "Mother, we are newcomers here and must take our time to assess the situation. Otherwise, should I marry a troublesome woman, you too would find no peace." Chi-Chi shot a glance at Feng Qingsui. Feng Qingsui readily agreed. "Mother speaks wisely. I shall keep a close eye on the second masteress prospects." Ji Chongqing retorted with a wry smile. "Then I shall trouble my elder sister-in-law." He was curious to see what kind of match Feng Qingsui would find for him. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Qingsui was far too preoccupied to concern herself with his matrimonial affairs. At the workshop, they had completed the knitted sweaters and down jackets just before the first snow, and Feng Qingsui arranged to deliver the clothing to the orphanage where she had once volunteered. The supervisor from her time had long since been transferred elsewhere, and the current supervisor had only arrived the previous year. The caregivers had also changed, and none of the children she had known were still there. Those who had been adopted had found homes, while others had aged out. The supervisor regarded her merely as a benevolent lady eager to do good deeds. "Thank you ever so much. We have been quite worried about winter. Many children do not even have cotton jackets, and you have come to our aid in our time of need." Feng Qingsui smiled and exchanged pleasantries. The supervisor was preoccupied with attending to her, while the caregivers busied themselves dressing the children in sweaters, leaving the accounting room deserted. Quietly, Feng Qingsui slipped away and followed the directions she had been provided to the account room. The adoption and fostering ledgers from previous years were stored there, classified as confidential records belonging to the orphanage, and even donors had no right to access them. Feng Qingsui could not overtly request the adoption information regarding Queek and was left to resort to this underhanded method. Under the supervisor's guidance, she toured the orphanage's dining hall, dormitories, and classrooms, finally arriving at the exhibition hall. All the paintings, embroidery, and wood carvings here are the creations of our children at the orphanage. Those who leave when they come of age have acquired skills sufficient to sustain themselves, the supervisor explained. Feng Qingsui paused before a 3-foot square embroidery. The painting depicts a little girl with squinting eyes, blissfully enjoying rice cakes, her cheeks flushed like they have been dusted with rouge. Yet, she knows that it is not rouge, but rather a result of frostbite. This is a portrait embroidered by her elder sister. Just as the supervisor was about to elaborate, an elderly woman suddenly approached and whispered something in her ear. Instantly, her expression turned tense, and she said to Feng Qingsui, "I apologize. A high official has come to inspect. I must go greet him." With that, she departed briskly with her retinue. Feng Qingsui gazed at the painting for a long while. When footsteps echoed once more, she turned, expecting to see the supervisor, only to be met with an unexpected figure. Chapter 19. A gift to you. Ji Chongqing entered the exhibition hall clad in a crimson official robe embroidered with cranes, standing tall and composed. Upon seeing Feng Qingsui, he offered a slight smile. "I heard from the supervisor that my sister-in-law is here to donate clothing. I thought she had mistaken the person, but it turns out it is indeed you." Feng Qingsui replied, "This fellow has been sending people to follow her. She surely does not believe he is unaware of her visit to the orphanage." She chuckled lightly. "I did not expect that, with your busy schedule, you would take the time to inspect such a modest orphanage." Ji Chongqing discerned the sarcasm in her words and, realizing her misunderstanding, replied with a smile. The Astronomical Bureau has predicted that this year will witness an exceptionally harsh winter, and the Jingzhou Prefecture submitted a request for special funds to support the orphanage through the winter. His Majesty has ordered me to verify this. Otherwise, I would not have made a special trip to the orphanage. Of course, among the numerous orphanages in the capital, his choice to visit this one was indeed influenced by her presence here. Upon hearing the phrase exceptionally harsh winter, Feng Qingsui furrowed her brow. The winter clothing at the orphanage is stuffed with reed fluff and cannot withstand the cold. The supervisor, who had entered behind Ji Chongqing, paused at her words, a smile faltering on her face. Reed fluff? Where did you hear that, madam? The children's winter clothing at our orphanage is made of silk cotton. Feng Qingsui turned to her. The batch of winter clothing made from silk cotton was donated 4 years ago. The newly arrived children do not have any, do they? The supervisor's expression stiffened. She had always been by this lady's side and had not seen her interact with any children. How could she know so much? Could it be that she had inquired beforehand? She retorted, I only transferred here at the end of last year, and I am not well acquainted with the previous circumstances. What you mentioned, madam, I shall verify later. If it truly is as you say, I will certainly report it. Feng Qingsui inquired, which orphanage were you at previously? Over by Qingyun Road. Are the winter clothes there made of silk cotton? Of course, but 3 years ago, a kind-hearted individual also donated a batch of cotton clothing. Feng Qingsui's expression turned frosty. Her sister's benevolence had inadvertently become a cover for these corrupt individuals. Ji Chongqing's demeanor also darkened. Supervisor Feng, please present the financial records of previous years. I must review them. Supervisor Feng's heart raced, and she hurriedly responded, certainly. She thought to herself that fortunately, she had not had time to tamper with the records. If any issues were discovered, they would be attributed to the previous supervisor, not her. However, Ji Chongqing turned to his attendant and commanded, Baifu, go to the other orphanages and collect their financial records. Supervisor Feng's face turned as pale as if it had been washed clean, losing several shades of color. Ji Chongqing seemed oblivious to her transformation, casually remarking, Are you not to introduce the exhibits here? Yes, my lord, replied Feng Yuanzhong, her heart in disarray as she began to explain to Ji Chongqing. His interest in the handicrafts was minimal. He merely glanced at the embroidered picture of a little girl indulging in glutinous rice cakes. Before his arrival, Feng Qingsui had stood before this very artwork. The girl's eating posture was depicted with such vivid charm that it was endearing, albeit a tad too slender. A bit more flesh on her cheeks would enhance her beauty. His expression darkened further. When their clothing was so frugal, how could their nourishment be any better? The orphanage's premises were impeccably tidy. The children's faces bore smiles, and the exhibits showcased the nurturing achievements of the institution, initially appearing vibrant and commendable. Had it not been for Feng Qingsui pointing it out, he might not have discerned the underlying intricacies. How did Feng Qingsui come by this knowledge? According to Yanqi's report, she had neither visited the orphanage nor sent anyone to investigate prior to her contact with them. How could she know so precisely that the children's winter coats had been donated 4 years ago? He turned to look for Feng Qingsui, only to find she had already stepped outside. She had departed when Wu Hua arrived. With the adoption information of Queek now in hand, there was no need for her to linger. Upon reaching the entrance of the orphanage, Wu Hua went to tend to the donkey while she waited in place. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. A boy of 5 or 6, his face marred by burn scars, rushed forward, accompanied by a girl who was a head shorter than him. Madam, thank you for the clothes you sent us. They are very warm, the boy expressed gratefully. We have nothing to repay you with, but this pot of flowers is what my sister and I brought from home. We dug them up during the new year and placed them in water. They will bloom beautifully, and we wish to give it to you. He raised the ceramic pot he cradled. Is this truly for me? Feng Qingsui inquired. This is something you have worked hard to preserve. The boy nodded earnestly. Indeed. The girl echoed his gesture. We have another smaller pot. Feng Qingsui accepted it. Thank you. I shall take good care of them. Just then, Wu Hua arrived with the donkey cart, and Feng Qingsui instructed her to place the flower pot onto the cart, retrieving a box of pine nut candy to offer the 2 children. The children quickly waved their hands. You should keep it. We are not hungry. Feng Qingsui knelt down, pressing the box into the little girl's arms. Take it, but remember to hide it well. Do not let anyone see. The little girl, puzzled, asked, Why should we hide it? Her brother gently patted her head. If someone sees, They will take it away. The little girl's big eyes widened in alarm. Then we will eat it before going inside. Feng Qingsui smiled. Very clever. Just like I used to think as a child. She and her sister would always finish their treats before returning home. After a moment's thought, the brother agreed with his sister's suggestion. As they shared the pine nut candy, Dabin turned his head, sniffing eagerly. Pine nuts were his favorite treat. Feng Qingsui stroked his fur, soothing him. When we return, I shall reward you with some, along with a couple of carrots. Dabin's temper calmed slightly. The long-headed creature nudged against Feng Qingsui. At that moment, the gate across the street swung open, and a large black dog surged forth, racing towards Feng Qingsui. While the attendant behind cried out in alarm, "Ma Bao, stop, stop." The black dog, seemingly oblivious, charged straight for Feng Qingsui. The two children, who were indulging in sweets, were startled, standing frozen like quails. Dabin stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Feng Qingsui. The black dog abruptly halted, veering off course, and leaped onto Feng Qingsui's shoulder. She swiftly turned her head to avoid its large tongue, raising her hand to pat its front leg with a light chuckle. "Get down. You're too heavy." The black dog complied, returning to the ground, gazing up at Feng Qingsui with its tail wagging incessantly. The attendant caught up, retrieving the leash and bowing apologetically. "I am terribly sorry for the disturbance, madam. I shall take it away immediately." With that, he yanked on the leash. "Ma Bao, we're going back to the manor." The black dog remained stubbornly in place. The attendant gritted his teeth and applied more force. The black dog turned its head, seized the leash, and yanked in the opposite direction, toppling the attendant to the ground. Subsequently, it brought the leash back to Feng Qingsui. The attendant was left speechless. Ji Chongqing emerged from the orphanage just in time to witness this scene. A flicker of surprise passing through his mind. This dog seems to be quite familiar with the Feng family. Feng Qingsui barely had time to grasp the leash before Dabin seized the opportunity, clamping down with its rows of white teeth and flinging the black dog aside. It then positioned itself resolutely in front of Feng Qingsui, baring its teeth at the black dog. Attempting to usurp its owner's affection? Not a chance. The black dog, regaining its footing, glared menacingly at Dabin, growling fiercely twice, preparing to pounce. The attendant quickly grasped the leash, securing it around his waist, lying down to apply pressure. "Madam, please leave," he urged Feng Qingsui, gesturing for her to go. "I will hold it back." The black dog glared at him furiously. Amused, Feng Qingsui caught sight of Ji Chongqing out of the corner of her eye and asked Wu Hua, "Did you bring any jerky?" Wu Hua nodded, retrieving 2 pieces from the carriage. Feng Qingsui offered 1 piece to the black dog, which devoured it in 2 bites, gazing longingly at the remaining piece in her hand. After she fed it the second piece, she clapped her hands. "All right, that's enough. You needn't cling to me anymore." The black dog whimpered in disappointment. It was not merely after the food. Feng Qingsui recognized that it had identified her, yet she could not acknowledge it. With a heavy heart, she boarded the donkey cart. Wu Hua promptly folded up the footrest and drove away. "Goodbye, madam." The 2 children chased after Feng Qingsui's cart for a few paces before halting. The black dog tried to follow, but the attendant held onto the leash tightly, dragging it back. Infuriated, it turned around and barked loudly. The attendant, unaware that Feng Qingsui was the little girl the black dog had once adored, lamented as he saw it throwing a tantrum. "Ma Bao, why are you acting up again?" Fortunately, the madam was not frightened by you. Otherwise, if I report this to the master, you can forget about ever going out again. He forcibly pulled the black dog back towards the opposite mansion. Ji Chongqing set aside the guards and stepped forward to inquire, "Are you from the manor across the street?" The servant, upon seeing him adorned in the attire of a first-rank official, dared not to be negligent and respectfully replied, "Indeed, my lord." "How long has this dog been kept?" "Almost 10 years. Has that lady from earlier visited your estate?" The servant quickly shook his head. "She has not come here. It is also my first time seeing her." Ji Chongqing did not press further. On his way back to the official office, he perused the ledger of the orphanage, his thoughts drifting unknowingly. Feng's familiarity with the orphanage was remarkable. The dog belonging to the family across the street seemed to have some connection with her, and her command of the official language was quite proficient, unlike that of someone native to Wuqing. Could it be that she originally hailed from the capital and lived near this orphanage, or was even an orphan child taken in by it? Suddenly, he raised his head and instructed the coachman, "Return to the orphanage." After sending off Ji Chongqing, the director of the orphanage let out a long sigh, boiled a pot of water, and prepared to brew some tea to calm his nerves. Unexpectedly, before he could take a sip, Ji Chongqing made a sudden return. The adoption ledger? His complexion paled even more than when Ji Chongqing had previously requested the financial records from various orphanages. Why does the Lord wish to see this all of a sudden? Ji Chongqing replied coolly, "This is not a matter for you to inquire about." The director felt a weight in his heart and strove to maintain his composure. The new children have yet to be registered. Perhaps it would be better to wait until everything is sorted out and send it to the Lord tomorrow. No need. I shall review the existing records. Ji Chongqing stated indifferently. The director had no choice but to bring forth the ledger. After confirming that the records of adoptions over the years were all present, Ji Chongqing returned to the carriage. He began to flip through the ledgers starting from 20 years ago, continuing until the current year. Given Feng Qingsui's age, she could only fall within this range. Yet, the name Feng Qingsui did not appear in the records. Perhaps she had changed her name or was using an alias. He pondered. However, her surname might still be intact. So, he flipped through again, searching for children with the surname Feng, identifying 11 girls of suitable age. He then instructed Shuren, investigate the current circumstances of these 11 adopted children. Shuren acknowledged the command. At the same time, Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua arrived at Wuliuxiang. This was a tranquil alley, lined with 3 entry courtyards, with the entrances meticulously cleaned and adorned with vibrant chrysanthemums. Upon reaching the residence marked Ding, she halted, lifting her gaze to the plaque that read Li Residence. A hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. The family that adopted Queek bore the surname Wu. Why then were the Li family residing here? Wu Hua stepped forward to knock on the door. The main gate creaked open, revealing a wrinkled old face, which regarded the two with curiosity. Before he could inquire, Feng Qingsui spoke. Is this the home of Master Wu Yuanqing? We wish to discuss a silk transaction with him. The old doorkeeper gestured upward. There is no Master Wu here, only Master Li. Has Master Wu moved away? He left 3 years ago. Feng Qingsui inquired further and learned that 3 years prior, Wu Yuanqing had received a substantial order, but an unforeseen mishap led to a total loss, resulting in the sale of both his shop and residence, and the family relocating to the outskirts. The capital had undergone expansion a century ago. With the palace at its center, the area prior to expansion referred to as the inner city, and the area post-expansion known as the outer city. The powerful and most official institutions reside in the inner city, while the outer city is predominantly inhabited by common folk, with a small fraction comprising low-ranking officials. Locating Wu Yuanqing's family within the vast expanse of the outer city proves to be a formidable task. Fortunately, one of their inquiries led them to an acquaintance who still maintained contact with the Wu family and was aware of their new address. The two women made their way and found Wu Yuanqing at the entrance of a thatched hut in the eastern outer city. What brings you here? Wu Yuanqing queried languidly, reclining on a dilapidated bamboo bed. He appeared emaciated, hardly reminiscent of the opulent silk merchant he once was. His wife was nearby, preparing millet cakes over a fire that emitted thick, acrid smoke due to the damp kindling. Tears streamed down her face as she snapped at her daughter, who was curiously observing the visitors. Quick, fetch the fan. The little girl, merely 5 or 6 years old, with 2 loosely tied buns atop her head, had a gaunt and sallow complexion. Upon hearing her mother's command, she hurried into the house to retrieve the fan. Feng Qingsui briefly glanced at the scene before redirecting her attention to Wu Yuanqing, saying, I would like to inquire about Queek. Wu Yuanqing was taken aback. Who is Queek? The child you adopted. She was known as Queek at the orphanage, Feng Qingsui replied. Wu Yuanqing's expression shifted. Are you from the orphanage? Didn't Tiwi report to you 9 years ago? She passed away. Feng Qingsui, aware from Wu Hua that Queek had been officially recorded as deceased, with the ledger stating that she succumbed to chickenpox in the 3rd year of her adoption, knew this was not the truth. She glanced past Wu Yuanqing toward the pot of millet cakes and softly asserted, I have seen her. She is still alive. Wu Yuanqing's countenance paled. The woman tending the fire also turned ashen, gripping the fan tightly. Her teeth clenched as she exclaimed, I knew it. That little wretch is surely still alive. She must be the cause of all this. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Yuanqing interrupted his wife's outburst. That child has long been dead. How could she be the cause of anything? He then addressed Feng Qingsui. People can bear a resemblance. You may have mistaken her for someone else. Feng Qingsui perceived his apprehension and replied with a smile. We are not from the orphanage. In fact, we have had our share of conflicts with Queek. Our visit is to gather information. You may not be aware, but she has become the confidant of the heir to the marquis. Son, Wu Yuanqing's wife inquired eagerly. Which marquis is it? Is it the Marquis of Rongchang? Feng Qingsui nodded. I knew it was her doing. Sun slammed her hand on the armrest of the bamboo bed. Isn't it the very deal that led to our ruin, initiated by the steward of the Marquis of Rongchang? That little wretch is seeking revenge on us. Back then, when I suggested eliminating her, you insisted on sparing her life. And now, look how it has turned out. She has climbed the social ladder and can easily endanger our family. Wu Yuanqing's expression grew increasingly grim. He closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them to fixate intently on Feng Qingsui. Do you truly have a grievance with her? Feng Qingsui retorted, with her temperament. Can she truly avoid conflict with anyone? Wu Yuanqing let out a bitter smile, acknowledging her point. He gazed into the distance and slowly remarked, previously, aside from my wife, I had 4 concubines, yet none bore me children. Friends advised me to adopt a child from the orphanage, claiming it would bring good fortune and blessings. I adopted the little girl you mentioned, naming her Jinjin, and treated her as my own daughter. Not long after, one of my concubines indeed became pregnant. Overjoyed, I hosted a banquet to express my gratitude to friends. However, the next day, the pregnant concubine slipped on spilled oil and tragically lost the child. I was disheartened for a time until I received another piece of good news. Another concubine was also expecting. This time, I refrained from boasting and encouraged her to take care of herself. Alas, she succumbed to cravings and indulged in sour plum sauce, which led to an illness and a miscarriage. Months later, my wife also became pregnant, taking great care in her diet and attire, and the pregnancy seemed stable. Yet, nearly 7 months in, while resting in the garden pavilion, a black cat intruded, swiping at her abdomen. Startled, she fell to the ground, her amniotic fluid ruptured, and she delivered prematurely. The child survived only a few hours. My wife had longed for a child, and this blow left her deeply despondent. One day, upon hearing the gatekeeper mention that the young lady had ceased feeding the cats, she realized that Jinjin had been frequently feeding the stray cats, including the very black cat that had startled her. Suspicion arose in her heart, leading her to believe that Jinjin was somehow responsible for the premature birth and the miscarriages of the 2 concubines. I felt she was overthinking, as Jinjin was merely a child of several years. How could she be capable of such malice? Yet, my wife was resolute in finding evidence. She instructed one concubine to feign pregnancy and secretly monitored Jinjin. It soon became apparent that Jinjin had grown close to the concubine who had miscarried after consuming sour plum sauce. This concubine then seized an opportunity to deliberately trip the pretender. When questioned, she admitted that Jinjin had encouraged her to take action, while Jinjin denied any wrongdoing, claiming she was being slandered. My wife, enraged, deprived her of food for several days, only to be threatened in return. The concubine warned that if she were to mysteriously die in the household, the truth would be revealed to the orphanage, which would surely inform the authorities. The household was in turmoil, and I contemplated sending her back to the orphanage, but she refused. At that time, she was 9 years old, and according to the law, returning an adopted child who had reached the age of 8 required consent from both the orphanage and the child. Unable to swallow her pride, my wife sold the maidservant who attended to Jinjin, giving her only scraps to eat and confining her to her room in an attempt to force Jinjin to leave willingly. To my astonishment, when the orphanage conducted a follow-up visit, Jinjin claimed that my wife was envious of her beauty, distorting our father-daughter bond and deliberately mistreating her. The orphanage believed her, warning my wife not to repeat such behavior or face legal consequences. My wife was furious, wishing to abduct Jinjin. Shortly thereafter, an outbreak of smallpox swept through the capital, prompting many families to flee to less populated areas to avoid the illness. I had a villa on the outskirts of the city, and my entire family relocated there. Just a few days into our stay, I discovered a venomous snake beneath the bed. It was the height of summer, and they all slept with the windows open. It was not unusual for snakes to wander into the countryside. He had long considered this matter, scattering snake repellent around the house, a concoction he had acquired from an old physician, which had proven effective on numerous occasions. How could it suddenly become ineffective? An unsettling thought of Jinjin crossed his mind. If he and his wife were to perish from a snake bite, Jinjin would become the sole inheritor of their wealth. She was fully aware of the animosity she had stirred within them, realizing that staying would yield her no benefits, yet she remained. Could it be that she harbored intentions of orchestrating their demise to claim their estate? This notion sent a chill down his spine. Fearing any disturbance might alert the snake, he discreetly dealt with the venomous creature and had fine mesh screens installed to prevent any further intrusion of serpents or insects. During the Ghost Festival, after honoring their ancestors with offerings and hosting a family feast, they indulged in copious amounts of wine, becoming thoroughly intoxicated. He feigned drunkenness, allowing servants to assist him back to his room, as if he had completely forgotten the fireworks and incense left piled in a corner of the hall. Once the door was shut, no one knew that he arose from his bed, lifted the screen, and leapt from the window, making his way around to climb a large tree outside, observing the courtyard's activity. When all had settled down, a slender figure cautiously opened the door to her room. Peering around, finding no one, she proceeded to the hall, retrieved a rope from her bosom, tying one end to the fireworks while leading the other to the entrance of the hall. Then she produced a match and ignited the rope, before hastily retreating to the courtyard, unfastening the door latch. Standing outside, she quietly watched the rope burn shorter and shorter, a triumphant smile creeping across her lips. "Do you intend to blow us up?" he calmly inquired as he descended from the tree and approached her. Jinjin turned abruptly, her face a mask of disbelief. "Unfortunately, you will not succeed. There is no gunpowder in those fireworks." Her expression froze for a moment before she turned to flee, but barely a few meters into her escape, she was intercepted by Shuangto and others. Tears streamed down her face. "If it weren't for my mother's jealousy, slandering me for harming my father's lineage, imprisoning and abusing me, I would not have gone astray. When you brought me back, you promised to treat me as your own daughter. How can you trust my mother over me? I am your fortune. Is it not because you adopted me that she and the concubines became pregnant?" It was the mention of fortune that spared her life. Instead, he sold her to southern bandits who trafficked young girls and procured the corpse of a girl who had died of smallpox to impersonate her, thus appeasing the authorities and the orphanage. Chapter 22. Those who follow her suffer, those who oppose her perish. I thought she would perish at the hands of those bandits. But unexpectedly, Wu Yuanqing sighed deeply, his face etched with regret. Sun Shi scoffed. "What use is it to regret now? You ignored my advice to root out the problem, and you disregarded my suggestion to collect a deposit. You deserve to be taken advantage of." "What was the deposit about?" Feng Qingsui inquired. "Initially, a man claiming to be the steward of the Rongchang Marquisate approached me to place a large order for shoe brocade. Yet he did not provide a single coin as a deposit. I found this suspicious and advised him to secure a deposit." Sun Shi vented the pent-up frustration she had long harbored. He visited the residence of the Rongchang Marquis and returned to inform me that there was no precedent for advance payments. All settlements were conducted quarterly. The goods had yet to be delivered, making it impossible for him to receive any payment. Our shop did not possess sufficient shoe brocade, and procuring inventory required a substantial sum of silver. Lacking adequate funds, he sought a loan from a moneylender, who refused, prompting him to resort to a usurer. I sensed the risks were too great and advised him to abandon the venture, but he laughed at my timidity, asserting that without taking risks, one could not amass great wealth. Ultimately, he purchased the shoe brocade, only for the Rongchang Marquis' residence to deny any agreement, claiming he had never placed an order. When he produced the contract, they dismissed it as a forgery, stating that the signatory was not an official representative of the estate and that he had been deceived. He was left dumbfounded. During his visit, he had been welcomed into the estate and treated with utmost respect by the servants. How could they suddenly label him a fool? He dared not report the matter to the authorities, swallowed his grievances, and planned to sell the brocade gradually to repay his debts. Unfortunately, a fire consumed the shop, incinerating all inventory, and the lenders came to demand repayment, forcing him to sell his home, shop, and estate. In his attempts to rise again, he found himself devoid of capital, struggling to make ends meet, and ultimately resorted to carrying burdens, leading to a painful back injury. Now, he relies solely on my assistance in laundering clothes for a living. Feng Qingsui, upon hearing this, offered the couple a piece of advice. It would be wise for them to leave the capital at once. Wu Yuanqing managed a bitter smile, lamenting that he was on the brink of becoming a beggar and hoping she would finally relent. Feng Qingsui replied coolly, having sold her to bandits. "Do you truly believe she would spare your daughter, given her nature?" A flicker of panic crossed Wu Yuanqing's face. She wouldn't be so deranged, would she? His tone betrayed a lack of conviction, as he doubted his own words. Feng Qingsui chose to remain cryptic. Cui Ke was a woman with a heart as venomous as a serpent, harboring malice within. Those who aligned with her were harmed, while those who opposed her faced ruin. Prior to the incident with the stolen purse, Wu Yuanqing's sister had cared for her deeply, yet Shui Ke bore no gratitude before being adopted. She even attempted to introduce snakes into their quarters. Having adopted her only to sell her, how could she possibly stop at merely rendering them destitute? Surely, she would seek their utter destruction. With that thought, a shadow of gloom passed through Feng Qingsui's eyes. The downfall of Wu Yuanqing's sister's family began with the drowning incident at the Rongchang Marquis estate. Xiao Yu had always been drawn to water and, at just 1 year old, learned to swim under her brother-in-law's guidance, reportedly capable of swimming for half an hour by the age of 3. Even if she had accidentally fallen into the lake, she would have been able to swim to safety. Hypothetically speaking, if she had been unable to rescue herself. With so many servants present at the banquet, would they not have been able to assist a child in distress at the lakeside? That night, the moon lake was even adorned with fireworks. Xiao Yu's death was undoubtedly a result of foul play, and it was highly plausible that Shui Ke was behind it. Yet, as an inconsequential concubine, Shui Ke should not have had the opportunity to attend the birthday celebration. How could she have orchestrated such an act against Xiao Yu while remaining in the confines of the Rongchang Marquis estate? And why specifically target the old lady's birthday banquet? Was this a premeditated scheme or a spur-of-the-moment decision? Wu Hua drove the donkey cart back to Jifu. While Feng Qingsui was still contemplating these matters, she disembarked from the cart and failed to respond when someone called her name. It was only when she spotted Ji Chongqing, standing tall like a pine tree, that a flicker of surprise crossed her face. "What did you just call out, second master?" she inquired. "I was composing poetry. The moon carries the pure frost, the wind follows the gentle waves," Ji Chongqing replied, his gaze briefly dancing across Feng Qingsui's face. She glanced at the clear moon hanging delicately among the treetops and nodded, a rather fitting poem for the evening. "Second master, please enjoy the moon at your leisure. I shall return to the courtyard for my meal." With that, she departed with Wu Hua, leaving Ji Chongqing standing still, watching her vanish around the corner of the corridor. He recalled the 11 Feng girls he had asked Shi and to investigate, for were still in their families, well cared for, while 6 had already married. Among them was one whose husband was none other than Jiang Jiyan, the former vice minister of rights. There was also a girl named Feng Sui, who had been adopted by Jiang Jiyan and his wife, but whose whereabouts were currently unknown. His intuition whispered that Feng Qingsui was indeed Feng Sui. However, according to the records of the orphanage, Feng Sui was congenitally blind and unable to see, which was precisely why the orphanage had made an exception to allow Feng Shi and Jiang Jiyan to adopt her. Other prospective adopters had immediately declined upon learning that Feng Sui was blind and that her previous adoptive couple had both tragically passed away. Feng Shi had continuously refused other adoptions in order to care for her. Yet, Feng Qingsui's eyes were perfectly functional, posing no issue whatsoever. Ji Chongqing had heard whispers regarding the Jiang family's demise, aware that their deaths bore an air of mystery. Jiang Jian had been imprisoned for grave disrespect and subsequently branded a suicide due to guilt, leaving no one inclined to investigate the deaths of his family further. He was not the magistrate of Jingzhou. Such matters did not fall under his jurisdiction, and thus he dismissed them from his mind. If anyone were to care about the Jiang family's fate, it would likely be Feng Sui, who was not listed among the deceased. After being adopted by the Jiang family, Feng Sui had vanished within a month, and the orphanage's follow-up visits had been handled solely by Feng Shi. This was, of course, irregular. However, Jiang Jiyan, having achieved the status of a top scholar, had used his political standing to assure the orphanage of Feng Sui's safety. The orphanage, swayed by his influence, chose not to pursue the matter further. Ji Chongqing speculated that Feng Sui had likely been sent away to receive treatment for her eye condition, which would explain her absence. This theory clarified why Feng Sui was blind, while Feng Qingsui was not. After returning to the estate, he deliberately waited outside the stable until Feng Qingsui alighted from her carriage. He unexpectedly called out Feng Sui, carefully observing her reaction. To his astonishment, Feng Qingsui showed no response to the name, her expression not betraying any pretense. Was her acting simply too convincing, or had he misjudged? That night, Yan Shi reported to him that after leaving the orphanage, Feng Qingsui sought out a former silk merchant named Wu Yuanqing. What business could she have with him? Ji Chongqing inquired. Yan Shi bowed his head. I was intercepted by that greedy girl, and from a distance, I could not clearly hear their conversation. Ji Changqing was about to scold him for his uselessness when he suddenly recalled having seen the name Wu Yuanqing somewhere before. After pondering for a moment, he remembered. Chapter 23. The Beast Duel. As he flipped through the account books and found Wu Yuanqing's name, Ji Changqing's conjectures regarding Feng Qingsui's identity began to waver. Wu Yuanqing is the adoptive guardian of a girl named Queek. Queek, who is the same age as Feng Shui, tragically succumbed to an untreatable case of smallpox in the 3rd year after her adoption. The account book included the coroner's report regarding Queek's autopsy. However, Ji Changqing, having served as a local official, understood the extent to which such records could be manipulated and thus refrained from accepting them as factual. Tomorrow, investigate Wu Yuanqing and the child he adopted back then, he instructed Shuren nodded in agreement. Understood. The following day, after the court session, Shuren relayed the findings, adding, the Wu family departed the city early this morning with all their belongings, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Ji Changqing remarked, quite swift indeed. Just as my inquiries commenced, Feng Qingsui has already relocated the relevant individuals. He pondered, is she Queek or Feng Shui? Recalling the medicinal texts, which described Queek as bitter, cold in nature, and highly toxic, capable of exterminating pests, alongside the mysterious demise of Dr. Sun from Ping'an Hall, Ji Changqing found the name rather fitting. As Feng Qingsui stepped into the courtyard where the heir of the Rongchang Marquis resided, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, causing her to halt momentarily. Who is it, lurking behind me? She wondered. At that moment, Wu Hua tugged at her sleeve, and upon her glance, gestured forward. Approaching in the corridor were 2 men. One tall and one short. The taller was none other than Han Ruishuan, the heir of the Rongchang Marquis, while the shorter was recognized as Queek in disguise. She swiftly turned her steps, leading Wu Hua toward a nearby pavilion. Surrounding the pavilion were dense bamboo thickets, effectively concealing their figures. As the two passed by, Queek playfully chided, "My lord, if you lose this time, you must bring me the pet you mentioned." Han Ruishuan clicked his tongue. What sort of talk is this? I merely heard you mention how formidable the new combat slaves are, winning several matches, and I couldn't help but worry for the undefeated general, Queek replied. Do you think the undefeated general is called so for nothing? He has never lost. Very well, perhaps I was overly concerned. Just focus on the match, she concluded. Once the two exited the courtyard, Feng Qingsui exchanged a glance with Wu Hua, who nodded and made her way toward the entrance. Feng Qingsui proceeded to meet with Wei Shi. My maid suddenly fell ill, so I sent her home, she explained. Wei Shi, absorbed in her reflection, paid little heed. Do you see how much more defined my jawline has become? Feng Qingsui nodded. You had a slight double chin before, but now it has completely vanished, making your face appear much smaller. Wei Shi smiled momentarily, only to sigh again, yet it remains a round face, incomparable to others' oval faces. Peonies need not compete with 100 flowers, Feng Qingsui reassured her. Your face is naturally suited for the primary wife. Wei Shi beamed once more. You truly know how to flatter. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Qingsui inquired. Earlier, I saw the heir and a slender man leaving the courtyard and was startled into hiding. Is this not the inner courtyard? How can other men come and go? Wei Shi's round face instantly darkened. Men should not be allowed entry, she retorted grimly. It was that little wretch dressed as a man again, not for the first time. Previously, during the old madame's birthday, she also disguised herself as a servant and followed behind men, displaying no decorum whatsoever. Understanding dawned upon Feng Qingsui as she lowered her gaze. On the day of the banquet, Cui Ke disguised herself as a man and accompanied the heir of the Rongchang Marquis. It is no wonder you have a headache. Feng Qingsui smiled faintly. She was indeed excessively favored. She was a true enchantress. Wei Shi cursed a few times before displaying a hint of smugness. Fortunately, upon meeting her for the first time, I recognized her as a seductress, and I had added a sterility drug to her contraceptive potion. No matter how bewitching she may be, without offspring, she cannot stir up any trouble, Feng Qingsui remarked. No wonder Han Ruishuan has so many women in his courtyard, yet no heirs. Wei Shi suddenly recalled something and leaned in, asking, Do you truly intend to remain devoted to Ji Changfeng for a lifetime? Feng Qingsui nodded slightly. Without even a child, how difficult it must be, Wei Shi sighed deeply. It would be best to adopt one from the family, so that in old age, there is someone by your side, providing some semblance of companionship. By the way, has there been any news regarding the marriage of the Chancellor Ji? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingsui realized she had intentions regarding Ji Changqing's marriage. Not yet. It should be settled soon. Later, during their stroll, Wei Shi spoke of her younger sisters, particularly highlighting Miss Han San. Third sister and the current crown princess are known as the twin beauties of the capital. Both are stunning and accomplished, excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The largest women's poetry society in the capital was established by third sister. She is determined to find a remarkable partner, yet at her blossoming age. She remains unbetrothed. It seems that none of the talented men in the capital have captured Miss San's eye. Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. Indeed, Wei Shi agreed. She looks down upon those who rely on ancestral fortune and has no interest in those of lower rank. She seeks someone youthful yet powerful and handsome as Panin. How many such individuals can be found in Qigua? Feng Qingsui replied. Isn't it a coincidence? The Ji residence has one. She did not engage with Wei Shi's comment further, but stated, with third Mrs. background, she ought to be discerning in her choice. Wei Shi studied her intently. When the 9 lotus lanterns in third sister's courtyard bloom, I shall take you to enjoy some tea. The flowers come in several colors, purple, pink, and green, spectacularly beautiful. A tribute from Hushi to Her Majesty, bestowed upon her. You won't find such flowers elsewhere. Feng Qingsui agreed. She returned to the Ji residence in her own carriage, where Wu Hua awaited her at Palangxian. They proceeded to Paiyun Tower. Wu Hua, with a stern expression, remarked, there is an underground beast-fighting arena there, where Han Shitzi is a frequent visitor. They set up betting pools, pitting men against dogs. Whoever's dog kills a man wins. Did Han Shitzi win just now? No. Feng Qingsui replied. The contestant today was a foreign youth, seemingly purchased from the border, possibly a Shirong person who managed to turn the dogs against their handlers. Feng Qingsui recalled Chui Kei's words to Han Ruishuan about seeking the dog she mentioned should he lose, and the image of the large black dog flashed through her mind. The large black dog had once bitten Chui Kei, and knowing her vengeful nature, she would never let it go. Previously, when she saw the large black dog unharmed at the orphanage, she thought Chui Kei had forgotten about it. It turned out she had been waiting for this moment. She instructed Wu Hua, go and keep an eye on the large black dog. If someone comes to capture it, intervene. For how long? Let it be for 5 or 6 days. And what about you? There are other maidservants at Palangxian. If I step out, there will be Ji Chongqing's people following. Ji Chongqing interjected, is my shadow guard meant to be used in this way? Wu Hua complied with the instructions. The following day, Feng Qingsui was about to set out with the maidservant from the Ji residence when Wu Hua hurriedly returned, exclaiming that the big black dog had been taken away. Chapter 24. Hostage. It turned out that the dog's owner had passed away earlier in the year, entrusting the canine to his son, a man of little substance who squandered his inheritance on debauchery, having already wasted away most of the family fortune in less than a year. Han Ruishuan had sent someone to purchase the dog at a high price, and without a moment's hesitation, the wastrel sold it. As this was a legitimate transaction, Wu Hua could not intervene. The big black dog had been taken to the Paiyun Tower, leaving Wu Hua in a state of discontent. Is there a beast-fighting event at Paiyun Tower today? Feng Qingsui inquired. No, it is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, Wu Hua replied. Go to Paiyun Tower and keep an eye on the big black dog. Also, try to ascertain their defenses, Feng Qingsui instructed. Having made the necessary arrangements, she proceeded to accompany Madame Wei for a stroll in the Rongchong Marquis' residence. After their walk, she informed Madame Wei, there are matters to attend to at the residence tomorrow, so I shall not be coming. Madame Wei nodded in agreement. That night, Wu Hua returned to the Ji residence and shared insights about the layout and defenses of Paiyun Tower with Feng Qingsui. After pondering for a moment, Feng Qingsui handed her 2 packets of medicine. If Queek comes tomorrow, slip this white paper-wrapped medicine into her tea or wine, and feed the yellow paper-wrapped one to the big black dog. Understood. The following day, half an hour before the beast fighting began, she drove alone to a nearby alleyway adjacent to Paiyun Tower, disguised as a plain-featured man, and proceeded towards the establishment. Paiyun Tower was among the most renowned taverns in the capital, bustling with patrons enjoying various performances from morning until night. One could sit for hours with a pot of tea and a couple of snacks, making it perpetually lively and boisterous. Feng Qingsui casually informed the waiting attendant at the entrance that she was there to find someone, then proceeded inside without drawing any attention. The purification room was located at the far end of the hall, and she walked directly to it, following the clues provided by Wu Hua to locate a hidden door. Open the mechanism and descend the stairs. The beast fighting arena lay directly beneath the hall, featuring a circular iron cage approximately 30 feet in diameter and 6 feet high, elevated about 3 feet above the ground. Surrounding it was a series of steps lined with rows of couches. The attendants were busy arranging refreshments such as tea, wine, snacks, and marinated meats on the tables. After observing for a moment, Feng Qingsui quietly made her way toward the purification room of the arena. Soon, gamblers began arriving in succession. Queek and Han Ruishuan arrived neither too early nor too late, settling into the reserved couches. The attendant promptly served them wine. "Please brew me a pot of tea," Queek languidly requested. Han Ruishuan leaned closer and asked, "Why aren't you drinking today?" Queek shot him a glance, annoyed, as if you didn't know. With her current condition causing her mild discomfort, she dared not indulge in alcohol. Madame Wei's dowry seems to contain many medicinal pills. "Perhaps I shall inquire about something for this and procure some for you." Han Ruishuan replied affectionately. "You need not trouble yourself for her possessions." Queek retorted, "Who would want her things? Consuming them might very well cost me my life." Her life had been relatively peaceful until she entered the Rongchang Marquis's residence and drank a cup of tea from Madame Wei, after which her tranquility was shattered. Despite receiving constant favor over the past few years, she had yet to conceive. This grievance, she vowed, would eventually be repaid to Madame Wei. Han Ruishuan smiled lightly, stating, "If you choose not to eat, so be it. I shall summon an imperial physician for you." Chui Ke remained noncommittal. After taking a sip of the tea prepared by the attendant, she leaned against the cushion, gazing at the desolate octagonal cage. Contemplating how that large black dog would soon meet its demise, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her lips. In the next moment, a sharp pain twisted in her abdomen. Her expression darkened. Hastily bidding Han Ruishuan farewell, she strode towards the cleansing room. After relieving herself, she approached the washstand. And just as she grasped the soap, she caught a glimpse of an additional figure in the mirror, a woman of surpassing beauty, clad in male attire. A shadow flickered in her eyes. Quietly, her right foot extended backward, attempting to trip her adversary. Unexpectedly, the other party reached out, deftly positioning a thin blade against her throat. "Do not scream, or you shall lose your life instantly," the assailant warned in a lowered voice. The cold steel pressed against her neck sent shivers down Chui Ke's spine, rendering her immobile. "I am the favored concubine of the heir to the Rongchang Marquis. His hidden guards are outside. Should you kill me, escape from here will be impossible," she asserted, striving to maintain her composure. The assailant, one hand wielding the knife and the other gripping her waist, forced her to retreat. They reached the innermost door of the cleansing room, where the assailant pushed her inside and secured the door behind them. There was a staircase leading downward, revealing a hidden passage within the cleansing room. "Descend," the assailant commanded. She lifted her foot to step down. However, with a slight delay, the knife's edge pressed harder against her neck, urging her to quicken her pace. The stench in the chamber below was overwhelming, nearly inducing her to retch. It became apparent that this was a storage room for filth. Just as she halted, the assailant delivered a kick to her knee, sending her sprawling to the ground, and swiftly bound her hands and feet. "What are you planning to do?" she inquired, suppressing her disgust. "How did Jiang Chunyu die?" The assailant looked down at her coldly, awaiting a response. She was momentarily taken aback. "I do not know the person you speak of." Jiang Chunyu, the daughter of Jiang Jiyan, the former vice minister of rights, and Feng Shi, the assailant stated expressionlessly. "Do you recognize her now?" Chui Ke's eyelids twitched as she suddenly found the assailant's face somewhat familiar. Who could it be? A vague, slender figure flickered in her mind. Feng Shui, that wretched little blind girl. She was still alive. No, could it be that she could see now? Astonishment nearly broke through her faade. But Chui Ke managed to suppress her thoughts, feigning shock. As a mere concubine of no standing, how could I possibly know the daughter of the vice minister? Though you may lack stature, you have donned male attire, Feng Qingsui replied calmly. On the day of the elder lady's birthday banquet, you disguised yourself as a servant and followed Han Ruishuan, where you saw my sister and the young calligrapher. You learned that my sister is now the wife of a minister, devoted to her promising husband and blessed with a clever daughter, while you, reduced to a mere pawn and robbed of your fertility by the Wei family, have become a victim of jealousy beyond recognition. You had the maid soil my sister's garments, compelling her to change, and then, under my sister's name, lured the innocent child out of the banquet hall, ultimately leading to her demise. Chui Ke was utterly astonished. How could this individual, who was clearly absent that day, possess such intimate knowledge of her thoughts and actions? It perplexed me how I came to know of your misdeeds. Feng Qingsui scoffed. The intentions of a serpent in the gutter are all too familiar to those who have suffered its bite. Chui Ke, with an expression of innocence, replied, I fail to comprehend why you would associate that child's death with me. I do not know the child, nor do I know your sister or you. I am merely a frail horse from Jiangnan. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Qingsui plunged a dagger into her right shoulder, causing her expression to change dramatically. No. The blade pierced her flesh. Feng Qingsui discarded the severed sleeve, observing the bite marks on her arm with a cold demeanor. The mark left by the big black dog remains. Do you think you can deny your identity as Chui Ke? Chapter 25. Without you, they would not have died. A flicker of hatred surged within Chui Quebec. After being bitten, she was neglected by the courtyard overseer, who failed to seek medical attention for her, resulting in a festering wound that would not heal, leaving a deep and prominent scar. Despite her efforts with various remedies over the years, none could erase it. Wu Yuanqing had initially sold her to bandits, who then traded her to a madam. Upon seeing her scar, the madam looked upon her with disdain. Your face possesses first-rate qualities, yet your body is scarcely worthy of even the lowest rank, utterly unappealing. It was then that she resolved to raise her for sale to a brothel rather than to a wealthy merchant. Through sheer determination, she managed to outshine her peers, becoming the finest horse in the madam's possession, eventually chosen by the affluent Han Ruishuan for his travels in Jiangnan. Had it not been for Feng Shui, that blind fool who allowed that wretched dog to bite her, her life would not have been so arduous. She had contemplated countless times selling Feng Shui to a brothel, subjecting her to the whims of many, to avenge her own grievances. Unfortunately, having assumed a new identity, she could not risk revealing her origins to Han Ruishuan, thus failing to uncover Feng Shui's whereabouts and allowing her to escape calamity. However, Feng Shi serendipitously fell into her hands. With a slight maneuver, she orchestrated the demise of Feng Shi's entire family. Initially, she had felt a twinge of regret at the loss of Feng Shui, but now that she had come seeking her, it spared her the effort of investigation. Being bitten by a dog is hardly extraordinary. Who would recognize a person solely by bite marks? Chui Ke wore a look of resignation. If she could just delay a little longer, someone would come looking for her. And then she would be the one wielding the knife, while Feng Shui would be the helpless prey. Little did she know, Feng Qingsui was entirely aware of her intentions. If you choose silence, then descend into hell sooner. She retrieved a cosmetic pouch from her bosom, first restoring her previously bland visage, and then using a silver needle to seal Chui Ke's throat, rendering her voiceless. A flicker of terror finally crossed Chui Ke's face. She attempted to question, but her mouth could not open, desperately blinking her eyes while Feng Qingsui paid her no mind. Ascending the steps, Feng Qingsui lightly rapped on the door, which was met with 3 knocks from outside, a prearranged signal with Wu Hua. She opened the door, allowing Wu Hua to enter, leading her towards the foreign slave pit. Wu Hua effortlessly slung Chui Ke over her shoulder and strode forth with ease. The foreign combat slave was confined within a low enclosure, battered and bruised, lying on the ground with chains tightly bound around his neck. When Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua approached with Queek, he lifted his gaze momentarily before letting his eyelids droop again. Do you wish to leave this place? Feng Qingsui crouched beside him, whispering her inquiry. He opened his eyes and fixed a steady gaze upon her, clearly comprehending her words. If you desire to speak, do not utter a sound. After Feng Qingsui spoke, she brushed aside the disheveled hair from his forehead, scrutinizing him for a moment before instructing Wu Hua to set Queek aside and to replicate his appearance on her. Both Queek and the foreign combat slave possessed large eyes and pointed chins, making the imitation relatively uncomplicated. Once completed, she removed Queek's hairpin, tousled her hair, and smeared some blood from the combat slave onto her face. Queek finally grasped her intentions and desperately strained her throat, attempting to scream for help, but was met with sharp pain. If you wish for a swifter demise, feel free to shout with all your might, Feng Qingsui said nonchalantly. She then gathered her perfumed box, signaled for Wu Hua to restrain Queek, and unbound her hands and feet, stripping her of her outer garments to dress the combat slave in them, while donning the slave's tattered, coarse clothing herself. How dare you? Queek screamed frantically, yet no sound escaped her lips. When Feng Qingsui removed the collar from the combat slave's neck and placed it around Queek's, she shivered. Release me, and I can reveal how Feng Shi died. Feng Qingsui interpreted her expression and calmly responded. Did you kill her with your own hands? Queek shook her head vigorously. Was it Han Ruishuan? Queek hesitated momentarily. Are you uncertain? Queek nodded. You lured her out, intending to use another's hand to commit murder, did you not? Queek remained silent. Feng Qingsui's expression grew colder. The knife you borrowed, was it the crown prince's? Wei had mentioned that on the night of the birthday banquet. The emperor and empress sent gifts, but did not attend personally. Only the crown prince was present. A flicker of horror crossed Queek's face. She had never anticipated that Feng Qingsui would deduce it so accurately. No wonder, Feng Qingsui murmured. No wonder the brother-in-law provoked the emperor and was cast into the dungeons. The crown prince, revered by all as the heir apparent, possessing both virtue and talent, had caused a death at the Rongcheng Marquisate during a celebratory occasion. And without a doubt, the Marquisate would shield him. When the sister and brother-in-law learned of Xiaoyu's death, they might not have known it was the crown prince's doing. But Xiaoyu undoubtedly met an extraordinary end, allowing them to see through the Marquisite's falsehoods at a glance. They may have considered escalating the matter, after all. The banquet was attended by numerous guests, including royal relatives and prominent families, but the Rongcheng Marquisate likely did not afford them the opportunity, swiftly restricting their personal freedoms. Thus, they chose to endure, to accept the Marquisite's placation. Subsequently, they attempted to bring the matter before the emperor, unaware that the true culprit resided within the Eastern Palace, leaving them with no chance to voice their grievances. These nobles, who could easily manipulate circumstances, had dealt with countless such troubles. To extinguish a mere minister or ruin a family was trivial to them. But why should it be so? The life of an ant is not a life at all. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury that surged within her, and plunged 2 needles into the shoulders of the green sparrow. Take her with us. We are heading to Mo Bao. The green sparrow, believing she could escape, was taken aback when the plump maid released her grip and hoisted the foreign combat slave onto her shoulders. A wave of astonishment washed over her. As she saw Feng Qingsui making his way outside, she attempted to reach out to stop him, yet her arm remained immobile. A chilling fear gripped her heart. That child was truly not the one she had killed. How could they leave her behind? Feng Qingsui cast a cold glance back at her, his eyes as frigid as ice. Without you, they would not have perished. The green sparrow was rendered speechless. In the blink of an eye, she found herself utterly alone within the confines of the enclosure, unable to voice her thoughts or move her hands. Although her torso and legs could still function, the iron chain around her neck rendered her immobile. When the attendant approached, she stamped her feet furiously and widened her eyes, attempting to convey that she was not the combat slave. The attendant, however, raised his whip and struck her several times, cursing, "What are you doing? Save your strength for the imminent contest." After berating her, he retrieved a vial from his pocket, removed its cork, and doused her with its contents. Her pupils constricted in horror. This was a potion that would strip the beasts of their senses, driving them to recklessly attack and tear apart anything in their path. "No, I refuse to enter the arena." The attendant cursed further, unfastened the iron chain, and dragged her toward the Colosseum. Her desperate struggles only resulted in more brutal lashes from the whip. Shortly thereafter, she was thrust into the arena. The lanterns suspended above illuminated the Colosseum distinctly, revealing the gamblers encircled in several layers, seated around the unlit area. In the dimness, their gazes resembled those of ravenous beasts, poised to pounce. Chapter 26. The utter cry. Young master, your large black dog has just defecated and vomited. It may not be fit for the contest. Should we consider replacing it? The steward delivered this unfortunate news to Han Ruishuan before the combat slave's entrance. Han Ruishuan was visibly displeased. How could you fail to manage such a trivial matter? The steward repeatedly apologized. It may be due to the change of environment. It will surely adapt in a couple of days. This particular dog had been highly recommended by the Green Sparrow, and Han Ruishuan had not held much hope for it. After its outburst, he instructed the steward to replace it with another dog he had on hand. Once the steward departed, he cast a glance to his side, frowning. Why has this green lady taken so long in the cleansing chamber? His curiosity was soon cast aside. The combat slave had entered the arena. The slave, seemingly too injured, appeared somewhat timid. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings and unexpectedly walked towards Han Ruishuan's direction, kicking the enclosure. Was this an expression of discontent? Han Ruishuan took a sip of his wine, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. In the previous matches, this combat slave had displayed an unusually defiant demeanor, casting scornful glances towards them, as if they were mere refuse. This had irked him greatly. Fortunately, soon this wretched slave would lower his self-perceived proud head. frantically seeking their aid, only to be met with the sharp teeth of the vicious dogs. Subsequently, he would be torn to shreds, even his bones devoured entirely. After being dragged into the arena, Cui Ke froze for a moment, scanning her surroundings until she spotted Han Rueishuan. She approached the railing, extending her right foot to kick it several times in an attempt to capture his attention. He noticed her, yet his expression remained unchanged, clearly not recognizing her. Growing increasingly anxious, she delivered several more kicks, but Han Rueishuan remained indifferent. In desperation, she began to write on the ground with her foot. She intended to inscribe the character for Cui, but just as she made a few strokes, the sound of the iron gate creaking open echoed, and she turned to see her soul nearly leave her body. The fighting dogs had entered the arena. Help! She rushed to the edge of the railing. Gazing at Han Rueishuan in despair, a tear escaping from her right eye. Han Rueishuan relished the sight of her single tear falling. He smiled, a cold and cruel smile, reminiscent of the expression he wore when witnessing a fighting slave fall into despair. Cui Ke was truly despondent. Realizing the dogs were lunging toward her, she turned. Pressing her back against the railing, and with the only foot she could move, she kicked away the dog that had pounced close to her. Yet, for every dog she pushed back, several more remained. Starved for days and driven mad by the drugs in her system, they had lost all sense of reason, behaving like rabid beasts bent only on tearing and gnawing. To maintain her slender figure, she usually consumed but one meal a day, leaving her with little strength. After only a few kicks, she was utterly exhausted, sliding feebly toward the ground. The dogs surged forward, biting at her arms and legs, dragging her in all directions with ferocious force. She felt the sharp pain of their teeth sinking into her flesh, the agony of broken bones, the torment of her body being torn apart. The pain was so intense that her very soul screamed, yet her throat was constricted, producing not a single cry of anguish. Only tears flowed down her face like a river bursting its banks. In her daze, she heard a chorus of boos. The spectators, bored by her silence as the dogs savaged her, expressed their disinterest. Had she been seated among them, she would have echoed the same sounds, enjoying the despairing cries of the fighting slaves. It was only when faced with her own suffering that she comprehended the true depth of that pain and despair. At that moment, an endless regret blossomed within her heart. She should not have acted hastily against Feng Shi. At the very least, she should have waited until Feng Qingsui, that blind little fool, was also found, then ensnared them all at once. No, she should have taken action much earlier when she was adopted into the Wu family. She should have continued her schemes against them. It would have been so easy then, requiring only a few taels of silver to hire someone to abduct them. Alas, she had been too preoccupied with silencing Wu Yuanqing's wives and neglecting all matters regarding the orphanage. After being brought back to the capital by Han Rueishuan, she had been too busy dealing with his wives to seriously send someone to search. If there were a next life, she thought, her lips curling up as her throat was torn apart. In a future existence, she would ensure that the Feng Shi sisters never left the orphanage alive. The fighting slave in this match was performing far below her usual standards, as if her limbs had been rendered useless. She barely made any attempts to defend herself, only delivering a few token kicks before surrendering to the dogs. It was as if she had long since resigned herself to death. Such a contest, where one side had completely lost the will to survive, held no appeal whatsoever. Moreover, the fighting slave did not emit a single cry of pain or lamentation. Han Rueishuan was utterly disheartened. What was the matter with this combatant? He inquired of the steward, questioning whether the dogs had been inadequately supervised or if the slave had indeed succumbed to exhaustion. The steward, equally perplexed, recalled how the fighting slave had nearly taken the life of the meal server at noon, who had spat into the slave's food. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the combatant had transformed into a limp, submissive creature. "We shall investigate immediately. Please hold on," he said, attempting to placate Han Rueishuan before calling for the separation of the fighting dogs and the slave to ascertain the situation. Just then, a gasp echoed through the arena. "This fighting slave is female?" His face contorted in disbelief as he gazed towards the arena. The combatant, being devoured by the dog, revealed a chest that unmistakably belonged to a woman. His expression shifted dramatically. Han Rueishuan also witnessed this shocking revelation, instinctively glancing at the empty divan beside him, his heart inexplicably racing. Where was Cui Ji? The steward promptly ordered the fighting dog to be driven away from the arena and entered the ring himself to inspect the slave's condition. Upon discovering a heavy layer of makeup obscuring the slave's face, he commanded that water be brought to remove it. Once the makeup was washed away, he nearly fainted at the sight. This was no foreign combat slave. It was clearly the beloved concubine of the heir to the Rongchong Marquis. Immediately seal off the entire Paiyun Tower, he commanded urgently. At the same moment, Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua, accompanied by the large black dog and the foreign youth, managed to slip out of the Paiyun Tower through the back door. The rear exit led to a narrow alley, which opened onto the main street. Feng Qingsui instructed Wu Hua to set the foreign youth down, asking, "You should still be able to walk, right? Leave this place and find somewhere safe to hide." The youth remained silent, his elongated phoenix eyes fixed on her without blinking. Hearing the hurried footsteps increasing inside the building, Feng Qingsui realized that the search was beginning and could not afford to linger. Grasping the large black dog, she intended to leave with Wu Hua. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her ankle. Turning around, she found the youth gripping her ankle with one hand while pointing to his knee, which was injured to the extent that bone was nearly visible, and pitifully pleaded, "I can't walk. Could you help me? I can do anything for you." Feng Qingsui sighed. She did not wish to take on extra burdens. However, with the imminent arrival of pursuers, she relented. "Wu Hua, take him with you." Wu Hua hoisted the youth onto his back once more. The pursuers arrived more swiftly than Feng Qingsui had anticipated. They had scarcely exited onto the main street when the pursuers appeared behind them. Just as she began to panic, she spotted a familiar carriage approaching slowly. "Wu Hua, take him to Dabin," she instructed, and having delivered her orders, she dashed towards the carriage with the large black dog. Chapter 27. The Might of the Second Master. Dongda Street was perpetually crowded, and the horse pulling the carriage was a vigorous steed. Baifu clutched the reins, not daring to relax his grip. Even so, he nearly collided with a passerby. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" he scolded, glaring at the young man who rushed forward to halt the carriage, leading the large black dog. The young man did not respond. Instead, he sprang to the front of the carriage and began to climb onto the frame. Baifu exclaimed, "What audacity!" Struck speechless, he grabbed the whip, preparing to pull the intruder down from the carriage. "It's me," the young man spoke, revealing a woman's voice that sounded somewhat familiar. Baifu hesitated for a moment, and in that instant, the man climbed onto the carriage, followed closely by a dog that leaped up as well, filling the front of the vehicle to the brim. The dog appeared somewhat familiar. It suddenly dawned on him that just days prior, he had seen such a dog at the orphanage across from the charity institution, where it had interacted with Feng. The voice he just heard was indeed Feng's. Was this man disguised as Feng? He was struck dumb. In the next moment, he witnessed a dozen thugs rushing toward him, encircling the carriage. "Wise up and get down," the leading thug growled menacingly. Turning his head, he noticed Feng had already barged into the carriage with the dog. Inside, Ji Chongqing set down the scroll he had been reading, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the duo. "Care to explain?" Feng Qingsui quickly replied, "Yesterday, I sent Wu Hua to the orphanage to check on the children. She discovered that this large black dog had been sold by its owners, and after being taken to the Paiyun Tower, it vanished without a trace. I feared it might be killed for food, so I disguised myself to rescue it today. To my surprise, I stumbled upon an underground beast fighting arena here, where wealthy young masters find amusement in dog fights. I stealthily brought the black dog out, only to be pursued by the steward of the tower." She gazed at Ji Chongqing with a serious expression. "The laws of Dashi strictly prohibit human-animal combat, and Paiyun Tower has established this arena, blatantly defying the law and trampling upon lives. I implore you, Second Master, to trace the roots of this matter and deliver justice for the abused fighting slaves and dogs." Ji Chongqing replied, "Sister-in-law, you certainly know how to burden me." He said flatly, "The investigation into the orphanage's embezzlement is not yet complete, and now there is an underground fighting arena." Feng Qingsui smiled and flattered. "Those with capability bear more responsibilities. Second Master, your wisdom is extraordinary and truly remarkable, so you should naturally shoulder more duties." Ji Chongqing looked at her heavily made-up face, unable to suppress a sigh. "Remove your makeup before smiling in the future." Feng Qingsui. Ji Chongqing. "This face is too ugly when adorned with flattery." Feng Qingsui. "I sincerely apologize for offending your eyes, sir." Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from outside. "What are you all standing around for? Tear the carriage apart. Drag the person out." The steward of Paiyun Tower had arrived. Ji Chongqing suppressed his barely noticeable smile, bent down, and exited the carriage. brushing his sleeve as he cast a faint glance at the steward. I had no idea that Paiyun Tower possessed such audacity, daring to dismantle my carriage. The steward, upon seeing Ji Chongqing, was first startled by his official attire, then overwhelmed by his self-reference. Is this the newly appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer? Is he the one who sent people to wreak havoc at our Paiyun Tower? Does this not imply that the court is already aware of the existence of the underground fighting arena? He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His mind flooded with images of families being confiscated and executed. Yet, something felt amiss. If the court knew of their actions, why had they not sent troops to seal it off? Why instead had they quietly infiltrated and replaced the exotic fighting slaves with the concubines of the young master of the Rongchong Marquis? This was illogical. He scrutinized the carriage before him. The horse was fine, but the carriage was ordinary, lacking any embellishment, even less lavish than their stewards. Would a first-ranking chancellor truly ride in such a vehicle? Could it possibly be an impersonation? His confusion dissipated. If it were indeed a ruse, it would make sense. This individual was in cahoots with the two who infiltrated, aiming for that fighter slave. Seeing an escape was futile. They pretended to be the prime minister's enforcers to intimidate them. Thus, instead of kneeling, he stood a bit taller. What audacity! He scoffed. To dare impersonate even the current prime minister. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he instructed his subordinates to continue their actions. Ji Chongqing remarked, I have encountered those seeking death, but none as eager as this. Bai Fu cracked his whip to halt the thugs from dismantling the carriage. He retrieved a short flute from the pouch at his waist, raised it to his lips, and played a few piercing notes. Moments later, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. The steward was taken aback. Glancing towards the end of the street, he nearly lost his composure. The Imperial Forest Army. How could this be? He stared in astonishment at Ji Chongqing, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Ji Chongqing regarded the approaching commander of the Imperial Forest Army and calmly declared, the Paiyun Tower has unlawfully established an underground beast fighting arena. Upon my discovery, they attempted to silence witnesses in the street. This is a grave crime. I implore you, Commander, to immediately seal off the Paiyun Tower and ensure not a single soul escapes. Yes, the steward's legs weakened, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Ji Chongqing entrusted the matter to the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, not sparing him a glance as he returned to the carriage, instructing Shuren to drive them back to the estate. As he settled into his seat, applause erupted. Feng Qingsui clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, Master is magnificent. The large black dog, with a foolishly adorable expression, raised its front legs and joined in the applause. Ji Chongqing remarked with a hint of profundity, This dog appears to resemble a long-lost pet of yours. The large black dog was certainly not her pet. Feng Qingsui replied without the slightest hint of guilt. Master is jesting. It is merely love at first sight. Ji Chongqing retorted. Isn't your object of affection my elder brother? Feng Qingsui blinked. Is it against the law to have but one object of affection at first sight? Ji Chongqing was left speechless. That night, Shuren reported to him the findings regarding the Paiyun Tower. The underground beast fighting arena at Paiyun Tower had been established a year prior, hosting a total of 52 bouts to date, resulting in 43 deaths, all of which were consumed by dogs, their remains discarded in a cesspit. This afternoon, a woman met her demise. According to the steward, she was the concubine of the heir of the Rongchong Marquis, swapped out by the infiltrators. When the Imperial Forest Army arrived to seal the premises, the heir had already departed, denying ever having visited the arena or that the deceased was his concubine. Ji Chongqing pondered for a moment before inquiring, what was the name of the deceased concubine? Her name was Cui Yinyang. The specifics are unknown. She was a frail mare brought back by the heir from Jiangnan. Cui Yinyang. Ji Chongqing immediately thought of the Queek who had been adopted from the orphanage. Could this Cui Yinyang be the same as Queek? If so, then Feng Qingsui is Feng Sui. Considering that Feng Sui's adopted daughter, Feng Shi, had drowned in the Rongchong Marquis' estate, he seemed to grasp Feng Qingsui's motives. She was here for vengeance. The Jiang family met with mysterious deaths, with only the whereabouts of the elusive Feng Sui remaining unknown. Her insistence on impersonating his elder brother's widow was precisely to leverage her status as a grieving sister-in-law to infiltrate the high society and seek her retribution. If that is indeed the case, should she continue to remain in the manor? Chapter 28. I desire to indulge in delicacies. Feng Qingsui was unaware that someone harbored intentions of expulsion. Upon returning to the manor, she settled her large black dog and, after dinner, instructed Wu Hua. If you venture out later, please bring me back some paper money. Wu Hua nodded in agreement. Under the cover of night, she climbed over the wall and returned with a roasted goose and a stack of paper money. She tore into the goose leg, while Feng Qingsui burned the paper money beneath the eaves. Yin Qi, concealed in the shadows, mused that if the maids and servants attending in the Breaking Ways pavilion witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly gossip about their master and servant. Unfortunately, they had already retired for the night, leaving him to endure hunger while keeping watch. Just as he contemplated this, a concealed weapon suddenly flew toward his head. He instinctively dodged and caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of roasted goose, causing him to reach out and receive it. It was indeed a goose leg. He was momentarily taken aback. Glancing toward the pavilion, he saw the plump girl waving at him before she returned to gnawing on the leg. He swallowed hard. Should he indulge? Surely, this goose leg was unseasoned. After a brief hesitation, he brought the leg to his lips. How delightful! He had no idea that such delectable roasted goose existed in the capital. That chubby girl certainly knew how to eat. He would have to inquire where she purchased it so he could procure one for himself. One leg was certainly insufficient. He gnawed on the bone while contemplating. Before long, another projectile soared toward him, a paper package filled with the aroma of roasted goose. His heart soared with joy as he eagerly opened it, only to find a pile of leftover bones. That wretched girl. He ground his molars in irritation. How dare she make him discard refuse? Just wait and see. Feng Qingsui, oblivious to the clandestine exchange between the two, was engrossed in her thoughts while burning the paper money. The mastermind behind the plots against her sister and Xiao Yu was already dead, yet the perpetrators who annihilated the Jiang family still occupied high positions in the court. Why would a prince, who could command the winds and rains, wish to harm an unrelated young girl? Was it that Xiao Yu had witnessed something she should not have? She dared not delve deeper. The moment she did, memories of the deceitful couple who had once adopted her resurfaced. She had been adopted once. After realizing that her sister had repeatedly declined adoptions to care for her, she resolved not to burden her sister any longer, vowing that if anyone were willing to adopt her, she would agree. Yet, who would desire a blind child? No one. She waited from the age of 3 until 5. When at last, a couple appeared, willing to adopt her. They were dressed in resplendent silk garments and, upon seeing her, praised her beauty and charm, stating that they sought a well-behaved girl like her. The steward reminded them that she could not see. They assured him there were plenty of servants in their household, and her blindness would not pose an issue. When the steward sought her opinion, she readily consented. However, her sister remained apprehensive. The couple's demeanor did not inspire confidence. They seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Perhaps you should wait a little longer, she suggested. Although she too felt an unsettling aura from the couple, she was unwilling to wait any longer. Her sister was beautiful, with a sweet smile. Without her, the burden of dependency would soon be lifted, allowing her to be adopted by a good family and escape the hunger and cold of the orphanage, where her hands were chapped from embroidery. Sister, didn't you say one should not judge by appearances? She declared resolutely. When her sister's attempts to persuade her proved futile, she could only bid her a tearful farewell. Following the couple, she resolved to be vigilant, determined not to be victimized. Their residence was not as grand as they had claimed at the orphanage. It was merely a modest 2-courtyard house, staffed by 2 maids, a laundress, and a cook. Although they treated her as a daughter, she sensed their ulterior motives. One night, after drinking too much water, she called for a maid during the night. But the maid did not stir. She groped her way to the lavatory and overheard the couple whispering in the main room. After all this time, you still haven't made a move? Do you truly consider her as your daughter? The woman's tone dripped with sarcasm. Why the rush? The man replied. She is not yet accustomed. It will be more entertaining once she is. Besides, the orphanage is still watching us. He continued with disdain. It would have been simpler to purchase from a poor family rather than adopting from the orphanage. Such beauty is unattainable for the poor, and she possesses those exquisite eyes. Yet she remains blind. What a treasure! Even the most precious gem in your possession will not thrive for long. She pressed against the wall, listening for most of the night. Though she did not fully comprehend the man's intentions, she understood that many children had perished at his hands. She discovered that they were originally mountain bandits who had murdered the family living there and, due to a resemblance, had assumed their identity using their household registration documents. Silently, she returned to her room. The courtyard was planted with greenery that the couple and their servants could not identify. She had touched the leaves and recognized them as castor beans. Her sister's parents were once mountain folk who gathered herbs for a living but had fled to the capital during a drought, only to succumb to a plague outside the city. Being blind, she recognized objects through touch and taste. She had sampled the flowers and plants at the orphanage. Her sister, fearing she might mistakenly consume a poisonous plant, had described the shapes of toxic flora, urging her to be cautious and avoid ingesting anything unfamiliar. She had taken these warnings to heart. In secret, she collected 30 to 40 castor seeds, waiting for the maid and the cook to retire for the night. Stealthily, she shelled the seeds, crushed them, and extracted the juice with a cloth. She stored the liquid in a bottle and, when the couple was unsuspecting, poured it into a jar of wine meant for their dinner. That very night, they perished. During the autopsy, the officials discovered anomalies in their bodies, and upon investigating, they uncovered the identity fraud. However, due to the extensive implications, the case was hastily closed, concluding it was merely a case of accidental poisoning. As a mere 5-year-old, she aroused no suspicion. Following the confiscation of the former family's wealth, she was returned to the orphanage. After this ordeal, her perspective shifted. She no longer believed that being adopted would guarantee a better life. Anshin and her elder sister remained at the orphanage, leading a life that, while impoverished, was relatively stable. It was only after traveling extensively with her master and experiencing the breadth of human affairs that she truly comprehended the calamities she had narrowly escaped in the past, including the mysterious demise of Xiaoyu. After burning the last offering of paper money, she stood up, her legs numb from squatting, and gazed up at the pitch-black night sky. No matter how dark the night, there will always be a moment of illumination. No matter how murky the human heart, there will eventually come a time of catharsis. Sister, Xiaoyu, please wait for me, she murmured before drifting into a deep slumber, untouched by dreams. Shortly after awakening the next day, Qingmai, who worked alongside Su Mama, came to her. Madam, the young man that Miss Wuhua brought to the workshop yesterday has a persistent high fever. Mama has administered medicine, but it has proven ineffective. Shall we call for a doctor? Chapter 29. A gift from your paramour. This foreign youth had been brought out from the Paiyun building, and it was not appropriate for outsiders to be informed of his presence. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingsui visited the workshop personally to examine him. The high fever was caused by an infection of his wounds. She cleaned the injuries, applied medicine, and prescribed a remedy for Su Mama. Please procure 2 doses of medicine to brew for him. Su Mama instructed Qingmai to attend to this matter. Feng Qingsui recounted the youth's background, to which Su Mama nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, madam, I will take care of him diligently. You can handle this matter. I have complete confidence in you, Feng Qingsui replied with a smile. Su Mama returned the smile, but soon brought up another issue. After the last batch of sweaters and down jackets was rushed out, the helpers have taken leave, and it has been several days. Those who are impatient have come asking when we will resume work. Feng Qingsui had initially established these 2 workshops solely for the purpose of producing garments for the orphanage, never considering the aftermath. There is nothing more to be done. Let us close the workshop, she said. Su Mama sighed slightly. What a pity, for no one has yet begun selling sweaters and down jackets in the market. Feng Qingsui felt a surge of inspiration. What are your thoughts, Mama? Please express them freely. I have heard that this winter is exceptionally cold, and furs are particularly in demand. Our sweaters and down jackets, while not as luxurious as furs, offer warmth and are more lightweight. If we were to open a shop to sell them, we could earn a substantial profit, Su Mama responded. No one would refuse a financial gain, especially since Feng Qingsui has not accrued much income. Yet, she furrowed her brow. However, down feathers are easily obtained, while wool is more elusive. Here in the capital, most sheep are skinned for meat, and few are raised for their wool. The last batch of garments required considerable effort to gather enough wool, and I fear we may not have sufficient materials for another round of sweaters. That should not pose a challenge, Su Mama replied with a smile. In the pastoral regions, sheep shed their wool in the spring and summer, accumulating an abundance of it. We can enlist the traveling merchants to transport some back from beyond the borders. These merchants often have falcons, and both regions have caravans that can expedite the process. Within 10 to 15 days, we will have our goods. In the meantime, we can begin scouting for a shop to renovate, Su Mama suggested. Seeing her confidence, Feng Qingsui replied, Then I shall leave this to you, Mama. Very well. Su Mama was quick to act. Within just a few days, she had found a suitable shop. Once Feng Qingsui signed the lease, she commenced the renovations, while the workshop busily procured materials to create sample garments. During this period, Feng Qingsui continued her daily visits to the Rongcheng Marquis's residence to accompany Madame Wei on her walks. Wei has lost several pounds, and her figure is gradually becoming more slender. The joy on her face has also increased, as she mentioned that the heir of the Rongcheng Marquis spends half of each month at her place. Although she confides such intimate matters to Feng Qingsui, she remains tight-lipped about the fact that the favored concubine Shui has been replaced. Feng Qingsui pretends to be unaware, but has not encountered Han Ruishuan again, making it difficult to approach him. Just as she prepares to explore other avenues, Granny Su informs her that the shop can officially open, but it requires a name. After pondering for a moment, Feng Qingsui suggests Qinghui Nuanrong Pavilion. That is an exquisite name, Granny Su praises, inquiring about its origin. It derives from a line in Lu Xinchu's Kuetitai: "The light of the clear radiance adorns the garments. As the white clouds drift away, spring and the clear creek endure." Upon sharing this, she recalls her sister and her little one. Her sister, nicknamed Qingxi, was named by her brother-in-law who was fond of that line. When the child was born, they named her Chunyu. Inspired by her sister's nickname, she decided to adopt one for herself as well, considering they share the same surname. Granny Su promptly had the name engraved on a plaque and prepared for the opening day. The day before the grand opening, Feng Qingsui, seizing the opportunity during a family meal, gifted Qi and Ji Chongqing a down long coat, a down vest, a turtleneck sweater, and a scarf. The long coat, fashioned in accordance with the latest winter styles, appeared like an ordinary garment. However, Qi was astonished upon handling it, exclaiming, "Why is it so light? It's filled with goose down, not cotton." Feng Qingsui replied with a smile. "No wonder it's so fluffy," Qi said, grinning, clearly delighted with the long coat. Feng Qingsui casually mentioned her establishment of the Nuanrong Pavilion on Nanbei Street, to which Qi responded approvingly. "It is indeed fitting to have your own enterprise." Meanwhile, Ji Chongqing sat quietly, contemplating the deeper implications of Feng Qingsui's actions. He had learned of her workshop during an inspection of the orphanage, where she crafted garments from down and wool. The timing of her gift, neither too early nor too late, seemed calculated, perhaps a subtle plea for her own defense. He decided to overlook it, considering the 2 times she had saved his life, but hoped she would not create a situation he could not resolve. He took his garments back to his courtyard, instructing Baifu to store them, not intending to wear them. Unexpectedly, that night, the temperature plummeted, and a layer of ice formed on the pond in the courtyard. Despite his robust physique, the cold was palpable even in his winter attire. The strong winds outside chilled his neck, prompting him to think he should wear a cloak and wrap a scarf. However, that would be rather cumbersome. Suddenly, he recalled the turtleneck sweater that Feng Qingsui had gifted him. If worn under his winter coat, it would be neither bulky nor expose his neck, fitting perfectly. After a moment's hesitation, he asked Baifu to fetch it. Once donned, it was precisely as he had envisioned, and he wore it directly to court. As dawn broke, various carriages and sedan chairs crowded before the palace gates. Regardless of their mode of arrival, all had to disembark and proceed on foot to the Hall of Governance. The northern wind howled, cold and dry, threatening to crack the skin on their faces. The officials, wrapped in their cloaks and clutching hand warmers, hunched their shoulders and moved slowly like snails. Amidst this cumbersome and sluggish procession, Ji Chongqing stood tall and walked with purposeful strides, making him a conspicuous figure. Young men are indeed different. Emboldened by their vitality, they refuse to wear additional layers. An elderly gentleman remarked with a hint of envy. Indeed, as one ages and faces tribulations, they will surely regret their earlier choices, another person concurred. The Taipu Shaoqing, Shangwanmu, who walked alongside Ji Chongqing, intended to jest about their shared status as fellow scholars, with Ji having achieved the top position while he had secured the second, a bond deepened by friendship. However, he keenly observed that the fabric worn beneath Ji's robe was extraordinary. "Is that woven from wool?" he inquired, astonished. "How exquisitely crafted. Let me see." As he reached out to inspect it, Ji Chongqing swatted his hand away. "If you wish to see, simply look, there's no need to touch. Such a treasure. Could it possibly be a gift from your beloved?" Shang Wanmu teased. Ji Chongqing's countenance darkened. "What nonsense. This is..." He hesitated to mention that it was prepared by his elder sister-in-law, fearing the implications of Shangwan's words. Instead, he divulged, "It is from the Qinghui Warm Velvet Pavilion on Nanbei Street." Upon saying this, he sensed something amiss. Upon hearing Shangwan Mu's sudden realization that it was indeed from Qinghui Warm Velvet Pavilion, he intended to visit after court. The nearby officials also appeared contemplative, suddenly grasping the implication that Feng Qingsui's gift of clothing was not merely an act of goodwill, but rather a marketing strategy. Despite Ji Changqing's irritation, it did not hinder the pavilion's commercial success. That very afternoon, Qinghui Warm Velvet Pavilion welcomed its first wave of customers. Shangwan Mu and a group of young officials, after perusing the sweaters and down jackets, eagerly placed orders. Some even requested that the shopkeeper send someone to measure their female relatives for custom garments. As orders piled up, when the first snowfall arrived, the aristocracy donned their sweaters and down jackets. The lightweight warmth of the down jackets charmed everyone who wore them, leading to a notable decline in business for fur retailers. The most affected was the Jean E Pavilion, located directly across from Qinghui Warm Velvet Pavilion. This establishment had previously been managed by Madame Su, who oversaw the dowry shop left by the late mother of the daughter of the Duke of Ning. After Madame Su's dismissal, a new shopkeeper by the name of Xiong took over. Having observed the booming fur sales, shopkeeper Xiong invested in a large inventory, anticipating lucrative profits and a chance to showcase his prowess. Unexpectedly, Qinghui Warm Velvet Pavilion emerged, seizing the fur business, and he found that less than 20% of his stock had sold, now languishing in storage. As winter clothing was procured before the snow fell, it seemed unlikely that his inventory would sell even by next year. Naturally, he harbored intense resentment towards Qinghui Warm Velvet Pavilion. One evening, after the Jean E Pavilion closed, he was returning home when he passed Qinghui Warm Velvet Pavilion. He noticed a carriage parked outside, with several employees unloading packages, causing his eyes to turn red with envy. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar face through the half-drawn curtain of the carriage. "Isn't that Su?" He gasped in astonishment. He was originally from the household of the late Duke of Ning, and he had encountered the servants left behind by the first madam on numerous occasions. He had seen even more of Su, who held considerable authority. Hadn't Su been sold to Wuqing by the pawnshop? How was she still here? He seemed to catch a glimpse of a great secret and quietly instructed the coachman, "Take a detour first, then follow this carriage." Once Su's carriage had finished unloading and departed from the North-South Avenue, he stealthily pursued it, trailing to the alley where the wool workshop was located. It turned out that the splendid Warm Glow Pavilion was indeed Su's creation. He let out a cold laugh and promptly made his way to the Duke of Ning's residence to report the matter to Miss Ning. The following morning, Feng Qingsui was in the back garden playing fetch with a large black dog when Wu Hua suddenly came with news. Qingmai reported that the steward of the Duke of Ning had taken people to the down feather workshop, claiming that Granny Su was an escaped slave and intended to take her away. Feng Qingsui's expression changed slightly as she hurriedly took Granny Su's contract of servitude and rushed to the workshop. There, she saw a middle-aged man with a square face leading a group of bodyguards confronting the workshop's workers, shouting, "Hand her over immediately, or I will report you to the authorities." Dismounting from her carriage, she coldly retorted, "What audacity! In broad daylight, daring to seize someone else's servant." The square-faced man turned to her, asking, "Who are you?" Feng Qingsui scoffed, "You don't even recognize me and dare to take my people? Your people?" The square-faced man replied expressionlessly, "This is our Duke of Ning's escaped slave." Feng Qingsui unfurled the contract of servitude in her hand, extending it towards him, and sternly declared, "Open your eyes and see clearly who the true servant is." The square-faced man glanced at it and discovered it was indeed Su's contract. Connecting it with the words from the pawnshop, he frowned and said, "So you are the one who purchased Su from Wuqing?" "Indeed," she confirmed. The square-faced man sneered. "The pawnshop sold her without our Duke's consent. This transaction is not valid. We will compensate you for the money, but we must take her back." Feng Qingsui coldly replied, "The contract is written in black and white, stamped by the government. Whether you acknowledge it or not, you must comply." The square-faced man, dismissing further argument, called to his bodyguards, "Draw your blades and see who dares to obstruct us." The bodyguards immediately unsheathed their long knives, causing the workers to retreat in fear. Wu Hua jumped down from the carriage, kicking at the bodyguards' midsections, and within moments, had knocked several of them to the ground. The square-faced man was taken aback. Such skill was not that of ordinary thugs. He looked at Feng Qingsui with uncertainty. "Who are you all? You come here to provoke without even inquiring about my identity?" Feng Qingsui approached Granny Su, mocking, "Your Duke's household truly lacks respect for others." Just then, a group of constables arrived, summoned by Qingmai as Feng Qingsui had instructed. "Constable, it is this man who has come with bodyguards to seize my servant," she stated. My husband has perished in battle, his bones yet to cool, and the Duke's household dares to bully us. I implore you to have the magistrate uphold justice, lest the soldiers of the realm lose heart. The chief constable hurriedly assured her, Madam, rest assured, our magistrate will administer justice and restore your rights. The square-faced man, full of arrogance, declared, We are from the Duke of Ning's household. However, the constable did not listen to him and promptly placed him in shackles, escorting him away. He was utterly astounded. What is the true identity of this young woman? She has the audacity to disregard even the esteemed title of the Duke's residence. After the officials departed, the workers resumed their tasks, and Granny Sue wore a look of remorse. I apologize for causing trouble, my lady. It is of no consequence. Feng Qingsui waved her hand dismissively. I anticipated this. Granny Sue hesitated, suggesting, perhaps you should allow me to leave the capital. For the Duke's residence may not rest easy. I can open a branch for you in another city. However, Feng Qingsui replied, First, tell me, did you truly embezzle, or were you framed? I have never wronged my former master, Granny Sue asserted, before pausing and continuing, I was indeed framed. Yet the young lady did not believe me. The current overseer of the brocade pavilion is a confidant of the present duchess, and the framing was likely orchestrated by her. Feng Qingsui remarked, to sell off the confidant of a deceased mother and replace her with that of a stepmother? It seems that Miss Ning lacks discernment. After inquiring about the details, she advised Granny Sue, stay in the capital. It is leaving that poses the real danger. Granny Sue grasped the underlying implication. A flicker of doubt crossing her features. Surely it cannot be so. After all, she has been with the late mistress for many years, managing the shop. She must recognize the value of such loyalty. Feng Qingsui cautioned, one must always be vigilant. Employ a few capable guards to keep by your side, and increase the number of protectors at the workshop. Granny Sue nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall make arrangements at once. After Feng Qingsui toured the workshop, she departed, unaware that the recent altercation had caught the attention of someone else, none other than Jean Shi. Jean Shi, while dining at an inn with her child, happened to pass by the alley and, hearing the commotion, instructed the coachman to halt and observe. To her surprise, she spotted Feng Qingsui. Upon closer inspection, she realized that this down jacket workshop belonged to Feng Qingsui, igniting envy within her. She had painstakingly persuaded Ji Peiyuan to order a down jacket for her, which would take a week to produce, only to find it under the control of this insufferable girl. Such audacity was intolerable. Reflecting on the Duke's residence's claims of Ning Guogong, a clever plan began to form in her mind. Chapter 31. Do you not call him grandfather? As the last remnants of snow melted away, the Laba festival arrived. Qi Shi eagerly took Feng Qingsui to Baiyun Temple on the outskirts of the capital. Preparations for the Laba porridge had begun a month prior, requiring 34 ingredients in a slow simmer for 3 hours, yielding thousands of servings. It has been many years since I last tasted it. Let us savor it together, she said. Feng Qingsui agreed. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they found the area teeming with people, the main path congested. Qi Shi led her along a lesser-known route. This path lay southwest of the main road, separated by a ridge, with only a scattering of people traversing it. They ascended the mountain, enjoying their Laba porridge and receiving 10 rice cakes. On their return, they took the same path. As they descended to a slope, Wu Hua suddenly approached and whispered in her ear, there is an ambush ahead. Feng Qingsui's expression hardened. How many? 5, Wu Hua reported before moving ahead. Feng Qingsui turned to Qi Shi. Mother, let us proceed slowly. The Chia family was puzzled and on the verge of asking a question when several men suddenly emerged from the thicket, charging towards them, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. In the blink of an eye, these men were subdued and bound by Wu Hua. As the ruffians cursed and grumbled, Wu Hua delivered a few swift kicks, which silenced them. Just as Feng Qingsui was about to inquire further, she caught a glimpse of a figure hurrying away in the opposite hillside and signaled to Wu Hua. Wu Hua leaped over the hill and apprehended the individual, a young man in his 20s, overly dressed and adorned. Dragged before Feng Qingsui, he shouted with a mix of bravado and fear, demanding to know what they were doing and asserting his connections. Feng Qingsui scoffed. I do not know which household you belong to, but I am aware that you are complicit with these men. The young man retorted, you speak nonsense. I advise you to release me at once, or you will regret it. My household is not one to be trifled with. Is that so? Feng Qingsui replied nonchalantly. I dare to provoke even the Duke's residence. What household could intimidate me? The young man appeared taken aback. She instructed Wu Hua to escort him and the other ruffians down the mountain to the city magistrate's office. Upon returning, Wu Hua reported that the young man had confessed under duress, claiming he was in dire straits and had sought a few accomplices to extort money during the Laba festival. What is his status? Feng Qingsui inquired. Wu Hua replied, he is a notorious scoundrel in the capital, living off his sister's support, indulging in idleness. At once, Feng Qingsui inferred his identity. Is he the brother of Jin? Wu Hua nodded. Given his connection to Jin, it was unlikely his motive was monetary. Rather, it was highly probable he aimed to tarnish her reputation. She pondered the purpose of such a scheme. Did Jin harbor delusions of becoming a widow to Ji Chongqing? Annoyed by the incessant buzzing of flies, Feng Qingsui resolved not to let Jin off easily this time, having previously taken it lightly. When she visited Xie to enjoy some rice cakes and encountered Ji Chongqing, she shared the incident with him. However, Ji Chongqing appeared lost in thought, watching her eat. Instead of using chopsticks, she nibbled delicately on the rice cakes with her hands, resembling a charming little rabbit. He felt a sense of familiarity as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. A vivid image surfaced in his mind, a stitched artwork he had seen in the charity exhibition, depicting a little girl eating rice cakes. It dawned on him that the artwork was indeed of her. A smile crept onto his lips, realizing that her manner of eating had remained unchanged since childhood. Seeing him smile rather than frown left Feng Qingsui uncertain of his thoughts. How do you propose to handle this matter? She pressed. Had she not been concerned about implicating Ji Chongqing, she would have already reported Jin and Ji Peiyuan to Princess Shouyang. Ji Chongqing regained his composure and replied earnestly, you need not concern yourself with this. I will take care of it. Relieved, Feng Qingsui smiled. Then I shall await your decision. As she reached for another rice cake, she suddenly remembered she should use chopsticks. However, glancing at Xie and Ji Chongqing, who showed no objection, she reverted to her childhood habit and enjoyed the treat. Delicious. After savoring the rice cakes, a servant announced that Master Ji San had arrived and wished to see Ji Chongqing. Ji Chongqing offered a faint smile and replied, I will not be attending, but please inform him that I shall make an appearance at the old gentleman's birthday banquet the day after tomorrow. The servant departed to convey the message. Feng Qingsui, aware of the discord between him and the old gentleman, noted that they typically exchanged no greetings. So his sudden willingness to attend the banquet was undoubtedly peculiar. Could it be related to the affairs of the Jin family? She felt a surge of curiosity. But just as she was about to speak, Ji Chongqing interrupted her, saying, Mother, I will attend the banquet, and you and my sister-in-law should remain at home to avoid the scrutiny of others. Qisha nodded in agreement. Feng Qingsui felt a twinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, upon hearing the third son's response, the old gentleman's brows eased slightly as he remarked, it seems he has come to understand that in the court, mere personal prowess is insufficient. He knows the importance of winning hearts. The third master flattered him, saying, indeed, she possesses remarkable foresight. The old gentleman shot him a glare, thinking that if his second, third, and fourth sons were not so inept, and their offspring were not equally foolish, he would not have to bow to Ji Chongqing. That troublesome offspring. Should any mishap occur at the banquet, you shall return to Jiangzhou to tend to the ancestral grave. The third master bowed, assuring, rest assured, Father, I will keep a vigilant eye these days to ensure nothing goes amiss. Before long, it was the day of the birthday celebration. The Ji residence was adorned with lanterns and streamers, filled with the sounds of drums and flutes, and bustling with esteemed guests. As all the guests gathered, Ji Chongqing was conspicuously absent, causing the old gentleman's mood to darken, suspecting that Ji Chongqing was playing him for a fool. Just as the third master was about to urge the servants to fetch him, Ji Chongqing arrived, albeit fashionably late. Dear nephew, have you finally completed your tasks? The third master greeted him with a beaming smile. Noticing a woman accompanying Ji Chongqing, he assumed he had brought his widow's sister-in-law along and was about to extend his greetings when he saw the woman holding a child. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to the second son, Ji Peiyuan. His expression instantly shifted. Ji Chongqing had brought the second son's concubine and their child to the banquet. What could this mean? Dear nephew, let us discuss this calmly, he said, extending his hand to block Ji Chongqing while signaling to his attendant to escort Jin and the child away. However, his intentions were thwarted. Ji Chongqing's servant intervened, and Ji Chongqing himself grasped his shoulder, leading him into the banquet hall, disregarding his protests. Upon entering the banquet hall, and witnessing the throngs of guests, his heart sank. Upon seeing Ji Changqing arrive, the old gentleman initially transformed his fury into delight, but his expression darkened at the sight of Jin. Before he could unleash his wrath, Ji Changqing cheerfully announced, "In celebration of grandfather's 60th birthday, I have prepared a grand gift." With that, he pulled Onger to his side and said, "Why don't you greet grandfather?" Onger, filled with trepidation, called out, "Grandfather." The entire assembly gazed in astonishment at Onger's face, which bore an astonishing resemblance to that of the Ji family. They were all taken aback. Wasn't Ji Changqing unmarried? How could such a large child suddenly appear? Chapter 32. No escape. Ji Hongda nearly spewed blood in shock. Abandoning the facade of composure, he rushed toward Ji Changqing. Lowering his voice and gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Do you have any idea what you are doing?" Ji Changqing proclaimed loudly, "I have specially returned the offspring of my second uncle, who has fallen into obscurity, to naturally add more members to the Ji residence and bring a smile to my grandfather's face." Yet smile? They are on the verge of being infuriated. Ji Hongda trembled with indignation, chastising Ji Changqing. "You have brought this upon yourself. How can you shift the blame onto your second uncle? Instead of establishing a proper family, you indulge in extramarital affairs. Leave at once." However, Ji Changqing looked toward Ji Peiyuan and smiled. "Second uncle, do you not acknowledge this mother and child?" Ji Peiyuan was already drenched in cold sweat, even with tenfold courage. He would not dare to associate himself with the Jin family and Onger in the presence of Princess Shouyang. "Changqing, one must take responsibility for their own actions. Even if you fear they may hinder your pursuit of marriage, you cannot cast them upon your second uncle." Ji Changqing scoffed and addressed Onger. "Your mother is to be exiled, and your father refuses to acknowledge you. It seems you shall have to be sent to the orphanage." Onger's small face turned pale with fright as he cast a pleading glance toward Ji Peiyuan. Ji Peiyuan was utterly bewildered. Exile for Jin? What does that even entail? In the next moment, he saw Jin rushing over, collapsing at his feet and grasping his arm in tears. "Master, you promised that during the old lord's banquet, we mother and son would be recognized. You cannot go back on your word. When did he ever say such a thing? Let go, you shameless woman." Changqing still has some dignity. Ji Peiyuan attempted to shake off Jin, but she clung to him even more tightly. "Master, even if you do not care for my life, you cannot disregard Onger. He is your own flesh and blood." The guests in attendance exchanged glances. Ji Peiyuan felt mortified, wishing he could vanish. Noticing Princess Shouyang's expression growing ever colder, he understood that her ire was rising. Her calm demeanor belied a desire to kick Jin to her demise. "Are you courting death?" he warned sternly. Yet, Jin remained resolute, continuing her desperate pleas. Unbeknownst to him, before arriving at the Ji residence, Ji Changqing had sent someone to imprison Jin, ruthlessly beating her brother before her eyes, leaving him barely clinging to life. "I know you orchestrated this." Ji Changqing coldly regarded her. "Later, I shall escort you and your child to the Ji banquet. If you cannot convince Ji Peiyuan to acknowledge you both, you shall share the same fate as your brother, exile and military service." Who does not know that Ji Changqing is ruthless, capable of executing decrees with little regard? What future does a mere woman have in such a fate? Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would not have crossed paths with Feng Qingsui, nor allowed her brother to impersonate someone from the Duke's residence to confront her. Yet, the die was cast. What other choice did she have but to comply with Ji Changqing's demands? "Master, have mercy on us, mother and son. Grant us a chance at survival." Jin wept profusely. "Enough. It is a joyous occasion. Do not cause a scene. Any discerning eye can see the child is yours. Cease this charade." Princess Shouyang suddenly interjected. Jin's sobs halted abruptly. Ji Peiyuan's heart leaped. What did Princess Shouyang mean? He then observed her directing her gaze toward Ji Hongda. "Since everyone is present, let the banquet commence." Ji Hongda's heart sank. If Princess Shouyang were to cause a scene, it would at least indicate that she still holds some regard for the second son. However, her current silence and ability to maintain decorum at the banquet suggest that she cast a fierce glance at Ji Changqing. Ji Changqing, treating it as though he had not noticed, gracefully took his seat and leisurely began to partake in the feast. The guests were taken aback by his display of indifference and dared not to approach him closely. After finishing his meal, Ji Changqing took his leave. Meanwhile, the Ji residence was in turmoil, akin to a seismic upheaval, leaving chaos in its wake. First, Princess Shouyang, citing Ji Piyuan's disregard for marital duty, annulled their marriage and administered 100 lashes, breaking both of his legs. Subsequently, Ji Hongda, the retired minister, was stripped of all his honors and barred from holding any teaching position. Following that, the official titles of Ji San and Ji Si were also revoked. Although their ranks were modest, merely 5th or 6th grade, the distinction between holding an official title and being a commoner was vast. It could be said that this farcical banquet had effectively expelled the Ji family from the ranks of the gentry, relegating them to the status of ordinary folk. The Jin family initially believed that Ji Piyuan's annulment posed no significant issue, as at least mother and son had an honorable standing. Yet, when the Ji family's titles were completely stripped away, the entire household regarded her as a calamity, withholding even warm meals from her. She found herself tirelessly attending to the incapacitated Ji Piyuan, only to realize that a life of hardship awaited her. She lamented that it would have been better to have remained a concubine. Regret washed over her. Ji Hongda too was filled with remorse. Had he known that this bane would surpass his father in mischief, he might have drowned him in the chamber pot at birth. He gasped for breath, lamenting his fate. After the banquet, he fell ill, plagued by incessant coughing, with one foot already in the grave. His elderly wife, he sure, sighed deeply. You are simply too fiery in temperament. If you had not pressured Zheng to marry into a prestigious family, he would not have returned to Jiangzhou for a government position. If you two had remained united, how could Chongqing oppose you? Ji Hongda bristled. Is this my fault? Not entirely. He sure consoled him, but given the current situation, dwelling on the past serves no purpose. It would be wiser to consider avenues for remedy. What remedy could there possibly be? It's hopeless, Ji Hongda muttered. That wretched child views me as an enemy. The second, third, and fourth sons are all useless. My grandsons are adept at cockfighting and birdwalking, yet struggle with reading. It would be a miracle if they did not squander our family fortune, let alone hope for them to bring glory to our name. A mere fantasy. One cannot even write 2 characters of Ji in one stroke. He sure chuckled. As long as Chongqing bears the Ji surname, he remains one of us. He may not acknowledge us today, but tomorrow could be a different story. Ji Hongda sensed the underlying meaning in her words and inquired, What do you propose? He sure smiled. There is an old saying that a woman is the wind by the bedside. Whether she listens or not, she must be heard. Chongqing has yet to marry, and if we could arrange for him to wed a woman favorable to us, over time, would he not return to his roots? I happen to have a candidate in mind, my sister's granddaughter, who is strikingly beautiful and charming, universally admired, and intelligent enough to manage Chongqing. Ji Hongda found the first part of her statement reasonable, but was skeptical of the latter. It is not that I look down upon the He family. Given the current status of that wretched individual, it is unlikely that he would even glance at a mere daughter of a marquis's household, let alone a young lady from a noble family. The matter of fate in marriage is indeed unpredictable, he remarked with a cold laugh. After all, at one time, she was merely a concubine's daughter, yet her father still vowed to marry no one but her. Perhaps Chongqing has inherited his father's bloodline and is equally infatuated. Chapter 33. Weeping at the grave. Ji Hongda pondered this and agreed. Let your niece have a try. If she can win over that wretched soul, she could secure a position as a first-class lady and live the rest of her life without worry. He replied, I shall summon her to the manor tomorrow. Ji Chongqing was entirely unaware of the couple's scheme. As it was time for Ji Chongfeng's 100-day memorial, he took leave from the emperor and, accompanied by his mother and Feng Qingsui, went to Shimei Mountain to pay his respects at the grave. Having established a separate ancestral hall in the manor, he was naturally reluctant to inter his brother at the Ji family's ancestral grave in Jiangzhou. After Ji Chongfeng fell in battle, he purchased a hill on Shimei Mountain as the burial site for his brother and future descendants. Shimei Mountain was adorned with plum trees, and the spring scenery was delightful. However, it was currently the depths of winter, and aside from the sporadic blooms of wintersweet and camellias, there was little beauty to behold. She had no heart for enjoying the scenery. The thought of her son passing away just shy of adulthood and being buried on such a desolate hill, alone underground without a soul to converse with, overwhelmed her with sorrow. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Feng Qingsui was about to offer her comfort when suddenly, a wailing sound echoed from a distance, coming from the direction of the grave. She was puzzled. Aside from this young widow, who could be mourning at the grave? Could it be Ji Chongfeng's former lover? She instinctively glanced at Ji Chongqing, thinking he might know, but he too wore a puzzled expression. She wiped her tears and inquired, Who is that? Ji Changqing shook his head. I know not who it is. Feng Qingsui supported Qi as they approached the grave, where they finally discerned the identity of the wailing figure, a stranger of similar age. Although her attire was plain, her beauty was striking. Her eye makeup and facial cream seemed specially crafted, for even with tears streaming down her face, her makeup remained intact. She did not recognize her and asked curiously, "Who are you? Why do you weep at my son's grave?" Upon hearing the question, the young woman's sobs resumed. "Wu, I am sorry for General Ji." She seemed determined to continue her lamentation without pause. Feng Qingsui, not wishing to wait idly, requested a broom and began clearing the fallen leaves from the grave. Ji Changqing also took up a broom and silently joined in the task. She placed offerings of fruits, pastries, rice, and wine before the grave, lighting incense and candles. One by one, noticing that no one was paying her attention, the young woman gradually ceased her weeping. "General Ji died saving me," she declared astonishingly. Ji Changqing. He had no recollection of having saved such a person. Feng Qingsui paused in her sweeping, casting a look of astonishment at the girl. Just when they had dealt with the Jin family, another emerged. Was being a widow to Ji Changfeng truly so desirable? She was utterly bewildered. Our Changfeng perished in battle. How could you possibly be connected to him? A certain young lady raised her hand, wiping away her tears with her sleeve as she lamented, "It is my own folly. Born of youthful exuberance, to have thought that having learned a few techniques of whip mastery and possessing a modicum of equestrian skill, I could venture onto the battlefield to slay foes. Just before the armies clashed, I happened to visit my uncles at the border, witnessing the local populace suffer through fires. Killings and abductions stirred a fire within me, compelling me to brandish my whip and join the fray. My uncles forbade me, asserting that they had their own means to confront the enemy, and it was not fitting for a woman to take the field. I heeded them not. After my uncles and General Ji led the troops into battle, I followed closely behind, stepping onto the battlefield myself." Upon hearing her relate this tale, Ji Changqing realized her identity. The forces fighting alongside him were from the Zhong family, who had once forged an alliance through marriage with the Duke of Ning's household. That unfortunate Miss Zhong had met her demise on the very day of her childbirth. A year later, her husband remarried, and fearing that their daughter, born of such peril, would be mistreated by her stepmother, the Zhong family took the child into their care, perhaps influenced by the Zhong family's customs. The girl grew up not enamored by the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but rather by the martial disciplines of wielding a spear, brandishing a staff, and riding horses. Unexpectedly, during her visit to her uncles at the border, she found herself on the battlefield. Did she truly believe she could simply play at war? Ji Changqing recalled that after their side gained the upper hand, he had been both battling the enemy and searching for an opportunity to evade death. He had witnessed a young soldier, having just cast his whip, being disarmed by an enemy general, with the blade poised to strike his neck. He galloped over, rescuing the soldier from peril, engaging the enemy general in a tactical retreat, leading a small wave of enemy soldiers into a secluded area where they perished together. Was that young soldier none other than the esteemed Miss Ning in disguise? Ning Fengwan wept bitterly, recounting, "Once I infiltrated the battlefield, relying on my whip skills. I bested several enemy soldiers. Alas, I encountered a formidable enemy general who seized my whip. In that moment of peril, General Ji arrived to intercept the enemy's blade. Regrettably, while he battled that general, he lost his life. Had I not acted impulsively and joined the battle, General Ji may have survived. I can never repay the kindness he extended to me, even if I were to weave grass into a ring as a token of gratitude." Qishur listened once more to the account of her eldest son's demise, tears streaming down her face like a river breaching its banks. However, Feng Qingsui wore a countenance of fury. "You took to the battlefield, disrupting the course of war and causing the death of a great general. And now you think a few tears will suffice? Your uncles truly exhibit a shocking degree of partiality and indulgence." Ning Fengwan hurriedly retorted, "My uncles are well aware of this matter and would have surely struck me dead on the spot had it not been for the fact that my mother left me as her sole lineage. They spared my life, but I was subjected to the Zhong family's strict discipline. I endured 49 lashes from the cold iron whip, lying bedridden for 3 months before I could even rise. The moment I stood, I went to the grave to pay my respects to General Ji. Fearing that Qishur and the others would doubt her, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing scars that, though scabbed over, remained much darker than the surrounding skin." Feng Qingsui stepped forward, grasping her wrist to take her pulse. Upon discerning the signs of severe injury and significant depletion of vitality, he was convinced of her account of the whipping. Yet, if she truly felt remorse, she would not use Ji Changfeng as a stepping stone to elevate her own status. If your gratitude were sincere, you would keep such feelings buried within your heart, rather than proclaiming them to all. Do not tarnish his noble reputation. Changfeng fought valiantly for his country and its people, not to save you. She realized the gravity of the situation and concurred, saying, "Indeed. Had you spoken those words in our presence, it would have sufficed. However, should they reach the outside world, it would tarnish both your and Changfeng's reputations. Those who relish gossip could twist the narrative into something outrageous, perhaps concocting tales of passionate rage for a beloved or fighting to the death for love, overshadowing even the greatest of accomplishments." Ning Fengwan quickly replied, "I am well aware, for my uncles have cautioned me about this. I can never repay General Ji's kindness. But I hope in the future to serve my aunt to the best of my ability, so that General Ji may rest easy in the afterlife." She waved her hand dismissively. "No need for that. Just seeing you reminds me of how he passed, and I cannot bear it." Ning Fengwan cast a furtive glance at Ji Changqing, thinking that time would allow for familiarity to blossom. After Feng Qingsui and the others finished tending to Ji Changfeng's grave, they descended the mountain with Ning Fengwan, arriving at the carriage at the foot of the hill, where Ning Fengwan made a request that surprised Feng Qingsui. "Previously, we had a cunning old servant in our household who deceived us all for her own gain. I sent her to the yamen, only to discover that she had been purchased by my lady," Ning Fengwan said apologetically. The steward, unaware of the situation, mistook the servant, who was supposed to be in another city, for having escaped, and in a fit of rage, brought men to capture her, resulting in a conflict with my lady. "I humbly ask for your forgiveness for this transgression." Feng Qingsui then realized she was the young lady of the Duke of Ning's household, which explained her audaciousness. I wondered how a steward of such a prestigious household could be so impulsive, but it seems she mirrors her master. She chuckled. "Once he is released from the prison, Miss Ning must discipline him thoroughly. Otherwise, one day he may cause a calamity that will be impossible to rectify." Ning Fengwan felt a surge of anger. She had offered a sincere apology, yet this person continued to mock her. Were it not for her widowhood, she would have certainly retaliated. "You speak the truth, my lady. I assure you I shall impose strict discipline upon him." She forced a smile. "However, that treacherous servant is adept at presenting a facade of compliance while scheming behind the scenes. She has misappropriated a significant portion of my mother's dowry shop, which she manages entirely. If my lady entrusts her with further responsibilities, I fear treachery lies ahead. General Ji has shown me immense grace. How could I bring misfortune upon my lady? It would be better to return her to me, and I shall repay you tenfold for any losses incurred. I have been quite accommodating." Feng Qingsui resolutely declined, stating, "As the ancients said, an orange grown in the south is an orange, while one grown in the north is a bitter orange. It seems this individual is much like the fruit. Her circumstances dictate her behavior. Being unable to be restrained by your esteemed household does not imply that I cannot manage her. Moreover, since Miss Ning has committed a grievous error, she still has the chance for redemption. Why should a loyal servant, who has served for years, be condemned for a single mistake? It is better to forgive where one can." Ning Fengwan found herself at a loss for words. After Feng Qingsui and her companions departed in their cart, she drew forth the whip at her waist and lashed out at the nearby foliage in frustration, yet still felt unable to relieve her pent-up anger. "Once I enter the Ji household, I shall send that wretched person to the temple to serve the flickering light of ancient Buddha for the rest of her days." She seethed through clenched teeth. On the way back to the city from Shimei Mountain, there lies a temple adorned with crimson leaves. She wished to contribute some incense money. So Feng Qingsui and a few others decided to stop the car there. The temple was nestled halfway up the mountain, and as they ascended the steps, Feng Qingsui caught a glimpse of two feminine figures ahead, seemingly a lady and her maid, though she could not discern which family's young mistress they belonged to. The pair moved at a leisurely pace, and before long, they were overtaken by Feng Qingsui and her companions. The mountain path was narrow, accommodating only two people side by side. Upon sensing someone behind them, the two women stepped aside to let them pass. Feng Qingsui flashed a grateful smile in their direction. In the next moment, however, she witnessed the delicate-looking young lady, with a startled gasp, teetering backward. Behind her stood Ji Changqing. The young lady's fall seemed destined to land her in Ji Changqing's arms. Feng Qingsui initially intended to reach out to support her, but upon noticing the lady's striking beauty and slender waist, reminiscent of a willow swaying in the breeze, she hesitated. What if Ji Changqing was rather taken with this type? If she acted impulsively, would she not be jeopardizing a budding romance? Thus, she refrained from intervening. Ji Changqing had noticed the young woman's actions early on, expecting Feng Qingsui to step in, and chose not to evade the situation. Little did he know that Feng Qingsui remained frozen in place, allowing the young lady to fall. While she discreetly cast a glance at him, realizing the act was deliberate, he was nearly amused by the absurdity of it all. Did she truly think he would be so easily beguiled? How absurd. At that moment, he found himself unable to avoid the impending mishap. So he opted to grasp Feng Qingsui's cloak and pull her upper body forward, shielding her from the falling young woman. Feng Qingsui was taken aback, nearly uttering a curse. This man was utterly detestable. She had intended to assist him, yet he repaid her kindness with malice. The maid trailing the young lady seemed to finally grasp the situation and reached out to help her up. The young woman, clutching her chest, wore an expression of fright as she realized she had narrowly avoided tumbling down the mountain. Upon raising her head to thank Ji Changqing and Feng Qingsui, she was taken aback to see him. Cousin Qing? Just as Feng Qingsui was being restored to her original position by Ji Changqing, she turned to him with a meaningful glance and remarked, "Cousin, you did not extend your hand to help." Ji Changqing, with a stoic expression, replied, "I have no such cousin." The young woman's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she shyly stated, "It is understandable that Cousin Qing does not recognize me. I am the second young lady of the He family. Our grandfather and your grandmother are siblings." Ji Changqing displayed no compassion, responding coldly, "I have severed ties with the Ji family. Whether it be Cousin He or Cousin K, they are of no concern to me. I kindly request that you maintain your decorum, Mississippi." The color drained from the young woman's cheeks as she pressed her lips together, speaking in a gentle tone. "Even if Cousin Qing does not acknowledge me, I must express my gratitude. Had it not been for your timely rescue, I would have faced dire consequences." Ji Changqing turned to Feng Qingsui, stating, "You should thank her. She was the one who shielded you." The young woman then directed her thanks toward Feng Qingsui. Nodding in response, Feng Qingsui continued her ascent of the mountain. Upon reaching the Crimson Leaf Temple, she burned incense while reflecting, "Such a fragile beauty. One who inspires affection even in me." Yet, the second master regards her as if she were a mere wooden figure, responding with harshness. She wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, I have never seen him bestow kindness upon any woman. At his age, he remains oblivious to matters of the heart. One must wonder, could he possibly be lacking in that regard?" Feng Qingsui glanced toward Ji Changqing, who was not far off. Feng Qingsui stifled a laugh to comfort Qi Shi. It should not be the case. The second master is likely just preoccupied with state affairs, leaving him little time for anything else. Qi Shi pouted. He doesn't even have a maid by his side, only male attendants. If one did not know better, they might assume he has an inclination towards Dragon Yang. Ji Changqing interjected. Could it not be that he simply values his purity? Feng Qingsui found this quite amusing and glanced at Ji Changqing's waist, considering that Qi Shi's words held some merit. It was rare for a man to encounter a beauty without turning his head, yet he, upon being embraced by a lovely woman, reacted as if faced with a malevolent spirit, claiming he bore no hidden ailments would elicit disbelief from anyone. Ji Changqing noticed her gaze, his forehead twitching with tension. After finishing the incense burning and replenishing the oil, the three exited the temple, preparing to descend the mountain. At that moment, a cousin of He approached, accompanied by her maid, greeting Qi Shi first before receiving a thick stack of scriptures from the maid. "Although I have never met my cousin Changfeng, I hold great admiration for his character. Recently, I copied several volumes of scriptures to be sent to the temple on this 100th day, for the monks to recite and pray for the eternal presence of noble souls." Qi Shi was touched and remarked, "You are quite thoughtful." He Qianqian displayed a look of modesty. Having been under the protection of cousin Changfeng for many years, it is only right. Qi Shi had a very favorable impression of her and expressed to Feng Qingsui on their way back. Were she not a member of the He family, she could indeed be considered. Feng Qingsui merely smiled in silence. Upon entering the city, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar small figure darting by the roadside. It was the brother from the pair of siblings who had brought her daffodils at the orphanage. He walked with an anxious expression, glancing around as if searching for someone. Halt Huahua. Chapter 35. Rest assured, what are you looking for? After disembarking from the carriage, Feng Qingsui stopped the boy to inquire. The boy's eyes instantly reddened. My sister is missing. Do not fret. Take your time to explain. Feng Qingsui knelt before him, producing a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. Where did you last see your sister? I do not know, the boy sobbed. A few days ago. She was adopted by someone. I told her not to leave, but she said that family promised to help find medicine to heal my burns. And she wanted my face to be restored, so she went. I was worried, so I secretly followed their carriage, learned their address, and every afternoon, during the 1 hour she was allowed outside, I would sneak to watch her. But this afternoon, when I went, I did not see her. That family was searching everywhere, saying the child was missing. I thought my sister might have come to the orphanage to find me, so I returned, but did not see her there. I even checked our old home, and she was nowhere to be found. As he spoke, his sorrow deepened, his cries becoming so intense he could hardly breathe. Feng Qingsui gently patted his back, soothingly saying, perhaps she has simply lost her way. Take me to the places you used to frequent to search for her. The boy whimpered in agreement. All right. Feng Qingsui took his hand and approached the carriage window, addressing Qi Shi. Mother, I wish to accompany him in search of his sister. Would it be all right for you and the second master to return in the same carriage? Qi Shi, having overheard their earlier conversation, expressed her compassion. Tell me what that child looks like, and upon our return to the estate, I will mobilize the household to assist in the search. Feng Qingsui provided a rough description of the little girl. Qi Shi nodded, disembarked from the donkey cart, and boarded Ji Changqing's carriage that followed behind. Feng Qingsui accompanied the boy to several places, yet her sister remained elusive, and the boy's countenance grew increasingly somber. She purchased a few buns and offered them to the boy, urging him to eat. You must have something to sustain you. It's getting late. And if they cannot find you at the orphanage, they will surely be worried. I will escort you back before I report this matter. The boy, his face streaked with tears, lamented, I cannot eat. Even if you cannot eat, you must try. Otherwise, how will you find your sister if you starve? Feng Qingsui gently patted his head. Tomorrow, do not wander outside, lest you be caught by beggars, and then I would have to search for you again. The boy replied, my face is too burnt. They wouldn't want me. That is not certain. Some beggars specifically abduct children to use as their own, and even if they are able-bodied, they may resort to breaking limbs to elicit sympathy. The boy, frightened by this prospect, reluctantly acquiesced. After escorting him back to the orphanage, Feng Qingsui proceeded to the magistrate's office to report the incident. However, the constable informed her that the boy's foster parents had already filed a report. After inquiring about their situation, she returned home alongside Wu Hua. The individuals dispatched by the Qi family had also failed to locate the child. During dinner, Feng Qingsui pondered the severity of the boy's facial burns. Even she could not concoct a remedy for his affliction, and skin grafting would be perilous given the extensive area of the burns. Lacking complete confidence, she refrained from suggesting such a procedure, for it would be cruel to instill hope only to lead to despair. If that couple truly possessed a curative remedy, why did they only use it to entice young girls into adoption rather than adopting the boy? It was well known that boys were far more sought after than girls at the orphanage. As long as they were not physically impaired, they would soon find a home. There was surely something amiss. After a moment's reflection, she instructed Wu Hua, tonight, visit various orphanages to investigate. If you can locate any records, note down the names of children who have recently been adopted and subsequently disappeared. Report back to me. Wu Hua departed on her errand. That night, Feng Qingsui gazed at the pot of daffodils she had recently unearthed, nurtured in a celadone basin, silently praying for the young girl's safety. However, Wu Hua quickly returned with news. The only child currently listed as adopted is Hualing. The previous records were taken by the second master's men and have yet to be returned. Hualing was, in fact, the boy's sister. Shall I not need to ask Ji Changqing for the records then? Feng Qingsui inquired. Go see if the second master has retired. Wu Hua swiftly departed, returning shortly with the tidings. The study in the outer courtyard still has its lights on. Feng Qingsui selected several medicinal ingredients and went to the kitchen to personally brew a bowl of soup, which she carried to the outer courtyard. Who is delivering the supper? Ji Changqing raised his head from his desk upon hearing Bai Fu's report. Bai Fu replied, the madam. Ji Changqing remarked, this woman is so stingy she wouldn't even part with a few branches of wax plum. She only sent him a woolen sweater and down jacket to facilitate his trade. Would she truly extend her kindness to deliver supper? He mused, such unsolicited attentiveness is suspicious. Perhaps she harbors ulterior motives. Furrowing his brow, Ji Chongqing instructed, have her leave the soup. Bai Fu exited to relay the message. Soon returning, the madam requests to speak with the second master. She has another matter to discuss that requires your presence. A cold smile escaped from the lips of Ji Chongqing. He had anticipated that this woman harbored ulterior motives. It is late. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow, he remarked with an air of indifference. Indeed, Bai Fu replied. Ji Chongqing lowered his head and returned to his documents. After perusing only half a page, he heard footsteps. Initially assuming Bai Fu had returned to relay another message from Feng Qingsui. Irritated, he muttered, you cannot even manage to send someone off. What use are you? However, a light laugh echoed in the room. Second master, it is I. Ji Chongqing raised his chin and regarded Feng Qingsui, who entered gracefully, furrowing his brow as he asked, sister-in-law, have you not learned the virtue of discretion? At such a late hour, a man and a woman alone in a room. Do you not think it prudent to exercise caution? Feng Qingsui placed a bowl of soup on the desk and replied with a smile. You and I are upright in our conduct, sitting well, transparent, and forthright. What have we to fear from public opinion? Discretion is merely for the eyes of gentlemen. As for the gossip of petty minds, even if I were to hide away, they would still indulge in their gossip. Ji Chongqing cast a glance at the bowl of soup, noticing it contained walnuts, lotus seeds, chestnuts, goji berries, and dried tangerine peel. His eyelids involuntarily twitched. Wasn't this a nourishing soup meant to bolster the kidneys and vital organs? Recalling the fleeting glance she had cast at his waist earlier in the day at Hongye Temple, he pressed his brush down heavily, leaving a stark line on the paper. Did this woman truly believe he was incapable? With a dismissive toss of the brush, he leaned back in his chair and fixed his gaze on the woman before him. Speaking with profound meaning, sister-in-law, you certainly place great trust in me. Feng Qingsui, while surveying the desk, happened to glance at the cover of the ledger from the Tio Institute, directing her attention there, and did not perceive the insinuation in his words. She nodded in agreement, saying, of course, second master inspires confidence. Did she imply that his perceived inadequacy was the reason for her trust? Ji Chongqing nearly laughed in exasperation. Just as he was about to show Feng Qingsui a glimpse of his true capabilities to teach her a lesson, she suddenly spoke earnestly, second master. I suspect someone is orchestrating a scheme to abduct children from the Tio Institute through adoption. Ji Chongqing raised an eyebrow after a moment of silence. What is your reasoning? Feng Qingsui relayed the points of suspicion she had uncovered, concluding, if Hualing's ordeal is not an isolated incident, there are surely many children who have gone missing after being adopted. Although child disappearances occur from time to time, if it is intentional, the rate should be unusually high. Ji Chongqing recalled the anxious demeanor of the director of the courtyard when he requested the ledger. Initially, he had thought it was due to her own guilt, but upon reflection, there may be other reasons. After all, the director had only recently been appointed, and it was her predecessor who had been implicated in the embezzlement scandal at the Tio Institute, unrelated to her. So why was she anxious? The welfare of adopted children is a crucial indicator of the director's competence. If adopted children frequently go missing, it indicates negligence on the part of the adoptive parents and suggests that the director failed to properly assess the suitability of the adopters. Was the director concerned that he would uncover the truth, prompting her to delay the submission of the ledger to manipulate the data and obscure the unusual number of missing children? His gaze shifted towards the stack of ledgers. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Qingsui said, second master, if there are any issues, we shall discover them upon reviewing the ledgers. If you are unable to find the time, I can assist you in examining them. With that, she reached out to grasp the ledger. Ji Chongqing narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, stating that the ledger was not something just anyone could handle. Feng Qingsui paused for a moment. Second master, that child has only just gone missing today. They may not have had the chance to leave the capital yet. If we can find clues in the ledger and rescue the child in time, it would be a deed of great merit. She gazed at Ji Chongqing with a face full of pleading. Ji Chongqing replied, you speak as if I am a heartless villain unconcerned with the lives of others. He made it clear that he wasn't refusing her access, but added, however, this ledger cannot be out of my sight. Feng Qingsui quickly assured him, I want to take it away. I will read it here in the study and will not alter a single number. She thought to herself, even when merely looking at a ledger, he is cautious of her meddling. He is indeed exceptionally meticulous. It is no wonder he holds the position of prime minister. Ji Chongqing merely wished to observe her capabilities, but, seeing her misunderstanding, chose not to explain. In the study, there was only the long table before Ji Changqing. After a quick survey, Feng Qingsui decisively moved a chair from the wall to sit diagonally across from him. She requested a pen and a few sheets of paper from him, flipping through the ledger while taking notes. She remained composed, her movements gentle and nearly soundless. However, Ji Changqing found it increasingly difficult to focus on the documents, his gaze wandering towards her as if drawn by an invisible force. Rarely did he pay attention to a woman's appearance, finding little distinction in height, weight, age, or beauty. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Feng Qingsui had a thick mane of black hair and long, lush eyelashes, resembling two little brooms that swept up and down with her blinks. Her facial contours were smooth, still retaining a hint of baby fat that reminded him of the embroidered picture he had seen at the orphanage. The little girl in the painting, happily eating glutinous rice cakes, was so endearing. Who could have guessed she would grow into a cold-blooded female demon? What had she endured in the years since leaving the orphanage? As Feng Qingsui finished compiling the data, she looked up to find Ji Changqing gazing intently at her. "Second master?" she called softly. Ji Changqing returned to the present, feeling a slight weight in his chest, and casually asked, "Have you finished?" Feng Qingsui nodded and reported her findings. 2 years ago, only 1 or 2 out of 100 adopted children went missing in the past 2 years. Every orphanage had seen a 10% disappearance rate, all occurring within 3 months of adoption, with 90% of them being girls. These adoptive families lived in the outer city and were presumably not well off, yet they adopted children under the age of 7. Many preferred to adopt young children since they could not remember their past and would regard their adoptive parents as their own, fostering a sense of closeness. However, families of modest means were more inclined to adopt older children. Firstly, older children were already capable of understanding and self-care, making them easier to manage. Secondly, having an extra pair of hands around would lighten their load. And thirdly, after a few years, they could marry off the child and receive a bride price. It was indeed suspicious that these families exclusively adopted young children. Ji Changqing raised an eyebrow, impressed with her efficiency, which surpassed that of some of his own subordinates. "I will send someone to investigate these families tomorrow," he replied. "How many cases are there in total?" Feng Qingsui clenched her fists. 47. Such a significant number? Ji Changqing frowned. He was unaware of the number of children who go missing in the capital each year, yet as the governor of Jingzhou, upon witnessing so many adopted children vanishing, he would undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation and hold those responsible accountable. However, the Jingzhou government had never submitted a memorial regarding this matter, had it not been for the request for funds this winter. And the emperor's sudden whim to conduct an inspection, along with Feng Qingsui providing clues time and again, this issue would likely have remained unaddressed. The orphanage would never voluntarily report such incidents. To conceal their embezzlement, they would downplay significant matters and trivialize minor ones, and they might even be complicit in the wrongdoing. As for the governor of Jingzhou, whether through negligence or corruption, he could not escape culpability. With a stern expression, he declared coldly, "Rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly." Upon hearing his words, Feng Qingsui relaxed her clenched fist. She had indeed been somewhat concerned that Ji Changqing, preoccupied with state affairs, would dismiss this minor issue as inconsequential and conduct a perfunctory investigation. Fortunately, he proved to be far more compassionate than she had anticipated, still valuing human life. Glancing at the now cold bowl of soup, she smiled warmly and said, "Second master, the soup has cooled. I will reheat it for you." Ji Changqing replied, "No need," maintaining his stern demeanor. "I am about to retire. I do not consume anything an hour before bed." Thus, Feng Qingsui had no choice but to take the bowl away. "In that case, I shall prepare another batch for you tomorrow and deliver it to you early," she added. Ji Changqing's expression darkened at once. Was he truly compelled to drink this nourishing soup? His kidneys had no issues whatsoever. "I do not relish this soup," he replied darkly. "Do you not have any other soup to offer?" A chill washed over Feng Qingsui, but she dismissed it, responding cheerfully, "Very well. I will bring you a soup made of silver fungus, jujubes, and goji berries tomorrow." The reason she had prepared the nourishing soup this evening was due to having only lotus seeds, goji berries, and dried tangerine peel on hand, ingredients she typically used for tea, requiring no effort to procure medicinal herbs. Little did she know that this esteemed gentleman did not favor them. Upon hearing it was yet another blood-nourishing concoction, Ji Changqing's face darkened further. "No need to trouble yourself. Eating too much at night affects my sleep. It is merely a bowl of soup. How much could it possibly add up to? Feng Qingsui mused silently, then recalled that individuals with compromised kidney function frequently rose at night, and indeed ought to limit their fluid intake before bed. She had not anticipated that this young man, a hint of pity, crossed her features. In this world, everything comes at a price. Those who wish to achieve success and fame at a young age must exchange their health for it. Ji Changqing had undoubtedly spent countless nights poring over books, burning the midnight oil. It was no wonder he remained indifferent to beauty. Chapter 37. Great favor. Ji Changqing was oblivious to her contemplations, puzzled by the look of pity in her eyes. The next day during court, while on a break, he stepped onto the corridor and gazed into the distance, inadvertently overhearing two elderly officials returning from the palace lavatory whispering to each other. I was about to burst. Had His Majesty rested for just a moment longer, I would have wet myself. Did you have porridge for breakfast? I've been waking up frequently at night lately. I dare not drink water after dark. When I arise at the fourth watch, both thirsty and hungry, they let me have 2 bowls of porridge. But who knew? Getting older is just like this. One must find a good doctor. I hear there is a Dr. Zhang in the west of the city who is quite adept at treating kidney issues. Ji Changqing's breath caught in his throat. Gradually coming to a realization, Feng Qingsui understood that last night, Feng Qingsui had merely been pitying him for his kidney deficiency. Unable to withstand even a few extra sips of soup, with a sharp snap, something was broken in his grasp. The palace attendants nearby were struck as if by lightning. Sir, the dragon claw. Ji Changqing looked down to find that he was holding a claw tip, and beside him, the once proud dragon pillar was now missing a claw. He paused momentarily, then reassured the attendants. I shall apologize to His Majesty. The attendants were in disarray. Was this truly a matter for apology? This was the dragon that had guarded the palace gates for centuries. How could one carelessly break off a claw? Alas, if the emperor were to find out, would he not strip this man of his official cap? Contrary to expectations, when Ji Changqing reported his mishap to the emperor, the sovereign did not display anger but instead jested. Since it was you who broke it, then it shall be your responsibility to mend it. Ji Changqing accepted this task. After court, he employed an unknown method to reattach the claw tip, leaving no visible trace of the break. The court officials, however, began to perceive his favoritism in a new light. Let us refrain from involving him too often in our affairs henceforth. I must remind my family that it is better to offend the crown prince than to cross Ji Changqing. Were it not for his resemblance to the Ji family, I might even suspect him to be the emperor's illegitimate son. Unbeknownst to Feng Qingsui, while Ji Changqing was breaking the dragon claw, she was in the outer city conducting interrogations. The subjects of her inquiry were the adoptive parents of Hualing. These two had just been knocked unconscious by Wu Hua, their hands and feet bound and their eyes covered, and were now regaining consciousness. Where's the child? Feng Qingsui demanded in a feigned voice. The couple, bewildered, replied. What child? The child you adopted. Upon realizing, they exclaimed, the child is missing. We reported it yesterday, and it has yet to be found. We do not know which vagabond has taken them. Those words are meant to deceive others, not me. You took my money and hid the child. Do you have a death wish? The couple looked utterly astonished. Wu Hua pressed a long knife against their necks. They quickly protested. This is unjust. We did as you instructed, sending the child to the city god temple before returning home. Did you not take the child? Which city god temple did you send them to? The one on Wulyo Street, the one you specified. After their response, they found it odd that they were being questioned about a location they had supposedly chosen. Feng Qingsui did not allow them the opportunity to ponder this, rapidly firing off several more questions before ordering Wu Hua to knock them out again. She then hurried to the city god temple on Wulyo Street. The temple was modest, akin to an ordinary Sihiyuan layout. They searched both inside and outside, but found nothing amiss. It seemed this was merely a rendezvous spot used and discarded by the schemer. The mastermind had been exceedingly cautious, never directly contacting the couple, instead exploiting their desire for easy gains, enticing them step by step with secretly provided silver to adopt a child from the orphanage and deliver it to a designated location. If the person behind this has such capabilities, why not simply abduct the children from the orphanage? Wu Hua questioned. Perhaps this method is more discreet, Feng Qingsui replied. The intricacies of the situation eluded Wu Hua. She pondered why capturing children in the countryside would go unnoticed, especially with their wealth that could facilitate such undertakings. Your reasoning holds merit, she reflected, as Feng Qingsui also contemplated this matter. Suddenly, A memory surfaced, words spoken by the nefarious couple who had adopted her. Such exquisite beauty is rare in the countryside. She was unaware of the appearances of other missing children. But she knew that Hualing was fair and demure, a true beauty. A wave of melancholy washed over her. Having abducted so many children, all of whom were indeed charming, it was clear they would not meet favorable fates. Who could be behind such heinous acts? With her mind swirling with questions, she accompanied Lady Wei for a stroll at the Rongcheng Marquis's residence that afternoon, her thoughts still preoccupied. I feel a bit unwell. I need to visit the restroom, Lady Wei suddenly announced as they approached the Moon Lake. Feng Qingsui nodded. I shall wait for you here. Lady Wei, accompanied by her maid, hurried away. The Moon Lake was frozen over, a vast expanse of white. As Feng Qingsui walked along the winding bridge, lost in thought, she inadvertently found herself on the opposite shore, which was the guest quarters of the Rongcheng Marquis's residence. Just as she stood there, two guards emerged from the guest house, their expressions impassive as they commanded. Passage is forbidden here. Noticing their attire did not resemble that of the Marquis's guards, her gaze flickered. I apologize. I was lost in thought and did not realize I had wandered here. After offering her explanation, she turned to retrace her steps. At that moment, she noticed a young servant by the southwestern corner of the lake, bending down to retrieve fish that had leapt out from a hole in the ice, tossing them into a half-meter-high wooden barrel beside him. Just as she returned to the lakeside, Lady Wei reappeared with her maid. I apologize for keeping you waiting, she said. Feng Qingsui smiled gently. Are you feeling better now? I am fine, Lady Wei replied, her face reflecting the relief of having just completed her duties. Let us continue our walk. Feng Qingsui agreed and began to recount her earlier encounter. While waiting for you, I inadvertently wandered to the other side of the bridge and was startled by two sword-bearing guards. I had not anticipated such strict vigilance at your esteemed residence's guest quarters. Guards? Lady Wei paused, then seemed to recall something. Laughing, they must be the prince's men. A heavy weight suddenly settled upon Feng Qingsui's heart. The prince is here in the residence? Lady Wei nodded. His Highness frequently visits to see the old matriarch. Naturally, she insists he stay for meals. And he has a habit of taking a brief rest afterward, so a special courtyard has been prepared for him in the guest quarters. His Highness truly is a dutiful son, Feng Qingsui remarked, her words laced with admiration, yet her heart grew increasingly uneasy. Indeed, whenever there are new delicacies in the palace, he never forgets to send a portion to the old matriarch. She dotes on him far more than on her other grandchildren. As they conversed, the two women reached the southwestern corner of the Moon Lake. The young servant had vanished, and a breeze swept across the icy surface, carrying with it a hint of fishy odor and the stench of decay. Feng Qingsui discerned that the foul scent was not that of dead fish or shrimp, but rather the unmistakable odor of human decomposition. Maintaining her composure, she remarked, Earlier, I saw someone gathering fish here. They were quite lively, still attempting to leap out of the barrel, so the household is in for a treat. Lady Wei burst into laughter. Those fish are not meant for our consumption. They are for the young master's tiger. Once, we too feasted upon the fish from this lake. However, ever since the prince adopted that tiger as a pet 2 years ago, we have been forbidden from fishing, as the fish are deemed to belong to his tiger. Chapter 38, 66 Skulls. It was only 2 years ago that the tiger was brought here. As I ponder the recent surge in the number of children missing after being adopted from the orphanage, my suspicions about the prince's involvement deepen. Does he frequently visit the Rongcheng Marquis's residence solely to pay homage to his grandmother? Is the guest house merely a place for his brief respite? The image of Hualing's sweet and charming face flits through my mind. I take a deep breath, suppressing all my anxiety and unease, donning an appearance of keen interest, and inquire of Wei. That tiger, so doted upon by the prince, must be quite extraordinary. I wonder if I might have the fortune to catch a glimpse of it? Wei gestures towards a nearby pine forest, saying, If you wish to see it, it's not difficult. It resides within that grove. With that, she leads me along the lakeside. Upon reaching the edge of an ice cave, we turn left down a narrow path. At the end of the path stands an iron gate, behind which lies a small patch of pine trees. There, a plump white tiger with the character for king inscribed upon its forehead stands by a wooden tub, indulging in fish. It is quite discerning, taking but a single bite from each fish's belly before casting it aside. Upon noticing our presence, it merely casts a languid glance our way before resuming its feast. It appears so docile, resembling a large cat. Alas, one cannot pet it. I express both envy and regret. Who says you cannot pet it? Wei chuckles lightly, recalling how it once shared a bed with me and the prince when it was young. Is that true? I ask in astonishment. Wei, brimming with pride, responds, why would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, I shall have someone open the door, and you may pet it. With that, she calls for the attendant watching over the white tiger and opens the gate. I retreat behind her, feigning fear. Isn't this too dangerous? Might it bite us? Rest assured, Wei assures me, leading me inside, followed by the attendants. The white tiger glances at us briefly before lowering its head to continue eating. Wei takes my hand and guides it to stroke the tiger's fur, which elicits no reaction. Truly docile, I marvel, while discreetly inserting a few silver needles into the tiger's neck as I pet it. The tiger, sensing the sting, turns its head and roars in anger. I quickly retract my hand, pulling Wei back a few steps. It seems to have a bit of a temper. We should leave at once. Wei bursts into laughter. I never imagined you to be so timid. As her words linger in the air, the white tiger lunges at us ferociously. Wei nearly loses her wits in fright. Had I not pulled her back just in time, she would have fallen into the tiger's jaws. Don't say another word. We must flee, I urge, grasping her arm and dragging her towards the exit. Meanwhile, Wu Hua, having received my glance of urgency, pushes the attendants and scurries out. They leave no chance for the attendant to lock the door. The white tiger pursues relentlessly. The path is cobbled with pebbles, and in her high-heeled shoes. Wei stumbles after just a few meters. I attempt to help her up, but her attendant has already dashed ahead with the others. As I see her on the verge of falling into the tiger's grasp, my entire body trembles uncontrollably, unable to rise. Wu Hua, I cry out. You lead the young lady to the guest courtyard while I provide cover. Without hesitation, Wu Hua stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Madame Wei's waist and guiding her towards the guest courtyard, while Feng Qingsui sprinted towards the ice cave. Upon emerging from the narrow path, the white tiger glanced left and right, hesitating for a moment before choosing to pursue the nearer Feng Qingsui. Witnessing this scene, Madame Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, in the next instant, she saw Feng Qingsui slip and fall into the ice cave. The white tiger, having lost its target, turned around and charged back towards them. Hurry! Faster! It's coming! In a state of sheer panic, she screamed at Wu Hua. Wu Hua appeared to be exhausted, his pace gradually slowing, leaving Madame Wei in despair. Until she spotted two guards ahead, her spirits lifted. To the guest courtyard. Wu Hua gasped. Isn't passage prohibited to the guest courtyard? What does that matter at this time? Madame Wei nearly choked with frustration. Would His Highness truly stand by and do nothing? Upon hearing this, Wu Hua dashed into the guest courtyard with her. The two guards, intending to block their path, found themselves compelled to confront the approaching tiger instead. The white tiger, a creature of brute strength and rapid speed, evaded several blows from the guards, who failed to strike its vital points, and was instead sent crashing into the guest courtyard. As chaos erupted within, Feng Qingsui was plunging into the depths of the lake. She had intentionally slipped into the ice cave to investigate the foul stench of decay she had previously detected. The light beneath the ice was exceedingly dim, barely allowing her to see, yet the water was shallow enough that she reached the bottom after a few meters of descent. The moment she beheld the scene at the lake's bed, her pupils dilated in horror. The lake floor was littered with bones, all belonging to children, some scattered, others still connected by tendons, and some gnawed to the point of being mere remnants of human form. Nearby, a large school of fish swam uneasily, regarding her with curiosity. It was the flesh of the decaying corpses that they fed upon. In an instant, Feng Qingsui understood why Han Ruishuan had forbade the household from consuming the fish from the lake for the past 2 years, instead offering them exclusively to the tiger. 1, 2, 3, 64, 65, 66. A total of 66 skulls, far exceeding the number of children reported missing after being adopted. A profound chill enveloped her, freezing her to the core. Realizing her breath was nearing its limit, she floated to the surface, emerging from the ice cave and gasping for air, trembling uncontrollably. Hurry! The lady's life is in peril. The fleeing maidservants and young servants gathered a group of household staff and rushed over. Seeing that neither Madame Wei nor the tiger was present, and only Feng Qingsui remained, they asked with quivering voices, "Where is Our Lady?" Feng Qingsui gestured towards the guest courtyard. The maidservants and young servants, spurred by urgency, dashed away. Feng Qingsui paid them no mind, taking a moment to recover before climbing out of the ice cave. Her clothes, soaked with icy water, became freezing under the cold wind, making her teeth chatter. As she gritted her teeth to wring out the excess water, a large cloak descended from above, enveloping her head and face. The cloak still bore a hint of warmth, and instinctively, she wrapped it around herself. Turning to look back, she saw Ji Chongqing striding towards her, followed closely by Bai Fu. "What brings you here?" she asked in astonishment. "I came to pay a visit to the Marquis," he replied. JCH and GQ entered the mansion with an air of nonchalance, only to hear that the white tiger raised within had escaped and was now chasing after people. Intrigued, he decided to join the commotion. However, instead of witnessing any excitement, he was met with the sight of a drenched figure. Feng Qingsui thought to herself how devoid of sympathy this man was. She was nearly frozen solid. Yet he remained engrossed in the spectacle. What enthusiasm he possessed. She tightened her cloak and approached the lake's edge. The icy surface was approximately half a meter above the shore, and while she had not felt it when she jumped down, climbing back up now felt akin to moving with rusted limbs, devoid of strength. Just as she contemplated crawling back up, a long, graceful hand appeared before her. After a moment of hesitation, she placed her hand upon it. Initially, she assumed JCH and GQ, being frail and weak, would exert considerable effort to pull her up. To her surprise, with merely a slight pull, she found herself lifted onto the shore. Could it be that she had lost weight recently? Chapter 39. The powerful minister and the palace concubine. Brushing aside the fleeting doubt that crossed her mind, she opened her mouth to express her gratitude. But before she could utter a word, she sneezed, quickly covering her nose with her elbow. JCH and GQ, recalling the look of pity she had cast upon him the previous night, had intended to tease her, but upon noticing the water still dripping from her hair, he instead suggested, "It would be prudent to return to the mansion swiftly, lest you fall ill." Feng Qingsui nodded in agreement. She too yearned to return immediately, to change out of her wet garments and warm herself by the fire, but unfortunately, who had yet to return. She wondered if who had understood her intent to lead the tiger away to the crown prince. Glancing towards the guest courtyard, she noticed a throng of people converging there, leading her to believe that the crown prince would surely make an appearance. Soon after, she saw Wish and Hn Rusu in accompanying a refined, fair-skinned young man as he exited the guest courtyard. As he turned to say something, Wish and Hn Rusu halted, watching him depart. The two-armed bodyguard she had previously seen followed him, albeit with a noticeable limp. This young man was undoubtedly the crown prince. Feng Qingsui observed intently until he reached the far end of the winding bridge, where his figure was obscured by the trees lining the lake. Just as she was about to withdraw her gaze, a clear voice resonated nearby. It seemed there were hidden guards accompanying the crown prince. Turning to JCH and GQ with a puzzled expression, she found him softly advising, "It would be wise not to entertain any thoughts about him. Otherwise, I shall be unable to assist you." She fixed her gaze upon him, and then, with a stern expression, declared, "When I took my vows to wed, I pledged to honor the spirit of Sich Ngf for a lifetime. How could I ever entertain thoughts of another man?" JCH and GQ retorted, "What a sharp tongue you possess. Do you think such words will suffice to deceive me? I have seen clearly the glint in your eyes as you gazed upon the crown prince, akin to a fishmonger who has spent 30 years slaughtering fish. Do you truly wish to court danger? Do you consider the crown prince merely a concubine of Hn Rusu to harbor murderous intent? Understand this well." JCH and GQ continued, his tone indifferent. "If you are to honor my brother's spirit for all your days, then do so properly and refrain from frequenting others' abodes. Each day, each hour spent away is a moment lost from a lifetime." At that moment, Feng Qingsui was at a standstill when who rushed over, inquiring, "Madam, how do you fare?" "I am well," Feng Qingsui replied, though she sneezed again, this time feeling a slight sting in her throat. "What of the tiger?" Trapped within the prince's courtyard, Wu Hua blinked after her words. Feng Qingsui understood she had acted according to her own thoughts and retracted the silver needle, smiling as she said, "You may inform the young lady of the air that I have caught a chill and shall return to my residence. I will visit again tomorrow." Wu Hua complied and departed. Ji Chongqing cast her a cold glance, remarking, "You truly are relentless. Your life is nearly at stake, yet you still accompany others for a stroll." Feng Qingsui shot a sideways glance at his waist, retorting, "One cannot compare their tenacity to that of the second master." Ji Chongqing responded, "Is this jest truly insurmountable? Despite her intentions to return the following day to check on matters, Feng Qingsui's body betrayed her shortly after returning home. She succumbed to a high fever that lasted an entire day, with Wu Hua feeding her water to her lips. She couldn't help but wonder how Hualing was faring now. After her fever subsided, she leaned against the headboard, murmuring to the Narcissus on the side table. According to Wu Hua, upon her arrival at the courtyard where the prince resided, he had immediately emerged from within, and no other sounds had echoed from the room. That night, she had also ventured to the residence of the Marquis of Rongchang, attempting to stealthily enter the guest quarters, but the guards were formidable. Even if she managed to infiltrate, escape would be impossible. Thus, she had no choice but to abandon the notion of a direct rescue. Yet, it was vital to save the individual, for if this attempt was thwarted, there would surely be more, and as long as they were in the hands of the prince, they would ultimately become fodder for the Moon Lake. However, she could not approach the prince, leaving her unable to resolve the issue at its source. If only she could find a way to trip him up. She mused that as long as the prince did not visit the Marquis of Rongchang, Hualing should be temporarily safe, allowing her time to devise a rescue. Yet, she was not an emperor who could delegate tasks to the prince at will. What means did she possess to ensnare him? Just as she was enveloped in frustration, an unexpected opportunity arose. The princess consort sought a female physician from outside. Hearing this from Qishir left Feng Qingsui astounded. Qishir nodded, explaining. Changqing mentioned that it was a female official by the side of the princess consort who asked for his assistance in finding someone. He requested I inquire whether you would be willing to enter the palace to attend to the princess consort. Feng Qingsui was even more taken aback. Just the day before, Ji Changqing had warned her against harboring intentions toward the prince. Yet now he sought her aid for the princess consort's health? She blinked, asking Mother, are the second master and the princess consort well acquainted? It was curious that the princess consort would seek a physician from outside the palace when so many imperial doctors were at her disposal, suggesting there was something unspeakable involved. It was baffling that she would not entrust such a private matter to her own family, but instead to Ji Changqing, who had only recently been promoted to the capital. Such a notion seemed utterly inconceivable. Memories of tragic romances between power-hungry ministers and palace consorts flooded her mind, suddenly coming into sharp focus. Could there be something between these two? Yet Qishir interjected, they likely do not share any significant bond. Changqing has been in Jiangzhou, only coming to the capital for the imperial examinations, where he stayed for 6 months before returning to local duties. Mother, why did the second master not enter the Hanlin Academy after topping the imperial examinations, but instead took a position as a county magistrate in a remote area? Feng Qingsui interrupted. Is it truly due to discord with the elder statesman? Qishir was momentarily taken aback. I do not believe the second master is the type to gamble his future out of spite. The more Feng Qingsui pondered, the more plausible it became. Could it be that he had suffered from a romantic heartbreak, leading him to wander far and wide? Unable to move on after all these years and unwilling to take a wife. The Chia family has always been one where the mother believes everything her son says, never considering matters from another perspective. However, after listening to Feng Qingsui's words, she surprisingly found them quite reasonable. You make a valid point, she pondered. He is in good health yet remains indifferent to beauty. There must be a reason for this. Her thoughts deepened. If he has someone in his heart, it would all make sense. As she spoke, her brows furrowed tightly. If that is truly the case, then it would be hopeless. His father is obstinate, willing to sever ties with the clan to marry me. If he inherits that stubbornness, what then for his life? Feng Qingsui hurriedly reassured her, Mother, this is merely my whimsical conjecture. It should not be taken seriously. Please do not think the worst. Yet, Chia's tone grew resolute. No, it is highly likely true. I know my son well. Feng Qingsui sighed. It matters not whether Ji Changqing is suffering from weakness or unrequited love. It does not concern me. My only focus is the crown prince. Mother, it is an honor to treat the crown princess. When shall I enter the palace to pay my respects? Chia snapped back to reality and replied, I do not know. I must consult Changqing first. You should rest well in the meantime. Feng Qingsui felt anxious but understood that haste would not serve her. She could only recuperate while awaiting news. Fortunately, the crown princess seemed quite eager as well. 2 days later, Ji Changqing sent word. Tomorrow, we shall enter the palace. Chapter 40. The scent of suppression in the bitter cold of winter, even under the bright sun. The outdoors felt like a frozen cavern. Feng Qingsui, recovering from her illness, felt the chill deeply despite being bundled in down garments beneath her cloak and holding a hand warmer as she stepped from the warmth of indoors to the frigid air. Ji Changqing was on leave that day and had brought 2 maidservants to wait for Feng Qingsui at the entrance. Due to the propriety between men and women, he had refrained from visiting her in the Broken Waves Pavilion during her illness, only inquiring about her condition through his mother. She reported that Feng's complexion had improved significantly and that she could rise from bed. He assumed she had fully recovered. But what met his eyes was a frail beauty. "How can I attend to others when I am still unwell?" He frowned. "The crown princess is not in haste. You should take your time to regain your strength and not push yourself." Though the crown princess was not anxious, she certainly was. Feng Qingsui quickly replied, "I am nearly recovered. It is of no concern." Internally, she was perplexed. She had applied makeup, so how could he perceive her illness? Ji Changqing discerned her condition from her demeanor. She was dressed as if to bear the cold, yet she shivered against the biting wind, clearly sensitive to the chill. Though her face was masked with makeup, the truth of her exhaustion could not be concealed in her eyes. When had she ever exhibited such weakness? It was evident she was still unwell. Seeing her insist on putting on a brave front, his concern deepened. Was her eagerness to enter the palace driven by sinister intentions towards the crown prince? He regretted agreeing to Suo Guanyu. Ji Changqing had no connection with the crown princess. It was Suo Guanyu who had suggested he invite a physician for her. "Changqing, I hear your sister-in-law is quite skilled in medicine. May I request her to attend to the crown princess?" Suo Guanyu had implored him as he slipped into his carriage after court that day. Naturally, he had firmly declined. The mere way Feng Qingsui looked at the crown prince was reason enough to keep her from the eastern palace. Otherwise, it would be akin to inviting a wolf into one's home. Alas, the audacity of Shangguan Mu surpassed even that of the horses bred in Taipu Temple. When Ji Changqing refused to assist him, he persistently clung to him like a mantra, incessantly whispering in his ear, "Changqing, you are aware of her demeanor, unfazed even in the face of robbers, never uttering a word of concession. After all these years in the palace, she has never sought me out, and now she only requests this one favor. How could I possibly refuse? Have a little pity on me and lend a hand to a brother, would you? When your sister-in-law visits the treasure pavilion, let her take whatever she fancies. I wouldn't mind if she cleared it out entirely." Ji Changqing, overwhelmed with annoyance, remained steadfast in his silence. Realizing his approach was futile, Shangguan Mu declared, "Then I shall seek out your sister-in-law. She is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Surely she will acquiesce." While this assertion was not entirely accurate, it held a degree of truth. Feng Qingsui would undoubtedly seize such a rare opportunity. Ji Changqing pondered his fate. Surrounded by individuals seemingly weary of life, either pining for the crown princess or eyeing her with predatory intent. Should Shangguan Mu and Feng Qingsui conspire together? Who could predict what calamity might ensue? Having achieved a position of significant influence, Ji Changqing was unwilling to jeopardize his life for their reckless ambitions. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. He contemplated substituting Feng Qingsui as corpulent maid with one of his own, reasoning that even if Feng Qingsui sought to cause trouble, her efforts would be thwarted. Yet, witnessing Feng Qingsui's fervor, he realized he might have underestimated her level of obsession. It was entirely possible she would resort to violence within the Eastern Palace. When Feng Qingsui noticed Ji Changqing's prolonged silence, as if weighing his options, she suddenly discerned his thoughts. "Rest assured, second master, I am a woman of my word and shall not entertain any designs upon others." She deliberately misrepresented her intentions to allay his concerns. "My mother treats me as her own daughter. I wish to enjoy many years of life alongside her." Ji Changqing grasped her implication. She had no intention of causing chaos in the Eastern Palace. If she dared to attempt an assassination against the crown prince, he and Shangguan Mu would undoubtedly be implicated, along with their families. If she possessed even a modicum of conscience, she would refrain from such reckless behavior. Judging by her willingness to aid the children of the Ciu courtyard in locating their sister, perhaps she still harbored some sense of morality? Ji Changqing locked eyes with Feng Qingsui for a moment. "Very well, I trust you. However, your maid is unfamiliar with court etiquette and would be of no assistance within the palace. Let her wait outside. Bring in Zissou and Yanwei. They have been trained and know how to conduct themselves properly in the palace." He gestured towards the 2 maids trailing behind him. "This is Zissou, and this is Yanwei." The 2 maids responded in unison, "We have met the lady." Both maids were of similar height and build, with only their facial shapes differing. Zissou had an oval face, while Yanwei possessed a heart-shaped visage. Feng Qingsui understood this was Ji Changqing's condition for entering the palace and raised no objections. In that case, Wu Hua, you shall handle the carriage. Understood, Wu Hua replied. Ji Changqing handed the palace token to Feng Qingsui, advising her, the palace is unlike the outside world. One must proceed with caution. Feng Qingsui nodded and, accompanied by the three maids, made her way to the carriage house. Wu Hua drove the carriage while Zissou and Yan Wei sat inside, instructing her on court etiquette throughout the journey. Feng Qingsui was a quick learner and soon memorized the protocols. Making no mistakes from the moment they entered the palace until they encountered the crown princess. To her surprise, Madame Ji was remarkably young and possessed exceptional medical skills. It was said that both cousin Xian and sister Wei had their health restored by her. The crown princess invited her to take a seat at the tea table. Smiling gently, with her dignified and amiable demeanor, her crescent-shaped eyes resembled the moon in the sky, instantly evoking delight in those who beheld her. Feng Qingsui imagined her sister's appearance while gazing at her portrait, and thus found the crown princess incredibly approachable upon their first encounter. Such modesty is unwarranted. My skills are but trivial and hardly deserving of your highness's praise, she replied with a faint smile, attributing her success merely to a fortunate encounter with cases she was adept at treating. Madam is overly humble, the crown princess remarked. She personally brewed a pot of tea, and together they enjoyed several cups while engaging in conversation for nearly half an hour. When she finally dismissed those around her, she leaned in and whispered, I perceive that Madam is a trustworthy individual. I earnestly hope you will keep the matters I am about to entrust you with strictly confidential. Feng Qingsui nodded solemnly, assuring her, I shall not betray your highness's trust. Yet the crown princess hesitated, her face flushing as she eventually inquired, Are you familiar with formulating a scent that suppresses desire? Feng Qingsui was taken aback. You mean a fragrance that has the opposite effect of an aphrodisiac? One that dulls one's passions? The crown princess's cheeks flushed deeper, precisely. Leaning closer to Feng Qingsui, she spoke in a barely audible tone. I find it unbearable to decline his highness, hence I devised this method. Feng Qingsui inadvertently caught a glimpse of the slight opening in her neckline as she leaned down, revealing several whip marks on her neck, some red, some just scabbed over, and others faded, clearly remnants of different times. Contemplating the external praises of the crown prince as a modest gentleman, warm and gentle as jade, she felt a wave of scorn wash over her. To prey upon a young girl while inflicting harm upon his own wives and concubines. To label him a mere beast would be an insult to the very concept of beastliness. Even animals exhibit a modicum of humanity. In a fleeting moment, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she should simply take advantage of the crown princess's hand to rid the world of him. However, she quickly regained her composure. To kill him outright would be too merciful. His notorious reputation and premature demise would surely invite a chorus of eulogies and heartfelt remembrances, while his numerous atrocities and the silent bones of his victims would be buried deep, hidden from the light of day. She would not permit him to exit this world so cleanly. She sought for him to be utterly disgraced, a target of public scorn, forever remembered for his infamy, condemned to an eternal suffering. I can concoct that fragrance, she responded. I shall deliver it to your highness by tomorrow. The crown princess, relieved, expressed her gratitude. Then I shall trouble you, madam. She prepared another pot of tea, resuming their previous conversation. After about a quarter of an hour, she had Feng Qingsui escorted out of the palace. Returning to the cold carriage from the warmth of the East Palace, Feng Qingsui felt a significant drop in her spirits. As she leaned against the carriage wall on her way home, she pondered the relationship between the crown princess and Ji Changqing. Although she had previously suspected they were old acquaintances, those were merely unfounded conjectures. Now, having witnessed the crown princess's trust in her during their first meeting, she began to believe that Ji Changqing might indeed have been correct in her assumptions. The crown princess and Ji Changqing were quite compatible in both appearance and temperament. Unfortunately, one was the esteemed lady of the Eastern Palace while the other was the emperor's confidant. No matter how profound their feelings, they could only gaze at one another from afar. With this thought in mind, upon encountering Ji Changqing again at her residence, a trace of sympathy flickered in her eyes. Ji Changqing, puzzled, wondered what kind of thoughts were stirring in her mind this time. Suppressing his curiosity, he maintained a neutral expression and asked, Have you completed the consultation? Feng Qingsui nodded, expecting him to inquire about the crown princess's ailment, but instead he said, The maidservants Zissou and Yan Wei are now yours. You may command them as you see fit. He then produced 2 contracts from his sleeve and handed them to Feng Qingsui. Upon examining the papers, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. Such generosity. For merely tending to the crown princess, he gifted her 2 capable maids, revealing his deep affection for the crown princess. Her pity for him intensified. Thank you, Lord Ji. Rest assured, the crown princess is not in serious danger. I shall return to the palace tomorrow and ensure that she is cured. Return to the palace? Ji Chongqing's heart, which had momentarily relaxed, sank again. While this person had promised to refrain from action today, she had not guaranteed the same for tomorrow. You must be as cautious tomorrow as you are today. Feng Qingsui paused, then understood, smiling gently. You need not worry, my lord. I shall bear the responsibility alone and will not implicate others. She thought to herself how deeply he cared for the crown princess. Indeed, love could cause great distress in this world. After leading Zissou and Yanwei back to the Broken Waves Pavilion and assigning them tasks, she compiled an extensive list of fragrances, instructing Wu Hua. Visit various shops and purchase only 2 or 3 items from each. Wu Hua obeyed and soon returned with the fragrant materials. Feng Qingsui isolated herself in her room to concoct the scent, so absorbed that she neglected to eat dinner. By the time the clock struck 3, she had completed the formula for the love-nullifying incense. Indeed, she crafted this incense, not the love-suppressing one, for the latter merely alleviated emotions temporarily, while the former addressed the root of the problem. She intended for the crown prince not to continue his misdeeds. The following morning, accompanied by Zissou and Yanwei, she boarded the donkey cart driven by Wu Hua and made her way to the palace. Upon delivering the love-nullifying incense to the crown princess, she quietly advised, after igniting this incense, please ensure the ashes are disposed of in the chamber pot. The palace's chamber pots are cleaned daily by designated personnel, and all waste is transported outside the city to be sold as fertilizer to farmers in need. Mixing the ashes with the waste is the safest method of disposal. Other methods, such as casting them into the lake or burying them under a tree, carry risks of exposure, as the palace is rife with spies. The crown princess sighed. It is commendable that you thought of this method. It is indeed more considerate than my own. Feng Qingsui smiled faintly. The crown princess, raised in a scholarly family and accustomed to refined matters, would naturally not conceive of such a crude solution. Upon hearing this, the crown princess lamented. Being well-versed in literature is not always a blessing. While my father and brothers taught me to be gentle and humble, they did not instruct me on how to confront violence. The books she had read and the etiquette she had learned did not grant her a better life. Rather, they bound her like shackles, wrapping her tightly like a silenced cloth, leaving her at the mercy of others without a word of protest. Feng Qingsui vaguely sensed her plight, but found it inappropriate to elaborate, merely smiling and suggesting, if the esteemed lady has the opportunity to leave the palace, perhaps a visit to the orphanage or a stroll through the streets might offer a different perspective. The crown princess nodded in agreement. Very well, should the chance arise. I shall do so. After enjoying tea for a while, Feng Qingsui took his leave from the palace. The crown princess instructed her trusted confidant, Granny Wan, to carefully store the spices, initially believing they would not be needed for some time. To her surprise, that very night, the crown prince visited her chamber again. He seldom came, preferring the company of newly arrived concubines. Even before she saw his face, the sound of his footsteps made her tremble. My beloved, have you been unwell these past few days? I heard you consulted an outside physician, the crown prince remarked casually as he entered the inner chamber. Suppressing her fear, the crown princess exchanged a glance with Granny Wan, who nodded and stepped outside. Having gained some weight recently, she had heard that Madame Ji was skilled in dietary management, helping her sister-in-law Wei lose a considerable amount of weight, and had sent for her to enter the palace for an audience. She conveyed the pre-prepared excuse to the crown prince. He appeared unconcerned, giving her a once-over and frowning. You have indeed changed quite a bit. When we first wed, your face was round, but now it has taken on a more defined appearance, and you have grown taller. You were more endearing before. The crown princess, aware of his preference for youthful looks, responded, I have aged, naturally less appealing than the newcomers. She secretly wished that the crown prince would find her appearance distasteful, ensuring he would never return to her. Make yourself comfortable, he said nonchalantly. Biting her lip, the crown princess turned away and knelt on the ground. Shortly after, the sound of a whip echoed from within. Granny Wan, who had just retrieved the spices, trembled at the sound, gritting her teeth as she placed the spices into the incense burner. It was not until the dead of night that the crown prince finally departed. Granny One hurried into the inner chamber, her heart aching at the sight of the crown princess in such a wretched state. How has it come to this? Wasn't it said that this incense— Quiet. The crown princess interrupted softly. The effects of the incense are not immediate. Madame G has assured me that it will take 2 or 3 days to manifest. By then, even if the crown prince harbors doubts, he will not suspect me. Granny One sighed. I wonder how long the effects will last. If the remnants are too potent, it would be a grave offense should she swallow them back. Chapter 42. The crown prince may not endure. Feng Qingsui returned to the palace for the second time unscathed, yet Ji Chongqing remained only partially reassured. Days passed without incident from the East Palace, allowing him to finally relax his tense nerves, no longer glancing instinctively towards the East Palace during court dismissals. Meanwhile, Shangguan Mu was so fixated on the East Palace that he seemed ready to glue his eyes to its roof, turning his head repeatedly. The officials trailing behind him, witnessing this, assumed something had fallen from the roof and turned to look as well. As the news spread, the curiosity multiplied, and soon half of the officials were gazing towards the East Palace. What are you looking at? One asked. I have no idea, I just see everyone else looking. The sole informant, Ji Chongqing, lifted his foot and kicked Shangguan Mu. Rein it in a bit. Shangguan Mu turned back, his expression one of confusion. Rein in what? Ji Chongqing pointed to the left. Look for yourself. Shangguan Mu. Upon glancing, he was taken aback. What are they doing? Learning from you. After a brief moment of panic, Shangguan Mu replied earnestly, It seems today the sun shall set in the west. The officials behind him erupted in laughter. Shangguan Mu hastily tugged at Ji Chongqing's arm to move forward, lest they be drowned in spittle. That was close. After shaking off the officials, he wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired about the crown princess, asking if she was well. What did your sister-in-law say? He had persuaded Ji Chongqing, only to be dispatched by Shangguan to inspect the horse farm, returning to the capital just last night. Ji Chongqing replied nonchalantly, The medicine has cured the ailment. She was truly ill? Shangguan Mu's expression turned to one of concern. What illness? Ji Chongqing shot him a glance. Do you think my sister-in-law is incompetent? Shangguan Mu quickly apologized. I almost forgot that doctors must maintain confidentiality. Ji Chongqing could hardly bear to look at him. After all these years, you should have let go. Otherwise, if those with ill intentions find out, it will spell disaster for both you and your families. Shangguan Mu sighed. If I could let go, I would have done so long ago. Ji Chongqing scoffed. There is nothing that cannot be released. It merely depends on your desire to do so. Shangguan Mu shook his head. You, who only know how to write emotion but do not understand how to read it, will never comprehend. Ji Chongqing retorted, No wonder your starting point is higher than mine, yet your official rank is lower. Shangguan Mu exclaimed, How many officials in the court rank higher than he does? Such a disgrace. He swiftly changed the topic. Last time we agreed, if your sister-in-law is willing to lend a hand, she may choose anything from the treasure pavilion. Please convey this to her. Ji Chongqing had not mentioned him to Feng Qingsui at all, and replied coolly, Just give her the banknotes directly. Who would dare to choose from the treasure pavilion? Shangguan Mu pondered and agreed. The following day, he prepared the banknotes and, after court, boarded Ji Chongqing's carriage to hand them over. He also passed along a small piece of gossip. I heard the crown prince may not be well. Ji Chongqing questioned, You dare spread such rumors? Are you courting death? Oh, I'm not referring to that kind of not well. I mean, Shangguan Mu lowered his voice, impotent. Ji Chongqing interjected. Where did you hear that? From my good-for-nothing second brother. As you know, he spends his days with a group of idle rich, including Han Er. He mentioned that Han Er asked them to help find a doctor skilled in treating kidney weakness. They thought Han Er had a problem, but he clarified it was not him, rather his elder brother needed help, saying it wasn't even his brother, but someone else seeking assistance through him. Who doesn't know that the crown prince and young Master Han are as close as brothers? Who else could have inspired such concern from young Master Han? Hearing the words kidney weakness, Ji Chongqing became slightly sensitive. Shangguan Mu was still excited. Do you think the crown prince really? Ji Chongqing interrupted him. The crown prince has been married for 6 years, not 6 days. If there were truly an underlying issue, he would not have waited until now to seek help. Shangguan Mu's shoulders slumped. What you say makes sense. It is best to remain skeptical of unsubstantiated claims, Ji Chongqing replied coolly. Upon returning to the residence, he went to pay his respects to his mother. In the corridor, he encountered Feng Qingsui, who was preparing to return to her courtyard. He called her to a halt and handed her the banknotes given by Shangguan Mu. offering little explanation apart from the mention of the consultation fee. Feng Qingsui was overjoyed. Upon counting, she discovered there were indeed 3,000 taels, and her smile deepened. Thank you, second master. Should there be such fortunate occurrences in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Ji Chongqing observed her eyes, which were curved like two new moons, and mused that this expression of hers might be the only genuine one. Did you manipulate the crown prince's condition? He inquired in a low voice. Feng Qingsui looked at him with confusion. The crown prince's condition? What does that have to do with me? During my 2 visits to the palace, I only met the crown princess and never encountered the crown prince. A cold smile flickered in Ji Chongqing's heart. Just because you haven't met him, does that mean you cannot manipulate things? He was already aware that this little deceiver spoke not a single truth. Do not presume that you are the only clever one in this world, he warned, if any evidence were to be uncovered. He left his words unspoken. Yet Feng Qingsui comprehended his implication. She remained unfazed. The incense ash is already composted. Even if the crown prince were to go to the outskirts to sift through dung, he would uncover nothing. What evidence is there to find? Thank you for your warning, second master. Although I did not fully grasp your words, I shall ponder them thoroughly later, she replied with a bright smile. By the way, second master, how is the investigation into the case of the missing adopted children progressing? Seeing that she was impervious to his words, Ji Chongqing felt helpless. As you said, there are indeed individuals acting with intent. I have ordered the Jingzhaoyin to consolidate the over 40 cases of disappearance into one for investigation, but the other party has never shown themselves during transactions, making pursuit difficult. Feng Qingsui inquired, who do you believe is behind this? Ji Chongqing had already formed a judgment on the matter. It should be someone with an intimate knowledge of the caregivers at the Zio Institute. Each institution has its share of corruption to conceal their crimes. They suppress negative incidents as much as possible. The mastermind behind this is exploiting that very fact, repeatedly succeeding without drawing attention. It is likely the work of some influential figure. No sooner had he finished speaking than Feng Qingsui began to applaud. With you supervising, I am certain this case will soon be resolved. Ji Chongqing detected a hint of sarcasm in her voice and was about to question her thoughts when she shifted the topic. I have heard that the favored consort in the palace is currently enjoying the most favor, and the third prince she has borne is both scholarly and martial, most pleasing to his majesty. I wonder, second master, do you stand with the crown prince or the third prince? Ji Chongqing was at a loss for words. I am only loyal to his majesty. What if the crown prince ascends to the throne in the future? Will you then also be loyal to the crown prince? Feng Qingsui pressed on, eager to discern Ji Chongqing's stance on the crown prince. Ji Chongqing retorted with a question, why do you suddenly inquire about this? Feng Qingsui smiled slightly. I know nothing of court affairs and fear that I may inadvertently associate with the wrong people, causing you trouble. Ji Chongqing scoffed. After accompanying the wife of the heir to the Rongchang Marquis for 2 months, you only now think of this? Thanks to you, I am now regarded as part of the crown prince's faction. Feng Qingsui quickly recalled something and countered, second master, do not place all the blame on me. When I fell into the lake, you went to the Rongchang Marquis's residence to seek the Marquis. You already had dealings with them. Ji Chongqing felt that she truly lacked conscience. Why had he gone to seek the Rongchang Marquis? Before she received a message from Yin Qifei's son, stating that she had released someone's tiger and had fallen into the icy lake, fearing that she might lose her life there. She hastily fabricated a reason to rush over. When Lord Rongchang encountered others later, he appeared bewildered. If you cannot concern yourself with the affairs of the court, then do not, Ji Chongqing remarked casually. Given my current standing, it is only others who seek to win me over. I have no interest in the contest for the throne, merely wishing to serve as a loyal minister. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingsui felt a sense of relief. It was sufficient that Ji Chongqing was not aligned with the crown prince, as this provided her with an opportunity to lay everything bare. Understanding dawned upon her, and she smiled at Ji Chongqing, realizing that she could indeed carve her own path. Ji Chongqing retorted, you have already dealt with the crown prince. Is that not enough audacity? What more do you desire? After recuperating for several days, Feng Qingsui's health had greatly improved. Concerned for Hualing, she promptly visited the Wei family at the Rongchang Marquis estate. Wei appeared radiant and greeted her with a smile, saying, you have arrived at the perfect moment. I have delightful news to share with you. Feng Qingsui glanced at her waist and inquired, is it true? How did you guess so accurately? Wei laughed heartily. This morning, the physician took my pulse and confirmed it. filling me with joy to the extent that I wished to circle the estate 20 times. But it was the old lady who advised me to refrain. "Congratulations on your heart's desire," Feng Qingsui said with a smile. After expressing her gratitude, Wei recounted the day when she had been pursued by the white tiger. Trembling at the memory, I was overly confident, forgetting the nature of wild beasts. "Had it not been for your cleverness that day, I would have perished." Feng Qingsui reassured her. It was unexpected. No one could have foreseen its sudden aggression. Indeed. Wei sighed, filled with emotion. She then inquired about Feng Qingsui's health. "Are you feeling better? Did the herbs I sent prove useful? If you need anything else, please do not hesitate to let me know." "I am well now. You need not worry," Feng Qingsui replied. "That is wonderful," Wei smiled. "I am unable to stroll about as I used to. So how about I take you to visit third sister to appreciate the flowers? The 9 lotus lanterns in her courtyard have blossomed." Feng Qingsui agreed. In the cold of winter, when most plants withered, the 9 lotus lanterns in Miss Han San's courtyard thrived, displaying their vibrant beauty. Upon entering the courtyard, Feng Qingsui exclaimed, "Indeed, these are extraordinary flowers." Wei, with a satisfied expression, remarked, "Did I not speak the truth? Are these flowers not akin to peonies?" Just as Feng Qingsui was about to nod in agreement, a petite figure emerged from the hall. "Sister-in-law, why do you always describe flowers with just that phrase, akin to peonies?" Third sister, being a talented woman, naturally spoke with eloquence. Wei laughed. "As a mere commoner, I am fortunate to express akin to peonies or akin to dahlias." Han Ruixiang teased, "Sister-in-law, your words make it sound as if I am deliberately showing off my talent." "Oh, I speak only the truth," Wei retorted dramatically. "You may not know, Qingsui. Third sister has composed over a dozen poems about the 9 lotus lanterns and painted 7 or 8 exquisite pictures. Those paintings appear more lifelike than the flowers themselves." Han Ruixiang blushed at this compliment. "Sister, please refrain from exaggerating. What good paintings has Madame Ji not seen? The paintings of Lord Ji are true masterpieces. Mine are merely doodles." Feng Qingsui quietly absorbed the playful banter between the sisters-in-law, reflecting that she had indeed never seen Ji Changqing's artwork. The last time she entered his study, one wall was lined with books while another displayed several maps, likely remnants left by Ji Changfeng from the border regions. Wei's intention was to showcase Han Ruixiang's talents, and she insisted on pulling Feng Qingsui into the West Chamber, which was also Han Ruixiang's study, to admire her paintings. Han Ruixiang specialized in meticulous brushwork, with every stroke exquisitely lifelike, truly demonstrating extraordinary skill. It was impressive. The third young lady must have devoted considerable effort. Indeed, she would paint for an entire day without eating or sleeping. If it were me, I could hardly sit still for a quarter of an hour. Han Ruixiang, feeling bashful, interjected, "Sister-in-law, please do not flatter me. Who does not toil in learning to paint? It is Ji's wife who deserves the praise. She has mastered the art of medicine at such a young age, while I can hardly digest a medical text. You are all remarkable." Wei chuckled. "I am but an ordinary person." After a light-hearted exchange, noticing Wei appeared somewhat fatigued, Han Ruixiang suggested, "Sister-in-law, you should return to rest. I will chat with Ji's wife at my leisure." Feng Qingsui prepared to take her leave, but Han Ruixiang urged her to stay a moment longer. When she noticed Feng's resolve to depart, she smiled. "In a couple of days, our poetry society will gather, and we have invited Miss Qiao from Fan Tower to sing. Would Ji's wife care to join us?" Wei halted her stroll, and Feng Qingsui, eager for an excuse to visit the Rongchang Marquis's residence, replied, "That sounds splendid. I will certainly attend, though I am no poet and will only be there to listen to the music." Han Ruixiang reassured her, "Listening to music is perfectly fine." Once outside the Rongchang Marquis's residence, Feng Qingsui inquired of Wu Hua, "What did you find out?" Earlier, while conversing in Han Ruixiang's courtyard, she had sent Wu Hua to the kitchen to inquire if Hualing was still alive. After all, she must eat and drink, so someone would surely be responsible for delivering meals. Wu Hua replied, "There is a maid of similar stature to mine who is responsible for delivering meals to the guest courtyard. Next time I come, I will disguise myself as her and take a look." Feng Qingsui, knowing that Wu Hua's skills in disguise surpassed her own and seemed to be well trained, nodded in agreement. On the day of the Poetry Society gathering, Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua arrived punctually. This poetry society, named the Ruixiang Poetry Society, was renowned as the largest women's poetry society in the capital, boasting around 100 members. Upon witnessing it firsthand, Feng was indeed struck by its grandeur. Naturally, Han Ruixiang's courtyard could not accommodate such a multitude, so the gathering was held in the banquet hall. Xiao Xinjin and her accompanying musicians performed on the stage. After 10 songs, when they took a break, Feng Qingsui approached to greet her. "Miss Xiao, long time no see." Xiao Xinjin, her eyes sparkling, replied, "I saw you on stage just now. I was about to seek you out. What brings you here to sing?" Feng Qingsui discreetly inquired, avoiding the attention of others. Previously, when she had treated Xiao Xinjin at Fan Tower, the latter had mentioned that Han Ruixuan often attended to hear her sing, intending to take her as a concubine. Xiao Xinjin covered her face, saying, "Third Miss Han has been overly generous." Feng Qingsui responded with a smile, "Aren't you worried about deceit?" "Surely not." Xiao Xinjin surveyed the crowd. With so many distinguished ladies present, Master Han would not entertain any improper thoughts, would he? "Caution is the mother of safety," Feng Qingsui advised. "Try not to stray too far from the banquet hall." Xiao Xinjin nodded in agreement. After sipping 2 cups of floral dew, she returned to the stage to continue her performance. When she descended again for a break, unexpectedly, she collided with a maid carrying soup, spilling it all over herself. "I am so sorry. Allow me to escort you to change." The maid cast aside the tray and pulled her towards the exit of the banquet hall. Chapter 44, The Substitute. She hadn't even retrieved her clothes, let alone changed into them. Xiao Xinjin sensed something was amiss. Coupled with Feng Qingsui's recent admonition not to leave the banquet hall, she was reluctant to follow the maid. "Wait a moment." She attempted to shake off the maid's grip. "I haven't collected my clothes yet." The maid tightened her hold on Xiao Xinjin's arm, insisting, "I will have your maid bring your clothes shortly. You are in a disheveled state, which is quite unbecoming." Xiao Xinjin had never encountered such an overbearing maid, and she did not believe a word of it. Gripping the doorframe with one hand, she shouted, "Let go of me. If you don't, I will call for help." The maid audaciously reached to cover her mouth. In a panic, Xiao Xinjin tried to block her hand, but the maid seized her other hand, binding them together, and before she could cry out, stuffed a cloth into her mouth. "It is a privilege that the young master has taken notice of you. Do not refuse a toast, and instead seek a penalty drink." The maid sneered. "You have presented yourself willingly. Why pretend to be a virtuous maiden? Serving the young master well and remaining in the estate is far better than selling oneself outside. Many long for such an opportunity." Having said that, she bound Xiao Xinjin's hands and attempted to drag her away. Xiao Xinjin was filled with regret. She should not have been tempted by the promise of 3,000 taels of silver. What did it matter if she was surrounded by noble ladies? She could not protect herself from Han Ruixuan. She was far too naive. "Help! Someone save me!" She struggled desperately, but was no match for the maid's strength. In her moment of despair, Feng Qingsui appeared alongside Miss Han-san. "What is happening here?" Feng Qingsui inquired, astonished. "Is this maid one of Miss San's? Why is she dragging Miss Qiao away? Has Miss Qiao done anything wrong?" Upon seeing her elder brother's maid, Han Ruixiang quickly surmised the situation and was nearly infuriated. It was one thing for that scoundrel to act recklessly in general, but how could he dare to target her invited singer during her gathering? To make matters worse, he did so carelessly that Madame Ji witnessed it. If Madame Ji relayed this to old Madame Ji or Ji Chongqing, they would certainly misunderstand her intentions. "This maid is not mine," Han Ruixiang replied coldly. "It is possible that some rogue has infiltrated from outside. The estate is vast, after all, and there are bound to be some who slip through. How dare they lay hands on my people? Truly reckless." Having said that, she signaled several maids to step forward and intervene, rescuing Xiao Xinjin and apprehending the kidnapper. "I apologize, Miss Qiao. I did not mean to startle you. I shall add an additional 2,000 taels to your reward to help calm your nerves." After the bindings were removed from Xiao Xinjin's hands, Han Ruixiang sincerely apologized. Xiao Xinjin knew that dwelling on grievances was futile, so she bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss San. Thank you, Madame Ji. I will forever remember your kindness." Having said this, she prepared to change her clothes. "I will accompany you," Feng Qingsui offered with a smile. She wanted to send Wu Hua away to disguise herself as a maid from the Rongchong Marquis's kitchen to gather information in the guest courtyard. Xiao Xinjin cast a grateful glance her way. Still shaken from her recent fright, she was indeed reluctant to venture to the changing room alone with the maid. "Then I must trouble Madame Ji." After adjusting her attire, she expressed her gratitude to Feng Qingsui. "Thank you, madam, for bringing the third miss to my aid. Otherwise, I truly do not know what I would have encountered." "Do not mention it," Feng Qingsui replied with a light laugh. However, It would be wise to find a way to resolve your troubles. Xiao Zhenjin sighed. How could I not wish to do so? Alas, I am at my wit's end. She was merely a lowly songstress, while Han Ruishuan was the heir of a noble house, the nephew of the queen, and the cousin of the crown prince. He belonged to the most powerful circle in the capital. What could she do to confront Han Ruishuan? I suppose I shall take it one step at a time, she lamented. Understanding her predicament, Feng Qingsui refrained from further discussion. As they made their way to the banquet hall, Xiao Zhenjin noticed that Feng Qingsui's maidservant was nowhere to be found. Just as she was about to inquire, a captivating woman approached, accompanied by a maid. Madam Ji, I was just looking for you. The maid spoke first. Xiao Zhenjin found it peculiar and realized that Feng Qingsui's response, "Does the heir's wife seek me?" indicated that the maid belonged to the wife of the heir of the Rongchang Marquis. However, she did not recognize the woman before her. Han Ruishuan had mentioned a lady who came to Fan Lu to listen to music, but his wife, with her benevolent appearance, clearly did not match the striking woman approaching them. Indeed, the maid replied, presenting an invitation to Feng Qingsui. At the end of the month, our young master is to be wed. The madam is responsible for distributing invitations to each household, and knowing you were here today, I was sent to deliver this directly to you. Congratulations. Feng Qingsui accepted the invitation and inquired of the enchanting woman who was observing her and Xiao Zhenjin. And who might this be? This is concubine Shui, the maid answered. I happened to meet concubine Shui as I was leaving the estate. She heard that Miss Qiao was singing in the manor and wished to meet her. Concubine Shui smiled. I have long heard of Miss Qiao's renown, but have never had the pleasure of meeting her until now. Sensing the subtle acidity in her tone, Xiao Zhenjin merely smiled faintly. It is nothing remarkable, just 2 eyes and a mouth. While the features may not be extraordinary, your voice is truly exceptional, concubine Shui replied with a beaming smile. Indeed, I would wish to reserve Fan Lu entirely, just to hear Miss Qiao sing every day. Xiao Zhenjin responded with a silent smile. After a few more veiled remarks, concubine Shui departed with Wei's maidservant. Xiao Zhenjin leaned closer to Feng Qingsui and whispered, How many concubine COS does young Master Han have in his courtyard? This concubine Shui looks entirely different from the one he brought to listen to music at my place a few months ago. Do you know how the Paiyun Tower fell? Feng Qingsui inquired. Xiao Zhenjin nodded. It was shut down by the authorities for operating an illegal fighting arena. Young Master Han was a frequent patron of the fighting arena. Feng Qingsui murmured. On the day Paiyun Tower was raided, he happened to take concubine Shui there, yet he managed to escape alone. When questioned afterward, he neither admitted to visiting Paiyun Tower nor acknowledged that the woman who perished in the arena was concubine Shui, claiming she was at home. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenjin's face turned ashen. So, this was a substitute. His concubines, indeed, did not have long lives. Anxiety washed over her. If, in the future, she could not withstand Han Ruishuan's forceful advances and became one of his concubines, would she, like the previous concubine Shui, meet a tragic end in her prime? She shivered, suddenly clutching Feng Qingsui's arm. Madam, do you possess any potion that can restore a disfigured visage? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingsui instantly comprehended her intentions and chuckled. Do you truly believe that disfiguring him would lead him to relent? Xiao Zhenjin's gaze darkened. Merely disfiguring him was insufficient. She needed to destroy his voice as well. Yet, how could she bear such a thought? Was her fate in this life destined to be one of beauty and misfortune? Feng Qingsui glanced at the invitation in her hand, and a notion began to unfurl in her mind. After a moment's contemplation, she addressed Xiao Zhenjin. I do have a plan, though I wonder if you possess the courage to pursue it. Chapter 45. While others compose verses, you fish? With her life at stake, what did she have to lose? Without hesitation, Xiao Zhenjin replied, I am immensely grateful for your assistance, madam. This is not a suitable place for discussion, Feng Qingsui remarked. Let us find a more private setting after the gathering. Agreed. Xiao Zhenjin suppressed her excitement and returned to the stage to continue her performance. Once the gathering concluded and she received her remuneration from Miss Han San's maid, she sought out Feng Qingsui, whispering, Madam, where shall we meet? You may follow my carriage. Feng Qingsui instructed. Understood, Xiao Zhenjin eagerly replied. As she prepared to exit with Feng Qingsui, she noticed her standing still. Madam, are you waiting for someone? Feng Qingsui nodded. And soon after, she spotted Wu Hua approaching from around the corner, smiling. All right, let us depart. Xiao Zhenjin recalled that she had not seen the maid since her return from the dressing room. She had no idea where she had disappeared to. only to return once the gathering had concluded. However, she did not dwell on it, quickly following alongside Feng Qingsui and her maid, merging into the throng of people exiting the estate. Feng Qingsui's large black donkey stood out prominently among the horses, making it easy to locate. While Qiao Jinjin spent quite some time searching for her carriage, she could not help but admire Feng Qingsui's wisdom. Perhaps I shall exchange my horse for a donkey as well, she mused. Donkeys consume coarser fodder, are gentle and capable, and are indeed superior to horses. After all, everyone knew she was a songstress. Riding in a horse-drawn carriage would not elevate her status, and a donkey cart would hardly diminish it further. Feng Qingsui was unaware of her thoughts. Otherwise, she would have certainly cautioned her. Not everyone can endure the braying of a donkey. The sound is high-pitched and piercing, capable of shattering one's composure. While the pairing of a songstress and a donkey presents a striking contrast, not every contrast is worth pursuing. As Qiao Jinjin searched for her carriage, Feng Qingsui quietly inquired of Wu Hua, "Have you located Hualing?" "Yes," Wu Hua responded. "She is confined in the prince's courtyard. But she has not suffered much torment, merely appearing somewhat haggard." A weight lifted from Feng Qingsui's heart. In recent days, she had been plagued by fears that she had arrived too late to save Hualing, who, despite being alive, might have endured irreparable harm, haunted by nightmares each night. Fortunately, she had made it in time. She understood that she could not traverse time to rescue Xiao Yu on the night of the incident. She could only exert her utmost efforts to save Hualing from a similar fate and ensure that the culprits and their accomplices were dispatched to hell. "Let us not return to the estate just yet," she instructed Wu Hua. "We shall head to the eastern outskirts." Wu Hua complied. On their journey, Feng Qingsui spotted a fishing tackle shop by the roadside and instructed Wu Hua to disembark and procure 2 sets of fishing gear. Upon reaching a river outside the east gate, where thin ice had formed, she beckoned to Qiao Jinjin, who had accompanied them by car. "Let's get out. There are fish here." Qiao Jinjin, intrigued, replied, "I've never fished in my life." After they set up their fishing rods by the riverbank, Feng Qingsui, while waiting for a bite, asked Qiao Jinjin, "Do you know what is most crucial in fishing?" Qiao Jinjin guessed haphazardly. "The fishing rod? The bait? The fishing spot?" Feng Qingsui shook her head. "It is perseverance. Only through steadfastness can one reap rewards. If one gives up midway, not only will there be no gains, but one may also suffer losses." Understanding her point, Qiao Jinjin nodded. "Rest assured, I will not give up." Feng Qingsui smiled gently. "Listen to my strategy first." She then lowered her voice to instruct Qiao Jinjin on what to do. Qiao Jinjin felt her heart race. "What happens after you lure him out?" she inquired. Feng Qingsui smiled lightly. "You need not worry. Someone will naturally take over." A vague apprehension about Feng Qingsui's intentions sent shivers down Qiao Jinjin's spine. "Am I merely bait?" "Indeed," Feng Qingsui affirmed. Qiao Jinjin fell into silence. After a moment, she asked, "May I inquire about the grievances between you and him?" "You will know in due course," Feng Qingsui replied. "There is no rush to respond. You may ponder for a few days, but do get back to me before the end of the month, or it will be too late." Qiao Jinjin agreed. Just then, the float beside Feng Qingsui moved. "The fish is on," Qiao Jinjin exclaimed. "Madam, quickly raise the rod." Yet, Feng Qingsui remained still. It was not until the float sank completely that she finally tugged at the rod, pulling a plump black carp from the water, which flopped about. Wu Hua subdued it, removing the hook, and threaded it onto a willow branch, hanging it from a tree. Qiao Jinjin's float also twitched, but in her eagerness, she prematurely lifted the rod, causing the fish to escape. This happened several times, and seeing her chances slip away, she felt a surge of anxiety. Although fishing was not her primary purpose, an inexplicable desire to return with a fish grew within her. Remembering Feng Qingsui's words about perseverance, she held on. Ultimately, she succeeded in catching a golden carp. "Congratulations! You have caught a golden carp on your first fishing expedition." Feng Qingsui praised her. Upon learning that golden carps were rare, Qiao Jinjin beamed. "I shall keep it. However, it may lose its color in captivity," Feng Qingsui cautioned. Still, Qiao Jinjin resolved to keep it. Before heading back, she assured Feng Qingsui, "I will respond to you promptly." Feng Qingsui replied affirmatively. She caught 7 fish in total, keeping only the first, while releasing the rest back into the water. As they returned home, they encountered Ji Changqing, who jokingly asked, "Has the second master just returned from court? Do you have time to cook?" "I caught a large carp." Ji Changqing glanced at the hefty black carp Wu Hua was holding and raised an eyebrow. while others compose poetry. You go fishing? Feng Qingsui huffed. What? Do I bring shame to the Ji family? Not at all, Ji Chongqing chuckled. A fish of such size is not something just anyone can catch. He then inquired, would you prefer it braised or sweet and sour? Sweet and sour, Feng Qingsui replied, as she relished the crispy skin of fried carp. She originally had a penchant for savoring only the skin of the carp, but the exquisite flavor of the sweet and sour sauce prepared by Ji Chongqing compelled her to indulge in both the skin and the flesh. Leaving the plate empty, yet still yearning for more, she remarked with a smile, at last, your appetite has returned. After that bout of illness, you hardly touched your food when dining here, and I was quite concerned. Feng Qingsui chuckled softly, attributing her newfound appetite to Ji Chongqing's culinary prowess. Previously, she had never been picky, but after experiencing Ji's cooking, she found that others' dishes paled in comparison. After the meal, she presented the invitation from the Wei family to Qi, who perused it while commenting, the Rongchong Marquis' residence is hosting another banquet. I wonder when our household will have the opportunity to celebrate. Ji Chongqing's expression remained impassive as he replied, if mother desires it, we can arrange it at any time. I have a mare that just gave birth to a foal. We could host a celebration for its first month. She responded with a dismissive huff and retreated to her quarters. As Ji Chongqing prepared to leave, Feng Qingsui called out to him, Second Master, if you uncover the mastermind behind the abduction of the children from the CIU Institute, will you seek justice for them? Ji Chongqing turned back, fixing her with a steady gaze. Have you found the culprit? I will, she assured him with a slight smile. If you wish to uncover the truth, please make sure to attend the banquet at the Rongchong Marquis' residence. Chapter 46. A fortuitous opportunity. After Qiao Xinjin returned to the fan tower with the golden carp, she dispatched someone to purchase a large vat to keep the golden fish in the backyard, naming it Jin Shanshan. Whenever she found a moment, she would visit the backyard to admire Jin Shanshan, wrestling with the dilemma of whether to collaborate with Feng Qingsui. If she were alone, she would have readily agreed without a second thought. After all, a life of misery is hardly worth preserving. It would be better to seize a glimmer of hope. However, she had the fan tower to consider. Should her plans fail, the people within would also suffer consequences, and she could not risk the lives of others. Yet, the thought of relinquishing the opportunity left her unsatisfied. For 3 days, she wrestled with her indecision. Fan Shi noticed her unease since returning from the Rongchong Marquis' residence, as she appeared distracted and disinterested in food. Speak your mind. Don't keep it bottled up, or you'll only end up sick, she urged. After a moment's hesitation, Qiao Xinjin recounted how Han Ruishuan had plotted to have her abducted by a maid at the Marquis' residence, concluding, he failed this time. But I fear he may have other schemes in store. Madame Ji suggested a permanent solution, but I am afraid it would implicate my mother and sisters, so I hesitate to act. Understanding dawned upon Fan Shi as she realized the reward had been raised from 3,000 taels to 5,000. You foolish girl. How could you keep something so significant from me? Qiao Xinjin leaned her head against her arm, speaking softly. I was just worried about you. Fan Shi pushed her head away, adopting a serious demeanor. Stop with the theatrics. Tell me what Madame Ji proposed. Qiao Xinjin leaned closer, whispering her confidences. Upon hearing, Fan Shi was taken aback, acknowledging, Madame Ji is remarkably bold. Indeed, Qiao Xinjin replied, her brow furrowed. If it succeeds, it would be wonderful, but if it fails, what then? Fan Shi poked her forehead playfully. Do you think Madame Ji would dare to act without the support of the Duke? With his backing, what is there for us to fear? Qiao Xinjin responded with wide eyes of astonishment. Is this truly how it is understood? Is the prince planning to target the Rongchong Marquis? Surely not, for that is the maternal home of the Empress. And what of the Empress's family? Fan cast her a sharp glance, reminding her that the late emperor had not hesitated to seize the ancestral home of his own empress. Should a family lineage be allowed to persist unchallenged? Qiao Xinjin found this revelation to be quite novel. She quickly agreed. Fan urged her on, noting that Madame Ji would not be lacking for bait, especially with such a golden opportunity presented. How could she hesitate? Qiao Xinjin, sticking out her tongue, swiftly sketched a golden carp and dispatched it to the Ji residence. This was the agreed-upon signal with Feng Qingsui. Although Feng Qingsui did not reply, she sent a maid named Wu Hua to Fan's building in the dead of night to discuss the details of their plan. Excitement and anxiety surged within her as she prepared. When Han Ruishuan returned to Fan's building for music, she feigned ignorance of the abduction incident involving the Rongchong Marquis, welcoming him with a smile and a delightful song. Han Ruishuan, too, refrained from mentioning the incident, gazing at her with his usual penetrating eyes. She felt a mix of shyness and irritation, adopting an appearance of restraint. This was precisely the expression Han Ruishuan cherished. Every time he witnessed her wavering between resistance and acceptance, it filled him with satisfaction. He was thus inclined to invest a little time in this game of conquest. After Qiao Xinjin sang several pieces and paused for water, Fan suddenly burst in. I apologize, young Master Han, for the delay. She approached Qiao Xinjin with a small lacquered box and whispered something in her ear, causing Qiao Xinjin's expression to visibly darken. Is the person still here? She inquired of Fan. Gone, Fan replied. Irritated, Qiao Xinjin opened the lacquer box and pinched a silver ring from within, examining the small ornament that seemed neither jade nor stone. In sheer terror, she flung it away. Take it away. Mother, please take it away. Fan offered soothing words, picked up the ring, returned it to the box, and exited with it. Still shaken, Qiao Xinjin intended to resume her music, but Han Ruishuan waved his hand, suggesting she refrain from singing if her spirits were low. I'm sorry, Qiao Xinjin replied weakly. I shall make it up to you next time, young master. Han Ruishuan, intrigued by the earlier incident, expressed concern. Have you encountered trouble? Do not fear, share it with me. Qiao Xinjin's eyes instantly glistened with tears, as if a forlorn soul had finally found a confidant. She began to pour out her woes. In recent days, a madman has appeared, bringing gifts to me at Fan's building every day. While receiving gifts is not unusual, his offerings are particularly bizarre. Bracelets woven from his hair, love letters inscribed with his blood, or pendants crafted from his finger bones. I was terrified and began to refuse his gifts, yet he threatened that should I decline, he would take his life at the entrance of Fan's building. Fearing a tragedy, I dared not refuse. The ring that Mother Fan just brought is one of his gifts, fashioned from the enamel of his teeth. The more Qiao Xinjin spoke, the more distraught she became. Ever since I received his gifts, I have been plagued by nightmares. I truly do not know what to do. What a fortuitous opportunity, Han Ruishuan mused. The chance to win the heart of a beautiful woman had arrived. What is there to fret about? Just provide me with his name, and I assure you that you shall never receive his wretched gifts again. Qiao Xinjin shook her head, stating that he had not revealed his name and she was unaware of his origins. I will assign 2 individuals to guard outside Fan Lu day and night, ensuring that we uncover his identity. But how can I accept such trouble? Qiao Xinjin replied bashfully. I cannot trouble the young master. Han Ruishuan chuckled lightly. It is but a trifling matter. He insisted on leaving 2 guards with Mama Fan. However, whether it was due to the presence of guards deterring the individual or some unforeseen circumstance, he never appeared again. Despite this, Qiao Xinjin was immensely grateful and prepared a table of delicacies to express her thanks. Thanks to the young master's righteous assistance, I have been able to rest well lately. I raise my cup in your honor. Han Ruishuan noticed the considerable change in Qiao Xinjin's demeanor. She no longer avoided him as before. After downing his drink, he broached the subject again. Xinjin, if you were to follow me, not even the most unscrupulous of rascals, let alone the children of the powerful, would dare to act recklessly before you. With someone to safeguard you, is it not better than struggling alone? Qiao Xinjin, unlike before, did not categorically reject him. With a mixture of shyness and hesitation, she replied, I need to think it over. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed on. As long as you agree, I promise to carry you back in a grand sedan chair. Qiao Xinjin shot him a glare and retorted. Even if you summoned a grand sedan, I would not dare to ride in it. Otherwise, once I entered the residence, the young master's wife would surely have me dealt with. Han Ruishuan felt a surge of warmth and placed his hand over hers, saying, As long as I am here, she would not dare to lay a finger on you. Qiao Xinjin swiftly withdrew her hand. I am not interested in riding in any grand sedan. If you can agree to one thing for me, I will immediately make you content. Chapter 47. It was the crown prince who did it. Han Ruishuan's heart soared. One thing, 100 things, I will agree to all. Qiao Xinjin then revealed that she had always wished to be the primary wife. Now that the position of primary wife was unattainable, she still desired to hold a proper wedding ceremony. Do not frown just yet. I do not intend to hold the ceremony in the Marquis's residence. I have a small courtyard. We can decorate it and hold the ceremony and consummation there. What is the difference from playing house? Han Ruishuan readily agreed. No problem. We must also choose an auspicious date. Qiao Xinjin, as she spoke, had someone bring forth the calendar. After a brief examination, she pointed to a date, declaring, This day is the most suitable. Han Rueishuan glanced over and noticed it coincided with the 26th, the day of a celebratory feast at the residence. Let us choose another day. My second brother is getting married then, and I cannot be absent. Your brother's wedding is not your own. Why can't you attend? Xiao Xinjin chided playfully. You can attend the wedding feast, and then come to me. It won't delay anything. Han Rueishuan pondered. Considering the sequence of a wedding feast followed by consummation, it felt as if he were marrying too. He found himself lost in thought. Very well. I will acquiesce to your wishes. Xiao Xinjin added. As for matters on my end, it must remain between us. Do not mention it to anyone. Not even your closest servant. If it were to reach the young lady's ears, I would have no peaceful days in the residence. Only you may come quietly. No one else is permitted, understood? Han Rueishuan teased. You make it sound as if I am a thief. If you cannot manage it, then let it be. Xiao Xinjin said sternly. Han Rueishuan mused that even without bringing anyone along, he had his hidden guards trailing behind him, thus feeling untroubled by unforeseen circumstances. The thrill of secrecy was undeniably intoxicating, akin to the act of stealthily claiming another's bride. He consented, saying, Very well, I vow to keep my lips sealed. It was then that Xiao Xinjin smiled and disclosed the location of her courtyard. I shall prepare everything accordingly. The auspicious hour is at the hour of the dog. Do ensure you arrive before then, or you may find the place deserted. The way she addressed him as Sir sent a wave of comfort through Han Rueishuan, leaving him weak-kneed as he exited the fan tower. On the 26th day, after his younger brother had completed the wedding ceremony, Han Rueishuan indulged in several rounds of wine with the other guests. As the hour of the dog approached, he feigned drunkenness and had his servants escort him out of the banquet hall. Once outside, he hastened to the stable, selected a fine steed, and galloped towards the courtyard that Xiao Xinjin had mentioned. Upon arrival, he noted 2 red lanterns hanging at the entrance, adorned with the auspicious double happiness character, giving the place a festive air. Dressed in a red outfit that, while not a formal groom's attire, was fitting enough, he tethered his horse and straightened his disheveled garments before knocking on the door. A plump maidservant opened the door. You have finally arrived, young master. Our young lady has been awaiting your presence at the altar for quite some time, but upon seeing your delay, she sent the officiant and musicians away in a huff and returned to her room. Han Rueishuan clicked his tongue, bemused by her impatience. Had he truly kept her waiting for just a quarter of an hour? It seemed he would need to soothe her ruffled feathers. Following the maid to the bridal chamber, he pushed the door open only to find a figure clad in simple garments sitting sideways on the bed, holding a wedding gown in her left hand and a pair of scissors in her right, ruthlessly shredding the beautiful attire. To his astonishment, she was so incensed that she was destroying her own wedding dress. Amused, he approached her, only to be taken aback as she turned to reveal an unexpected face. Chui Ke? How could it be you? You are not Chui Quebec. He nearly believed he was seeing a ghost. Staring intently until he noticed the figure was more delicate than Chui Ke, with a distinctly different facial structure. Yet, she bore no resemblance to Xiao Xinjin. Who are you? He demanded sharply. What trickery is this? Where is Xiao Xinjin? Where is she? Feng Qingsui did not answer. Instead, once the hidden guards had been subdued, she entered the room, capturing and binding Han Rueishuan before inquiring. Did you or the crown prince personally slay the daughter of Minister Jiang? The daughter of Minister Jiang? Han Rueishuan was momentarily stunned before his expression shifted dramatically. She drowned herself. What connection do I or the crown prince have to that? Huh. Feng Qingsui dragged him to the window, binding him to a stool, gagging him, and then covering his face with a damp cloth before pouring water into his nostrils from a kettle. Han Rueishuan had witnessed others undergo water torture, but had never experienced it himself. For the first time, he understood that such torment could bring one to the brink of despair. An overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped him, and the dread of drowning consumed his mind, leaving him gasping for breath, unable to articulate his anguish. As Feng Qingsui seized her water torture and removed the wet cloth, he finally relented. It was the crown prince who did it. Without waiting for Feng Qingsui to inquire, he began to elaborate. On the evening of the old lady's 60th birthday, the crown prince, having indulged in too much wine, retired to the guest courtyard. For reasons unbeknownst to us, the daughter of the minister Jiang found her way to the guest courtyard, where she was mistakenly taken for an assassin and killed by the guards. Is that so? Feng Qingsui responded coolly. And what of the bones at the bottom of the moon lake? Han Rueishuan's pupils contracted in shock. How could this person possibly know of those remains? His mind raced, attempting to concoct a plausible lie. But whether it was due to excessive drinking or having just choked on water, he could not fabricate a single story and was left with no choice but to confess. The Crown Prince has been a mere child. For years, children have been abducted and brought to our Duke's guest house, subjected to torment for amusement. On the day of the birthday banquet, after partaking in the feast, he went to the guest courtyard for entertainment and, unfortunately, encountered the daughter of Minister Jiang, whose parents were searching for her. It was then that I realized something had gone awry. The child was already dead, and I could only falsely claim she had drowned. Feng Qingsui had long suspected the truth, yet hearing Han Ruishuan articulate it still caused her heart to ache unbearably. So small, so innocent. Having believed that day was the opposite of night, that the adult world was the antithesis of childhood, she had never gazed upon the heights of mountains or the vastness of the sea. The little girl, who dreamed of traversing the world upon growing up, exploring the 4 seas and 5 mountains, indulging in the finest cuisines, had met her end at the hands of 2 brutes. She died so insignificantly, so trivially, as if her life were not worth a mention. Han Ruishuan, observing her murderous intent, feared for his own life and quickly exclaimed, "Every grievance has its source. The Crown Prince is the one who committed the murder. Seek your revenge upon him." Feng Qingsui indeed wished to strike him down on the spot. But considering the ensuing arrangements, she forced herself to endure. The child was slain by the Crown Prince. What of the others? The Jiang family has been entirely wiped out. She regarded Han Ruishuan with a frigid stare. Chapter 48. Let him perish in endless agony. The deaths of the others are of no concern to me. Han Ruishuan protested, looking aggrieved. Aside from falsely claiming the child's drowning and bringing Minister Jiang and his wife to the guest courtyard to offer consolation, I have done nothing else. Feng Qingsui scoffed. You have done nothing? Abducting and abusing children, shielding murderers, fabricating evidence, unlawful confinement, intimidation. What do you call that? Han Ruishuan fell silent. How were you and the Crown Prince complicit in Minister Jiang's demise? Han Ruishuan initially intended to say he knew nothing, but upon seeing Feng Qingsui seize the water jug, he hastily changed his tune. It was the Crown Prince's design. He claimed that Minister Jiang feigned acceptance of the compensation, and once free, would surely renege. Thus, he needed to be eliminated. However, as a court official, direct assassination was impractical. He dispatched individuals to monitor Minister Jiang's movements, waiting for him to enter the palace to see His Majesty, instructing them to lead him to a side hall to wait. He also arranged for Lady Lu to deliver icy refreshments to His Majesty, deliberately barging into the side hall, then emerging in tears, claiming Minister Jiang had acted inappropriately towards her. At that time, His Majesty was quite fond of Lady Lu. Upon hearing her lamentations, he immediately imprisoned Minister Jiang in the dungeons. Within those dungeons were the Crown Prince's allies, who placed Minister Jiang with several criminals, inciting them to turn against him, leading to Minister Jiang's death that very night. This was all orchestrated by the Crown Prince, and I had no part in it. Feng Qingsui spoke softly. Even if the death of Minister Jiang has no connection to you, Madame Jiang is still a victim of your actions. Han Ruishuan felt an overwhelming urge to tear his heart out. I swear, it wasn't me. There is no need for your denial. The note left by the person who coerced Dr. Sun to act against Madame Jiang was written with your specially crafted orchid-scented ink. I do not know any Dr. Sun. Han Ruishuan hurriedly replied. I only produced 100 pieces of that orchid-scented ink, and one of them had a significant flaw, which I kept for myself. The rest were given to the Empress Dowager. The flawed piece was also given to Qiao Zhenjin. At the mention of Qiao Zhenjin, he nearly spat blood. After being pecked in the eye while hunting geese, he vowed that once he escaped this ordeal, he would slice that wretched woman into pieces and feed her to the white tiger. He would then roast her bones into powder and scatter them in the moon lake to ensure she could never be reborn. Did the Empress learn of Lu Zhaoyi's scheme against Minister Jiang and decide to eradicate all traces? Feng Qingsui inquired. Han Ruishuan nodded. She came to question me, and realizing I could not hide the truth, I revealed everything to her. The very next day, Madame Jiang suffered a miscarriage and passed away. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Qingsui asserted, it was you who murdered old Madame Jiang and the servants of the Jiang family. No. Han Ruishuan opened his mouth to protest. Feng Qingsui sneered. Both the Crown Prince and the Empress have blood on their hands. Do you think they would allow a knowledgeable accomplice to remain unscathed? Han Ruishuan. This person is not mistaken. After Madame Jiang's death, The Empress sent him a message with 4 words, "No future troubles." He then orchestrated an accident and a fire, sending the entire Jiang family to the underworld. But how could he admit to it? Although he was unaware of the identity of the woman before him, it was evident she was investigating the truth behind the annihilation of the Jiang family, seeking retribution for them. He had no desire to die. It was all the doing of the Crown Prince and the Empress Dowager, and had nothing to do with me. Before he could finish, he was struck unconscious by Feng Qingsui. Tonight, the residence of the Marquis of Rongchang was filled with jubilance. Not only were the guests indulging in gourmet delicacies, but the servants were also enjoying a feast. The doorkeeper and a few young attendants were rewarded with a whole leg of lamb, 2 roasted chickens, a roasted duck, and a roasted goose, along with a jar of Jinhua wine. While the guests were engaged in their banquet, with few comings and goings at the door, they gathered together to feast heartily, their faces flushed with merriment. When Han Ruishuan was returned on horseback by a servant and a woman, the guards merely glanced at them and let them pass. Only the doorkeeper found it a bit puzzling. When the young master left, he was alone. How could he return with 2 others? However, considering he had not seen the concubine Shui for some time, he thought perhaps the young master had been keeping her elsewhere. He shrugged off his doubts and continued to enjoy his meal. Most of the household servants had been summoned to the banquet hall, and as Feng Qingsui secured the horses with Wu Hua, she assisted Han Ruishuan toward the ice cave by the Moon Lake, encountering no one along the way. The 9 Curves Bridge was adorned with lanterns, illuminating the center of the Moon Lake, yet there was not a single lamp in the dark, cold corner of the ice cave. After removing the cloak from Han Ruishuan, Feng Qingsui extracted a silver needle embedded in his neck and punctured a few more points at his cervical vertebrae. Han Ruishuan gradually regained consciousness from the darkness. Upon realizing his predicament, he was suddenly seized by terror. He attempted to cry out for help, only to find himself not only voiceless but also unable to command his limbs. "Spare me," he desperately blinked. "I will grant you anything you desire, just let me live." The woman, garbed in the guise of a green finch, remained unmoved, coldly extending her hand to push him toward the icy abyss. The frigid water engulfed him from head to toe, submerging him inch by inch. A relentless chill surged into his stomach through his mouth and nostrils, freezing his very soul. "Help! Help me! Is anyone there to save me?" No one responded, just as those children, not yet fully dead, had met their fate bound to stones and cast into the depths of the lake by him. As he sank, he felt something scatter beneath him, producing a dull thud. And then he realized it was bones, those of the children who had perished under the prince's cruel hand. The prince had intended for him to bury these children, but he had suggested feeding them to the fish in the lake. What better fate than to let the fish devour their flesh, leaving only their white bones? "If you wish, Your Highness, you could select a few skulls as keepsakes." The prince had readily agreed. Later, he indeed chose several beautiful skulls to fashion into ornaments, hanging them in his chamber to keep him company day and night. Little did he know that one day he too would find himself at the lake's bottom, alongside those very bones. Was this not the cycle of justice, a fitting retribution? No, this was not the destiny that he was meant to have. He was born to greatness, destined to inherit titles and enjoy affluence like his father. How could he perish at the hands of a woman? Suddenly, he sensed that he could move again, and with a vigorous kick, propelled himself towards the ice hole. Miraculously, he broke through the surface. However, after inhaling a single breath, a sharp sting pierced his shoulder and neck, rendering him immobile once more as he sank straight down. Once at the bottom, he gradually regained the ability to move. Once, twice, thrice. Eventually, he found himself devoid of any strength to resurface. It dawned on him that his adversary had deliberately granted him hope only to snatch it away, subjecting him to the agony of near death repeatedly, leading him to perish in endless suffering. How cruel! Feng Qingsui waited by the ice hole for a while. When Han Ruishuan no longer surfaced, she prepared to shed her garments and plunge into the water. Wu Hua stopped her, saying, "Miss, allow me to go. You have just recovered from your cold. Do not expose yourself to further chill." With that, he leaped into the ice hole. Chapter 49. How dare she before long? She resurfaced and nodded toward Feng Qingsui. Feng Qingsui took her hand, and they made their way toward the pine forest, where they changed their attire and altered their appearances, transforming into unremarkable servants. One ventured to the guest house while the other remained behind. The one who stayed was Feng Qingsui. She placed Han Ruishuan's cloak, which she had just torn off, at the ice hole's mouth, with the upper half submerged in water and the lower half left at the edge, creating a scene of disarray. Then she fixed her gaze intently on the nine-curve bridge. Upon seeing the prince lead two guards across the bridge toward the guest house, she hastened towards the banquet hall. Upon reaching the entrance, she called out loudly, "Quick, someone! The heir has fallen into the lake." The servants waiting at the door exchanged bewildered glances. "But the lake is frozen, isn't it? Which heir? Is this person afflicted with hysteria?" Feng Qingsui, her face etched with anxiety, explained in a falsetto voice. "On the other side of the pine forest, there exists an ice cave, a place where fish are typically caught to feed the white tiger." The young master, in a drunken stupor, ventured to see the white tiger and accidentally fell into the ice cave. The maidservants and young attendants immediately recalled the recent incident where Lady Ji had been chased into the ice cave by the white tiger, their faces paling in alarm. "You didn't know to rescue the young master when he fell into the water? Why are you making such a commotion? He has vanished since he fell. I cannot swim." The faces of the maidservants and young attendants turned even paler as they hurried toward the lake. Feng Qingsui dashed into the banquet hall, calling out several times. The musicians ceased their playing, staring at her in bewilderment. The guests set down their bowls and chopsticks, gazing at her in shock. Lady Wei wondered if she had misheard. The young master fell into the ice cave? How could that be? He was clearly at the banquet. She glanced around, searching for Han Ruishuan, but did not find him. Her right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. The matriarch of the Rong family clutched her chest. "Quick, hurry to save him." The Marquis of Rong sprang forward, and the others from the Marquisate immediately followed suit. The maidservants and young attendants, seeing their master leave the table, naturally pursued after him. The guests, unwilling to remain idle, also stepped out of the banquet hall, some heading toward the winding bridge, others standing by the moon lake, or making their way toward the ice cave. All concerned and looking on. Ji Changqing was among those heading to the ice cave. He wove through the crowd with grace, emerging at the forefront. Feng Qingsui had excused herself from the banquet due to discomfort, yet prior to the event, she had earnestly requested him, before the fourth watch, ensure the crown prince remains at the banquet. It was as if she was certain the crown prince would attend and equally certain he would leave early. Out of curiosity, he agreed. Before the banquet commenced, indeed, the crown prince arrived, and after the fourth watch, he saw the crown prince attempt to leave. He beckoned Shang Wanmu to approach, proposing a toast to the crown prince, engaging him in light conversation, delaying his departure until nearly the fourth watch. Unexpectedly, shortly after the crown prince had left, Feng Qingsui rushed to the banquet hall to call for help for Han Ruishuan. It was not by recognition, but by intuition that he understood. As the guests were shaken by the news of Han Ruishuan's fall, he scrutinized the inconspicuous young attendant, confirming it was indeed Feng Qingsui. If his suspicions were correct, Han Ruishuan was already dead. Even with his mind prepared, he was still taken aback by her actions. How dare she, during a joyous banquet filled with guests? She had the audacity to kill their young master and then run to the banquet hall to summon others. Was she born with an extra measure of courage? But what astonished him even more followed. When Han Ruishuan was pulled from the water, both hands and one foot were ensnared by a circular object. Initially, he presumed it to be a stone from the lake, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a skull. A child's skull. His expression darkened instantly. Not only had he seen it clearly, but others had too. How did his hands and feet become entangled with a child's skull? Where did this skull come from? Was it from the lake? It is indeed unsettling. How could there be so many skulls in the lake? This lake possesses an eerie quality. During Lady Rong's birthday celebration, it seems a child drowned, and now, at a wedding banquet, her own heir has also perished in its waters. Surely, there must be an issue with the feng shui. Although the crowd whispered amongst themselves, Lord Rong still overheard them. He was too grief-stricken over the loss of his son to delay and urgently commanded, "Quickly, remove these stones." Several young servants stepped forward to retrieve the skulls. "Hold on," Ji Changqing interjected in a grave tone. "Whether these are indeed stones is debatable, and the cause of Rong Shizi's demise requires thorough investigation. Until the officials and coroner arrive, no one is permitted to disturb the scene." The young servants halted in their tracks. Ji Changqing's reasoning was sound, and with so many guests present, even Lord Rong could not find an excuse to hinder the intervention of the authorities. Lady Rong and Wei arrived shortly after. Upon catching sight of Han Ruishuan's lifeless form, one broke down in tears while the other fainted into a maid's embrace. The guests fell silent, unsure of how to react or what to say. Ji Chongqing retrieved a signal flare from his cloak and launched it into the night sky. Before the Imperial Guard arrives, I ask everyone to remain in place and refrain from any rash actions. Lord Roan was taken aback. What is the meaning of this, Minister Ji? The cause of my son's death is undetermined. Everyone is a suspect. To prevent the perpetrator from escaping, we must secure the scene, Ji Chongqing replied. A profound sense of unease welled within Lord Roan. Was Ji Chongqing truly only seeking to contain the scene and monitor the suspect? What if a search ensued? There were far too many places within the estate that could not withstand scrutiny. Not to mention, the guest house by the lake must not be breached by the Imperial Guard. He opened his mouth to persuade, but the Imperial Guard had already entered the estate. Ji Chongqing instructed the captain, surround the estate and prohibit anyone from entering or leaving. Secure the scene until the officials and coroner arrive. At that moment, a voice suddenly cried out from the direction of the guest house, help. Ji Chongqing turned to see a somewhat plump young servant rushing out of the guest house while clutching a child, followed closely by 2 armed palace guards. He commanded in a low voice, first, save the child. The captain gestured, and a small squad of Imperial Guards moved forward to intercept the palace guards. A heavy feeling settled in Lord Roan's chest as he seized the initiative, demanding, who are you? Why are you running about with a child in the guest house? He gestured discreetly to his attendant. The attendant raised his hand to activate a crossbow mechanism, aiming an arrow at the child's chest. Unexpectedly, the young servant sidestepped just in time, causing the arrow to strike the ice instead. Assassins! The captain of the Imperial Guards immediately ordered the capture of the attendant. The attendant, a death-seeking warrior, realizing escape was impossible, bit down on a concealed poison pouch and died on the spot. The plump young servant rushed to Ji Chongqing's side. Panting, Sir, I heard a child's cries from the guest house, so I sneaked in to take a look. I was shocked to see the crown prince wielding a whip, about to inflict harm on the child. I managed to rescue the child, but nearly lost my life to the guards. Ji Chongqing, bewildered, responded, I have no subordinates of that description. The guests were left in stunned silence. Chapter 50, a shocking case since returning to the capital for his official duties. Ji Chongqing had not attended any banquets. As Wei informed Lord Rongchong that Madame Ji had accepted the invitation and responded that Ji Chongqing would attend the banquet. He mistakenly assumed that Ji Chongqing was aligning himself with the crown prince. Upon hearing the words of the plump servant, he realized the gravity of his error. Ji Chongqing harbored no intentions of supporting the crown prince. He evidently sought to depose him. Who gave you the audacity to slander the crown prince with such baseless accusations? Lord Rongchong demanded, his voice laced with fury. Do you comprehend the gravity of defaming the heir apparent? The servant, disguised as a lowly attendant, retorted, I possess both witnesses and evidence, and every word I utter is the truth. You accuse me of framing the crown prince without a shred of proof. That is the true definition of slander. Lord Rongchong turned to Ji Chongqing, sneering, is this how you conduct investigations, Minister Ji? First, you send people to fabricate charges. Then mobilize the Imperial Guards to conduct searches? No wonder you can raid any household at will. Ji Chongqing replied coolly, if you are indeed innocent, why the haste to silence me? The truth will be revealed when the chief of the capital arrives to investigate. Silence you. Lord Rongchong vehemently denied. He recognized that he had overreacted, yet he could easily find a justification for his outburst. I have given no orders, and yet he acted on his own accord. Who knows whose man he truly is? Who would be foolish enough to commit murder in the presence of the Imperial Guards? This is clearly a setup. My son met an untimely demise, and the crown prince's nephew has been falsely accused. I implore you, minister. What deep-seated enmity do the Han family and you share that warrants such vengeance? Just as his words hung in the air, a cultured voice interjected, I too am perplexed. When did I offend the minister to deserve such treachery? The assembly turned towards the source of the voice, where the crown prince, illuminated by the light, strode across the icy surface. Stopping near Han Ruishuan's lifeless form, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing Ji Chongqing. With his refined and handsome features, it was difficult for anyone to fathom that he would wield a whip to mistreat a child. Surely, the crown prince has been wronged, some mused. Perhaps it was another prince scheming to bring about his downfall with malicious intent. Curled up in the arms of the servant, Huiling timidly inquired, what does framing mean? The servant replied, it means to fabricate charges against someone. The crown prince claims we are lying, that we intend to ensnare him. That is far from the truth. Huiling summoned her courage. Turning to point at the crown prince, It was you who brought me here, locking me in a dark room, threatening to break my neck and toss me into the lake to feed the fish if I did not obey. The last time you came, you bound me to a chair, demanding my service while a tiger roamed outside, scaring you away. Just now, you returned, intending to whip me. You commit wrongdoings and yet accuse others of wronging you. How can you be so wicked? The guests stood in stunned silence. What? Tossing into the lake to feed the fish? Are the 3 skulls of the children found with Han Ruishuan connected to the crown prince? Good heavens! This scandal is becoming too large to comprehend. The crown prince cast a glance at Huailing, scoffing. The minister will stop at nothing to frame me, even inciting such a young child to lie, oblivious to the consequences. Ji Chongqing ignored him and asked Huailing, where were you imprisoned? Over there. Huailing pointed towards the guest house. Ji Chongqing immediately ordered the commander of the imperial guard to seal off the guest house. The commander internally lamented, as the emperor had entrusted them to Ji Chongqing for his protection against potential assassination, not to confront the crown prince. What if the crown prince emerged unscathed and harbored resentment towards them? However, since they were already present, he steeled himself to allocate personnel. The Marquis of Rongchang scoffed, stating, is it reasonable for the imperial guard to seal the Marquis's residence when Minister Ji himself has yet to extricate himself from suspicion? The Marquis made a valid point. Ji was indeed entangled in the matter and should refrain from involvement. Yet, the imperial guard served the emperor, not Ji. If the Marquis did not trust Ji, he ought to trust the emperor. Ji Chongqing retorted, the imperial guard is merely securing the scene. There is no need for the Marquis to act so agitated, lest others suspect you of guilt. The Marquis of Rongchang was left speechless. Finally, the Jingzhaoyin arrived with his officers. Upon receiving the report, he had been drowsy, but the gravity of the case instantly dispelled his fatigue. The heir of the Marquis of Rongchang had drowned in the lake during a grand banquet at his own residence, and when retrieved, 3 juvenile skulls were found entangled with him. What a sensational case! He hastily summoned assistance, only to discover that the incident also involved missing children from the Xiao Institute and implicated the crown prince. Was this the end of his career? He had stumbled upon such a perilous case. This matter concerning the crown prince likely requires the emperor's intervention. I lack the authority to investigate, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ji Chongqing calmly replied, I have already informed the emperor. Lord Qin should first examine the case of the heir's drowning. Very well. The Jingzhaoyin hurriedly agreed. He turned to the Marquis of Rongchang, asking, shall we conduct the autopsy for the heir here at the residence? Is that even a question? The Marquis replied coldly, do you expect all of us to return to the Jingzhao mansion for this ordeal? The Marquis speaks wisely, the Jingzhaoyin conceded. He surveyed the scene and ordered a temporary shelter to be erected by the lakeside, draped with cloth, and commanded the lanterns from the Ninebend Bridge to illuminate the area. As the coroner examined the body under the shelter, the shadows cast upon the fabric resembled a shadow play, startling the gathered guests. Some of the more timid individuals had already sought refuge behind others, too frightened to look. However, more horrifying revelations awaited them. After Ji Chongqing alerted the Jingzhaoyin to the possibility of more remains in the lake, the Jingzhaoyin ordered an expansion of the ice hole and dispatched several skilled divers to search for corpses. The sailors submerged, resurfaced, and plunged again, each time returning with 1 or 2 skulls or fragments of bone, methodically placing them near the ice hole. 1 skull, 2 skulls, 3 skulls, 1 leg bone, 2 leg bones, 3 leg bones, 1 rib, 2 ribs, 3 ribs. Gradually, they formed small mounds. The biting cold wind sliced across their faces, yet no one felt pain. Their minds had grown numb. So many bones. All belonged to children. How many children had perished? When a relatively intact, yet ravaged corpse of a child was dragged ashore, a cry of despair erupted from the crowd. Is our darling here? After going missing during last year's Lantern Festival, we have searched in vain. Oh, my nephew also vanished last year while offering incense at the temple. He simply disappeared with a turn. Could he be among them as well? A few women wept as they rushed down the riverbank, lunging towards the remains, prompting the magistrate to command the officers to restrain them. Ladies, please compose yourselves. The magistrate implored, his brow furrowed with concern. I assure you, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and uncover the truth, providing you with an explanation. Let us remain calm for now, shall we? The wails echoed through the air, drawing tears from all who heard. Before the bodies were recovered, many firmly believed this was a conspiracy orchestrated by the emperor and Minister Ji. The emperor favored consort Wu and her son, the third prince, who had just come of age and was appointed to the Ministry of Revenue. Meanwhile, the crown prince had served in council for years without any real responsibilities assigned to him. It was evident to all whom the emperor intended to support. However, due to consort Wu's humble origins, lacking the noble backing of Empress Han, the emperor's ambition to elevate the third prince was fraught with challenges. Minister Ji was but a knife in the emperor's hand, striking wherever commanded. Should the plot against the crown prince and the Rongchang Marquis's household succeed, it would pave the way for the crown prince's deposition. Yet, as each piece of bone was laid upon the icy surface, glinting coldly in the light, such notions were swiftly shattered. It was far too tragic. There was no need for such heinous methods to ensnare the crown prince and the Rongchang Marquis. If the emperor genuinely wished to dethrone the crown prince, the testimony of a mere servant and a young girl, coupled with a few skulls belonging to Han Ruishuan, would suffice. There was no necessity for such extreme measures. The gazes directed at the crown prince were filled with disbelief. Beneath this genteel facade, could there truly lurk a remorseless fiend? How could one inflict harm upon such innocent children? Minister Ji, too, was taken aback by the multitude of remains hidden beneath the lake. As the exhausted sailors returned to shore to rest, he scanned the crowd and spotted Feng Qingsui at the southernmost edge of the lake. She retained her unremarkable servant's attire, standing by a pine tree, her gaze placid and unfazed as she observed the skeletal remains on the ice. Before her stood several tall men, and in their shadow, her figure appeared exceedingly slight. Yet, who could have foreseen that it was this diminutive form that unveiled the bones from the lake's depths, dragging the crown prince and the Rongchang Marquis into the mire? After a brief moment of contemplation, he averted his gaze, thinking how poorly she was dressed for the cold. Standing in the wind, she would surely fall ill again. News of the Rongchang Marquis' situation swiftly reached the emperor and empress. The difference lay in the source. The emperor learned of it from someone dispatched by Minister Ji, while the empress read about it in a secret missive sent by someone arranged by the Rongchang Marquis. Upon finishing the letter, the empress inquired of her attendant, "With whom does His Majesty spend the night?" Upon learning that the emperor would be alone in the side hall of the Hall of Governance, she hurriedly changed her attire and made her way there. The Hall of Governance was ablaze with light, indicating that the emperor had indeed received the news. "Your Majesty, you must take a stand for me." Upon entering the study and encountering the emperor, she expressed her grievances with great emotion. "I have never been one to vie for favor. You may indulge whom you choose and bestow titles as you see fit. I have harbored no jealousy nor caused any disturbances. Yet, despite my peaceful demeanor, there are those who resent the bond between my son and me, seeking to annihilate both the Duke's estate and the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, whom you have nurtured, possesses a temperament you know all too well. Do you truly believe he could inflict harm upon innocent children and slay dozens of them? Such a horrific notion sends shivers down my spine. I cannot fathom the malice of those determined to bring ruin upon us, even to the extent of killing so many innocents. How long has Ji Chongqing held the position of Chancellor? He has abused your trust, misusing his power to frame the Crown Prince and commit such unspeakable acts. Even if you disregard our plight, you must seek justice for those lost children." The emperor displayed no discernible emotion. "I have summoned the Crown Prince, Duke Rongchang, Ji Chongqing, and others to the palace. The truth shall be debated later." The empress, aware of the emperor's unwavering resolve, refrained from further argument and settled into a chair against the wall, awaiting their arrival. After receiving the eunuch's decree, Ji Chongqing departed from the duke's residence with Feng Qingsui, Wu Hua, and Hualing. As they boarded the carriage, he tossed a blanket to Feng Qingsui. Initially unfeeling of the cold, she soon realized her hands and feet were as frigid as ice. Shivering, she hurriedly wrapped herself in the blanket. "What would you have done had I not attended the banquet?" Ji Chongqing inquired while tending to the fire. Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. "The second master is a man of his word. Having made a promise, he will certainly keep it." Receiving her flattery, Ji Chongqing's expression remained unfriendly. "A sudden influx of animosity directed at me. Do you think my position as Chancellor is too secure? The second master and the Crown Prince are not allies. They will inevitably clash, and I merely expedited the inevitable conflict." Feng Qingsui felt no remorse for her machinations. "The second master should be grateful to me." Ji Chongqing mused that he could hardly match this woman's audacity. Once the fire blazed, warmth filled the carriage, and Hualing rubbed her eyes before drifting off to sleep. Ji Chongqing watched her slumbering face for a moment before turning to Feng Qingsui. When the crown princess last sought you out, was it for healing or injury? Feng Qingsui remained silent, having promised the crown princess not to divulge their conversation. Yet her silence spoke volumes, and Ji Chongqing discerned the answer. He retrieved a pen and paper from the carriage, scribbled a note, rolled it up, and placed it in a small bamboo tube. He then took a homing pigeon from beneath the tea table, secured the tube to its leg, and released it into the air. Feng Qingsui observed him right, but could not comprehend the meaning of his words, which seemed to be in code. After dispatching the pigeon, Ji Chongqing drew a pair of eyebrows on the paper and instructed Wu Hua, "Give her a brow shaping according to my drawing." He referred to Hualing. Feng Qingsui inquired, "What purpose serves the brow shaping?" Ji Chongqing retorted, "Do you think mere words from a servant in a lake of corpses could incriminate the crown prince?" Feng Qingsui shook her head. "I had not considered it in that light. Her primary objective tonight was to eliminate Han Ruishuan, exploiting his demise to reveal the corpses hidden beneath the Moon Lake, while simultaneously rescuing Hualing and entangling the crown prince in the ensuing turmoil. She did not harbor illusions that a single strike would suffice to topple the crown prince. The crown prince, the empress, and the house of Rongchong were deeply entrenched and could not be easily dismantled, as long as she could shatter the crown prince's gentlemanly facade in the eyes of the public, prompting a re-evaluation of his character. That would be sufficient. Those who lurk in the shadows can commit their misdeeds with impunity, yet once exposed to the scrutiny of the masses, they become inescapably vulnerable. His bestial actions would inevitably come to light, and when that time arrived, he would find himself at the end of his rope. Ji Chongqing chuckled lightly, instructing her to await his good news. He had Wu Hua groom Hualing's eyebrows before leading her into the palace, leaving Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua in the carriage, entirely oblivious to the confrontation that awaited them at the Hall of Diligent Administration. Chapter 52. The intrigues of the boudoir after the members of the House of Rongchong paid their respects to the emperor. He cast a glance at the young girl closely nestled beside Ji Chongqing, her head bowed low enough to almost touch the ground, and said to the Minister of Justice, "You may speak." The minister, slightly anxious, reported the events that had transpired at the House of Rongchong. A total of over 60 unidentified corpses had been retrieved from the lakebed, and upon examination by the coroner, it was confirmed that the heir of the House of Rongchong had indeed drowned. Additionally, Ji's servant and a young girl had testified against the crown prince for child abuse. Upon hearing this, the emperor inquired of the crown prince, "Why did your guards pursue Ji's servant?" The crown prince replied, "Your Majesty, I was resting in the guest quarters due to intoxication. Upon entering the small courtyard typically reserved for me at the marquis's residence, I spotted a servant carrying a child rushing out. It struck me as suspicious, so I ordered him to halt. When he fled instead, I instructed my guards to pursue him. I merely wished to bring him back for questioning, not to chase him down." The emperor then asked the Marquis of Rongchong, "Why did your people target this young girl?" The Marquis, looking aggrieved, responded, "I have no knowledge of that. I issued no orders. It was his unilateral action, and with the evidence now gone, I cannot clear my name even if I were to leap into the Yellow River." "What explanation do you have for the corpses retrieved from the lakebed?" I too was taken aback to discover so many corpses hidden beneath the lake. I nearly fainted from shock, and my legs are still trembling. I cannot fathom who would be so deranged as to discard so many deceased children in our estate. The empress handed him a cup of tea. "Lord Marquis, please take a moment to warm yourself with this tea." Turning to the emperor, she added, "Your Majesty, as you have heard, throughout this ordeal, no one has witnessed anyone from the Marquis's estate committing murder or disposing of bodies. Nor has anyone seen the crown prince abusing children. Only Ji's servant and this child have implicated the crown prince. What can their solitary testimony prove? Nothing at all. Surely, Ji knows his position is untenable, which is why he dared not bring that servant before your presence." Ji Chongqing replied calmly, "I did not bring that servant to the palace because the child's testimony alone suffices." "The child's testimony?" The empress chuckled softly. "Lord Ji, you have never raised a child, so you may not realize that at such a tender age, children cannot distinguish between reality and fantasy." She turned to the emperor. "I wonder if your Majesty recalls when the crown prince was teething and came to my chambers, sobbing uncontrollably. When you asked him what was wrong, he claimed I had beaten him, breaking his teeth. Upon hearing this, you immediately reprimanded me and sent the crown prince to the prince's quarters without allowing me to accompany him. Had it not been for the palace maid beside Her Majesty, who understood the situation and fortuitously brought items for Her Majesty, offering explanations on my behalf. I fear I would have borne this unjust blame for a lifetime. That child's tooth, half fallen and painful when eating, he refused to let the wet nurse extract it. Unable to witness his suffering, I took it upon myself to remove it. Who would have thought that upon your inquiry, he would claim I had broken it? The crown prince appeared remorseful. He himself was unaware of why he had said that at the time, but as he grew older, he recalled having witnessed a young attendant struck by an older one, losing a tooth in the process. When his mother helped him with his own tooth extraction, he may have conflated these two events, leading to his erroneous statement about his mother being the one who struck him. It is truly regrettable that she has been wronged. The empress smiled and reassured him. Do not worry. I know you did not mean it intentionally. At your age, such fanciful talk is quite normal. She then turned to the emperor. Your Majesty, do you find the testimony of a child who cannot distinguish between reality and fantasy credible? The emperor remained non-committal, passing the question to Ji Chongqing. What do you think? Ji Qing. Just as Ji Chongqing was about to respond, a court attendant entered to report, Your Majesty, the crown princess requests an audience. The emperor paused in surprise. What is the matter? The attendant replied, The crown princess claims to have come regarding the crown prince's mistreatment of children. The crown prince's expression shifted slightly, and before the emperor could respond, he interjected, Tell her not to worry, to return and wait. I shall return to the Eastern Palace shortly. No sooner had he spoken than the crown princess burst in. She bowed to the emperor and gently said, I have heard of the grave matters concerning the Rongcheng Marquis's residence, in which the crown prince is implicated. I wish to report certain matters to Father Emperor for your discerning judgment. You seem quite anxious, the empress chided with a glance, knowing her concern for the crown prince. Do not fret, he is well. Return quickly and rest. The crown princess, typically docile and obedient to her, unexpectedly defied her this time. Please, allow me to finish, she said, pulling up her sleeves. Have you lost your mind? The crown prince stepped forward, grasping her wrist, daring to misbehave before the emperor. The empress's expression darkened as she admonished, Crown princess, this is not the decorum expected in front of others. Do not let a moment of impulse tarnish the reputation of the Pei family. The crown princess, realizing that the empress was fully aware of the crown prince's daily behavior, which had been shielded and tolerated, felt her wavering resolve solidify. She struggled to free herself from the crown prince's grip, swiftly rolling up her sleeves to reveal her arms, marred with both new and old scars. My entire body is covered with whip marks, all inflicted by the crown prince. If Father Emperor doubts this, let the palace maids verify. She gritted her teeth. Since entering the palace, I have never known a moment of peace. Each day has been worse than death. Everyone claims the crown prince is a gentleman. Who knows the beastly acts he commits in secret? The emperor's countenance darkened. The empress sighed, approaching the crown princess and lowering her sleeves. Child, what can I say? You are too naive. How could you bring such intimate matters into the public eye? Where would that leave the emperor, the marquis, and Lord Ji? If you dislike this, simply express it directly to the crown prince. Why bring it before his majesty? The crown princess interrupted her words, stating that the eldest princess had been slapped by her husband and went to the emperor to weep, resulting in the exile of her husband and his family to Lingnan. Meanwhile, she, battered and bruised, had been reduced to mere amusement in the boudoir. Was it because Miss Pei lacked the noble status of the eldest princess, allowing the crown prince to act as he pleased? The empress found herself momentarily speechless. She gently patted the crown princess's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, then turned to the crown prince and said, You ought to show some compassion and care. You should have a proper conversation with the crown princess later, for she is nearly driven to madness. The crown prince nodded in agreement. The empress then addressed the crown princess. I have a few boxes of scar cream. I shall have them sent to you shortly. With a month of application, your scars will vanish, so do not worry about lasting marks. The crown princess scoffed. So after beating someone mercilessly, providing them with scar cream is sufficient to absolve oneself? Is this how His Majesty treats Her Majesty as well? Before the Empress could respond, she continued, if being beaten to near death is considered a form of intimacy, then what does lighting a child's lamp in one's own chamber signify? Chapter 53. Whose child are you? The Emperor frowned. What is a child's lamp? The Crown Prince explained that in his chamber, there were several lamps that, when lit, resembled a skull concealed within the lampshade. He claimed they were crafted from clay and referred to as child's lamps. The Crown Princess replied, Every time I see those lamps, I feel a chill run down my spine. as if they truly contain a skull. Upon hearing about the recent discovery of numerous children's remains at the Rongchang Marquis' residence, I recalled my own experiences in those lamps, leading me to suspect that the Crown Prince was indeed involved, prompting my visit to His Majesty. The Crown Prince felt uneasy at the Crown Princess's mention of the childless lamps. He had forgotten about them and failed to have them removed in time. Yet, interrupting her would only deepen suspicion, so he allowed her to continue. Those lamps were a gift from his cousin Xian. He informed the emperor that he had not inspected them closely, but Xian had mentioned they were shaped from clay. Upon hearing this, the Rongchang Marquis fixed his gaze upon him. The Crown Prince met his eyes without flinching, remaining silent for a moment before averting his gaze, his expression grim. The emperor commanded an attendant to retrieve the lamps from the East Palace and ordered them to be dismantled for a thorough inspection. "This is human bone," he said coldly. "What more do you have to say?" The Crown Prince lowered his gaze. "I truly did not know these were human bones." The Rongchang Marquis fell to his knees, lamenting, "Your Majesty, Xian has been raised under your watchful eye. He is devoid of ambition, only knowing indulgence and revelry, and would never take a life. Although these lamps were gifted to the Crown Prince, he is unaware of who gifted them to Xian. That person must have deliberately used him to frame the Crown Prince and then eliminated him, leaving no evidence behind. Your Majesty must deliver justice for Xian." Ji Chongqing suddenly spoke. "The children adopted from the compassionate nursery have been frequently disappearing over the past 2 years. The white tiger raised by Prince Han has been in his care since 2 years ago, during which time he forbade anyone in the residence from eating fish from the lake. Do you not find this too coincidental, Marquis?" The Rongchang Marquis replied coldly, "Minister Ji, your words could just as easily be turned against you. After my son forbade others from eating fish, it is plausible that someone tossed the remains of deceased children into the lake to frame him." The two argued their points fiercely, refusing to yield. And the chief of the capital's magistrate grew increasingly weary of the escalating conflict. As the clamor continued into the night, it seemed destined to yield no resolution. At that moment, the soft sound of a child's sobs echoed from the study. Ji Chongqing knelt down and gently stroked the back of the little girl's head, inquiring in a soothing voice, "What troubles you?" "I'm so frightened," Hua Ling replied, lifting her gaze towards the prince. "The last time he saw me, he threatened to twist my head off and toss it into the lake to feed the fish. Once the fish have devoured my flesh, he would retrieve my skull to use as a lantern. I thought he was merely trying to frighten me, but it appears he was serious. Do not be afraid." Ji Chongqing reassured her. "His Majesty will protect you. Perhaps you are not aware, but the compassionate orphanage was established by His Majesty upon his ascension. He vowed to safeguard every child in the realm." Hua Ling ceased her tears, gazing at the emperor in astonishment. "Is that true?" Having kept her head bowed, the emperor had not seen her face until this moment. Upon their eyes meeting, his pupils dilated, and he abruptly rose from his seat. Startled, Hua Ling shrank into Ji Chongqing's embrace. The emperor's voice turned grave. "Lift your head," Ji Chongqing coaxed. "Do not fear. His Majesty merely wishes to be acquainted with you." Timidly, Hua Ling raised her head and stared blankly at the emperor. The empress, upon finally discerning the girl's appearance, instinctively dug her nails into her palm. "Whose child are you?" the emperor inquired after scrutinizing Hua Ling for several moments. "I am my parents' child," she replied, bewildered. "And who are your parents?" Hua Ling recounted her parents' names. The emperor posed several more questions, and as the gravity on his face dissipated, he returned to his chair. "Your Majesty," Ji Chongqing said while gently ruffling Hua Ling's hair, "this child was taken in by the compassionate orphanage along with her brother after a tragedy befell her family. In an attempt to help her brother heal, she agreed to be adopted, only to be ensnared by a scheme that led her to the residence of the Marquis of Rongchang. Had it not been for the white tiger intervening during her first encounter with the prince, the outcome might have been dire." The empress, filled with fury, retorted, "What kind of promises has Lord Ji been offered to so unscrupulously malign the prince? Has he forgotten who elevated him from the local realm to the court? It was His Majesty." The emperor, ever suspicious and intolerant of disloyalty among his ministers, had, after the resignation of Prime Minister Ding, chosen to promote Ji Chongqing over many seasoned officials. He valued Ji Chongqing's distinguished record in local governance and his lack of entanglements within the court. Should he suspect Ji Chongqing of harboring ulterior motives, trust would be irrevocably lost. The Ji family, with the exception of Ji Chongqing, had no notable members. Should he fall from favor, he would become a target for disparagement. Yet, Her attempts at sowing discord bore no fruit. The emperor summoned the commander of the imperial guard, ordering him to search both the eastern palace and the residence of the Marquis of Rongchang. After the commander departed to fulfill his orders, he instructed the palace attendants, "Take the prince to the Fenghua Hall. Until the matter at the Marquis's residence is resolved, he is not to have contact with anyone." The empress nearly shattered under the weight of despair. "Your Majesty, you cannot cast doubt upon the prince based on the fanciful words of a child. He is the heir apparent and must not be tarnished." The emperor regarded her with calmness. If the empress is concerned for the prince's solitude, she may also reside in the Fenghua Hall to keep him company. The empress fell silent. Once arrangements were made, the emperor turned to Hualing. "Do you wish to remain in the palace?" Hualing clasped Ji Chongqing's leg and shook her head. The emperor waved his hand. "You may go." Ji Chongqing bowed respectfully. "I take my leave, Your Majesty." He exited the palace, cradling Hualing in his arms. Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua, nearly having exhausted the charcoal in the carriage, were growing increasingly anxious as Ji Chongqing had yet to emerge from the palace. Just as they contemplated whether to return to the residence for more charcoal, the palace gate swung open. She hurriedly prepared a pot of tea. Upon Ji Chongqing's arrival in the carriage, after taking the sleeping child from his embrace, she said, "Second master, please enjoy a cup of hot tea." Ji Chongqing cast her a sidelong glance. It appeared that she was particularly attentive when she sought something from him. Feng Qingsui patiently waited until he had consumed 2 cups of tea before inquiring, "How did it go?" Ji Chongqing recounted the events at the Qingzheng Hall in a general manner, to which Feng Qingsui expressed her confusion. "How did the crown princess learn of the matters concerning the Rongchang Marquis' residence so swiftly?" "I had someone convey the message to her," he replied. Feng Qingsui suddenly understood, so that carrier pigeon was delivering news to the palace. She then curiously asked, what was the purpose of having Hualing groom her eyebrows? Ji Chongqing chuckled lightly. "Do you know how Consort Wu entered the palace?" Feng Qingsui shook her head. She was only aware that Consort Wu hailed from a common background, knowing nothing beyond that. Consort Wu was a peasant girl encountered by His Majesty during the Dragon Boat Festival when he was gathering herbs for the Empress Dowager. After only a brief glimpse, His Majesty brought her back to the palace and conferred upon her the title of consort. Subsequently, as new consorts entered the palace, many bore a resemblance to Consort Wu. Everyone assumed that His Majesty favored such appearances, unaware that both Consort Wu and these new consorts bore a striking likeness to his youthful beloved. Chapter 54. The miser remains a miser. Feng Qingsui was left speechless. Who was his beloved? Ji Chongqing shook his head. "I do not know who she is. I have only vaguely heard that she was a physician who once saved his life, but later betrayed him, leaving him with lingering thoughts and unforgotten memories." Upon finishing his words, he seemed to recall something, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Qingsui, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Feng Qingsui was taken aback. Saving lives is the duty of a physician. Loyalty is not. What does the betrayal of the emperor's beloved have to do with her? Are you trying to belittle us physicians? She shot him a cold glare in return. Ji Chongqing, still smiling, remarked, "It is said that the Xiao Institute was proposed by that physician. His Majesty established it in the capital during his first year on the throne, and subsequently, similar institutes opened in various regions. I have seen Consort Wu, and Hualing bears quite a resemblance to her. The only difference lies in their eyebrow shapes. So I had Wu Hua make some adjustments to enhance the likeness, in stark contrast to the tragic fates of the nameless children who were left abandoned. A child from the institute, created to fulfill the wishes of his beloved and bearing her resemblance, would undoubtedly ignite his wrath even more." Feng Qingsui could not suppress a cold laugh within her heart. Is it only by embodying his beloved that one could grasp the extent of the cruelty involved? Truly a sentimental man. No wonder his beloved chose to flee. However, do not harbor excessive expectations, Ji Chongqing cautioned, even if he uncovers the crown prince's transgressions. In order to preserve the royal family's reputation, all blame will be placed upon Han Ruishuan, and once the storm passes, he will seek another reason to depose the crown prince. Feng Qingsui nodded. "I understand. As long as he can be deposed, history is written by the victors. As long as the crown prince falls from grace, his misdeeds will inevitably be chronicled in history, subject to public scorn and disdain." She sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work, second master. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a nourishing soup to reward you," Ji Chongqing remarked. Is there truly no other means for this individual to express his gratitude aside from concocting nourishing soups? Spare us the trouble. He spoke with evident irritation, his face reddened by the cold. If you have time, it would be better to rest a bit. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Feng Qingsui replied with a squinting smile. If not, then so be it. I merely spoke in passing. As anticipated by Ji Changqing. Following the dissemination of the news regarding the murder case at the Rongcheng Marquisate, the Jingzhaoyin swiftly provided the investigation's findings. The 66 corpses retrieved from the lake were identified as children who had either been abducted or lured to the Marquisite's guest house, where they met a tragic end at the hands of the late heir, Han Ruishuan. Most of these children were orphans from the Xiao Institute, with a few hailing from ordinary families. The emperor, incensed by the revelations, issued a decree to execute all involved parties, stripped Han Ruishuan of his title, and revoked the hereditary privileges of the Rongcheng Marquisate. Additionally, he commanded the establishment of a cemetery to provide a proper burial for the 66 deceased children, erecting a monument to commemorate them. Upon the issuance of this decree, the populace erupted in applause, praising the emperor's wisdom and the divine justice served. Only Qiao Xinjin felt a lingering dread, reflecting on how narrowly she had escaped falling into Han Ruishuan's clutches, destined to become mere fodder for fish or dogs. Departing this world with unfulfilled eyes. Xinjin, the greatest fortune of your life lies in your acquaintance with Madame Ji, Feng Shi remarked wistfully. Qiao Xinjin wholeheartedly agreed. The wisest decision she had made was to seek Madame Ji's unparalleled medical expertise upon hearing of her remarkable skills. Mother, how should I express my gratitude to Madame Ji? There is no need to rush. Repay her when she finds herself in need of your assistance, Feng Shi advised with a smile. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Let us first prepare a proper New Year gift. After consulting her mother's opinion, Qiao Xinjin selected 10 exquisite pieces of fragrant ink from her collection, along with 2 sets of auctioned jade hair ornaments and several rare southern fruits, to present to the Ji family. In truth, had it been up to her, she would have preferred to offer gold bars or jewelry. However, her mother had advised against such commonplace items, prompting her to abandon the notion. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Qingsui expressed her willingness to embrace the mundane. Typically, when Feng Qingsui wielded her brush, it was to inscribe prescriptions, rendering her ink usage minimal. After receiving Qiao Xinjin's gift, she repurposed the fragrant ink as a gesture of goodwill towards Ji Changqing. Upon discovering the 10 precious ink pieces elegantly housed within a finely carved sandalwood box, Ji Changqing assumed Feng Qingsui had altered her disposition, recognizing her efforts to please. During the New Year's Eve dinner preparations, he exerted himself particularly diligently, crafting a lavish spread. Feng Qingsui lamented her small appetite, finding it difficult to savor more than a few bites of each dish. If you cannot eat, then do not force yourself, Ji Changqing chuckled, observing her insistence on continuing to eat despite her fullness. It's not as if this meal is your last. There will be more to come. Qi Shi shot him a reproachful glance. What manner of speech is this? Should you continue with such nonsense tomorrow, beware of being shown the door. Reluctantly, Feng Qingsui set down her chopsticks. Once the new year begins and the second master returns to court, I shall have to eat only once a day. Qi Shi, misinterpreting her words as a desire for weight loss, teased, with your few extra pounds, even a daily feast would not add much to your frame. To which Feng Qingsui replied, Mother, food tastes best when one is hungry. If I do not allow myself to feel hunger, how can I possibly eat with the appetite that the second master has spoiled me with during the new year? Qi Shi burst into laughter. Ji Changqing curled his lips, finding the little trickster quite endearing when she earnestly sought to win others' favor. This sense of delight lingered until Yan Qi arrived at night to report to him. After understanding Feng Qingsui's identity and her purpose in the residence, he initially considered withdrawing his surveillance, but fearing her potential recklessness and the mayhem it might cause, he decided to keep Yan Qi on her trail. Upon hearing that the fragrant ink was a New Year gift from Qiao Xinjin, the smile that had graced his lips straightened into a line. The miser remained the same miser. TSK, Feng Qingsui's joy lasted only until the sound of firecrackers echoed, and fireworks lit up the sky. The Ji residence was situated in an excellent location. Standing in the courtyard, one could enjoy the grand fireworks displays from the noble families. Unlike her time at the orphanage, where she could only watch from afar, as each firework blossomed and quickly faded, illuminating the night sky one after another. She remembered the painting stored in her box, recalling the family portrait it depicted. If only her sister, Xiaoyu, and brother-in-law were still around, how wonderful it would be. They could all watch the fireworks together. She quietly tilted her head back, allowing tears to trace down her cheeks, only to dry in the cold wind. Until the fireworks diminished and the night sky returned to silence, the stars shone brightly once more. She turned and returned to her room. Her sister's blessings echoed in her mind. Year after year, she had grown a year older, wishing for her to grow swiftly and safely, filled with joy. On the first day of the new year, as dawn broke, civil and military officials gathered in the Taya Hall Square, collectively congratulating the emperor, wishing your majesty a prosperous new year, good health, and the flourishing of the nation, with the hearts of the people united. The emperor accepted their bowing and offered them tea, but did not dismiss them immediately. Instead, he announced a significant proclamation. Effective immediately, Crown Prince Zhao Bixiang would renounce his title and enter the Ingguo Temple to become a monk, dedicating himself to spiritual practice for the blessing of all people. Chapter 55. That tooth, you knocked out regardless of whether they would attend the banquet. The officials were all too aware of the events that transpired on the night of the Rongchong Marquis' banquet, knowing that the one accused by the child was the crown prince and not Han Shizi. Thus, even when the government declared Han Ruishuan as the main culprit, they remained skeptical. Hearing the emperor announce the crown prince's decision to become a monk, only one thought crossed their minds. Indeed, it was the crown prince's doing. If it had nothing to do with him, he would never have taken such a step towards monastic life. After all, no one had ever heard of the crown prince showing any inclination toward Buddhism, nor had any master claimed he possessed such wisdom. Many court officials displayed expressions of deep sorrow. How could the upright and virtuous crown prince become a beast devoid of humanity? Where had things gone awry? In the Fanghua Hall, the empress gazed at the crown prince, adorned only with a hairpin and dressed in plain garments with merely a few patterns, pondering this very question. With a multitude of wives and concubines in the East Palace, why must he indulge in those children? She lamented. I warned you last time to rid yourself of this obsession, yet you refused to listen. Zhao Bixiang looked out at the osmanthus tree, his expression stoic, and replied, That tooth, you knocked it out. The empress was taken aback. After a moment, realization dawned upon her. You harbor jealousy toward the noble consort, wishing to see her dead. Yet out of fear of Father Emperor, you dare not act, only expressing your frustration in private, smashing things, while maintaining a facade of magnanimity in public. Zhao Bixiang responded calmly. You, unable to gain the emperor's favor, have placed your hopes upon me. From the moment I first uttered words, you demanded I recite poetry. As soon as I took my first steps, you insisted I ride a horse. When my learning progressed at a slower pace, you unleashed a torrent of abuse, declaring that you had given birth to a fool. My younger brother spoke at the age of 4, and the favored concubine always regarded him with a smile. When he stumbled while walking, she did not scold him. Hence, I confided in my nurse, wishing that the favored concubine were my mother instead. Upon hearing this, you struck me, shattering the newly grown teeth that would lead me to wear false ones for 2 decades. I am aware that these teeth were extracted from other children. As each year, one of my peers loses a tooth. I have never disclosed to you the agony these false teeth cause me, a persistent pain that drives me to the brink of madness. Yet, you demand that I maintain the facade of a refined gentleman. Why should this be? He inquired with an icy calmness. I was born as the second most esteemed person in the realm. Why must I live in trepidation and suffering, in a manner even inferior to that of ordinary children? Why should they possess the freedom to be innocent, lively, and delightful? When I first lost control and acted against a child, I became enamored with the sensation. It was exquisite to wield power over another. And the cries and screams of children were music to my ears. Surely, you can relate to this, cannot you, mother? He turned to face the empress, casting a cold gaze upon her. Even if I were to speak the truth to the emperor, you could twist it into a fantasy. What could be more pleasurable than manipulating a child? The empress staggered back 2 steps. No, you are not my Xiang'er, she stammered. What malevolent spirit are you? Begone from Xiang'er's body. Zhao Bixiang rose, approached her, and grasped her shoulders. Leaning in close to her ear, he whispered, If you wish to remain Empress Dowager, you must firmly secure your position until my return from my pilgrimage. With that, he released her and exited the hall, departing the palace under the escort of the imperial guard bound for Ingguo Temple. Upon his return from the palace, Ji Chongqing informed Feng Qingsui of the crown prince's decision to renounce his title. Noticing Feng Qingsui deep in thought, he cautioned, The emperor will dispatch someone to monitor him at all times. Feng Qingsui chuckled softly, What concern is it of mine whether he is watched? Ji Chongqing scoffed. It is best that it remains inconsequential. Do not venture to Ongwa Temple to commit murder. Early in the day, the Qi family had planned a visit to Baiyun Temple for incense offerings. Upon Ji Chongqing's return, they urged him to set off promptly, as the roads would become treacherous if they delayed. The family boarded their donkey cart and horse carriage, and just as they exited the gates, a rider approached. Madam Ji, Lord Ji, Lady Ji, wishing you a prosperous new year. I have come to extend my greetings. Ning Fenghuan dismounted and presented a gift box at the window of the donkey cart, where Feng Qingsui and Qi were seated. Qi's head throbbed. Miss Ning, we are not related. There is no need for you to pay us a New Year visit. With a smile, Ning Fenghuan replied, though we share no blood ties. The bond between General Ji and me is one of life and death. Our friendship is perhaps closer than that of mere relatives. Would you not agree? Upon hearing her mention Ji Chongfeng, Qi's expression darkened. Feng Qingsui coldly remarked, Miss Ning, we previously expressed our desire not to see you. What brings you here to flaunt your presence? Are you seeking disdain? Ning Fenghuan tightened her grip on the gift box. The words of the Feng family were excessively harsh. She had hoped to cultivate a good relationship with them to approach Ji Chongqing. It now appeared that some individuals were unworthy of her kindness. With a wounded expression, she replied, I realize I should not have come, yet I am unable to restrain myself. My mother passed away early, and I never had the chance to see her face. Each time I observe the old lady's kind demeanor, I cannot help but yearn for your closeness. Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. I have heard that you and your stepmother share a bond akin to that of a biological mother and daughter. How can you still lament the absence of a mother? Regardless, one cannot simply claim a mother. Mine has no intention of adopting another daughter. Qi sure echoed. Even if I wished to adopt a daughter, I would not desire one like you. Ning Fenghuan felt incensed. As a young lady of the National Duke's residence, she had lowered herself to curry favor with a widow of a marquis and a physician's widow from a remote village, yet they had the audacity to disdain her? It was utterly absurd. Were it not for Ji Chongfeng's untimely demise, she had always preferred heroic figures. Ji Chongfeng, with his striking looks and unparalleled martial prowess, was unlike the rough soldiers she had encountered. Upon seeing him in the border town of Fuzhou, she resolved that if he emerged victorious in battle, she would invite him to propose at the Duke's residence. While others fought alongside their fathers, they could be a legendary couple, battling side by side. Alas, fate had other plans, and he passed away prematurely. She was left with no choice but to settle for his twin brother. Ji Chongqing, a civil servant, while she took on the mantle of a female general, could still weave a tale of glory. It was no wonder Ji Chongqing remained unmarried despite his remarkable appearance. She mused that it was all due to the interference of this widow and her sister-in-law. Nevertheless, the Ji Chongqing she would live with in the future was not these two. She could endure for now and settle the score later. Since you do not welcome me, I shall take my leave, she declared, gathering her gift box, mounting her horse, and casting a smile over her shoulder, a pose she had practiced numerous times, which always garnered praise from her uncles for her grace and poise. However, I must also pay my respects today, so I shall pave the way for you ahead. Chapter 56. If you don't buy, why stir the pot? Despite the clear skies, the temperature was frigid, rendering even the grand carriage clad in knitted garments sluggish and lethargic. Feng Qingsui truly could not fathom why anyone would forsake a carriage for the brisk ride in the biting wind. She could only exclaim, what robust vitality. Subsequently, she retrieved a fragrant roasted sweet potato from the stove, sharing one with Qi Shi as they sipped tea and enjoyed their snack. Ning Fenghuan, with her apparent vitality, sneezed as she rode out of the city. A slight headache began to creep in, but upon glancing back at the sluggish donkey cart trailing behind, she gritted her teeth and pressed on. She was determined to etch the image of this white horse, this radiant red cloak, her flowing hair, and her strikingly resolute visage into Ji Chongqing's memory, creating an unforgettable impression that would linger with him throughout his life. In this capital city, countless gentlewomen existed, all similar and lacking distinction. Only she, Ning Fenghuan, stood out as a singular blossom, unrivaled and exceptional. She is a crane standing out among chickens, a phoenix that is rare to find. He searches for her tirelessly, traversing the depths of heaven and the underworld, only to suddenly turn back and discover her amidst the blooming mountain flowers. Achu, achu, achu. In the carriage, Ji Chongqing, who was reviewing documents, furrowed his brow at the incessant sneezing and instructed the driver Bai Fu to move aside, lest he be sullied by mucus. Baifu complied. Ning Fengluan, feeling slightly dizzy from the journey, perked up immediately upon catching Ji Changqing's gaze as he disembarked. Her efforts had not been in vain, she thought joyfully. Ji Changqing remarked. To be out of breath after such a short distance. This horse possesses rather poor stamina, all show and no substance. The white horse replied. I commenced work on an empty stomach. On the first day of the Lunar New Year. The number of people paying homage at the temple far exceeded that of ordinary days. Vendors, street performers, beggars, and fortune-tellers were abundant. And the air was filled with the sounds of shouting, cheers, pleas, and tales of woe, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Feng Qingsui, having traveled extensively with her master, could easily discern the charlatans from the genuine souls in need of assistance. She cautioned the overly charitable Qishir to prevent her money from flowing into the hands of those who had no need. Ning Fengluan secretly despised her petty demeanor as she scattered coins along the way, attracting a throng of people clamoring for alms, quickly emptying her purse. Noticing a group of young gentlemen lewdly eyeing a woman who had placed a straw marker claiming to sell herself to bury her father, Feng Qingsui, maintaining her focus, guided Qishir past, her disdain for the situation deepening. It was said that Madame Ji was compassionate towards the poor and weak, donating clothes to orphanages and offering medical care regardless of status. Yet here she was, coldly indifferent to the plight of those in desperate need. This only served to highlight her own warmth and kindness in contrast to Feng's apathy, showcasing her benevolence to Ji Changqing. As the young gentleman began to bid for the woman, she boldly stepped forward, brandishing her whip, delivering a strike to each of them while sternly commanding, "Leave at once." Taken aback by the sudden assault, the young men stared at her in shock. What are you gawking at? Is it permissible for you to bully the weak while I cannot uphold justice? She then addressed the woman kneeling on the ground. Fear not. With me here, they shall not take advantage of you. The woman, having knelt all morning for the chance to attract the attention of affluent young men, had hoped to escape her dire circumstances, only to have her prospects dashed by this unexpected intervention. What are you doing hitting people? She cried out in fury. Assaulting someone is against the law. Do you not understand? Ning Fengluan was taken aback. I am helping you. Is this woman out of her mind? She had intended to assist her, yet was met with reproach. The woman pointed to the straw marker on her head and asked, Are you here to buy me? I need 50 taels of silver to pay off my family's debts and to bury my father. Ning Fengluan had already exhausted her funds, even if she had the means. She had no intention of purchasing a maid. I shall not buy you, she replied. Then why are you meddling? The woman retorted angrily. The brazen actions of those young gentlemen are truly outrageous. Upon hearing this, the other young men chimed in, exclaiming, Indeed, throughout my life, my father has never laid a finger on me, yet I have been struck by this insolent woman. What will you offer as compensation? I have been wounded and shall certainly report this to the authorities. Considering your decent appearance, if you accompany me, I might spare your life. Ning Fengluan was infuriated. Do you even know who I am? I am the eldest daughter of the Duke of Ning's household. You are unworthy to even carry my shoes. Yet you dare to covet me? With that, she raised her whip and lashed out once more. The group of young men scurried away while shouting. The Duke of Ning's daughter is attacking. The Duke of Ning's daughter is committing murder. What great power she wields. This commotion attracted the attention of many on the mountainside. Ning Fengluan had unwittingly become the center of attention at Baiyun Temple that day, but not for the fame she desired. Instead, she gained a notorious reputation. To make matters worse, the patrolling officers forced her to write an apology and promised to compensate each of the young gentlemen with 100 taels of silver. What a stroke of misfortune. Her head throbbed painfully, and her desire to ascend the mountain to pray with Ji Changqing evaporated. Yet, she was reluctant to leave empty-handed and thus waited at the foot of the mountain. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spotted Ji Changqing and his companions descending. She adjusted her attire, preparing to greet them when suddenly, a small man rushed toward Ji Changqing, brandishing a knife. Be careful, she cried, hastily stepping forward and swinging her whip at the assailant. Ji Changqing had already noticed the assassin and was ready to act. He planned to kick the intruder away, ensuring he would land on the sharp stones nearby, meeting his demise. However, Ning Fengluan's intervention startled the attacker, who then redirected his assault toward Feng Qingsui. Wu Hua, who was on his way to fetch the carriage, had just moved ahead and was not beside Feng Qingsui. Quick of reflex, he yanked Feng Qingsui toward him, causing the assassin to miss his target, and then he kicked the assailant to the ground. Wu Hua sensed the commotion and swiftly returned, pinning the assailant down. Feng Qingsui, caught off guard, stumbled into Wu Hua's embrace. Hearing Ji Chongqing's sharp intake of breath, she straightened up and turned around. She saw him clutching his right eye, his expression one of pain. Assuming he had been harmed by the assassin, she exclaimed, "Let me see." "It's nothing," Ji Chongqing replied, regaining his composure and releasing his grip, explaining that it was merely a glancing blow from her ornamental hairpin. However, upon noticing the redness and tears in his eye, Feng Qingsui teased, "Who would have thought in this lifetime I would witness the second young master's eyes glistening with tears? It is a rare sight to see a handsome man weep." The thwarted Ning Fengwan, witnessing this scene, felt as if she might snap her whip in frustration. No wonder the Feng family spoke ill of her. It appeared they were vying for Ji Chongqing's attention. Chapter 57. Vision and Insight. Ning Fengwan had heard tales of her younger brother and widowed sister-in-law's passionate stories. Initially, she believed these to be mere fantasies of uncouth men, but little did she expect to encounter a living example right before her eyes. Ji Chongqing and the Feng family. No, Ji Chongqing, a man destined for the position of prime minister, would undoubtedly understand the significance of reputation for an official and would never jeopardize his future by harboring illicit thoughts towards a widow. It must be that the widow Feng, isolated and lonely in her home, has extended her insidious grasp towards Ji Chongqing, attempting to ensnare him. Truly scandalous and lacking in moral integrity. Yet, this aligns with her humble origins. A wandering physician from a remote village, perhaps never having received a proper education, what ethics could she possibly possess? Ning Fengwan seethed with resentment. It is this wretched woman who has caused me to toil in vain and suffer humiliation. Fueled by her indignation, she rode back to the city. Having endured too much cold during her travels, she fell ill upon returning to her residence. Her grandmother and two uncles, upon hearing the news, rushed to visit her, showering her with concern and gifts. Feeling the indulgent affection of her elders, her vitality gradually began to restore. The lonely Feng, with nothing to her name, should not have provoked her. Even a mere glance from Ji Chongqing was an elevation she did not merit. Ji Chongqing, oblivious to Feng's intentions and treating her as an elder sister-in-law, naturally exhibited a degree of intimacy with her. Had he been aware, he would likely have kept his distance. However, when the shopkeeper Xiong presented her with the annual accounts on the 6th day of the new year, she could not maintain her composure. How could there be such significant losses? She gazed incredulously at the ledger. The genie pavilion had, prior to being entrusted to you, earned over 10,000 taels annually. How could it now incur a loss of nearly 10,000? The shopkeeper Xiong readily shifted the blame onto the Qinghui warm garment pavilion. Since its establishment, it had captured all the customers, with everyone clamoring to order down jackets and sweaters, leaving the genie pavilion to suffer losses. Ning Fengwan's anger surged. What about Feng? Does she not consider ways to counteract this customer poaching? With a resigned expression, Xiong replied, "All methods have been tried. Customers simply desire novelty. What can I do?" Ning Fengwan, recalling the down jackets and sweaters that were nearly ubiquitous among the affluent this winter, recognized the truth in his words. Furrowing her brow for a moment, she slapped her armrest. "Why don't we sell down jackets and sweaters as well?" The shopkeeper stammered, "But we don't have a supply." "Then we shall produce them ourselves," Ning Fengwan retorted, casting him a disdainful glance. "If Qinghui Warm Garment Pavilion can establish workshops, why can't we? Let us invest a little more to recruit their workers, and we'll have everything we need. It's that simple." After pondering, the shopkeeper conceded, exclaiming, "Miss, you are indeed brilliant. You have never engaged in commerce, yet your foresight surpasses mine." "Spare me the flattery," Ning Fengwan replied with a smirk. "Let us get moving." "Yes." Xiong hurriedly began to make arrangements. To his surprise, the workers at Qinghui Warm Garment Pavilion proved exceedingly difficult to entice. "How many hours do you work in a day? How often do you take breaks? Do you not receive compensation during holidays? What about medical expenses for illness or injury?" A barrage of questions ensued. He soon realized that the working conditions at Qinghui Warm Garment Pavilion were extraordinarily generous. Even offering double the pay would not persuade the workers to switch. It was utterly absurd. He, as a shopkeeper, was less comfortable than they were. In a bid to attract talent, he gritted his teeth and accorded them equal treatment, significantly elevating salaries to 3 times their previous amounts, thus enabling the workshop to commence operations. Su Momo reported this matter to Feng Qingsui, who found it amusing and remarked, Spring has arrived. Why still produce down jackets? Su Momo chuckled in response. The bear shopkeeper had always been preoccupied with his own gain, seeking kickbacks, and had never engaged in legitimate business. Thus, he was oblivious to these intricacies, inadvertently alleviating a troublesome situation for them. Previously, amidst a flurry of incoming orders, she had recruited a multitude of helpers to fulfill these orders before the year's end. Now, with the orders dwindling, she was at a loss regarding which workers to dismiss and which to retain. The matter of the Gene E Pavilion was settled. Whether to leave or stay was now in the hands of the helpers themselves. Although the helpers had taken their skills with them, these techniques were inherently difficult to keep confidential, with the true essence of the craft firmly under her control, inaccessible to the helpers. Her sole concern was for the lady. Down jackets and sweaters sold well in autumn and winter, but who would purchase them in spring and summer? Would they not be idle for half a year? The shop may lie dormant, but the workshop would not, Feng Qingsui replied. I plan to donate a batch of winter clothing to the orphanage each year, which will conveniently allow the workshop to produce in spring and summer. Donating clothing was a tradition upheld by her sister, which she intended to continue. Though she was uncertain how long this could last, dependent as it was on her own longevity. Until her sister's family had avenged their grievances, her life felt precarious, and she dared not make any promises. Su Momo nodded in agreement. The bear shopkeeper, having lured away a significant portion of the workforce, felt triumphant, believing that Qinghui Warm Velvet Pavilion was too intimidated to retaliate. However, once everything was set and orders began to be taken, the Gene E Pavilion remained desolate, leading to a rapid decline in his spirits. What was going on? He gazed at the store's array of sample garments with dismay. Why was there not a single customer placing an order? Initially suspecting some deceit from Qinghui Warm Velvet Pavilion, he soon realized that they too were suffering from poor business. And only then did he recall the seasonal shift. Who would order winter clothing as spring commenced? Panic set in. Having invested such a substantial cost, he could not fathom the prospect of selling not a single piece. Though spring had its chill, it was still quite cold. Yet, no one came through the door. When Ning Fengwan inquired, he mustered his courage and said, Miss, the households of the capital may not yet be aware that our Gene E Pavilion sells down jackets and sweaters. We must devise a way to promote our offerings. Thus, Ning Fengwan took advantage of the New Year festivities to spread the word about the business. Her maternal grandmother and uncle had always been fond of her and placed considerable orders without hesitation. Her stepmother's family also showed her affection, similarly placing orders. Acquaintances expressed their need for additional winter clothing, resulting in a flurry of new orders. Through these connections, business gradually flourished. The bear shopkeeper felt a weight lift from his heart, urging the helpers to work overtime to fulfill these orders and deliver them to customers, hoping they would wear them out and showcase them, thus generating a second wave of sales. However, the anticipated second wave never materialized. Your garments have an odor. One acquaintance informed Ning Fengwan, adding that they caused itchiness and rashes. After trying on a piece herself, she discovered this to be true. How do you conduct your business? She roared at the shopkeeper, exclaiming that the garments produced were both filthy and foul-smelling. Chapter 58, The Outlier of the Zhong Family. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth, asserting that all processes were provided by the helpers, and it was surely their trickery at play. No wonder the Qinghui Warmth Pavilion was unresponsive to the breach. It was clear they had already prepared a trap for him. He stormed into the workshop, venting his fury and threatening to report the workers to the authorities for fraud. The workers rolled up their sleeves, encircling him. Who are you calling a fraud? The cleaning agents for the down and wool were supplied by you. If they remain unclean, can we be blamed? You insisted on washing 8 times, yet you complained about water waste and limited us to 4 washes. How dare you shift the blame onto us? You wish to report us? We wish to report you. The contract clearly stated in black and white that they were only to work 4 hours a day, and any overtime was to be compensated. You demanded we work extra hours without a single coin in reward. The shopkeeper nearly wet himself. He hurried back to report to Ning Fengwan, embellishing the tale. The Qinghui Warmth Pavilion is deliberately targeting us. These helpers can't even clean the materials properly. They are clearly the rejects, yet they incited the demand for triple compensation. Old grievances mingled with new enmities, causing Ning Fengwan to grind her teeth in frustration. Wretched woman, if you won't let me have peace, I shall not grant you any either. She sought out her 4th uncle, Zhong Hebai. The Zhong family was a clan of warriors. The sons trained in martial arts from a young age, entering military service by the age of 16, fighting alongside their forebears and living in the borderlands. However, Zhong Hebai was an anomaly within the family. Though skilled in martial arts, he had no interest in military campaigns and preferred commerce. By the age of 12, he had earned money guiding wealthy youths visiting the capital and opened a general store. By 15, he had established his own trading caravan, traversing the land for business. In merely a decade, he transformed his caravan into the largest trading entity in the Shigua Kingdom. The wool used in the Qingsui Warmth Pavilion workshop was supplied by one of his stores. Ning Fenghuan felt a twinge of apprehension toward her fourth uncle. Sensing that his keen gaze could pierce through facades and reveal true intentions, leaving her feeling uneasy. Yet, he shared a close bond with her mother and treated her well, often gifting her the most extravagant birthday presents. On her coming-of-age ceremony, he even gifted her a lavish mansion on the central axis of the capital, inciting envy among her peers. Rarely did she trouble him for anything, so she presumed he would not refuse her modest request. Indeed, after recounting how Feng Qingsui deliberately purchased Granny Su, opened a shop to compete with the brocade pavilion, and exploited the workers to undermine her, Zhong Hebai agreed. Henceforth, my shops shall not supply them. Ning Fenghuan felt a weight lift from her heart and was about to express her gratitude when he added, however, your shopkeeper must be replaced. If he cannot even manage inspections, what purpose does he serve? But I have no one else at hand. The shopkeeper was assigned to me by my stepmother. Zhong Hebai furrowed his brow. How can you employ someone from your stepmother in the shop your mother left you as a dowry? Ning Fenghuan fell silent. It was difficult to explain that the bad debts had been uncovered by her stepmother and that she had trusted her stepmother, which led her to employ the shopkeeper. The Zhong family disapproved of her closeness to her stepmother. I shall assign someone to oversee matters temporarily. Once you find a suitable individual, you may replace him. Ning Fenghuan nodded eagerly, expressing her gratitude to her fourth uncle. After her departure, Zhong Hebai sighed. This child, constantly wielding weapons alongside her elder brothers, seemed to have grown oblivious to the dangers posed by her stepmother. However, he could empathize. She had lost her mother at birth and, in her early years, had innocently referred to her aunt as mother. Upon realizing her loss, she had wept heartily. Indeed, Zhongshe had treated her as if she were her own, once cushioning her fall when she tumbled from a 3-meter-high branch, sacrificing her own child without reproach. Thus, it was only natural for her to trust Zhongshe. Yet, how would his sister feel if she were aware of this? A heavy weight settled in his heart. Suddenly, the Zhong family's general store notified the workshop that wool supplies would be cut off. Su Momo was taken aback and sought clarification from the shopkeeper, who merely stated that it was the master's directive and conveyed a message: do not forget the path you have taken. As a former house servant of the Zhong family, Su Momo understood that this admonition was a warning against betraying the family's trust. She opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her words. Upon returning to the workshop, she gathered Qing Li and Qing Mai to discuss the matter. Qing Li furrowed her brow. The trade in the nomadic lands is nearly monopolized by the Bailan Trading Company. If they refuse to sell us wool, we shall find no alternative suppliers. Qing Mai lamented, we had initially planned to expand the workshop this year, selling down jackets and sweaters to other regions. Su Momo found herself at a loss for a solution. At that moment, Yu unexpectedly entered. I happen to have a solution. He was the foreign boy rescued by Feng Qingsui from Paiyun Tower, who, after recovering from his injuries, had refused to leave and remained in the workshop as a helper. I am acquainted with several tribes and can persuade them to sell us wool. However, the journey is long, and it is inconvenient for me to travel alone. If we could form a trading caravan, I could lead the way and facilitate the trade. His confidence was palpable, prompting Su Momo to report this to Feng Qingsui. When Feng Qingsui visited the workshop to see him, she inquired, do you merely wish to use us as a means of returning home, or do you genuinely intend to help us find a source of goods? Yu met her gaze with fervor. I am sincere. He further added, my life was saved by your sister. For the remainder of my days, I wish to serve her. Feng Qingsui replied, address her as madam. Reluctantly, Yu complied. Establishing a trading caravan was no small endeavor, and Feng Qingsui did not possess such grand ambitions at present. She merely agreed to arrange a bodyguard team for Yu, stating that should he successfully negotiate a deal, the team would transport the wool back. Once trade was established, they could then consider forming a caravan. Yu nodded in agreement, and Feng Qingsui entrusted the arrangements to Su Momo. 3 days later, Yu set off with the escort team toward the northern borders. Feng Qingsui did not accompany him. Instead, she joined Qi Shi on a visit to Taihe Garden to admire the plum blossoms. Taihe Garden, a royal garden, is only open to the public during the spring, allowing citizens to wander and enjoy its beauty. She had no intent to simply enjoy the flowers. Her true destination was the Ingwa Temple, conveniently located adjacent to the garden. From the 9-story white pagoda in Taihe Garden, one could gaze upon it in its entirety. As a royal temple, it is exclusively accessible to members of the imperial family. The view from here is truly splendid. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the white pagoda, Qi sighed in admiration. Feng Qingsui nodded in agreement. From her elevated vantage point, she meticulously surveyed Ingwa Temple, not overlooking a single corner, from the distant halls to the grand entrance. Numerous monks were bustling about in the courtyard, their faces faintly discernible. Yet, the former crown prince, Zhao Bixiang, was conspicuously absent. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, she suddenly caught sight of a pair entering through the main gate, Han Ruixiang and her maidservant. It dawned on her that their presence in the temple must have been facilitated by an edict from the empress. But why would the empress send Han Ruixiang to meet Zhao Bixiang? Chapter 59. I will fulfill your wishes. Han Ruixiang anxiously stepped into a monk's dormitory. The crown prince, no, he should now be addressed as Master Wunyan, resided here. The empress had sent her, stating that Wunyan wished to see her. Even when he was still the gentle and clear-minded crown prince, she had harbored a tinge of fear towards him. Despite his ever-present smile in her company and her ignorance of any wrongdoing on his part, during his selection of consorts, she had fervently prayed to be overlooked. When her wish was granted, she instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, as though she had narrowly escaped a great calamity. It was only after the chilling discovery of the bones dredged from the lake that she comprehended the magnitude of her close call. Endlessly thankful that she had lost to Pei Minru, it was her sole instance of heartfelt defeat. Close the door. The familiar voice interrupted her reverie. Startled, she turned to see the monk seated cross-legged on the couch, his expression unreadable as he regarded her. She shivered and quickly closed the door, her heart pounding like a drum. What do you seek from me? She asked cautiously. Wunyan glanced at the low stool before the couch, prompting her to lower her gaze and sit. I have a matter to entrust to you, Wunyan stated, proceeding to outline the details. Han Ruixiang was taken aback. Why would you entrust this to me? You are an astute individual with experience in social gatherings, Wunyan replied nonchalantly, and besides, you harbor discontent. Discontent? Han Ruixiang felt a tremor in her heart. How could he perceive her dissatisfaction? After the upheaval in her household, members of the Ruixiang Poetry Society hastily withdrew their affiliations, fearing any association with her. The society she had diligently nurtured for years was reduced to mere empty titles. She had transformed from the most esteemed beauty in the capital to the sister of a beast unworthy of mention. Previously, her paintings fetched over 1,000 taels of silver at auction. Now, the auction house returned all her submitted works, declaring them unwanted. The most painful truth was that the one who had obliterated her world was her dream suitor. She had believed they were a match made in heaven, destined to become a legendary couple, admired by all. Yet, in light of such a monumental scandal, while he would undoubtedly be immortalized in history, she had become a mere rat in the gutter. The marquisate would no longer be hereditary. Upon her father's demise, the Han family would revert to being an ordinary household. She would merely be an ordinary woman, not a lady of the marquisate. Which noble scion would condescend to court her? Even if they were willing, she would hold them in disdain. You speak the truth, she confessed to the individual before her. I am indeed discontented. She knelt upon the ground from the low stool. Han Ruixiang pays her respects to your excellency. Feng Qingsui waited patiently until Han Ruixiang and her servant departed from Ingwa Temple before descending from the white pagoda. Strolling along the flower-lined path by the lake with Qi, they admired the blossoming trees. Beside the lake stood a 3-story stone boat, where elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies either fished by the edge, gazed into the distance, or engaged in playful antics. Just as Feng Qingsui and her companions reached the boat, a sudden splash echoed, and a woman clad in a white fox fur tumbled from the 2nd floor into the water. Help! Our young lady has fallen into the water. Save her! The woman thrashed about for a moment before sinking beneath the surface. Feng Qingsui immediately discerned that she had cramped legs and quickly signaled to Wu Hua. Without hesitation, Wu Hua leaped toward the spot where the woman had fallen. At that very instant, a man jumped from the 1st-floor window into the water, swimming toward the drowning woman. Wu Hua reached her first, pulling her onto the boat's bow, while the man climbed up moments later. The group that had been shouting from the second floor rushed out of the boat, and two maidservants hurried to the woman's side, expressing their concern. "Miss, are you all right?" The woman coughed up the lake water and replied, "I'm fine, thanks to Fourth Master." "Did you save Miss Chin?" One maidservant exclaimed in astonishment. "Aren't you? Oh dear, what will become of our young lady?" Feng Qingsui, having just approached the bow of the boat, noticed the color drain from the maidservant's face as she swayed unsteadily. She glanced between the rescued miss and the man who had jumped in to save her, bit her lip, and resolutely declared, "Miss Chin's reputation must remain untarnished. I shall ensure your honor is preserved." Feng Qingsui observed the man, who appeared to be around 25 or 26, possessing striking features and an elegant demeanor, exuding a gentle grace akin to a fine wine matured over time. Even in his damp clothing, his poise remained unblemished. After hearing the woman's generous proclamation, he paused momentarily, a smirk of derision forming at the corner of his lips. "I fear Miss Fu may be disappointed. It is not I who saved Miss Chun, but this young lady," he remarked, casting a glance toward Wu Hua. Wu Hua had already approached Feng Qingsui, and as his gaze swept over her, his pupils dilated in astonishment. What? Miss Fu clearly did not anticipate this turn of events, her expression nearly slipping from composure. She looked at the impeccably dry Wu Hua and then at the drenched man, forcing a smile as she said, "Fourth brother, I know you say this to protect Miss Chin's reputation, but it cannot be concealed. Anyone can see it was you who saved her." The man suppressed the shock in his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "You may inquire with these two ladies or with those who were seated by the boat's window." Miss Chin quickly interjected, "Indeed, while Fourth Master jumped in to save me, it was this lady's maidservant who first brought me to safety." Others chimed in, affirming, "What they say is true. I witnessed it myself." Miss Fu could only respond with a hint of disappointment. "It seems I have misunderstood. I truly apologize." After thanking Wu Hua, Miss Chin inquired about Feng Qingsui's name, stating, "I am feeling quite chilly in these damp clothes. I shall change and be sure to express my gratitude in person another day." Feng Qingsui nodded in agreement. However, Fourth Master Zong remained rooted in place, furrowing his brow. "Are you the esteemed Madame Ji? Is the Qingwei warm velvet pavilion your establishment?" Feng Qingsui had just noticed an unusual glint in his eyes, reminiscent of the expression Su Momo wore upon their first meeting. It was evident that something was amiss. Without answering, she countered with a question, "Are you Lord Zongxi? Did you order the cessation of our wool supply?" Zong Habai was rendered speechless. Feng Qingsui scoffed softly. "They say Lord Zongxi is a man of integrity, one who never betrays his word in business. I see it is merely a facade." With that, she took Qishir's hand and departed. Zong Habai remained rooted in place, making no attempt to follow. After escorting Qishir back to her residence, Feng Qingsui redirected her path towards the workshop and inquired of Su Momo, "Why did you appear so astonished when you first met me at the Yaxiang?" Su Momo was taken aback. Feng Qingsui continued, "I encountered Lord Zongxi at Taihe Garden. He bore the same expression upon seeing me as you did, which surely signifies something." Su Momo fell silent for a moment before responding. "You bear a striking resemblance to the late Madame Ning, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Ningguo." Although Feng Qingsui had an inkling, the revelation still astonished her. How similar? Almost identical. Contemplating this, Feng Qingsui asked, "What was the date of Miss Ning's birth?" Su Momo suddenly looked up, her face a canvas of shock. "But you claim to be from Wuqing, Fuzhou," she instinctively remarked. When she first encountered Feng Qingsui, she was utterly astonished, nearly believing she had met her long-serving mistress. Yet, the mannerisms and tone of Feng Qingsui were distinctly different from her own mistress's. Being from Wuqing, she assumed it was merely a case of striking resemblance. After all, there are many who share similar features in this world. The palace itself contains examples. Consort Wu and her fellow concubines appear akin to sisters, despite having no blood relation. She did not dare to consider other possibilities, fearing what they might imply. Could the cherished daughter of the Zong family not be the child of her mistress? Such a notion was terrifying. Should the old matriarch and the masters discover this, they would likely go mad. To be candid, I was originally an orphan at the Compassionate Orphanage in the capital, found in a burial ground on the outskirts of the city and adopted thereafter to Fuzhou. Feng Qingsui recounted, sharing her past. She also divulged her birth date, which coincided with the day she was discovered. Su Momo appeared as though struck by lightning. That date was merely 3 days later than Ning Fenghuan's birth date. Observing her expression, Feng Qingsui surmised it could not be far off. She poured her a cup of tea and calmly stated, "Momo, please tell me about the circumstances surrounding Miss Ning's birth." She had lived in darkness for a full decade. Had she not met her master, this period might have stretched into a lifetime. Her eyesight was not impaired. It was her visual cortex that had been damaged, the affliction stemming from a poison. Her master explained that this poison was inherited from her mother. It induces nervous weakness, melancholia, and an utter lack of enthusiasm, akin to a psychological ailment that ordinary doctors fail to diagnose as poisoning, dismissing it instead as a mere emotional disorder. The result is a worsening condition, leading the afflicted to become disenchanted with life, ultimately seeking an end to their suffering. She had grown up in the orphanage alongside her sister, never yearning for parental affection. For her, having an elder sister was sufficient. Even in the absence of her sister, she never contemplated seeking her birth family. However, while kinship could remain unpursued, the matter of revenge demanded resolution. After sipping 2 cups of tea, the old woman finally calmed her thoughts and recounted the circumstances surrounding the birth of the young lady many years ago. Just as the lady's pregnancy reached 3 months, her father, the general, fell in battle. Upon receiving the dreadful news, she wept profusely, yet mustered the strength to return to her maternal home to comfort her mother. Once the junior generals returned to the capital to escort the coffin, she attended the funeral, but her spirit waned day by day. She often sat in silence, consumed by melancholy, neglecting food and drink, and gradually growing frail. Despite our best efforts to console her, she remained inconsolable. Her mother was in poor health, and the junior generals had returned to the frontier, leaving her unattended. Since her pregnancy, her husband had taken residence in the outer study, visiting her daily. But as he witnessed her despondency, his visits to the inner courtyard became increasingly infrequent. Thus, it came as no surprise when she did not survive childbirth. After all, giving birth often felt akin to traversing the gates of the underworld for women. The old woman sighed. The affairs of the household were managed by the current matriarch, the former duchess, who also oversaw the funeral arrangements. At that time, I was responsible for the brocade chamber and was not well acquainted with the specifics of the funeral, only knowing that the child was cared for by a wet nurse. She added, the midwife was summoned from the Zhong family during the lady's delivery. It was Madame Ling and the maidens Chunyu and Xiachan who stood by her side. Madame Ling, the young lady's wet nurse, had passed away 3 years prior. Chunyu and Xiachan remained in the main courtyard, guarding the dowry after the young lady's demise. After listening, Feng Qingsui inquired, "What was your young lady's temperament like?" The old woman replied, "The young lady was generally amiable, possessing a naturally open-hearted disposition, always adorned with a smile. She never panicked in the face of adversity. Even when confronted with abduction." "She was kidnapped?" Feng Qingsui asked, intrigued. The old woman nodded. That incident occurred half a month before her pregnancy was confirmed. At the time, she accompanied the duchess to a temple to pay respects when a band of outlaws intercepted their carriage and took them into the mountains. The duchess fainted from fright, but the young lady, perceiving that the captors were not particularly vicious, engaged them in conversation and discovered their grievances regarding the forced acquisition of land by the duke's household. She successfully persuaded the bandits to release them, and they returned unharmed. Feng Qingsui, deep in thought, felt an 8/10 certainty that she was indeed the child of that young lady, yet there remained a 2/10 doubt that required confirmation. Recalling the wedding invitation from the princess of Shouyang that had arrived a couple of days prior, she turned to the old woman and said, "Please inquire whether the Zhong family and Ning Fengwan have received an invitation from the princess of Shouyang." The old woman was taken aback. "Do you wish to meet them?" Feng Qingsui nodded. "I have only met Ning Fengwan. I have yet to see Zhong. I wish to observe how they appear together." The absence of suspicion from the Zhong family towards Ning Fengwan suggested that she must resemble Duke Ning or others rather than Zhong. However, beyond mere appearance, there could be other familial traits to consider. Perhaps they shared similarities in other aspects. The old woman acquiesced. The following day, she reported back to Feng Qingsui that the Duke of Ning's household had indeed received an invitation. The princess of Shouyang was hosting a wedding banquet. After parting ways with Ji Peiyuan, the princess quickly found a new partner, and the wedding was set for the 4th day of the 2nd month. Feng Qingsui adorned herself with a veil as she attended the banquet, wishing to avoid alarming the Zhong family. When inquired by others, she simply claimed to have been stung by a wasp, rendering her appearance unfit for public view. Ning Fengwan observed her, her expression a mix of confusion and disdain. Whispering to Zhong, "One wonders what the princess is thinking, allowing us to sit so close." Truly perplexing. Zhong gently patted her hand, casting a slight apologetic smile towards Feng Qingsui. "The child is but naive. I hope you will not take offense, Madam Ji." Feng Qingsui remained silent, moving directly to a low table at their right and settling cross-legged. Once the dishes were served, she appeared to eat earnestly while discreetly observing Zhong and Ning Fenghuan. Notably, Ning Fenghuan's right pinky bore an unusually long nail, which, upon closer inspection, revealed that the finger was significantly shorter than her adjacent ring finger, making the length seem less conspicuous. The term short finger syndrome flitted through her mind. Turning her gaze to Zhong, she noted that both her ring and pinky fingers were adorned with jeweled gold finger cots, concealing any difference in length. Yet, one wondered why she chose to wear such adornments. A sardonic smile crept upon Feng Qingsui's lips. The resemblance in hereditary traits between this mother-daughter duo was glaringly evident. Yet they had managed to keep it hidden for so many years, indeed remarkable. After the feast, the gathering relocated to the theater to enjoy a performance. The opening act featured a monkey show, with monkeys trained by the esteemed young Master Xian, skillfully dressed, pouring tea, and even painting, bowing and greeting the audience with impeccable mimicry. As the MC concluded the introduction, a dozen monkeys leaped onto the stage, captivating the audience's attention. Suddenly, Wu Hua leaned closer to Feng Qingsui, whispering, "There's a little monkey peeking from the theater entrance, and the maid of the Duchess of Ningguo has gone that way." Feng Qingsui's brow subtly arched in curiosity. Moments later, a servant from the princess's estate entered the theater, cradling a squeaking little monkey. Anxiety etched upon his face as he scanned the room. Spotting Feng Qingsui, he hurried toward her. Feng Qingsui, seated between the Duchess of Anyang, who had a penchant for fish sashimi, and the Zhong family, noticed that Zhong and Ning Fenghuan were positioned near the entrance of the theater. As the servant approached, she excused herself to the dressing room, gesturing for Wu Hua to follow her. As she reached the vicinity of Zhong and her daughter, she encountered the servant. "Madam Ji, this little monkey has suddenly cried out in distress. I do not know where it has been hurt. Might I trouble you to take a look?" The servant pleaded. Feng Qingsui glanced at the small round table before Zhong and replied, "Please place it on the table," allowing it some freedom to move. The servant complied without hesitation. Zhong abruptly stood, pulling Ning Fenghuan back a couple of steps. "How can you place it on the table? It will run amok," she protested, her brows knitting in concern. No sooner had she spoken than the little monkey leapt toward the stage. The servant, quick on his feet, managed to catch it, but the monkey's cries intensified. Upon hearing the commotion, the performing monkeys on stage jumped down, racing towards the little monkey at the round table, causing the guests to scatter in alarm. Zhong smirked slightly, attempting to flee with Ning Fenghuan, only to be obstructed by Feng Qingsui's rotund maid, who blocked their path. "Step aside quickly." The maid retreated but clumsily knocked over 2 stools in the process. The heavy round stool came crashing down upon the feet of the 2 individuals, provoking Ning Fenghuan to angrily draw her flexible whip, aimed at the plump maid. However, Zhong Shi, disregarding her pain, tugged at Ning Fenghuan, urging her to flee, insisting that there would be time for retribution later. But it was already too late. The troop of monkeys descended upon them in an instant, seizing them with frenzied bites and scratches, while Zhong Shi's hair was tugged, causing her to cry out in panic. Ning Fenghuan wielded her whip to defend her, only to incite the monkeys further. A majority of the monkeys lunged at the mother and daughter duo. In an effort to quell the chaos, Wu Hua snatched a silk cloth used for decoration from the viewing area, wrapping it around the monkeys to subdue them. Shaken, Zhong Shi and her daughter collapsed onto the round stool. Suddenly, Zhong Shi felt an odd sensation in her right hand. Raising it, she discovered that her pinky ring had mysteriously vanished. The astonishment of Feng Qingsui echoed in her ears. Madam Ning and Miss Ning are indeed mother and daughter. Even their fingers resemble each other. Your little short pinkies are quite adorable. I must say, this is my first encounter with such. All the guests turned their gazes upon them. Instinctively, Zhong Shi clenched her fist. Was it truly worthy of curiosity that someone's pinky was shorter than the others? In most cases, the pinky merely fell short by a segment, but theirs was short by 2. Feng Qingsui seized her hand and forcefully pried her fingers apart, displaying them for all to see. Ning Fenghuan had been vexed for years regarding the fact that her right pinky was shorter than others. Zhong Shi had advised her to grow her nails longer so that it would not be so apparent. However, She had never mentioned her own similar condition. Now confronted with it, her face was filled with astonishment. "Mother, why didn't you tell me before?" Zhong Shi's expression darkened as she yanked her hand back, coldly replying, "What is there to discuss? It's hardly a matter worth boasting about." However, the guests began to discern the underlying implications. The two were not blood relatives. Yet why did their right pinkies bear such a striking resemblance? It was uncommon for anyone to possess such notably short fingers. Coupled with the rumors of Zhong Shi treating Ning Fengwan with more affection than her own daughters, the glances directed at Zhong Shi were imbued with newfound significance. Zhong Shi's heart was in turmoil. She had previously instructed a maid to fetch mustard sauce from the banquet hall to feed the little monkey, intending to set a trap for Feng Qingsui. After all, Feng Qingsui had bought Su Momo and sent the steward and household servants who came to claim her into the county jail, even snatching away the customers of the brocade pavilion. She had longed to teach her a lesson. Yet, unexpectedly, her plan had backfired, leaving her infuriated. "We shall take our leave now," she declared with a dark countenance, pulling Ning Fengwan away. Even as they reached the carriage, Ning Fengwan remained bewildered. "Mother, why didn't you tell me about your short pinky?" Zhong Shi sighed deeply. "When you were younger, there were certain matters that were inappropriate to discuss with you, for fear that you might inadvertently reveal them. Now that you have grown older, it is time for me to tell you. In truth, you are my biological daughter." Feng Qingsui discovered a smidgen of mustard sauce at the corner of the little monkey's mouth and addressed her servant. "It's uninjured. It merely consumed mustard sauce." The servant, puzzled, inquired, "How did it come to eat this?" "It's truly peculiar," Feng Qingsui retorted. "The estate has a physician. It just cried out in pain." "Why did you bring it to me rather than to the physician?" The servant replied, "It was the maid who first noticed its discomfort and urged me to fetch you. In my haste, I did not think it through." Suddenly, she realized, it must have been that maid who had fed it the mustard sauce. Yet, when she sought to find the maid, she could not locate her anywhere. Feng Qingsui watched 2 acts of a play before returning to her residence. The following day, as she was about to step out to find Aunt Sue, the doorman delivered a visiting card from Zhong Hebai. After a moment's contemplation, she responded with an invitation to meet at a tea house. He should have been aware of the incident regarding the short supply. Upon seeing Feng Qingsui, his gaze was notably intricate. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. "I apologize for unilaterally halting the supply from the merchant house. I have ordered the resumption of trade and will compensate Qinghui Warm Velvet Pavilion for the losses incurred during this period tenfold." Feng Qingsui replied, "Thank you, Fourth Master, for your leniency." A fleeting expression of hurt crossed Zhong Hebai's face as he responded with a wry smile. "You ought to address me as Fourth Uncle." Feng Qingsui, taken aback, asked, "Are you so certain that I am your niece?" "I recognized you at first glance," he replied. "I can sense it." Feng Qingsui retorted, "Such prowess. But why did you not sense earlier that Ning Fengwan was a counterfeit?" Zhong Hebai, noticing her disdain, offered another rueful smile. "I had not considered it at all." Feng Qingsui was not there to establish familial ties or demand repayment. She spoke plainly. "Could you assist me in arranging a meeting with Duke Ning? Under your name. What do you wish to discuss with him?" He inquired. "There are matters I wish to inquire about." Zhong Hebai readily acquiesced. "Very well." After Feng Qingsui confirmed the time, location, and other details, she rose. "Once I have spoken with Ning Ziming, you may settle accounts with the Duke of Ning. Until then, it is best to maintain the status quo." Zhong Hebai nodded. "I will not act rashly." Feng Qingsui departed with satisfaction, only to find herself face to face with a familiar visage as she opened the tea room door. Ji Chongqing stood at the entrance, equally astonished. "Are you here to meet someone?" Peering over her shoulder at Zhong Hebai within, her brow furrowed slightly. Feng Qingsui shook her head. "I am here for business." "What business?" A roguish face emerged behind Ji Chongqing. "Is Qinghui Warm Velvet Pavilion launching spring attire? My sister-in-law wants me to place the first order. Is that agreeable?" Ji Chongqing pushed him back dismissively. "Ignore him," she said to Feng Qingsui. "Have you concluded your discussion?" "Yes, we have. Let us return to the residence together. I need to discuss something with you." Meanwhile, the forsaken Shengwan Mu pondered. Did we not agree to go horseback riding at the racetrack? Chapter 62, Return My Life. To say they returned together simply meant one traveled by horse-drawn carriage while the other took a donkey cart, both following the same route home. "Do you have any scar ointment or similar remedies?" "A friend of mine is in need," Ji Chongqing inquired after they disembarked at the residence. The friend she referred to was Shengwan Mu. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingsui was immediately reminded of the crown princess. After Zhao Bixiang was sent to Anghua Temple to become a monk, the emperor presented his wife and concubines with three choices. Firstly, to remain in the palace and live with the empress dowagers. Secondly, to return to their families and regain their freedom. Or thirdly, to pursue a monastic life in a royal temple. Without exception, the consorts of the Eastern Palace all chose the second option. The crown princess has now returned to the Pei family, reclaiming her status as their eldest daughter. Nevertheless, even if the emperor permitted them to remarry, no one would dare to wed a wife of the crown prince while he still lives. Who would risk claiming his consorts? Feng Qingsui felt that unless Ji Chongqing were to rebel, any connection with Miss Pei would remain a matter of longing without intimacy, love unfulfilled. She let out a faint sigh and nodded, saying, "Yes, I will have someone deliver it to you later." Ji Chongqing replied affirmatively and added, "You should avoid getting too close to Zongxi recently." Feng Qingsui appeared puzzled. Zongxi had just severed his engagement with the Fu family, and the two families were embroiled in a rather unpleasant dispute. If the Fu family were to see you lingering around him, it might lead to misunderstandings. The Fu family? Feng Qingsui recalled the young Miss Fu she had encountered at Taiya Garden, who, without even knowing who saved Miss Chun, was eager to facilitate a union between Zhong Hebai and Miss Chun. It was evident that Miss Fu wished to back out of the engagement but did not want to bear the stigma, thus orchestrating such a scheme. Yet, she and Wu Hua had thwarted those plans. Curiosity piqued. She pondered what had caused the discord. Ji Chongqing remarked, "Is that the crux of the matter?" He maintained a stern expression as he continued. Following the crown prince's ascetic life, there was a strong clamor to establish the third prince as the heir. The third prince had yet to select a consort, and many families sought to vie for the position of the third prince's wife, with the Fu family being one of them. The only eligible daughter of the Fu family was Miss Fu Wu, who had been betrothed to Zongxi since her infancy. General Fu had once saved the life of old Master Fu, rendering them unable to retract the engagement. Thus, they devised another scheme to dissolve it. Unexpectedly, their plot against Zongxi backfired, and he turned the tables on them, engaging in private dealings with her cousin in full view of the public. The Fu family's machinations fell flat, and Zongxi showed them no mercy. Not only did he annul the engagement, but he also demanded the return of all the gifts presented to the Fu family over the years, leaving the two families nearly at odds with each other. Feng Qingsui listened with rapt attention. She was astonished that the second master, despite his myriad responsibilities, was so well versed in the private affairs of various families. It was truly admirable. Ji Chongqing remarked, "I was misled by Shang Wanmu. It's merely friends whispering in my ear," he said with a frown. "I have no interest in such matters." Feng Qingsui nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. After all, he is a minister and bears the weight of his image." Ji Chongqing questioned, "What has this person truly grasped?" He sighed. "In any case, remember to keep your distance from Zongxi." Feng Qingsui nodded earnestly. The following evening, at the appointed hour, she went to Jiangnan Shaozhu to meet Zhong Hebai. As the lanterns began to glow, Duke Ningguo anxiously arrived at Jiangnan Shaozhu for their meeting. When the attendant guided him to the private room arranged by Zhong Hebai, he pondered the information provided by the Zhong family, carefully weighing his words for a smooth delivery. "Brother-in-law, you're here." Upon entering the private room, Zhong Hebai greeted him with an effusive smile, leaving him momentarily stunned. This warmth was unusual for him. Something was amiss, and he became alert. Zhong Hebai urged him to sit, pouring him wine and serving him dishes. While he felt increasingly uncomfortable, even suspecting that the food and drink might be poisoned, gritting his teeth, he decided to take the initiative. "Fourth brother, look at my pinky. It is quite short as well." He raised his right hand. "Feng Wan's face resembles mine, and so does her hand. Don't listen to the gossip. Misunderstandings may arise." Zhong Hebai looked at him in astonishment. "Gossip? What gossip?" He was bewildered. "You don't know? What should I know?" A thought crossed his mind, and he smiled. "It's about the short pinkies of Feng Wan and Miss Zhong. There are whispers, and Feng Wan has been quite distressed, not daring to go out these past few days." Zhong Hebai furrowed his brow, remarking that these individuals were truly well-fed and idle. "No matter, I shall console Feng Wan later." Seeing Zhong Hebai unfazed, a heavy weight lifted from his heart, and he raised his glass, exclaiming, "Let us drink." After several rounds, Zhong Hebai finally revealed his intent. "I find myself in need of some funds and wish to borrow a sum from my brother-in-law to facilitate my affairs." He was taken aback. Was this not a man known for his wealth? How could he possibly lack money? "How much do you wish to borrow?" Zhong Hebai extended his right hand, Fingers splayed. 5,000 taels. Zhong Hebai shook his head. 50,000 taels? Again, he shook his head. His astonishment grew. 500,000 taels. Zhong Hebai nodded, explaining that if it were merely a few thousand or tens of thousands, he would not require assistance from his brother-in-law. Even if I sold the duke's estate, I could not muster 100,000 taels. How could you find yourself in such dire straits? Zhong Hebai lamented being deceived, asserting that without compensation, he would face imprisonment. Hearing this, he hesitated even more to lend him money, diverting the conversation and pressing him to drink more in hopes of rendering him intoxicated enough to escape this predicament. As Zhong Hebai succumbed to inebriation, resting his head on the table, he chuckled softly, contemplating calling someone to assist them out, but his mind felt clouded, and he too leaned down. Suddenly, a sharp snap echoed in his ear, jolting him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself still in the private room. The windows had been flung open, the cold wind howling in, extinguishing several candles and bringing an icy chill. A sharp sound crackled beside him, startling him. He glanced down to see a chopstick lying on the floor, nearly giving him a fright. What a scare, he muttered to himself. Turning around, he was abruptly confronted by a familiar female visage. "Ah!" he exclaimed in panic, attempting to retreat, only to find himself firmly seated in the armchair, unable to move. The candlelight flickered, and the fabric of his clothing billowed. "Why do you wish to kill me?" the woman demanded, extending her hands clad in sharp finger coverings, tightening her grip around his neck. Her face, pale as parchment, streamed with blood-like tears. "Return my life," he gasped, struggling for breath. "No, not me. It is Zhong Shi. She seeks to poison you." The grip on his neck tightened further. "Liar. You are the one who poisoned me. You wanted me dead. I have done nothing to wrong you. Why treat me thus? You intend to marry Zhong Shi, and if you wish to part ways with me, so be it. Why resort to murder? Why?" A wave of dizziness washed over him. Realizing he could indeed perish at the hands of the vengeful spirit, he cried out in terror. "I truly do not wish to kill you. It is Zhong Shi. She claimed you had not conceived in a year of marriage. Yet you escaped from the kidnappers with child. Surely the origins of this child are dubious." Chapter 63. A nightmarish vision, he carefully chose his words, fearing to provoke the ghostly figure before him. "Having shared a bed for a year, how could I not know your character? If you were truly violated by the kidnappers, how could you smile upon realizing your pregnancy?" However, believing in her did not equate to others believing in her. This child's arrival is far too untimely. If it were a daughter, it would suffice, but a son could inherit the title, and should anyone harbor malicious intent, they would undoubtedly exploit his lineage. To confuse one's lineage is a grave offense against the sovereign. Not only must the child face exile or death, but the noble house will also suffer dire consequences. Thus, I contemplated that rather than bring forth a child to endure public scorn and sow the seeds of calamity, it would be wiser to send it into the cycle of reincarnation early, allowing it to return to us in a few months' time. The female specter remained silent, observing him intently. As he spoke, his words flowed more easily. "Yet, as a new mother, you would undoubtedly find it hard to part with this child. And I could not bear to witness your anguish from the act of forsaking your own offspring. Hence, I resolved to bear this sin alone." The Zhang matriarch claimed to possess a potion that could quietly terminate the pregnancy without harming the mother, and which would elude detection by physicians, sparing you unnecessary distress. Trusting her words, I administered it to you. To my dismay, this elixir left you devoid of vitality, enveloped in gloom, and when the time came for delivery, you possessed no will to survive, relinquishing your hold on life upon the child's birth. After your departure, I was consumed by regret, living each day in remorse, lamenting the act of abandoning the child at a nameless graveyard, replacing it with the spawn of the Zhang matriarch, allowing our clan to rear a granddaughter for our enemies? The specter scoffed, a chilling mockery. Such profound and tragic devotion, indeed. He hurriedly retorted, "It was not I who discarded the child, but your mother. She insisted that a child of uncertain parentage ought not to be interred in the ancestral tomb, lest it offend our forebears." The grip around his neck tightened suddenly. "Your mother threw it away? How could that be? Had I not intervened to stay the kidnappers, she would have perished at their hands. How could she repay kindness with malice? It is true." He nearly fainted. "She has always adhered to propriety, valuing her reputation, during that kidnapping. She was so terrified that she lost control, and you witnessed it firsthand. Thereafter, she felt unable to maintain her matronly demeanor before you, refraining from establishing any rules. Thus, while she appeared grateful to you, she secretly harbored doubts regarding the child's origins and had mentioned to me that the child should not be kept. Huh. The specter's face was filled with derision. It is all the fault of the Zhang matriarch and your mother. Do you consider yourself more innocent than a white lotus? He choked back his words. I too bear fault, for I should not have been so easily swayed, lending an ear to rumors. Had I been more resolute, both you and the child could have survived, and we would not find ourselves separated by the realms of life and death. Such words, spoken with conviction. The specter raised her hand, pointing a sharp claw towards his eye. Alas, every word is a falsehood. Do you think that while I suffered deception in life, I would allow you to mock me in death? Were it not for my immobility, I would swear to the heavens. Ingxiu, I truly did not deceive you. Every word I spoke was the truth. If any part of it be a lie, may I be struck by divine wrath and meet a wretched end. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a flash of lightning coursed past the window. He jolted in alarm. To lie before gods and spirits is indeed a perilous act. The specter pressed her claw against his eyeball. Do you not wonder why I have not reincarnated in the underworld, but instead have become a vengeful spirit? It is because my wishes remain unfulfilled. I promised those kidnappers that I would uncover the truth behind the noble house's land acquisition and restore the lands they were unjustly seized from them. Yet I died without fulfilling this vow. I have broken my promise. Do you think the kidnappers released me and your mother out of kindness? I swore upon my own life that if I, Zhong Ingqiu, should fail to honor my word, may I meet a dreadful fate. You see, it has indeed come to pass. His heart raced with mounting trepidation. The female specter continued, your murderous intent did not stem from the instigation of the Zhong family. Rather, it arose from your fear of my relentless pursuit of the Duke's residence for the matter of usurped farmland. You were terrified that I would enact justice and bring down your house. No, that is not the case, he vehemently denied. I never intended to harm you. Although I did wish for you to cease your inquiries. I am not here to seek your validation, the ghost replied coolly. You are acutely aware of your own transgressions, and retribution will inevitably find you. I need not lift a finger, provided you surrender the account books. Could she truly spare him? He was elated. What account books? You know well, she stated. It must pertain to the predatory loans, the forcible acquisition of farmland, and the exorbitant rents. He thought to himself, very well, I shall burn them for you upon my return. I require them now, she insisted. He rolled his eyes. I cannot retrieve them at this moment. There is no need for you to bring them. Simply divulge their location. He hesitated briefly. The ghost extended her hand before him, her fingers curling as he felt an iron grip around his heart, as if it would burst at any moment. I shall reveal it, he gasped, disclosing the whereabouts of the highly confidential account books. This location was safeguarded with traps and keys. Even a living soul would not escape unharmed. Yet he forgot. She was a specter. After detailing the account books and answering a few more queries, the ghost waved her sleeve toward the window, summoning an object that she caught deftly. Lo and behold, it was the highly classified account books he had concealed so well. He was left speechless. The ghost perused the account books, verifying their authenticity before confirming with him. The poison you administered was indeed given to you by the Zhong family? Absolutely true, he affirmed. The child was indeed cast away by your mother into the mass grave? Without a doubt. The ghost retrieved 2 porcelain vials, one blue and one white, stating, the medicine in the blue vial is for the Zhong family. The white vial's contents are for your mother. Every grievance has its origin, and those who will must pay their debts. You excel in the art of poisoning, thus it is entrusted to you. After thrusting the 2 vials into his embrace, she added, should you fail to comply, you shall pay with your life. He agreed hastily, his mind racing with plans to construct a tower to contain the remains of the Zhong family, ensuring they could never harm him again. As he uttered the word good, a thick fog enveloped the room, obscuring the ghost's form, and his consciousness began to fade into a murky state. A sharp crack jolted him awake from the darkness. He opened his eyes to find everything in the elegant chamber as it should be. The windows were shut, the candles fully lit, with no trace of the ghost or the mist. Only a pair of chopsticks lay on the floor. Beside him, Zhong Hebai still slumbered on the table. He reached into his pocket, finding it empty. It had all been a dreadful nightmare. He murmured to himself, feeling cold sweat trickling down his back. Though merely a dream, it felt ominously foreboding. He resolved to summon a few masters to perform a rite for the Zhong family. He rang the bell, calling the attendant to summon his servant who had been dining in the outer hall. The servant, half inebriated, stumbled as he assisted him into the carriage. By the time he returned home, it was already midnight, and he headed straight to the outer study to sleep. The following day, upon awakening, he felt a dull ache in his neck. Taking a copper mirror, he was horrified to discover his neck adorned with vivid crimson marks. With a crash, the mirror fell from his grasp. In a panic, he reached into his bosom to retrieve 2 porcelain vials, one azure and the other alabaster. Chapter 64. One does not act for others without consequences. He found it difficult to believe. Dressed only in his undergarments, he rushed to the study, activating the hidden mechanism to inspect the secret chamber. Everything appeared as it should in the dimly lit room. Yet the highly confidential ledgers stored within had vanished without a trace. He felt as though his very spine had been wrenched from him, collapsing despondently into a chair. What could possibly be happening? He repeatedly recalled his encounter with the spirit of the Zhong family the previous night. The apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased, seemingly not a mere impersonation. The mechanisms in the secret chamber had not been tampered with, yet the ledgers were inexplicably gone. Who, besides the supernatural, could possess such capabilities? The person in his possession certainly did not wield such power. Could it be that he truly encountered a ghost? He remained skeptical. After placing the 2 vials aside, he returned to the courtyard to freshen up. It was midday when the servants brought his meal. As he ate, he reflected on Zhong Hebai's actions from the previous night. Zhong Hebai had expanded the business to great heights, amassing a fortune, yet had suddenly requested a loan from him, raising suspicions. The female spirit could potentially be a manifestation of Zhong Hebai's suspicions regarding the matter of the short finger. A deliberate trap set for him. Yet, this theory seemed implausible. He had personally discarded the child in the mass grave, a secret known only to him. How could Zhong Hebai orchestrate the spirit's words? Furthermore, given the straightforward nature of the Zhong family, if they had known he was responsible for the demise of Zhong Yingqiu and her daughter, they would have stormed his door long ago rather than indulging in such elaborate theatrics. Just as he was mired in these conflicting thoughts, Ning Fengwan arrived. "Father, what troubles my uncle's business? He has suffered such losses that he even borrowed the birthday gift he bestowed upon me to settle debts." He was taken aback. "He asked you for your birthday gift?" he inquired first thing this morning. Ning Fengwan replied through gritted teeth. Zhong Hebai had always been generous. The cumulative value of the birthday gifts he had given her over the years amounted to no less than 200,000 taels. Even the emperor, upon marrying, would not bestow a dowry of equal value. She had envisioned adding to her dowry when the time came for her marriage, hoping to evoke envy among all the women of the capital. "Did you give it to him?" inquired Ning Guogong. She widened her eyes in disbelief. "How could I refuse? He painted himself as so pitiful, claiming my ever-attentive nature would ensure he repaid me double once he overcame this crisis." She paused, then asked, "He will be able to weather this storm, won't he?" Ning Guogong recalled Zhong Hebai's request for 50,000 taels the previous night, and for a moment, he felt uncertain. He should be able to. Ning Fengwan grumbled a few more complaints before departing. Ning Guogong's thoughts became increasingly tangled. Was Zhong Hebai truly in need of funds, or was this merely a ruse to deceive him? He resolved to observe for a few more days. However, that night, as he lay down, he dreamt once more of the female spirit. She uttered not a word, but extended her hands, tightly gripping his throat. He was rendered unconscious from the pressure. Upon awakening, he discovered new marks upon his neck. Rumors began to circulate that Zhong Hebai was suffering immense financial losses, desperately borrowing money to fill the void. One day, he awoke to find himself coughing up black blood, and after consulting the household physician, who could find no ailment, he ultimately became convinced that the specter was not a mere fabrication of Zhong Hebai's imagination, but a genuine occurrence. In a state of urgent desperation, he hastened to a renowned temple in search of a master to exorcise the malevolent spirits. However, despite performing rituals and donning protective talismans, the female ghost remained an unrelenting presence, haunting him with her visage every time he closed his eyes. Had he not feared disturbing his ancestral kin by disturbing their graves, he would have long since unearthed the remains of the clan and confined them within the demon-suppressing tower. After another bout of expelling black blood, he recalled the ghost's ominous words. Failure to comply would cost him his life. The poison he had consumed was indeed administered by the Zhong family, while his mother had suggested abandoning the child at the mass grave. Why must he suffer the consequences for their transgressions? Having come to this realization, he retrieved the poison from the hidden chamber and, seizing the opportunity, administered it to both Zhong and his mother. Following the ingestion, Zhong found herself unable to sleep. Night after night, and even during the day, consulting physicians proved futile. After enduring 4 or 5 days of sleepless torment, she finally succumbed to slumber, though her eyes would never again behold the light. The day after his mother took the poison, she became bedridden, paralyzed. The doctor diagnosed her with a stroke, advising a slow recovery. Yet, no improvement was seen. Once the commanding matriarch of the duke's household, capable of summoning the winds and rains, she was now reduced to a frail old woman, reliant on others for her most basic needs. When he visited her, she emitted raspy sounds as if trying to communicate. "Do not worry, mother. I shall ensure they care for you well," he assured her. The spark in her eyes dimmed instantly. He understood her unspoken plea for a merciful end. Proud by nature, she had never been one to tolerate humiliation, which had led her to disdain the Zhong family after witnessing her own disgrace, even contemplating the disposal of her only bloodline. Yet, one must prioritize their own well-being. To end her suffering swiftly might provoke the Zhong ghost to seek vengeance. Thus, he resolved to act as a disloyal son. Zhong could not fathom the sudden onset of her insomnia and blindness. She summoned the finest doctors from the capital, even royal physicians, only to be told that her eyes were intact, possibly afflicted by emotional distress. Those suffering from such ailments could exhibit a range of symptoms: incoherent ramblings, hallucinations, eating disorders, or, as in her case, a complete inability to see despite having healthy eyes. Yet, her life had been prosperous, with naught but minor inconveniences, and she had no pressing worries. How could she possibly suffer from emotional distress? The very notion was absurd. With her vision gone, she could no longer discern day from night, disrupting her entire routine, rendering her incapable of managing her household. However, this was not the gravest concern. The most pressing issue was her newfound inability to venture anywhere. As the Duchess, her greatest pleasure lay in attending gatherings, flaunting her latest exquisite garments and jewelry, relishing the envious gazes of her peers. Alternatively, she would invite them to her estate to showcase her newly cultivated gardens and exotic flora, or the latest theatrical troupes she had procured. If she could not see, then her wealth, taste, social etiquette, moral character, and generosity would all be rendered meaningless. Henceforth, when others spoke of her, it would only be with pity and sympathy. Alas, the once vibrant and lively woman had been tragically transformed into a blind wretch, a fate more unbearable than death itself. She gritted her teeth and offered an exorbitant reward to recruit extraordinary physicians from across the land to cure her eye ailment. Many came forth, yet they were all charlatans, swiftly expelled by her guards. However, a disheveled Taoist, after examining her, remarked, "Madam, your symptoms do not resemble an illness. They appear to indicate poisoning." His words were like a jolt to her senses. Suddenly, she recalled that when the Zhong family had consumed the 100 sorrows powder she procured, none of the doctors could discern the poison, believing instead that they were afflicted by emotional distress. She was akin to the Zhong family. Both had been poisoned, who had administered the toxin to her. She had always been meticulous with her diet. Her meals prepared in a small kitchen by a loyal cook who had been with her for years, a family member whom she kept under her thumb, making betrayal unthinkable. After reviewing all those she had interacted with before her insomnia, she finally remembered that Ning Ziming had visited her for tea that day. Chapter 65. Is this enough for a raid? Why have you summoned me at such a late hour? Ning Guogong inquired as he entered the chamber. After enduring several days of restless sleep, he had turned in early, only to be disturbed by a summons from the Zhong family in the dead of night. "I can't see you. How can I distinguish between day and night?" Zhong lamented. "Moreover, is it wrong to seek you out? You Haven Tea spent the night with me in days." Ning Guogong felt a twinge of guilt. "Given your current illness, I hesitate to intrude. I have not sought solace elsewhere, merely resting in the outer courtyard. Do not overthink it. Will you stay with me tonight?" Zhong grasped his sleeve, her expression anxious. "I am engulfed in darkness all day, my heart perpetually uneasy, as if something lurks in the shadows, watching me." Ning Guogong's heart tightened. He quickly scanned the room, reassured only upon finding no trace of the Zhong family specter. "Rest easy, there is nothing in this room." Zhong still clung to him. "Will you not even sit with me for a while?" With a sigh, Ning Guogong settled on the edge of the bed. Zhong nestled against his arm, resting her head on his chest, whispering, "A Taoist came today and said I am not ill, but poisoned." Ning Guogong's heart skipped a beat. "Is that true? What poison? Is there a chance of remedy?" Zhong sighed. The Taoist has not witnessed this poison. He merely speculated. Ning Gugong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He mentioned that the medicine given by spirits should not be discernible. It is only natural for a Taoist, being attuned to the ethereal, to perceive subtle clues, though his skills may not suffice to dispel this evil. Do not worry. There are countless extraordinary individuals in the world. We shall find a miraculous healer in due time, he reassured her. Zhong responded with a mere murmur. In a perspective hidden from Ning Gugong, her expression was so dark it seemed it could be wrung of water. Fearing that lingering with Zhong might provoke the Zhong family's spirit, he offered a few words of comfort before retreating to the outer study. Zhong sat wide-eyed on the bed for a while before she carefully descended, opened the cabinet beside the foot of the bed, and retrieved a small box, summoning her trusted maid. Find a way to deliver this medicine to Lady Lu without alerting anyone else. Afterward, she quietly instructed her on the purpose of the potion. The maid responded affirmatively. The following day, the medicine was delivered to Aunt Lu's family by a convoluted route, and her brother had already sent it to her. Zhong's expression remained impassive. 2 days later, the Duke of Ning met his demise in Aunt Lu's bed, dying in a most undignified manner, succumbing to a sudden death. When the news reached Zhong Hebai, his hand abruptly ceased its calculations, leaving him oblivious to what figures he had been tallying. My niece is truly remarkable, he mused softly after a moment. That evening, in the Jiangnan cottage, upon hearing Feng Qingsui reveal the truth behind his sister's death, he nearly erupted in fury. Contemplating slaying the heartless wretch, Ning Ziming, the duke's household had engaged in extortion and forced his sister into peril, leading to her kidnapping, and without remorse, conspired with his mistress to poison her, abandoning his own daughter. Such a creature was lower than swine or dogs, unworthy of being a husband or a father. Even 1,000 cuts would not suffice to assuage his seething hatred. Fearing the disruption of Feng Qingsui's plans, he gritted his teeth and restrained himself. Upon Ning Ziming's return to the manor that evening, Feng Qingsui instructed him, "You need only to create the illusion of debt, dispelling Ning Ziming's suspicions towards you." He was profoundly dissatisfied. "Do you hold my fourth uncle in contempt? Allow me to exact revenge. I shall ensure the Duke of Ning pays blood for blood." Feng Qingsui replied, "First, let me settle my grievances before you seek yours." He, considering the plight of his niece, who had endured years of suffering, conceded. Let her act first. Yet, once she struck, she incapacitated Ning's matriarch and claimed Ning Ziming's life. How could he then exact his revenge? Only the annihilation of the Duke's family remained. Weighing the evidence he had gathered against the Duke of Ning, he rubbed his forehead. The most crucial accounts were in that girl's possession. His evidence could only serve as corroboration. It seemed that a child's remarkable talents could also be a burden. He sighed deeply, feeling the inadequacy of the adults. Within the Ji manor, Feng Qingsui unexpectedly sneezed, glancing up at the branches, which, though sprouting a few green buds, still appeared quite bare, realizing that her down jacket would need to be kept for a while longer. After learning that Ji Changqing had returned from court, she took the account book obtained from the Duke of Ning's manor that evening and sought him in the outer study. "Is this sufficient for an investigation?" she inquired, placing the account book on the desk. Ji Changqing paused, flipping through a few pages, his expression shifting. "What grievance do you hold against the Duke of Ning? Aside from Ning Fenghuan having approached them a few times, you should have had no interaction with the Duke's household. Why such an eagerness to raid their estate?" Feng Qingsui met his puzzled gaze with a smile, saying, "In times of national peril, every individual bears responsibility. I must certainly roll up my sleeves to assist in capturing such a scourge to the realm." Ji Changqing retorted, "Your grandiloquent rhetoric is commendable. Why not pilfer the account books of others?" Noticing his silence, Feng Qingsui pressed, "Has the second master yet responded? Is this enough for an investigation?" Ji Changqing, with an impassive demeanor, replied, "More than sufficient." "Then I beseech the second master to eradicate this menace," Feng Qingsui said with a beaming smile, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with vitality and purity. Ji Changqing's gaze flickered momentarily. In the stillness of night, he dreamed of a red fox peering at him from behind a tree, its amber eyes shimmering with a lively brilliance. He approached with a casual gait, and the creature remained motionless, allowing him to place his hand upon the delicate tips of its elongated ears. After a gentle caress, the fox's slender face abruptly transformed into that of Feng Qingsui. He awoke with a start, staring blankly at the dark fabric of his tent for a considerable while before falling back into slumber. The following day, during the morning court session, he presented a memorial to the Duke of Ningguo. The emperor, incensed, immediately commanded a search of the duke's residence. As the imperial guard burst into the morning halls of the duke's estate, Mrs. Zhong knelt before a brazier, tears streaming down her face as she burned paper offerings. Ning Fengwan and her younger brother, 5 years her junior, knelt behind her, their faces etched with sorrow. Friends and relatives hastily offered their condolences, yet all were struck dumb by the sudden intrusion of the imperial guard, who proclaimed the order for a search. The very words left everyone in a state of shock. Ning Fengwan stood frozen for a moment, then reacted with disbelief. Search? What are you searching for? Our Ning family has committed no wrong. Save such words for the Ministry of Justice, replied the cold leader of the Imperial Guard. Behind him, the guards dispersed, scouring the premises. Mrs. Zhong, in a panic, cried out, "No, you cannot do this. My son is about to inherit the title. How can you conduct a search?" In her desperation, she stood up to intervene, only to inadvertently step onto the brazier. Flames licked up her skirt, engulfing her in fire. The servants rushed to extinguish the flames, but their efforts proved futile. They could only fetch water to douse her. Ning Fengwan held her mother tightly, tears of anguish streaming down her face. "Mother, what shall we do?" Mrs. Zhong suddenly grasped her hand tightly. "Go find your maternal grandmother. The Zhong family possesses a decree that can save our lives." Chapter 66. Paying for services rendered. At every entrance of the Duke of Ningguo's residence stood the Imperial Guard, and with no other choice. Ning Fengwan squeezed through a small dog hole near the morning hall. She then ran for dear life for nearly a quarter of an hour until she reached the general's residence. She knocked frantically on the door. "Open up, quickly. I am your cousin." Before she came of age, she had spent most of her time at the general's estate, cherished by her grandmother and several uncles, who treated her as one of their own. In the past, upon hearing her footsteps, the servants would rush to open the door without her even needing to knock. Today, however, she knocked for a long time without anyone responding. In a fit of rage, she raised her foot and kicked the door. "Where's everyone? If you don't open up, I'll sell you all off to mine black coal." Suddenly, the door swung open, and she kicked air, nearly losing her balance. Steadying herself against the door frame, she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, only to find her fourth uncle, Zhong Heibai, standing there, barely swallowing her words. "Fourth uncle, the Imperial Guard suddenly came to our Duke's residence to conduct a search, and I barely managed to escape," she said hurriedly. "My mother said the Zhong family has a decree that can save us. May we borrow it?" Zhong Heibai regarded her intently, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. "How come I never noticed how bold you are before? You think I would lend you the decree that your father secured with his life? How audacious! What audacity!" Ning Fengwan was taken aback. "Fourth uncle, what do you mean?" Zhong Heibai cast a glance at her right hand and mocked. "Surely you are unaware that you are but the ill-fated offspring born of Ning Zhe-ming and the Zhong family." With a resounding shock, Ning Fengwan's mind erupted like thunder. What cursed lineage? "Fourth uncle, from where do you gather such rumors? I am your beloved niece, taken to the Zhong family merely 3 days after my birth. You have watched me grow. Your father told me so himself," Zhong Heibai replied. During the conversation, he had been lounging at the nearby table, making it seem as though Ning Zhe-ming had indeed confided in him. "Your attempts at denial are futile." Ning Fengwan gasped. "Father told him? When did this occur?" Suddenly recalling Zhong Heibai's insistence on receiving a birthday gift, realization dawned upon her. It was during that time. The excuses about lacking funds were merely a ruse. She hastily altered her approach. "Fourth uncle, I was unaware of this matter. You have raised me for so many years with great care. Do you not harbor any feelings for me? Can you bear to see me suffer?" Zhong Heibai sneered. "Feelings? The very thought of you being cherished like a precious gem while my dear niece lies alone in a pauper's grave awaiting death fills me with a desire to sever your tendons and cast you into a pile of corpses, that you might endure her plight. Is that the affection you seek?" Ning Fengwan's complexion drained of color. "This has nothing to do with me. I was merely a child then." Zhong Heibai's voice grew stern. "Were it not for your innocence, do you think you could stand here unscathed?" With that, he forcefully pushed the door shut, secured it with a bolt, and turned to leave. Ning Fengwan remained frozen in place, replaying his last words in her mind, dread creeping across her face. Could it be that her grandmother's paralysis, her mother's blindness, her father's sudden death, and the confiscation of the Duke's estate were all mere coincidences? Before she could ponder further, the Imperial Guards approached. "She is here," The Duke of Ning's estate crumbled to ruins. Ji Chongqing's record of confiscations grew once more. Every afternoon, Feng Qingsui strolled along the riverside, hearing the townsfolk discuss the events. From the Earl's estate to the Marquis, and now the Duke's, who would be next? Such avaricious, wicked noble families ought to be stripped of all they possess. How many lives had the Duke of Ning's estate claimed in their quest for land? When the people refused to sell, they resorted to deceitful loans, coercing them into selling their lands, and even forcing them to sell their children and themselves into servitude. Alternatively, they would set traps to condemn them to wrongful imprisonment, confiscating half of their property for themselves. Selling oneself into slavery was not enough. They even compelled the oppressed to mine in treacherous conditions, where countless souls lay buried. Upon learning from Su Mama that the Zhong family were benevolent souls, she surmised how they had persuaded the kidnappers to release her, and how they had skillfully extracted the Duke of Ning's account books. Interestingly, before she arrived at the Ji estate masquerading as the widow of Ji Chongfeng, she had contemplated impersonating the distant relatives from 3 households, all sharing the same unscrupulous traits as the Duke of Ning's estate. These aristocrats, unsatisfied with their hereditary titles and substantial fiefs, incessantly sought to exploit their power to plunder the lands of the common folk, reducing them to mere servants, refugees, or bandits. Currently, the situation is dire. With less than a third remaining, Ji Chongqing indeed bears a heavy burden ahead. Fortunately, she had come to the Ji residence. She mused, had she not? Avenging herself would have entailed much more trouble. Suddenly, a large black dog halted. Woof! She gazed ahead to see a heavily pregnant woman seated on the ground, her face contorted in agony. Upon noticing her, the woman implored in a sorrowful tone, "Miss, my legs have suddenly grown weak. I cannot stand. Could you kindly assist me back home? My house is just down that alley, the 5th one in." She pointed towards a nearby narrow lane. "I will reward you for your help. Please, will you assist me?" Feng Qingsui handed the leash to Wu Hua and stepped forward to aid the woman. Her right hand inadvertently rested on the woman's wrist. The pregnancy was genuine, yet the weakness was feigned. "Very well, I shall help you home." She exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Hua, who understood immediately. They proceeded, with Wu Hua guiding the dog while assisting the woman towards the alley. After traversing several meters into the alley, they halted before a courtyard entrance. The woman retrieved a key and unlocked the door, saying, "Just help me inside. I cannot thank you enough. The Bodhisattva will bless you." The trio, accompanied by the dog, had just stepped into the courtyard when the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. 6 men brandishing long knives surged from within, surrounding them. The woman broke free from Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua, brandishing a short dagger and aiming it at Feng Qingsui's neck. "If you know what is good for you, raise your hands and remain still." The black dog barked fiercely, leaping toward the woman's wrist. "Get off, you mutt." One man swung his knife at the dog's belly. Wu Hua yanked the woman aside, prompting the man to hastily retract his knife and tumble to the ground with the woman. The other men rushed forward, brandishing knives, while one took the opportunity to disperse a drug powder. Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly, countering with swift action. Within moments, the woman and the 6 men lay incapacitated on the ground, bound tightly. Feng Qingsui placed the dagger the woman had aimed at her neck. "You have one chance to answer. Who sent you?" The woman hurriedly replied, "Miss, spare my life. I, along with a few brothers, were merely hired to do a job. I do not know who the employer is." "What job?" "To lure the young lady, knock her unconscious, and deliver her to a flower boat on Night Sea." Chapter 67. A good show. Night Sea is the largest lake in the inner city. Situated at the northern end of the river, Feng Qingsui had been strolling along with her dog. The lake is home to nearly 100 pleasure boats of various sizes. The flower boat the woman spoke of is one of the largest in Night Sea, known as Wamanlu. Wamanlu is structured in 3 segments. The bow features an open pavilion for scenic viewing, the midsection serves as a banquet hall, and the stern houses a 2-story building, with the first floor as private rooms and the second as a lounge. The retractable roofs of the front and back sections resemble those of typical residences, appearing from a distance like a floating edifice on the water. When all the evening's guests have arrived, the boat sets sail from Night Sea towards the inner river, reaching the southern end of the inner river at Sun Lake, where it circles the lake before returning. This voyage offers a panoramic view of the capital's nightscape. The Deshi legal code forbids officials from entering brothels, yet it does not prohibit them from boarding pleasure boats. Consequently, these boats have become a favored leisure destination for the affluent and powerful. Some come to sample tea, indulge in wine, compose poetry, and engage in discussions of worldly affairs, while others visit to listen to music, watch dances, and consort with courtesans. Ji Chongqing, a man of high standing, seldom indulged in feasting outside, let alone to partake in the pleasures of a pleasure boat. However, this evening, he made an exception to attend the birthday celebration of Shang Wanmu. Accompanied by a group of friends, he was not one to seek out revelry, and when Shang Wanmu approached him, he initially intended to decline outright. Yet, upon hearing the enticing words, "The new chef at Wamanlu excels in cooking fish. His spicy fish fillets are simply unparalleled. I could devour 2 bowls in one sitting." He was inexplicably reminded of a previous occasion when he prepared sweet and sour carp, recalling the satisfaction on someone else's face as they savored every last drop of sauce. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he acquiesced, thinking it might be worthwhile to sample these spicy fish fillets, a dish he had yet to attempt. The flavor was indeed delightful. He savored several pieces and subsequently summoned the chef to inquire about the recipe. The chef praised him, saying, "Your palate is remarkable. You discern the method at a mere taste." Shang Wanmu teased him, learning to cook so diligently. "Are you preparing to retire to your hometown and open a tavern one day?" Ji Chongqing shot him a sidelong glance, choosing not to engage in conversation. Shang Wanmu then hefted the wine jug onto the table, declaring, "It is rare for you to join us on this boat. We shall not return until we are inebriated." Ji Chongqing retorted, "Do you think I can, like you, hide behind others during court sessions and doze with my eyes open?" Shang Wanmu replied, "Let us drink without resorting to personal attacks. Standing in the front row is quite impressive indeed." Ji Chongqing conceded, "Well, perhaps it is somewhat impressive. A modest drink it shall be." After a few rounds, as the waiter presented a new dish, he accidentally spilled a few drops of oil onto Ji Chongqing's hand while clearing away the empty plates. Shang Wanmu frowned. "How clumsy can you be?" The waiter knelt in apology. "Forgive me, it was unintentional. I will take you to the changing room to clean up." Ji Chongqing responded. "Very well, lead the way." Sensing something amiss, Shang Wanmu exchanged a knowing glance with him. Ji Chongqing acknowledged it with a brief look, indicating his awareness. The oil was something he could have easily avoided, but noticing the waiter's overly tense demeanor piqued his curiosity, prompting him to remain. Shang Wanmu, reassured that Ji Chongqing was alert, urged, "Hurry back. Do not think you can escape after a couple of drinks." Ji Chongqing followed the waiter to the aft cabin. The waiter pretended to knock on the door of the changing room, and after a brief pause, said, "There is someone inside. Let me escort you to the second floor, where you can also wash your hands." Ji Chongqing nodded slightly. The second floor contained only 2 rooms, left and right. The waiter opened the door to the right room, saying, "The changing room is inside." Ji Chongqing paused momentarily at the entrance before stepping inside. The waiter swiftly closed the door behind him, trapping him within. The room was sparsely furnished, with a bed and a table illuminated by a small lamp. Lying on the bed, facing inward, was a slender woman. A wry smile crept upon his lips. This same old game. How many times had they played it? Those individuals never seemed to tire of it, despite never achieving success. He made his way towards the window, intending to kick it open and escape. Suddenly, the woman turned to face him, their eyes locking in recognition. "How is it you?" she exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" Feng Qingsui sat up on the bed, rubbing her forehead. "It's a long story." After inquiring about the flower boat from a woman, she had resolved to play along and discover who was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. They allowed her to be sent to the pleasure boat, as per the client's request. Thereafter, she feigned unconsciousness, remaining in this room until someone pushed the door open. To her surprise, it was none other than Ji Chongqing. After a brief contemplation, she discerned the ulterior motives behind his visit. Without a doubt, confining Ji Chongqing and her, a widow, together aimed to fabricate a scandal, tarnishing their reputations. She pondered whether this scheme was directed at her or Ji Chongqing. Ji Chongqing seemed to have grasped this as well. The boat had been chartered by Shang Wanmu to celebrate a birthday. To escalate the situation, additional witnesses were essential. Before he could finish his thought, the boat suddenly tilted violently. Feng Qingsui, caught off guard, stumbled and collided with Ji Chongqing, who narrowly managed to catch her. She quickly steadied herself against the doorframe, about to speak when she noticed 2 streams of blood trickling from beneath Ji Chongqing's nose. "Did I hit your nose?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Ji Chongqing, puzzled, replied, "That shouldn't have happened." "How did?" Suddenly, Feng Qingsui realized. The room may have been infused with incense before my arrival. The scent was likely subtle, imperceptible to me, but it was for your use. Without needing her to elaborate, Ji Chongqing felt its effects. His voice had become significantly husky. We must leave this place. A vessel has collided, and soon others will come aboard. The door had been locked from the inside, leaving only the option to escape through the window. The window was quite small, and it would take some time to pry it open. Feng Qingsui smiled faintly, snapping her fingers. Suddenly, a large section of the roof was lifted, and a hefty hand dangled from the edge. Let us go. Ji Chongqing, once atop the roof, observed the several newly arrived pleasure boats and recalled his master's words. The perpetrator always returns to the scene of the crime. The adversary had meticulously orchestrated this drama and would undoubtedly relish witnessing their disgrace. She instructed Wu Hua, dive into the surrounding boats and observe who appears most smug. Bring that person to me. Ji Chongqing interjected. Do not approach the boat Womanlu. That belongs to the third prince. The third prince? Feng Qingsui comprehended immediately. It seemed this evening was not merely a dual purpose, but rather a trifecta of schemes. Wu Hua nodded in agreement. Amidst the chaos caused by the collision of the two vessels, they stealthily merged into the night. Ji Chongqing and Feng Qingsui lay on the roof, quietly listening to the commotion below. The third prince's boat had breached its hull, necessitating an urgent evacuation of its occupants to their vessel. The third prince, known for his haughty demeanor, upon seeing the crowd at Womanlu, promptly led his entourage toward the stern. Wu Hua returned with a young man in tow at the opportune moment. Feng Qingsui instructed, place him in the room below, and bring the 6 men from the opposite room. Chapter 68. The forceful abduction of a common man. The attendant leading the third prince's party upstairs was the same one who had escorted Ji Chongqing. He opened the left side room door and bowed, inviting the third prince inside. The third prince surveyed the cramped quarters, frowning. Why is the room on the right not opened? The attendant appeared troubled. Lord Ji is resting inside. Which Lord Ji? The Prime Minister. Naturally, the third prince could not demand Ji Chongqing vacate the room. He instructed the aides, attendants, and guards following him to leave 2 individuals behind while the rest proceeded to the elegant chamber on the lower floor. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of indescribable sounds suddenly emanated from the room on the right. The group was momentarily startled, and an unspoken thought arose in their minds. They had not expected that despite his seemingly serious demeanor, Ji Chongqing harbored such wild inclinations in private. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. The third prince was equally taken aback. His maternal family was not prominent, and he had long sought to cultivate relationships with powerful ministers to bolster his own influence. Ji Chongqing was deeply favored by his father, and the third prince had already considered ways to win him over. He had even contemplated introducing a few women to him, not realizing that Ji had a penchant for handsome men and indulged in promiscuity. Clearing his throat, he hurried downstairs, eager to avoid lingering. The captivated onlookers thought, it is far better to revel together than to indulge in solitary pleasures. How could the third prince keep this delightful secret all to himself? As they turned to descend the stairs, a figure unexpectedly ascended. With a face as refined as jade and eyebrows resembling distant mountains, the strikingly handsome man exuded an air of authority, none other than Ji Chongqing himself. The crowd paused momentarily, then immediately glanced at the steward, who had turned pale and was hastily making for the window at the end of the corridor. Following Ji Chongqing, a subordinate named Bai Fu raised his hand and released a hidden dart, which struck the steward in the nape of his neck. The steward collapsed on the ground, realizing escape was futile, and bit down on the poison pouch in his mouth. Silence enveloped the room. Ji Chongqing glanced at the bloodied steward and turned to the third prince, inquiring, Your Highness, are you unharmed? This individual appeared to be an assassin, and my subordinate acted out of desperation. It did not cause any trouble for you, did it? The third prince and the others replied. What trouble could it cause the third prince? If anything, it jeopardizes your own interests. Just then, the inexplicable sounds from the right room resumed. Ji Chongqing's expression momentarily froze before he raised an eyebrow and said, I apologize for disturbing your highness's enjoyment. He then attempted to retreat back into the corridor. Wait. The third prince's forehead throbbed with veins. If Ji Chongqing left now, how could he explain to his father? It would be impossible to clear his name, even if he plunged into the depths of the night sea. Ji Darren, that steward had just obstructed our entry into the right room. It is highly likely that his accomplices are hidden within. These sounds may be a ploy to drive us away. Ji Chongqing's expression turned stern. In that case, why are you not capturing the assassin and protecting the third prince? Upon hearing this, the third prince's attendants and guards immediately split into two groups. One half shielded the third prince while the other forcefully opened the door to the right room. An unspeakable scene unfolded before their eyes, causing them to catch their breath. One person exclaimed, "Isn't that the second young master from the Wei family?" 6 bewildered men, regaining some semblance of reason amidst the chaos, looked around in confusion. Where are we? How do we save ourselves? Someone has kidnapped respectable men, the crowd murmured. The following day, Ji Chongqing submitted a memorial accusing Wei Buqian, the Minister of Rights, of failing to discipline his son, who had violently abducted men. The third prince and others also submitted a report. The emperor penalized Minister Wei by withholding a year's salary and ordered him to strictly discipline his son. Any further transgressions would not be tolerated. After court, Minister Wei summoned his recently freed second son from prison and slapped him hard across the face. "How many heads do you have? How dare you plot against Ji Chongqing?" He was seething with rage. "Did you think he became the prime minister solely based on his appearance? I dare not act recklessly in his presence." Wei clenched his fists. "Yet he was responsible for the demise of my brother-in-law. He also caused the loss of the hereditary title of the Rongchang Marquisate. The child in my sister's womb was lost due to these upheavals. Was it your sister who incited you to act this way?" "No. My sister merely confided in me, lamenting that she should never have let the wolf into her home. Ji Chongqing had initially sent his widowed sister-in-law to approach my sister, to investigate the secrets of the Rongchang Marquisate. She regrets it immensely. Then let her perish." Wei Shangshu said coldly, "If you wish to accompany her in death, speak forth so that I may disown you, lest our Wei family suffers the same fate as the Ningwu Duke's residents." Wei suppressed his resentment and lowered his head, saying, "I understand." Upon returning to his courtyard, feeling the sharp pain that jolted him as soon as he sat down, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. "I will reclaim this grievance in due time." Feng Qingsui learned later that the man brought back by Wu Hua was the second son of the Wei family. The 100 youths who came to celebrate the birthday of the old matriarch of the Rongchang Marquisate were arranged by Wei Shangshu. It was due to this very notion that she went to the Rongchang Marquisate. She had not even thought to settle accounts with Wei Shangshu. Yet the Wei family had the audacity to scheme against her. With the empress in the palace and the former crown prince in the royal temple, she could not access either place, and just as she was at a loss for what to do, matters fell into her lap. Quite fortuitous indeed. Few among these noble families could withstand scrutiny. She was just about to investigate the Wei family when Zhong Hebai suddenly sought her out. "I have spoken to my mother about your situation. She is eager to meet you. Do you have time to see her?" She pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us choose a tea house." Zhong Hebai immediately understood that she did not intend to acknowledge their kinship. He hesitated to speak. Feng Qingsui, aware of his unvoiced question, smiled and said, "I will tell you everything once I meet the old matriarch." Zhong Hebai could only acquiesce. He selected the tea house where he had last met Feng Qingsui and brought his mother to the appointment. Feng Qingsui arrived wearing a veil. The elderly lady gazed at her intently, and upon seeing her face revealed from beneath the veil, tears streamed down her aged but kind eyes. "Ming Qiu, my Qiu, it is all my fault, for I chose a beast among countless options." Feng Qingsui handed her a handkerchief. "Please take care of yourself. Surely, in the afterlife. She wishes for your health and longevity, wishing you 100 years." The old lady's cries grew increasingly sorrowful. "My Qiu only lived for 20 years. She was so young. It should have been me, this old skeleton, who perished." Zhong Hebai could not help but feel tears welling up. Feng Qingsui remained silent. She had never seen her mother since birth, never experienced maternal love. The term mother was merely a title spoken by others. Before meeting her master, she had always believed she was abandoned due to her blindness, learning from her master that she was a poison in her mother's womb. She vaguely suspected that her biological mother might have long since passed away. She had felt regret, but no true sorrow. She had the best sister in the world, the best master. They were her dearest family. The old lady wept for a long while before her tears gradually ceased. After inquiring about Feng Qingsui's experiences over the years, she tightly grasped Feng Qingsui's hands and said, "I am truly sorry. Your grandmother and several uncles have proven to be of little use, causing you to endure years of suffering." Reflecting on Feng Qingsui's status as a widow at such a young age, a deeper sorrow etched itself upon her face. "Perhaps you should return to the clan?" Chapter 69. Better late than never. Feng Qingsui, contemplating the vendetta she had yet to avenge, shook her head. No, I do not wish to acknowledge my kin at this moment. The matriarch of the Zong family looked on in confusion. Why not? It is not convenient to disclose at present, Feng Qingsui replied. When the time is ripe, I shall reveal everything to you. For now, please regard me as a stranger who merely resembles your daughter, and refrain from disclosing our connection to outsiders. Zong Laofuren remarked, while Zong Hebai added, You need not be concerned. We, along with your uncles, will treat you as our own daughter. Your aunts are kind-hearted as well. Upon your return, you shall be the esteemed daughter of the general's household in Junnan, and everyone will treat you well. Initially, it may feel somewhat unfamiliar, but as we spend time together and develop bonds, all will be well. I understand, Feng Qingsui smiled. I harbor no worries regarding your attitudes. My concerns lie elsewhere. The matter of acknowledging her kin was of great significance, and the Zong family was no ordinary household. If she were to be recognized, it would undoubtedly stir a considerable upheaval. She would become the focus of attention from the powerful elite, and every action would be scrutinized, complicating her endeavors. Moreover, to the Ji family, she was merely the sudden widow of Ji Chongfeng, should she fail to contend against the empress and the crown prince. Ji Chongqing and the Qis could easily distance themselves by claiming deception. Conversely, to the Zong family, she was their long-sought granddaughter. Should anything untoward happen to her, the repercussions would inevitably affect them. Therefore, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Once the dust settled, it would not be too late to acknowledge her kin. Seeing her steadfast resolve, Zong Laofuren and Zong Hebai, unaware of her concerns, could only acquiesce to her wishes. Very well, we shall not acknowledge each other for now. But it is utterly impossible for your grandmother to treat you as a stranger, Zong Laofuren declared with a stern expression. At my age, if I do not interact with you, I may as well wither away. Zong Hebai interjected, Do you not recognize us as family, nor the silver? The Ningguo Duke's residence has been confiscated, and the dowry your mother left for you has been taken. I have prepared a new dowry for you, worth hundreds of thousands of taels. Will you not accept it? Feng Qingsui replied. Who would refuse silver offered at their doorstep? Uncle, please keep it safe for me. She smiled. I shall retrieve it later. Finally, hearing her call him uncle brought warmth to Zong Hebai, akin to sipping hot soup on a cold winter's day. Very well, but do not let it be stored for too long. Maintaining fidelity to Ji Chongfeng for a year is more than sufficient. As spring unfolds, make the most of it. Take leisurely strolls, admire the blossoms, and find a suitable suitor so that by year-end, you may wed. Feng Qingsui responded. Indeed, the elders' urgings for marriage, though delayed, have finally arrived. Zong Laofuren, in frail health and particularly agitated today, began to show signs of fatigue after conversing with Feng Qingsui for a while. Feng Qingsui took her pulse and prescribed a tonic. Grandmother, let us pause our conversation here. Please take care of your health, and we shall meet again next time. The sound caused the elderly matriarch's eyes to well with emotion. Very well, grandmother. I will heed your words and strive to live until someone calls me great-grandmother. Before parting, the matriarch bestowed upon her a stack of gold and jade bracelets, while Zong Hebai handed her a bundle of silver notes, along with a seal and a password. If you find yourself in need of silver, feel free to exchange at Tongbao Money Exchange. Understood, Feng Qingsui replied. Upon returning to the Ji residence, she had just delivered the valuables to her courtyard when Chun Yun, who served by Qi's side, came to summon her. Madam says the second master is cooking and invites you to join him for a meal. Feng Qingsui readily accepted the invitation. Come and taste this fragrant and spicy fish, Qi urged. I cannot endure spicy food, but I am certain you will relish it. Indeed, Feng Qingsui had a penchant for the aromatic spice, and upon tasting it, she was overwhelmed with delight. Delicious, she exclaimed. I have had spicy fish before, prepared by a renowned chef from the southern region, yet it pales in comparison to this. If it is so delightful, then indulge further. Qi smiled. You still appear a bit thin. It would do you well to gain some flesh. Feng Qingsui chuckled softly, reflecting, perhaps this is what my master meant. There exists a certain kind of thinness that is perceived only by family. She obediently replied, You speak the truth, mother. Afterward, she savored the majority of the fish. With only a few pieces left, she inquired of Ji Chongqing, second master, May I take some back to the courtyard as a snack? Ji Chongqing nodded. A slight smile gracing his lips, and a flicker of joy arose within him, akin to having just fed a great cat. As the great cat, Feng Qingsui, returned to the courtyard with her food box, She pondered that once she avenged herself and departed from the Ji residence, she would no longer have the pleasure of Ji Chongqing's culinary creations. A pang of reluctance stirred within her. She wondered if she could afford to invite him to cook for her in the future. Surely, that would not be construed as bribery, she mused. In a dilapidated straw hut within the outer city slums, anguished cries of a woman echoed. 6 imposing men stood outside, their faces taut and brows furrowed. The door creaked open, revealing a limping old woman who emerged. The men immediately surrounded her. What is the situation? Has she given birth? The old woman shook her head. The baby is in a transverse position. Prepare for the worst. One man nearly struck her in frustration, but another intervened just in time. Third brother, do not act rashly. The restraining man admonished. He then asked the old woman, Auntie, is there truly no other way? Can't you reach in and reposition the child? The old woman glared at him. If you possess such skill, I surely do not. With that, she pushed past the 2 men blocking her way and hobbled off. One man struck the wooden wall violently, causing the structure to tremble. He quickly withdrew his hand, cradling his head in pain, lamenting, What shall we do? Are we to witness the death of both mother and child? Another man gritted his teeth, declaring, Fetch another midwife. I refuse to believe this child cannot be born. This will be the 7th midwife. There are only a few in the entire southwestern district. If we seek another, we will have to venture into other areas and risk being discovered. We are currently fleeing for our lives. One man cautioned. In this life, one must eventually pay their dues, another murmured. We have aided in their oppression, and now the time for retribution has come. The remaining men fell into a heavy silence. Suddenly, a dog barked. They all turned to see a remarkably familiar large black dog racing into the alley, closely followed by the 2 fierce women they had encountered just days prior. The group instinctively began to flee, but upon hearing a woman's anguished cry from within the hut, they halted in unison. Was she in labor? Feng Qingsui approached the thatched cottage and inquired. The leading man clenched his fists. During our escape, she went into premature labor. The midwife said the baby is in a transverse position and cannot be delivered. Let me take a look, Feng Qingsui said as she pushed the door open. The men made no move to stop her. With that hefty maid present, even if they had wished to intervene, they could not. Moments later, Feng Qingsui emerged from the dwelling. I can save both mother and child, provided you are willing to cooperate. Chapter 70. Reciprocity. The 6 men were taken aback. Surely the lady was jesting? This pair hardly appeared to be capable of delivering a child. Do you think I traveled such a distance merely to amuse you? Feng Qingsui said, her expression devoid of emotion. Time is of the essence. You must decide swiftly. The 6 men exchanged glances, then bowed to Feng Qingsui in unison. If you can save them, we shall submit to your command. Feng Qingsui replied. And what if I require you to confess at the magistrate's office? The men responded. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from within the hut. The leading man's temples throbbed with veins. Very well. If you can save the mother and child, we will confess. The others echoed their agreement. Yes, we will confess. Feng Qingsui retrieved a blue porcelain vial from the medical kit she had brought. This is a poison known as 3-day red. If you do not consume the antidote within 3 days after taking it, you will perish, bleeding from all 7 orifices. If you are willing to take it, I will trust you. The 6 men hesitated not, and one swallowed a pill. Feng Qingsui entered the room with the maid, assisting the woman in a cesarean delivery. Once the child was born, she showed it to the woman briefly before taking it out to the men. You must first send the child to the orphanage, then return to confess your crimes. The men complied without hesitation. Feng Qingsui instructed the maid to fetch paper and ink, and began her inquiry. How many women have you deceived in total? Where have you sent them? The men were momentarily stunned. Feng Qingsui smirked coldly. Your methods of entrapment are so refined, it is evident you are seasoned criminals. Realizing they could not conceal the truth from her, the men confessed the sins they had committed over the years. We only lure beautiful women and send them to the flower boats. We have had no involvement in anything else. To which flower boats have you sent them? We only remember a portion, they replied, though even that is over 30 vessels. They could not accurately recall the number of women they had ensnared, only a rough estimate, around 100, surely not exceeding 120, with most being from rural villages and a smaller number from the city. Feng Qingsui documented their testimonies, requiring their signatures, before asking, how much silver do you possess? The men provided a figure. Convert all of this money into tung oil, Feng Qingsui instructed, and do not purchase it all in one place. spread it out to avoid drawing attention. The men acquiesced. As night fell, Feng Qingsui and her companion returned to the inner city. She sought out a small tavern where they dined before heading to the night sea. The painted boats moored in the night sea have just lit their lamps. With most cabins still vacant, the attendants at the bow are bustling about, eagerly beckoning for patrons. Following the list provided by the men, Feng Qingsui made her way to each boat, only to discover they were all docked in proximity, adorned in remarkably similar fashion. Inquiring at a lakeside tea house, she learned they all belonged to Master Xian. The Tsin family is related by marriage to the Wei family, with Master Tsin being the brother-in-law of Madame Wei. Half of the vessels in the night sea are his, drawing in a steady stream of customers daily, accumulating wealth with ease, as the tea house proprietor enviously remarked. Feng Qingsui ordered a pot of tea and settled into a seat by the window of the establishment, observing the patrons of Tsin's boats for a while. Many could be discerned as officials by their demeanor and gait. The attendants seemed oblivious to their presence, attempting to entice them aboard. But their familiarity with the boats indicated they were regulars. These officials boarded smaller boats, which immediately set off. From a distance, it appeared they were gathered in the mid-cabin, listening to music. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that shortly thereafter, they would migrate to the rear cabin, returning to the mid-cabin after the burning of a joss stick. She had initially intended to wait until the following evening to act. However, upon faintly hearing a scream, she could no longer restrain herself and said to Wu Hua Dao, "Please convey a message to Ji Chongqing's shadow guard for me." Wu Hua Dao complied and soon located Yin Qi atop a nearby roof. "I am to deliver a message to your master. Our lady wishes to thank him for the spicy fish he prepared last night by inviting him to witness a performance. He is to come to the night sea immediately." Yin Qi exclaimed. He is a shadow guard, not a carrier pigeon. Though he internally grumbled, he nonetheless returned to report to Ji Chongqing. Upon learning that she was observing the Tsin family's boats at the night sea, Ji Chongqing could not help but pinch the bridge of his nose. Was she intent on repaying the Wei family scheme in double? He set aside his documents, selected a horse from the stables, and hastened towards the night sea. Most of the painted boats remained docked, soliciting customers, including those of the Tsin family. Yet before Ji Chongqing could find the tea house where Feng Qingsui was situated, he heard the shocked cries of passers-by, "Fire!" Turning to investigate, he indeed witnessed one boat after another at the lakeside engulfed in flames, the rear cabins ablaze. The flames rapidly illuminated a significant portion of the night sky, revealing every detail with startling clarity. Boats that had drifted to the center of the lake hurriedly rowed back to shore. Frantic patrons leaped into the water. The attendants, in a flurry, attempted to extinguish the flames, but their efforts proved futile. The wind fanned the flames, intensifying the inferno, transforming the once joyous boats into a veritable hell on earth. Amidst the chaos, Ji Chongqing spotted two figures, one tall and slender, the other somewhat plump, akin to swallows gathering mud, tirelessly ferrying people from various boats to a rooftop tea house. Recognizing them as Yin Qi and Feng Qingsui's chubby maid, he narrowed his eyes. The individuals they rescued were predominantly young women, some clad in hastily donned robes, others wrapped in blankets, all bearing disconcerted expressions. A sudden realization darkened his countenance. He promptly signaled for reinforcements, summoning the Imperial Guard to the scene. They were ordered to gather all individuals from the boats and those who had fallen into the water, ensuring none were permitted to leave. The Imperial Guard complied without hesitation. When Master Tsin received the news, all aboard his boats had already been apprehended by the Imperial Guard, including the women abducted to serve as boat courtesans. He immediately made his way to the Wei residence. "Brother-in-law, you must save me," he said, anxiety evident in his voice as he confronted Wei Shangshu. Half of the revenue from the pleasure boat had found its way into Wei Shangshu's hands, and those courtesans had ensnared numerous officials for him. Wei Shangshu patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Quickly send the children from the manor away. I shall look after them in the future. You have never borne hardship well. You certainly cannot endure the prison's trials, so do not attempt it." Lord Tsin stared blankly at him, and after a long moment, he left Wei's residence in a daze. However, before he could send his heirs away, the Imperial Guards arrived in haste. He hurriedly burned the account books and swallowed a gold ingot. On the Wei estate, as Wei Shangshu had just dispatched Tsin San, he called for Wei Heir. Without a word, he delivered a stinging slap. "Look at the mess you've made. Your third uncle has been subjected to a house search. Are you satisfied now?" Wei was left dazed from the blow. Once he comprehended the situation, his face turned ashen. How could it be that his third uncle, so meticulous in his dealings, had fallen to such lowly ruffians? Wei Xiangshu sneered. The arsonists are precisely those who assisted your third uncle in abducting people. They have surrendered to the imperial guards and confessed to all their crimes. If it weren't for you, would they have turned traitor? Chapter 71. Establishing a female household. Wei could not fathom how matters had devolved to this state. Ma Sanyang and her cohorts had not abducted the widow Ji Changqing to the flower-full tower. Instead, they had seized him, assaulted him, and then laid blame upon him, nearly landing him in prison. Should he not pursue them? Would he leave them to celebrate the new year? Instead of fleeing for their lives, they returned to the pleasure boat to set it ablaze and voluntarily confessed to the authorities. Had their brains been kicked by a donkey? Such a capable man as his third uncle, brought low by a mere pack of thugs? Absurd. Behave yourself for a while, Wei Xiangshu glared at him. Do not associate with those cousins from the Tsin family, and avoid stirring up trouble. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. Wei hung his head in despair. I understand, father. Once he returned to his courtyard, gazing at the room full of rare antiques his third uncle had sent him, he could not suppress his overwhelming resentment. He had heeded his father's advice to remain still, and what was the result? Ji Changqing had only intensified his actions. With his brother-in-law deceased and his third uncle dead, was he next in line? He could not sit idly by, gritting his teeth. After sitting in silence for half an hour, he summoned a servant. Bring me back a golden monkey. The fire at the pleasure boat created a tremendous uproar. In the aftermath, not only was the Tsin family's establishment banned, but other pleasure boats also underwent thorough investigations. All those who had abducted and coerced maidens into servitude were subjected to confiscation and execution. Ma Sanyang and her 6 cohorts, having committed atrocities by abducting over 100 women, were sentenced to death alongside the Tsin family, publicly beheaded in the marketplace. The common folk applauded in approval. With Ji Changqing's assistance in concealing matters, no one was aware of Feng Qingsui's involvement. Feng Qingsui cared little for accolades or fame. Her sole concern was the fate of the rescued women. Some had recently been abducted, while others had languished aboard for several years. Some were relatively healthy, while others were plagued by ailments. Regardless of their circumstances, they found it difficult to return to their former lives, and many were unwilling to return home. The secular world cannot accommodate their existence. For them, the most favorable refuge is to become nuns. Yet, if there were other options, why would they desire to spend their youth in the dim glow of an oil lamp, subsisting on simple fare, and sitting in meditation upon a straw mat? Feng Qingsui and Aunt Su conferred and believed they could provide an alternative choice for these women. She approached Ji Changqing, saying, Second Master, could you beseech His Majesty to show benevolence and amend the laws to permit women to establish their own households? Ji Changqing replied, In just 2 days, your boldness has grown considerably. You dare to entertain thoughts of altering the law. I can submit a memorial, but I cannot guarantee His Majesty will be merciful. Feng Qingsui beamed with delight. With Second Master taking action, I have no worries. Ji Changqing retorted, Do not flatter me excessively. Allowing women to establish households is a significant matter. Even if His Majesty consents, the court officials may not agree. If the opposition is too formidable, it may lead to nothing. He did not dare to assure Feng Qingsui, but with a mindset of trial, he submitted the memorial. As he anticipated, when the emperor raised the matter during morning court, the officials erupted in fervent dissent. Women must depend on their fathers at home, on their husbands when married, and on their sons after their husbands' deaths. How can they establish their own households and overstep their bounds? If women hold households, how will property be divided? How will lineage be preserved? How will customs be maintained? Granting them this right would jeopardize the very foundation of our state. Women are frail and struggle for survival. How could they bear the weight of sustaining a household on their own? Virtually no one supported the establishment of female households. The emperor turned to Ji Changqing, asking, What is your view, Ji Aiqing? With an unruffled demeanor, Ji Changqing responded, Since your Majesty ascended the throne, the great Xi has enjoyed favorable weather and peace, with the realm thriving under your sagacity, ranking you among the illustrious emperors of history. How could allowing women to establish households undermine the foundations of great Xi? The opposition here seems to grossly underestimate your Majesty's virtuous wisdom. The officials murmured, Well said, Ji Changqing. With such prominent brows and eyes, he effortlessly flatters His Majesty. He has invoked the name of an illustrious emperor. What can they say in response? It was inevitable that the emperor would, for the sake of this illustrious legacy, issue a decree unprecedented in history. Indeed, upon hearing Ji Chongqing's words, the emperor was greatly pleased and immediately promulgated a new law permitting women to establish households. After the court session concluded, the officials surrounded Ji Chongqing, questioning, "Why did you suddenly propose the establishment of female households? If the stability of the nation falters as a result, can you bear the responsibility?" Ji Chongqing calmly replied, "If merely allowing women to establish households could destabilize the nation, it would only reflect my incompetence, your incompetence, and the incompetence of all the men of Great Xi who are unworthy of existence." The officials retorted, "Only you could be so forthright, even criticizing yourself." Ji Chongqing returned to his residence with a light step, eager to share the good news with Feng Qingsui. Upon hearing it, Feng Qingsui's face radiated with joy. "Second master, your merits are immeasurable. All women in the realm will be grateful to you." Ji Chongqing humbly responded, "It is His Majesty's benevolence." Feng Qingsui added, "Indeed, we must also express our gratitude to His Majesty." The women who were rescued became the first in Great Xi to establish their own households. They could independently manage their assets, make their own decisions regarding marriage, and no longer had to rely on their fathers, husbands, or children. As long as they could support themselves, they could live freely and openly in the world. However, the greatest concern for these women remained how to sustain themselves. They were devoid of possessions and lacked any particular skills. The tricks they had learned to serve men while working on the pleasure boats were something they wished never to employ again in the latter half of their lives. The only opportunities available to them in the market were menial, low-paying jobs such as laundering, mending, and cleaning. Even these positions were not guaranteed. In their time of desperation, Feng Qingsui approached them with a proposition. Would they be willing to work as assistants in a workshop? She intended to open a new workshop in the Weiqing district for sweater production, offering full accommodation and favorable treatment for those who chose to join her. Upon detailing the workshop's salary and benefits, the women were overjoyed. They longed to escape the tumultuous capital and start anew in a place where their pasts would remain unknown. The opportunity Feng Qingsui presented felt like a stroke of good fortune. With all expenses covered, they could save nearly all their earnings. After 3 to 5 years of work, they could afford a courtyard house. Another 3 to 5 years could allow them to purchase several acres of fertile land and live off the rent in their old age. Who would refuse such a splendid opportunity? They eagerly agreed. Feng Qingsui then sent Granny Su to accompany them to establish the new workshop in Weiqing. Situated between the northern border and the capital, raw wool could be directly supplied there, and with the existing trade routes from Zhonghe and Ayu, there was no shortage of materials. Once this matter was settled, she breathed a sigh of relief and began to contemplate the Wei family's response. With such a significant blow inflicted upon them, was their silence a testament to Wei Shangshu's remarkable patience, or were they plotting a counterattack? That afternoon, just as she was about to take her dog for a walk, a servant from the princess of Shouyang suddenly appeared at her door. The servant, a young attendant of young Master Xian, reported that the young master had gone to the suburban villa and, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to something he ate, was experiencing severe vomiting and diarrhea, requesting her presence. "Has the princess been informed of this?" Feng Qingsui inquired. "Did she send you?" The servant's eyes flickered momentarily. "It was the princess who dispatched me. Something felt amiss." Feng Qingsui remained cautious. "Wait here. I shall retrieve my medical kit." The servant responded affirmatively. Upon returning to her courtyard, Feng Qingsui instructed Wu Hua to go to the princess of Shouyang's residence, while she took Zissou and Yuan to follow the servant. Before the donkey cart had exited the city, Wu Hua caught up with them. "I inquired with the princess of Shouyang. She is unaware of the situation," Wu Hua reported. However, young Master Xian did indeed go to the suburban villa. Concerned for his safety, she has arranged for transportation. Feng Qingsui was certain it was a trap. "You proceed first and keep an eye on the suburban villa." Wu Hua nodded, dismounted the donkey cart, and melted into the crowd, disappearing in an instant. Feng Qingsui's cart followed the servant's horse-drawn carriage out of the city, traveling approximately 10 miles until they arrived at the princess of Shouyang's villa. After disembarking, they walked into the estate. "Young Master Xian is over here." The servant guided her towards a southern courtyard. As soon as they entered, a voice from within exclaimed, "Intruder! There's an assassin." The servant's face changed dramatically as he abandoned Feng Qingsui and rushed towards the main house. The door creaked open, revealing Wu Hua. who was dragging a masked man in gray attire, followed by a chaotic scene of fallen gray-clad figures scattered across the ground, and Ji Xian, who sat on the couch with a look of terror. A servant rushed in anxiously. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Ji Xian wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, "I am fine, thanks to this valiant lady who saved me." Wu Hua tossed the incapacitated assassin onto the ground, and Feng Qingsui glanced at the assailant, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Young Master Xian, did you not summon me for treatment? How has it turned into a rescue mission?" Ji Xian seemed to recollect the situation. "Indeed, there was such a matter, but I am no longer in danger." "Do you know who sent this assassin?" Feng Qingsui inquired further. Ji Xian shook his head. Feng Qingsui knelt down, retrieving silver needles from her medical box, and swiftly jabbed them into the assassin's lower abdomen, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Confess, and I shall grant you a swift end." The assassin trembled and stammered, It was the Prime Minister Ji who sent me." "Ha!" Feng Qingsui punctuated her response with another series of jabs. The assassin writhed in agony, struggling to breathe, wishing to roll on the ground, but the hefty maid firmly pinned him down, rendering him immobile. The sensation of torment intensified, each passing moment akin to enduring infernal torture. Finally, he could no longer withstand it. I was sent by young Master Wei." "Wei?" Ji Xian gasped. "How could this be? He clearly instructed me to." He suddenly fell silent. Feng Qingsui observed him quietly. "Had I not been cautious and sent the maid ahead to the other courtyard, you would have perished at the hands of these assassins. Even at this juncture, do you still wish to conceal the truth?" Princess Shouyang arrived just in time, her eyes widening in astonishment at the scene in the courtyard. "What transpired here?" Ji Xian lowered his head and recounted the chain of events. "Yesterday, I went to a tavern to listen to music and encountered Wei Er. He mentioned he had acquired a clever golden monkey, which piqued my interest, leading me to his residence. That monkey, with its golden fur, was more exquisite than any I had ever cared for, and I yearned to possess it. He agreed to give it to me, but requested I assist him with a task." Ji Xian glanced at Feng Qingsui as he continued. He confessed his long-standing affection for Madame Ji, lamenting that he had no avenue to express his feelings, and asked if I could arrange a meeting for him in the other courtyard. "Preposterous." Princess Shouyang admonished sharply. "You would engage in such antics for a mere monkey? Have your studies gone to waste?" Ji Xian's face flushed crimson. I did not think it through. The monkey was simply too enchanting. I complied with his request, not informing anyone. Upon arriving at the other courtyard, I sent my servants to fetch Madame Ji. Little did I expect that as soon as she arrived, several assassins would intrude, intent on killing me. It was Madame Ji's maid who saved me. Princess Shouyang felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. "What of the guards I provided you? Did you also heed his advice and send them elsewhere?" Ji Xian buried his face in his chest. "Yes, I instructed them to hunt on the back mountain." Princess Shouyang exclaimed, "How have I ended up with such a foolish charge?" She scolded Ji Xian fiercely and then apologized to Feng Qingsui, saying, "I am deeply sorry. My failure in parenting almost implicated you. Fortunately, you were vigilant, otherwise." Feng Qingsui smiled faintly. "It matters little that I faced some slander. Had I not intervened in time, young Master Xian would have shown a blatant disregard for the royal family. Even if one sought to frame me, they should not have endangered young Master Xian's life." Princess Shouyang's expression turned grave. "Indeed, who gave him the audacity to even touch my son?" She immediately ordered her men to search for Wei Er. Wei Er, believing he had devised an impeccable trap, was reveling in merriment at a rented courtesan's side. At that moment, Ji Chongqing's widowed sister-in-law had already arrived at Princess Shouyang's retreat. Once Ji Xian and his servant were eliminated, she would become the murderer. Given Princess Shouyang's fierce protectiveness, she would undoubtedly pursue Ji Chongqing and his widowed sister-in-law relentlessly, for when a mother tiger goes mad, she will not cease until blood is drawn. With this thought, he smiled broadly, embracing the courtesan. "Let us enjoy today together." The courtesan playfully chided him. Just as the door was forcefully flung open, Wei Er looked up in anger. "Who dares disturb my leisure?" But what met his eyes were several guards clad in uniform attire. Recognizing them as Princess Shouyang's men, he felt a flash of surprise but quickly regained his composure. Surely, Ji Xian must be dead, and the princess intended to execute those involved as a form of retribution. Perhaps she had learned that Ji Xian sought his prized golden monkeys and had come to demand them from him. "Was it young Master Xian who sought me?" he asked with a smile. "Is it about that monkey?" Before he could finish his sentence, The lead guard drew a long knife and struck. He felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then everything spun, revealing a headless corpse before his eyes. The courtesan emitted a sharp scream and fainted to the ground. The emperor had resumed his duties. Ji Chongqing sensed the dimming light in the hall of governance and began to drift in thought. What was that little rascal up to now? Surely, he must have returned from walking the dog. That large black dog had a rather comfortable life, eating and sleeping all day, and even going out for leisurely strolls in the afternoon sun. Unlike him, who spent every moment either in the hall of governance or in the offices, never having a moment's rest. Truly, one is better off being a dog than a man. A faint sound of footsteps interrupted his musings. Grand Eunuch Zheng approached the emperor and whispered something. The emperor frowned and then addressed the assembled ministers. We shall discuss this matter further tomorrow. Ji Chongqing sighed in relief, preparing to respectfully see the emperor off, when he heard the emperor say, Ji Qing, stay. Chapter 73. No grievance, no enmity. Not only Ji Chongqing was left behind, but also Minister Wei. The two followed the emperor to the study. Upon seeing the emperor, Princess Shouyang, who had been waiting outside, raised her voice in accusation. Your Majesty, Minister Wei is plotting rebellion. Minister Wei stumbled, nearly falling. What do you mean by such words, Your Highness? He exclaimed, utterly bewildered. My loyalty to Your Majesty is as clear as day. The heavens can testify. Princess Shouyang scoffed. If you had no rebellious intentions, how could your son dare to send someone to assassinate my son? Minister Wei's heart sank. My son sent an assassin after the princess's son? How could this be possible? There must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? The assassin has confessed. Your son has lost his head. Is there still room for misunderstanding? Wei Shangshu gazed incredulously at Princess Shouyang. You killed my son? Princess Shouyang replied with an impassive expression. Why? Is it permissible for him to attempt to assassinate my son, yet I am forbidden from retaliating? Are the bloodlines of the Zhao family not as noble as that of the Wei family? Wei Shangshu fell to his knees before the emperor. Your Majesty, though my son is a frivolous youth, timid as a mouse, how could he ever dare to plot against the royal bloodline? Even if a murder is involved, it should be handled by the Dali Temple. How can one take matters into their own hands and trample upon human life? I beseech your Majesty to grant justice for your servant. The emperor rubbed his temples. He had often turned a blind eye to Shouyang's violent antics within the palace. Now, she had audaciously dared to kill the son of a high official, truly becoming increasingly unruly. What of Xian'er? Is he unhurt? He inquired about Ji Xian's well-being. Princess Shouyang responded. Thanks to Madame Ji's timely intervention, the assassin was thwarted and Xian'er is unharmed. Ji Chongqing remarked. Now I understand why he was also named in this affair. Princess Shouyang recounted the sequence of events to the emperor, concluding, there is still one assassin alive. If your highness does not believe me, feel free to interrogate him. I assure you, I did not wrongfully execute an innocent. Wei Shangshu nearly ground his back teeth in frustration. This wretched child, how poorly he orchestrated the scheme, allowing it to be easily unraveled and throwing away his life in vain. Truly a fool. After scolding him, he must also defend this miscreant. Your Majesty, based solely on the assassin's testimony and some conjectures, how can it be determined that my son is culpable? Madame Ji's timing in saving young Master Xian is equally suspicious. Who can guarantee that the assassin's confession is truthful? Ji Chongqing scoffed. Let us not even consider whether my sister, a frail woman, possesses the capability to arrange for an assassin. Why would she, having no enmity with young Master Wei, conspire to frame him? Does Lord Wei believe that your Majesty lacks basic discernment? Wei Shangshu's aged face nearly cracked under the strain. No enmity? How can you set fire to the painted boat and raid the Tsin family? Yet, he could not reveal the various entanglements, forced only to watch Ji Chongqing feign innocence. The emperor had always favored his sister and, with Ji Chongqing standing by her side, naturally trusted Princess Shouyang more than Wei Shangshu. He admonished Princess Shouyang. Lord Wei is correct. Even if his son is implicated in the assassination of Xian'er, it should be referred to the Dali Temple for investigation. How can you take matters into your own hands? Princess Shouyang choked back tears. He is my only child, born frail and sickly. After enduring so much to raise him, how can I remain calm when he was nearly killed? If given another chance, I would still take his life. Nonsense. The emperor chastised her further before addressing Wei Shangshu. I shall order the Dali Temple to conduct a thorough investigation. If young Master Wei is innocent, I shall certainly restore his honor. But if it is found that he is indeed guilty. He paused, his expression darkening. "I also wish to inquire, Lord Wei, who has given your son such audacity to dare to slaughter even the royal bloodline?" Wei Xiangshu bowed deeply. "I swear upon my family's life, I harbor no ill intentions towards your majesty." The emperor waved his hand, signaling them to disperse. On the way back to the estate, Ji Chongqing instructed his attendant, "Shuren, have Yi Lu and the others swiftly gather evidence against Wei Xiangshu." Shuren complied. As Ji Chongqing returned to his residence, he intended to inquire further about the events surrounding Feng Qingsui. However, upon hearing from Yan Qi that she had already dined and retired early, he reluctantly abandoned his plans. The Wei household was far from tranquil. Observing his once vibrant son now lifeless and unseeing, Wei Xiangshu, despite his usually cold demeanor, found his eyes reddened with grief. "My lord, Huaner met such an unjust fate. You must avenge him," cried Madame Wei, her sobs coming in ragged gasps. "That vile woman, how could she take my Huaner from me?" Though Wei Xiangshu harbored resentment towards Princess Shouyang, his ire was more directed at Ji Chongqing. Ultimately, it was Wei Huan's scheme for revenge against Ji Chongqing that led to his demise, thwarted by Ji Chongqing's shrewd sister-in-law. Aware of Ji Chongqing's formidable nature, he had refrained from action until now. With Ji Chongqing's aggression manifesting, he pondered when he could afford to wait any longer. "What day is it today?" he inquired of his attendant. "My lord, it is the 7th day of the month," came the reply. Gazing at the night sky to the west, Wei Xiangshu murmured to himself, "The 8th day is upon us." "Mother, isn't today the 8th? Why must you go to offer incense once more?" The following morning, when Feng Qingsui paid her respects to Lady Qi, she noticed her preparing to visit the temple and curiously inquired, "Are you unaware of the 6 almsgiving days?" Lady Qi inquired with a smile. Feng Qingsui shook her head. "The 8th, 14th, 15th, 23rd, 29th, and 30th of each month are known as the 6 almsgiving days, also referred to as the days of precepts. They are designated for observing precepts, reciting scriptures, meditating, and praying for blessings and fulfilling vows," Lady Qi explained. "I find myself with idle time and wish to attend a Dharma assembly and offer incense." Realizing she too had nothing pressing to do, Feng Qingsui agreed, "Very well. I shall accompany you." Thus, the mother-in-law pair set off in a donkey cart to Baiyun Temple. The temple was only slightly less crowded than on the 1st and 15th days of the month. Feng Qingsui accompanied Lady Qi in listening to the teachings and partaking in the vegetarian meal, performing acts of merit until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point they descended the mountain with the other devotees. As they reached the halfway point, they spotted a young lady seated on a stone beneath an ancient pine, her expression marred by pain. The maid beside her urgently called out, "Is there a physician? Our young lady has twisted her ankle. Could someone help?" The crowd shook their heads in response. The maid, flustered, stomped her foot in despair, but her eyes lit up when she caught sight of Lady Qi and Feng Qingsui. "Lady Ji, may I approach?" She hurried over and performed a respectful bow. "Lady Ji, is this esteemed lady beside you the esteemed Madame Ji? I have heard she possesses medical skills. Might she assist our young lady?" Lady Qi glanced at the injured maiden and hesitated. "Pray tell, who is your young lady?" "We are from the house of Duke Guanqing. Our young lady is Miss Chu San. Your ladyship visited the temple last month, and our madam exchanged pleasantries with you. On that day, our young lady did not attend and sent me to accompany the madam to deliver scriptures, where I happened to see you." Upon hearing this, Lady Qi recalled the encounter. Ah, indeed. Recognizing the young lady as a familiar acquaintance, she could not turn a blind eye. Feng Qingsui examined the young lady and determined that she had merely dislocated her ankle. With deft hands, she reset the joint and, with the assistance of the maid, helped her down the mountain. Miss Chu San expressed her gratitude. "Thank you both. I shall certainly visit the residence tomorrow to express my thanks." Chapter 74. Skilled healing. Feng Qingsui reassured her that there was no need for such formalities, as it was but a trivial effort on her part. Miss Chu, with a serious expression, remarked, "Were it not for the lady's assistance, I would have been at a loss as to how to descend the mountain. It would be remiss of me not to express my gratitude." Seeing her insistence, Feng Qingsui refrained from further persuasion. The following day, Miss Chu arrived at the Ji residence in a soft sedan chair. Although her ankle had been set, the joint remained swollen, rendering her unable to walk. The sedan chair was carried from the entrance of the Ji residence to the inner courtyard. She first paid her respects to Madame Qi, and when Feng Qingsui arrived, she instructed her maid to present a box of pearls to Feng Qingsui, saying, a token of gratitude. I hope the lady will accept it. Feng Qingsui did not decline and smiled. Miss Chu, you are truly impetuous, eager to express your thanks even before your foot has healed. Miss Chu blushed and replied, I have long heard of the lady's reputation and wish to become acquainted. Now that the opportunity has arisen, I must seize it. Reputation? Feng Qingsui raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that a noble lady in the capital admired her, though she remained curious about the nature of this admiration. I have a keen interest in medicine, Miss Chu confessed, but as a woman confined to the inner quarters, I have no means to study it. I can only peruse medical texts. Yet, the lady has mastered such skills. How could I not envy you? Ah, I see, Feng Qingsui mused, realizing that Miss Chu was indeed a lady of considerable medical knowledge. She then inquired, what medical texts have you read? I have perused the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, Shenong's Classic of Materia Medica, the Classic of Difficulties, and Treatise on Febrile and Miscellaneous Diseases. However, my understanding is superficial, lacking depth, Miss Chu responded. I only hope to seek your guidance in the future. I do not desire complete comprehension, merely a general understanding of common ailments like headaches and fevers. Would you be willing to enlighten me? Feng Qingsui smiled. Your eagerness to learn is commendable. I would be delighted to share my knowledge. Miss Chu's face brightened with joy. Thus began her daily visits to the Ji residence, where she would request explanations of medical texts. Initially, Feng Qingsui believed her intentions were sincere, and she devoted herself to teaching. However, it soon became apparent that although Miss Chu posed questions that seemed to stem from earnest contemplation, she was woefully ignorant of basic pharmacology. This led Feng Qingsui to suspect that perhaps Miss Chu's true motives lay not in the study of medicine, but in the pursuit of a certain individual within the residence. Reflecting on the timing of Miss Chu's visits, Feng Qingsui found it unlikely. Miss Chu consistently arrived in the morning, staying only a short while before taking her leave, during which time Ji Changqing was occupied with court duties, and she could not possibly encounter him. Might she be overthinking the matter? She pondered. Yet, the incongruity of Miss Chu's questions persisted in her mind, and she had always trusted her intuition. Consequently, after Miss Chu's departure that day, she instructed Wu Hua, go to the Guangqing Marquis's residence and observe Miss Chu's activities. See what she does upon her return. Wu Hua complied with the task. After 2 days of surveillance at the Marquis's residence, she reported back to Feng Qingsui. Miss Chu spends her time either admiring flowers and sipping tea or playing games with her sisters, such as Do Xuanlu and Do Cha Tohu. She has not once opened a medical text. The questions she posed to me were sourced from the household physician. Clearly, Miss Chu does not possess a genuine interest in medicine. She has merely been toying with you. Feng Qingsui's confusion deepened. What could possibly be the advantage of deceiving her? She is merely a widow of humble origins, not a noble like Princess Shouyang, who could elevate her status and bring her dignity. When circumstances appear unusual, there is often something amiss. Miss Chu's maneuver resembles her earlier attempts to delve into the truth surrounding Zhao's death by deliberately approaching the Wei family. However, the households of Duke Guangqing and Duke Rongchang are not related by marriage, nor has she heard of any camaraderie among Duke Guangqing, Duke Rongchang, and Minister Wei. Their wives do not seem particularly acquainted either. Why, then, does Miss Chu seek her out? The following day, Miss Chu returned to inquire further. After she posed her questions, the young woman asked several points regarding pharmacology, yet Miss Chu could provide no answers. She directly stated, Miss Chu, your haphazard approach will never lead you to mastery in medicine. You must earnestly study the properties and theories of herbs. Memorize the 4 books you have read before seeking me again. Miss Chu immediately appeared flustered. I am studying diligently, but my memory fails me, and I become easily anxious. Please do not take offense. I promise to double my efforts in reading. Feng Qingsui gazed at her with clear, discerning eyes. Did Miss Chu genuinely wish to learn medicine? She nodded vigorously. If that is the case, you shall certainly be able to memorize it, correct? Miss Chu bit her lip and after a moment replied, very well. I will memorize the medical texts and return to seek your guidance. Having said this, she took her leave. Feng Qingsui instructed Wu Hua to keep a close watch on her. Wu Hua discreetly followed Miss Chu to the Duke Guangqing's residence. Shortly thereafter, she returned to report to Feng Qingsui. Miss Chu went straight to see her mother upon returning home. The two exchanged whispers for a while, and then Miss Chu returned to her quarters. Their voices were too soft for me to discern their words. It seems Miss Chu is acting on her mother's orders to approach you? Feng Qingsui instructed Wu Hua to shift her focus to the Duchess of Guangqing. Privately, she also inquired with Granny Su. Granny Su remarked, "The Duchess of Guangqing is remarkably virtuous. She seems unconcerned about the Duke's numerous concubines, dedicating herself solely to managing the household's affairs and raising her son and daughter. She is also devout in her worship, visiting Baiyun Temple to offer incense on the 6th day of each month. Does she have any connections with the Duke of Rongchong, the Wei family, or the Crown Prince?" Granny Su shook her head. "I have not heard of any such relations." Feng Qingsui found herself unable to unravel the mystery and could only await Wu Hua's findings. On the 23rd day, Wu Hua accompanied the Duchess of Guangqing to Baiyun Temple and returned home in the evening, speaking with an air of mystery. "Miss, guess what I saw today?" She rarely exhibited such a gossipy demeanor. Feng Qingsui narrowed her eyes. "The Duchess of Guangqing rendezvousing with a man?" Wu Hua exclaimed. "How did you guess so quickly? You've spoiled the fun of revealing it." Feng Qingsui laughed heartily. "Very well, do tell." Wu Hua grinned and said, "Can you guess who her companion was?" Feng Qingsui had a hunch, but refrained from dampening her enthusiasm, asking playfully, "Who was it?" "Minister Wei," Wu Hua replied. "Indeed." Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. "I never would have imagined that such a dignified and austere person as Minister Wei could be entangled with the Duchess of Guangqing. Were there others with him?" "I dared not approach too closely and could not hear their conversation," Wu Hua reported. Feng Qingsui shrugged it off. "No matter. We shall soon uncover the truth." A couple of days later, Miss Chu returned once more. "I have memorized the Huangdi Neijing," and she asked Feng Qingsui if she could consult its contents. Feng Qingsui nodded slightly. After Miss Chu-san finished her inquiry, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, madam, for your encouragement. I have learned so much now. By the way, I noticed that the variety of flowers in your courtyard is rather limited, so I brought you a few pots of flowers." Chapter 75. Treachery and Betrayal. Feng Qingsui smiled gently. "You are thoughtful, Miss Chu." Miss Chu-san returned the smile. "I am not particularly adept at studies, but I have a knack for nurturing flowers. These pots were all planted by my own hands. Allow me to assist you in placing them in the courtyard to see which corner suits them best." "That would be much appreciated," Feng Qingsui replied nonchalantly. Miss Chu-san then instructed her 2 maidservants to return to the carriage and fetch the flowers. She brought a total of 6 pots, described their care methods to Feng Qingsui, and directed the maidservants to arrange them properly. She even took it upon herself to water them. "Just have the maidservants care for them as I instructed, and I assure you they will bloom year after year." Feng Qingsui nodded slightly. "Oh dear, miss, your shoes are dirty," one of the maidservants suddenly exclaimed. "It's nothing. A change will suffice." Miss Chu-san dismissed her concern, indicating that there were spare shoes in the carriage. "Please fetch them." The maidservant promptly returned with the shoes. After borrowing a changing room from Feng Qingsui to change her shoes, Miss Chu-san chatted a little longer about her flower care insights before taking her leave. Just as she departed, Wu Hua inquired, "Shall we dismantle these flower pots to investigate?" Feng Qingsui chuckled softly. "First, go search the changing room." Wu Hua obeyed and soon returned with several letters, reporting that she had found them wedged between the cabinet and the wall in the changing room. The seals of the letters were broken. Feng Qingsui extracted the papers, unfolded them to find they were written in Caiwen's hand, then folded them back and returned them to the envelope. Although she had a growing suspicion that the flower pots were merely a ruse, she opted for caution and allowed Wu Hua to dismantle them. Inside, there were only sand, stones, and soil, no foreign objects. She tucked the letters away and proceeded with her day, indulging in food and drink and taking her dog for a walk. As night fell, estimating that Ji Chongqing had returned from court and had already dined, she made her way to the study in the outer courtyard with the letters in hand. The wind was brisk, biting at her neck, but she thought it was just a short distance and paid it little mind. Upon arriving at Ji Chongqing's study, she found the room as cold as an ice cellar, prompting her to instruct Wu Hua, "Fetch me a cloak." Ji Chongqing, being a martial artist with a vigorous constitution, had hardly burned any coal since the new year, and upon seeing her shivering, he quickly ordered Baifu to start a fire. He then poured Feng Qingsui a cup of hot tea. "What urgent matter brings you here? You've even forgotten to wear your cloak." Feng Qingsui handed him the letters while cradling the teacup to warm her hands. "Take a look first. I only recognize this as Caiwen's writing, but I do not know what it says." As Ji Chongqing read the first letter, his expression darkened. "Where did you obtain this?" Feng Qingsui replied calmly, "From behind the cabinet in the changing room of my courtyard." Ji Chongqing exclaimed in disbelief. The Bolong Pavilion was originally Ji Chongfeng's courtyard. He knows all too well what is in it. This is certainly not my elder brother's. Feng Qingsui nodded. I know. It was placed there by Miss Chu-san. Ji Chongqing asked when. This morning, she responded. Feng Qingsui recounted the circumstances of her acquaintance with Miss Chu-san and the recent inquiries she had made at the residence. She then inquired of Ji Chongqing. What did the letter say? Ji Chongqing, his expression somber, remarked after perusing the remaining letters. This correspondence was penned by a Kai individual, requesting the names of the border military leaders and the arrangements for border defense. Feng Qingsui raised an eyebrow. Evidence of treason? Ji Chongqing nodded. Is it forged or genuine? Genuine. Feng Qingsui expressed her astonishment. How could Minister Wei, a mere minister of rights, meddle in border military affairs? His reach seems excessively long. Ji Chongqing elucidated. Previously, a traitor had emerged within the border military. During your brother's rescue, it was precisely due to the traitor's betrayal that his whereabouts were leaked, resulting in the annihilation of his cavalry, with him as the sole survivor, saved by you. Feng Qingsui recalled. Yes, Chongfeng has mentioned it. Ji Chongqing, disregarding the small deceiver's justifications, continued. Upon his return to the military, he executed the traitor. At that time, only letters from the traitor to the Kai were discovered. None from the Kai to him were found, leading to the belief that they had been destroyed. Little did they know, they had surfaced in the possession of Miss Chu-san. Could it be that the traitor was backed by the Marquis of Guangqing? Yet, although the Marquis was conferred his title due to military merit, his descendants have not thrived. The current Marquis is merely a languid noble, holding no military position. How could he collude with the border military's deputy general? Noticing Ji Chongqing's confusion, Feng Qingsui cleared her throat. These letters should have been sent from Minister Wei to Madame Chu, and then to Miss Chu. Ji Chongqing. Surely. Minister Wei and Madame Chu are not as one imagines? Feng Qingsui nodded. They are indeed fond of each other. Ji Chongqing, realizing the implications, connected the dots. If it were Minister Wei, then it makes sense. The betraying deputy general and Minister Wei are both from Tongqing, known for their solidarity. They possess a hometown association in the capital and maintain close private relations. However, he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the little fox before him. How do you know they are fond of each other? Feng Qingsui then recounted her discoveries. Ji Chongqing lamented. The failure to recruit this individual for the pursuit and capture department is indeed a significant loss. I appreciate your efforts alongside Wu Hua, he stated solemnly. I shall handle the remaining matters. Feng Qingsui blinked. May I share my strategy? Speak. Once she finished, Ji Chongqing's expression was one of incredulity. What whimsical notions occupy this person's mind, each more extravagant than the last? Gazing into her sparkling eyes, he paused momentarily before nodding. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Regardless of the outcome, he would be there to clean up the mess. Feng Qingsui beamed. Second master, await my good news. Her smile was somewhat dazzling. Ji Chongqing felt a sudden warmth. Instinctively, he glanced at the charcoal basin, noting that the fire, kindled earlier by Baifu, was ablaze, bringing him some reassurance. The charcoal was indeed plentiful. After Feng Qingsui departed, he extinguished the fire, his mind gradually cooling as he contemplated Minister Wei's forthcoming actions. With the letters concealed, he would need to fabricate a pretext for a search. It seemed rumors were about to be spun. As expected, the following day, a group of merchants returning from Kai country began sharing tales of exotic encounters. In the year prior, Princess Kai Guiqi celebrated her grand wedding, and the appearance of her groom bore a striking resemblance to the valiant General Ji, who had fallen on the battlefield. His accent also seemed reminiscent of that of the people of Shi State, leading one to ponder if he might indeed be one of us. Those well-versed in history are aware that there have been instances of traitors who, after their treachery, sought refuge in enemy lands, assuming positions of power. Upon hearing such rumors, it is inevitable that speculation arises. Naturally, some scoff at the notion. Who, having achieved such success, would abandon their homeland to become a consort in a foreign land? Only a fool would believe such tales. Among the skeptics was the Duke of Guangqing. On this particular day, he attended a performance at the theater when he overheard patrons in the adjoining box discussing the rumors. With a look of disdain, he thought to himself how ignorant these commoners were. Yet, he then heard one individual proclaim, "What purpose does it serve to spread such unfounded gossip? Allow me to share a secret that will surely leave you astounded." Curiosity sparked among the listeners. What secret? The Duke of Guangqing also perked up his ears. The speaker continued, there is a lady of remarkable status, though I shall refrain from revealing her identity to avoid any trouble with her should the word reach her ears. This lady is devout in her Buddhist faith and lives a life of tranquility, never engaging in jealousy, allowing her husband to take several concubines without concern. Many extol her generosity, but do you know the reason behind it? It turns out she has a lover. On the 6th day of each month, she claims to visit the temple to pay her respects, but in truth, she rendezvous with her paramour. Upon hearing this, the Duke felt an unsettling jolt within him. The lady's demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his own wife. Truly, this was far more intriguing than any royal consort tale. Someone in the neighboring box inquired, who might this lady's lover be? Surely not one of the actors from the Dida troupe? An actor? You underestimate this lady, replied the informant. Her lover is a person of significant stature. Someone who not only qualifies to stand in the Hall of Governance, but can also occupy one of the foremost positions therein. Is that so? Surely such a high-ranking official would have plenty of concubines. Would he even need to engage in infidelity? You misunderstand, the informant smirked. As the adage goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a mistress, and a mistress is most intriguing when she is another man's wife. Very well, but how could a high-ranking official and a noble woman keep such an affair under wraps? How do you know this? The informant smiled with satisfaction. You may find it hard to believe, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. On the 8th day of last month, I went to the temple to offer incense. While wandering, I accidentally stumbled into a quiet chamber, where I found a great statue of Buddha. To my surprise, the statue was hollow, with a small door at the back that allowed entry. Out of curiosity, I climbed inside. Just as I was about to exit, I heard a maid call for her mistress. Not wanting to intrude, I remained hidden, waiting for them to leave. Before long, the lady entered, followed by another, who then closed the door to the chamber. The two engaged in a tryst, and from their conversation, I discerned their identities, leaving me paralyzed with fear and drenched in cold sweat. It wasn't until they departed, and a half-hour had passed, that I dared to emerge, my legs numb from crouching within the statue. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. His account was so vivid and compelling that one could not help but wonder, could there be truth to these claims? What purpose would I have to deceive you? The informant, filled with rage, exclaimed, if you do not believe me, visit the Baiyun Temple on the 6th day of the month, and seek out the quiet chamber beneath the ancient osmanthus tree in the corridor. Hide within the belly of the Buddha and listen closely. However, I must caution you, if you are caught by those two individuals, do not betray me. The others burst into laughter. You risk your life, while we still cherish ours. Who would dare to catch them in the act? Instead, we might as well enjoy a few more performances. After the conclusion of the second act, those few departed. Yet, Lord Guangqing lingered in the private box for some time, burdened with thoughts, before returning home. In the main hall, Madame Mo was engaged in conversation with her beloved children. He paused, observing the trio. The daughter resembled Madame Mo, while the son bore some resemblance to her as well, yet there were features that he could not quite place. The boy possessed small ears and a narrow forehead, whereas he himself had large ears and a broad forehead. These traits had previously escaped his notice, but upon closer inspection, they weighed heavily upon his heart. Which officials in the court had small ears and narrow foreheads? My lord, why do you stand at the door in a daze? Madame Mo's voice broke the silence. He snapped back to reality and approached her, his children greeting him in unison. He nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then dismissed them back to their quarters. Are you still planning to visit Baiyun Temple to pay your respects in a couple of days? He inquired, gazing into Madame Mo's eyes. She nodded affirmatively. I have always gone to the temple on the 6th day. He furrowed his brow. After so many years of worship, have you ever received any blessings from the Buddha? Perhaps it would be better if you did not go. As long as Madame Mo refrained from her pilgrimage, those secrets would remain unconnected to her, alleviating his suspicions. However, she glared at him defiantly. I do not worship the Buddha seeking favors. Everyone turns to the Buddha for their own desires. How exhausting it must be for him. I merely wish for the Buddha's well-being. Aside from my devotion to the Buddha, I have no other indulgences. Why do you concern yourself with my actions? Lord Guangqing's expression darkened, and a wave of irritation washed over him. 2 days later, he chose to remain at the main hall, deliberately watching as Madame Mo prepared to leave. She adorned herself with a lighter, more graceful makeup than usual. donning a dress newly fashioned just days prior. The corners of her eyes and brows hinted at a touch of spring, as though she had regained a few years of youth. A heaviness settled in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he returned to his quarters to change his attire, selecting a swift steed from the stables, and took a shortcut towards the city gate, arriving at Baiyun Temple ahead of Madame Mo. Upon reaching the temple, he located the quiet chamber beneath the ancient osmanthus tree and, upon entry, discovered the large, hollow Buddha statue. Indeed, one could easily climb inside. Concealing himself within the Buddha's belly, he awaited patiently. The chamber remained silent until approximately half an hour later, when someone entered. After a brief period of sitting on the cushion, others soon followed, and the door to the chamber closed. A female voice broke the silence. "Why are you so late today?" His mind erupted with a sudden realization. This was Madame Mo's voice. Almost immediately, a male voice responded. "Did the court session run long? Have you been waiting?" The familiarity of the voice struck him, yet he struggled to recall its owner. 20 years have passed, and you still remember, Madame Mo teased. "I am but an old cucumber painted green, merely trying to appear youthful. In my eyes, you will always remain the most beautiful," the man remarked. "I appreciate the efforts you and Inger have put into this matter. I have brought some jade pieces that Inger favors, hoping she won't be angry with me." "She won't be. She has always wanted to see you more often, and so does Jenner." After exchanging a few pleasantries, they got down to business. The Duke of Guangxing was in a fit of rage, nearly bursting with fury. How could it be that the two children of the Mo family were not his own? Did those children know their true parentage? He had been raising someone else's children all these years. This pair of adulterers dared to deceive him to such an extent. Fueled by indignation, he burst forth from his meditative state and landed a powerful punch on the man in the midst of his actions. Die! The man, caught off guard, collapsed to the side. In that instant, he recognized the man. It was Minister Wei, the very hypocrite who wore a facade of virtue. He lunged at the man, raining down furious blows on his head and face. Mo shouted from the side, "Stop! For heaven's sake, stop!" He did not relent. With a resounding thud, a blunt pain struck the back of his head. He staggered, turning to glare at the woman before him. "You vile woman, are you attempting to murder your husband?" Mo raised the censer in her hand, poised to strike him again. He stood up and kicked her to the ground. Turning back, he saw Minister Wei seizing the opportunity to scramble to his feet and dash toward the door. Dare to flee? He pursued, colliding forcefully with Wei, who fell heavily against the threshold. Unbeknownst to him, a shard of broken porcelain had appeared on the threshold, striking Wei squarely on the forehead. With that fall, he lay motionless. Chapter 77. Heavy snow. The temple was bustling with worshippers, many of whom noticed the commotion near the quiet room and rushed into the courtyard. They beheld a disheveled middle-aged woman frantically beating a corpulent middle-aged man. "You killed him. How could you kill him?" At their feet lay a gaunt middle-aged man, bloodied and lifeless. The crowd gasped in horror. A murder had occurred? Soon, someone recognized the identities of the three. Were these not the Duke and Duchess of Guangxing and Minister Wei? Minister Wei was dead? The monks, upon learning of the incident, immediately sealed the monastery and reported to the authorities. Despite the Duke's insistence that Wei was not murdered but had accidentally fallen on a shard of porcelain, the sensational tale of this love affair spread like wildfire throughout the streets of the capital. Everyone was abuzz with discussions of the day's events, having long since forgotten the resemblance of the prince from the state of Kai to Ji Chongfeng. Just as Lady Wei had sent her son off for burial, she now had to arrange for her husband's funeral, weeping until her eyes were nearly blinded. The Wei family returned to their ancestral home to mourn and shared a heartfelt embrace filled with sorrow. "Mother, father's death is so suspicious. How could there have been a shard of porcelain on the threshold of the quiet room, precisely where he fell? Surely, someone took advantage of the chaos." As Lady Wei recalled her husband's affair with the Duchess of Guangxing, her anger flared. If he had not been consorting in the temple, could he have been struck down at the threshold? This was his just desserts. Wei sighed. Father's actions were indeed inappropriate, but the urgent matter is, before she could finish, the imperial guards burst in. Someone had accused Wei Buchuan of treason, and orders had been given to seize his assets. Lady Wei and her daughter were left in shock. "Commander Lin, could there be some misunderstanding?" Lady Wei stammered. "Our master is loyal to the throne and devoted to his duties, never overstepping his bounds. How could he possibly be accused of treason?" Commander Lin replied coldly. A servant from the Wei household discovered several letters written by Kai when during the sorting of Wei Buchuan's belongings, which were presented to the supervisory office. The evidence is irrefutable. There is no room for denial. The servants in the household testified. Lady Wei felt darkness envelop her and fainted. Mother. The Wei family was thrown into chaos. They watched helplessly as the imperial guards uncovered a trove of valuables and incriminating evidence from the Wei residence, witnessing the arrest of everyone within the household. If it were not for the fact that the sins did not extend to married daughters, she too would not have been able to escape unscathed. Even so, her heart was shattered. The charges of treason and corruption led to the beheading of all adult males in the Wei family, while the women and children were exiled to the northwest, including Lady Guangqing and her offspring, who were not spared either. Lord Guangqing insisted that his wife and legitimate children were merely Wei Buchuan's consort and illegitimate children. Sleepless nights plagued her as she pondered over the tragedy of the Wei and Sun families, which began when her second brother vowed to avenge her by punishing Ji Chongqing and the Feng family. It had to be their doing. These two had destroyed her husband and ravaged her maternal and maternal uncle's family. She was determined to make them pay. Achoo! Feng Qingsui sneezed in the middle of the day. Gazing at the overcast sky and feeling the noticeably lower temperature compared to yesterday, she furrowed her brow. This weather certainly seems like it might snow, doesn't it? It might be spring snow, she remarked cheerfully. Chongqing has just made chicken soup. You should have a few bowls to warm yourself. Feng Qingsui readily agreed. Ji Chongqing's cooking was delectable, and the soup was delightful, making her smile with satisfaction. It would be such a pity if the second master only served as a chancellor. After finishing the soup, she set down her bowl and remarked, he could easily double as a chef at a restaurant. Ji Chongqing cast her a sidelong glance. My love for cooking does not equate to a desire to cater to just anyone. Do you think I would allow just anyone to enjoy my culinary skills? Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. Then I must express my gratitude to Mother. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to savor the second master's talents. Ji Chongqing replied. As long as you know. Feng Qingsui felt a tinge of regret. It seemed that once she left the Ji residence, she would no longer indulge in Ji cuisine. Exiting Qi's room, she found snowflakes drifting from the sky, and it indeed started to snow. She raised her hand to catch a snowflake, which was quite large. Suddenly, she remembered Xiaoyu. Since Xiaoyu's birth, the capital had not experienced heavy snowfall, only light flurries. Her sister's letter mentioned that come winter. She often mused, just how big can a snowflake be? I wish to see it. It was just as large as the one she held now. Xiaoyu, can you see this? Upon returning to her courtyard, she retrieved the painting her sister had given her and hung it on the northern wall, directly opposite the southern window, allowing her to gaze at the swirling snow outside. That night, as she drifted off to sleep, the soft sound of falling snow lulled her. In her dreams, Xiaoyu smiled at her, saying, Aunt Sui Sui, I see the heavy snow. You must wear more clothes and not catch a cold. Mother says you get sick easily. She wanted to assure Xiaoyu that she was no longer susceptible, but no words escaped her lips. All she could do was watch as Xiaoyu waved goodbye, her small figure disappearing into the snow. The following day, a chorus of barking dogs roused her from slumber. It was a joyful sound. She awoke, her eyes fluttering open to a world blanketed in pristine white. Rising to her feet, she discovered that the snow had piled up to more than 3 feet high. The maids were busily shoveling the snow, managing only to carve out a narrow passageway, with the remaining snow still waiting to be cleared. Woof! The large black dog wagged its tail excitedly, its head constantly turning toward the door, indicating its desire for her to step outside for a stroll. Oh, so you too relish the snow, she remarked with a smile. After freshening up and dressing, she took the large black dog out with her. The entire capital was enveloped in a vast sea of white. The houses appeared as if they had been buried overnight beneath the snow, leaving the inhabitants struggling to clear a mere path. The thought of the thatched cottages in the outer city weighed heavily on her heart. Such a substantial snowfall could surely cause the roofs to collapse. As she meandered along the inner river toward the outer city, she discovered that indeed a snow disaster had ensued. This rare and severe snowfall had led to the collapse of numerous homes, resulting in countless casualties, with afflicted citizens left homeless and without sustenance. The imperial court simultaneously engaged in snow removal and rescue efforts while mobilizing the wealthy to contribute funds and labor. Prominent families generously donated money and goods, establishing porridge kitchens in the disaster-stricken outer city to aid the victims. The Ji family was no exception, known for their benevolence. Upon hearing of the snow disaster, the Qi family promptly sent someone to procure rice, flour, and medicinal herbs, instructing Feng Qingsui to prepare medicinal porridge. ensuring that the victims could warm themselves even as they filled their stomachs. She personally visited the porridge kitchen daily to serve the food. Feng Qingsui exerted herself to provide assistance to the best of her abilities, not only donating a substantial number of cotton garments, but also attending to the sick and injured at the porridge kitchen. The large black dog clung to her side, insisting on accompanying her, sitting vigilantly nearby as she tended to patients. One day, Feng Qingsui arrived early at the porridge kitchen. The porridge was not yet ready, so she glanced at the makeshift stove and took a seat to begin her consultations. After examining two individuals, the large black dog suddenly barked at a kitchen assistant. She turned to observe, noticing the assistant's fear of being bitten as he spun around and fled outside the tent. The dog pursued him, biting his calf, prompting the assistant to lift his foot to kick at the dog. Feng Qingsui's expression darkened. Without waiting for her command, the large black dog had already rushed forward and tackled the assistant to the ground. The other kitchen assistants, startled, gathered around, one of them suddenly exclaiming, "Isn't this Wang Er? Why is he wearing Wang Er's clothes?" In the biting cold, the kitchen assistants had wrapped their heads in scarves and donned high collars to minimize exposed skin, their faces nearly obscured, revealing only their eyes and noses. The intruder was of similar height and build to Wang Er, allowing him to blend into the porridge kitchen unnoticed, except by the keen senses of the large black dog. The dog sniffed out a packet of red powder from the intruder's person. Feng Qingsui immediately recognized it as coxcomb red, which was indeed arsenic. The medicinal porridge prepared at the Ji family's kitchen, enriched with red dates and goji berries, had a vibrant hue that would easily conceal the poison. "Where's Wang Er?" she demanded coldly, fixing her gaze on the man on the ground. Caught before he could execute his plan, the man, filled with fear, hastily confessed, "He is over by the latrine. I knocked him out while he was using it and took his clothes." The kitchen assistants promptly searched for Wang Er and soon brought him back. He was alive, but severely frostbitten. The assistants quickly stripped the man of his outer robe, scarf, collar, and boots, dressing Wang Er in them, then helping him to the stove to warm himself. Feng Qingsui continued the interrogation. "Who sent you?" The man replied, "I do not know who it was. I live nearby, and last night someone came to my door and knocked. When I opened it, he grabbed the door and asked if I wanted to settle my gambling debts. I owed the casino 80 taels of silver. He slipped 20 taels through the crack in the door, saying it was a deposit, and promised to give me another 100 taels once the matter was accomplished. I was desperate to repay my debts, so I agreed." Feng Qingsui handed the man over to the constables, and then reminded several kitchen helpers to keep a close eye on the pots and porridge, stressing that they could not afford to be careless. The helpers, visibly anxious, nodded repeatedly, "Yes." Chi's brow was furrowed with worry. Who could be so malicious as to bribe someone to poison our porridge shop? Feng Qingsui could not immediately discern the culprit. Ji Chongqing had many enemies, and she had recently provoked several people, making it difficult to judge. However, the truth would eventually come to light. She reassured Chi, stating that if one person was targeting them, there would surely be others. They would simply wait for the next move. Chi did not feel comforted. Feng Qingsui returned to her desk to continue treating the disaster victims. 100 meters away, in the porridge shed of the Rongchang Marquis' residence, Wei observed this scene from afar, grinding her back teeth in frustration. "Useless," she hissed at a middle-aged man beside her, who wore a felt hat. "How do you conduct your business? I asked you to find someone, and you brought me this incompetent fool?" The man hung his head, silent. "I will give you one more chance," Wei said darkly. "If you fail again, I shall sell your family and daughter to the lowest brothel." The man gritted his teeth. "Madam, rest assured, I will ensure the matter is handled properly." He turned and left. Wei glanced at Ji's porridge shed, where the porridge was ready, and the disaster victims were forming a long queue. Turning back to her own shed, she noted that they too had begun serving, yet only a scant few were waiting in line. Her sister-in-law, Han Ruixiang, seemed oblivious to the stark contrast, ladling porridge for the impoverished herself, reminding them, "The porridge is still very hot, drink slowly." Once the queue had been served, she approached Han Ruixiang and mocked, "Sister, why toil so much? These commoners are not worthy of your service." Han Ruixiang replied calmly, "All beings are equal. What distinction is there between rich and poor? Sister-in-law, do not be so concerned." With a dismissive laugh, she returned to the carriage. Han Ruixiang had not always been a person of faith. Lately, she had taken to speaking of equality among all beings, adopting a seemingly compassionate demeanor as if possessed by the Bodhisattva Guanyin. It was unclear what game she was playing. How could she claim that her sister-in-law was being materialistic? Did she not see that Han Ruixiang had been distributing porridge daily, only to return home and immediately change her clothes and shoes, instructing her maid to burn them? How hypocritical. She had no desire to feign humility before the impoverished. Were it not for dealing with the Ji family, she would never have set foot outside the city. Feng Qingsui felt as though someone was watching her. She turned to look, but saw no one. Only a lavishly adorned carriage parked beside the porridge shed of the Rongchong Marquis's residence. She pondered thoughtfully. During lunchtime, she and Qi were enjoying porridge at their own porridge stall when, having just set down their bowls, they witnessed 3 men squatting in the corner, suddenly discarding their bowls and clutching their stomachs, retching uncontrollably. Amidst their vomiting, they cried out, "The porridge from the Ji family is unclean." The hands of the surrounding disaster victims, holding their bowls, froze in uncertainty as they glanced over. A voice from the crowd shouted, "Previously, someone from the Ji porridge stall was arrested and sent to the authorities. That person was there to poison the porridge. And the Ji family did not dispose of the tainted porridge, but distributed it to us." An uproar ensued. Could it be true? They had apprehended the culprit. Yet the poison remained? Perhaps it had gone unnoticed? Did that mean we have all consumed poison porridge? In the next moment, the 3 men continued to vomit before collapsing to the ground, a foul stench emanating from them. The Ji family, fully aware that the medicinal porridge was toxic, still served it to us. Clearly, this is premeditated murder, a disregard for human life. The voice declared loudly, "What are you all hesitating for? Quickly report to the authorities." Some indeed rushed to do so. Others, witnessing the agonizing struggle of the 3 men on the ground, were filled with anxiety and indignation. Among the crowd, a man in a felt hat smirked coldly. The kindling had already been piled high. With a little more fire, he could incite the crowd to obliterate the Ji porridge stall. Just then, a melodious female voice rang out, "Everyone, step back and do not get too close. These 3 may have contracted a contagious disease." Contagious disease? This statement struck the crowd like a thunderclap, causing them to retreat in haste. Great disasters inevitably bring about great epidemics. Disease is always intertwined with calamity. The 3 men, retching and defecating, appeared to be afflicted by illness. I said it all along. So many people partook of the Ji's porridge, yet only they encountered trouble. It turns out the porridge is not poisoned, but they are simply unwell. Indeed, I have consumed the Ji's medicinal porridge for several days and have become much stronger. If anyone claims there is an issue with the Ji's porridge, I shall be the first to confront them. Who was it that previously clamored about the porridge being toxic? The man in the felt hat was taken aback. This development was not as he had anticipated. Shouldn't these disaster victims be blinded by rage and seek vengeance against the Ji family? Why did a mere mention of disease turn their ire towards him? Just as he was about to argue in hopes of reigniting their fury, a sudden chill enveloped his neck. Looking down, he found a blade pressed against his throat. Following the hand that wielded the knife upwards, he was met with a round face, none other than the plump maidservant by Madame Ji's side. In an instant, his heart sank into despair. Feng Qingsui had rescued the 3 men. Once they regained their composure, they pointed at the man in the felt hat, declaring, "He gave each of us 10 taels of silver and instructed us to create a disturbance at the Ji porridge stall. He even had us take laxatives beforehand, claiming it would make the act more convincing. Little did we know, we were deceived into consuming poison." Chapter 79. A living bodhisattva Wei sat in the carriage, watching from a distance as the man in the felt hat and the 3 raucous men he had summoned were taken away by the constables, infuriating her to the point of breaking a nail. Useless. He failed to accomplish anything. Not only did he fail, but he also implicated himself. He was her personal attendant. She panicked momentarily before regaining her composure. Even if the authorities discovered his connection to her, what of it? His entire family was in her hands. He surely would not dare to expose her. As long as he accepted the blame, the authorities would not trace it back to her. As for the Ji family, even if they suspected her involvement, no one dared to accuse her, and they could do nothing to her. Their animosity was already established, and this incident was merely an addition to their grievances. After regaining her composure, she instructed the coachman to return home. If this attempt failed, there would always be another opportunity. She would eventually bring ruin upon the Ji family. Halfway through their journey, the carriage suddenly tipped over. Caught off guard, she was thrown against the carriage wall and struck by the tea table, narrowly escaping disfigurement. Once the maid helped her out of the carriage, she erupted at the coachman, demanding, "How could you drive like that? You tipped the carriage." The coachman meekly replied, "Madam, there was a pit in the road concealed by snow, and I failed to notice it in time." He hurriedly sought the assistance of 2 passers-by to right the heavy carriage. The maid meticulously organized the items from the carriage. Wang Wei stood in the snow for a moment, feeling an intense chill. Once back inside, she ordered the maid to boil water for tea. The tea tasted somewhat sweeter than before, but she paid it no mind, attributing it to the abundance of tea leaves. However, shortly after drinking, a severe cramp seized her abdomen. Clutching her stomach, she urged the coachman, "Faster! Please hurry!" The coachman lashed the reins, but before they could reach the estate, she could no longer contain herself. Disregarding her dignity, she switched to a sedan chair and rushed back to her quarters, making a beeline for the dressing room, where she spent another quarter of an hour in distress. She could barely muster the strength to rise. After finally managing to put on her trousers, another wave of cramps struck her. The estate physician examined her pulse and inquired about her diet and lifestyle, suggesting she might have caught a chill, and prescribed a remedy to bolster her spleen and stomach, invigorate her energy, and restore her pulse. She consumed the medicine, yet the affliction persisted. After 2 interminable days of suffering, she succumbed on the chamber pot. In her final moments of clarity, a thought pierced her mind. That cup of tea was poisoned. Regrettably, the realization came too late, and there was no recourse for investigation. Her son had long since perished. Her in-laws had fallen from grace, and the Marquis of Rongchang was indifferent to his daughter-in-law's demise, merely advising his 3rd daughter, "The outer city is filthy and chaotic. It would be best if you refrained from personally distributing rice, lest you follow in your sister-in-law's footsteps." Han Ruixiang shook her head. "Our household has acquired a notorious reputation due to the Moon Lake incident. Now, esteemed families avoid us, and commoners scorn us. If this continues, there will be no place for us in the capital." She viewed disaster relief as an excellent opportunity to redeem their reputation and felt compelled to act diligently. The Marquis of Rongchang felt a sense of comfort. This daughter, who previously immersed herself in the arts, now demonstrated remarkable growth by willing to lower herself and take risks for the sake of the family's reputation. "If only your brothers were as capable as you, I would not worry about reclaiming our noble title in the future," he remarked. Han Ruixiang merely smiled in silence. What did the title of Marquis mean to her? Her ambitions reached far beyond that. However, matters of secrecy must be kept, for divulging them could lead to failure. Until her plans bore fruit, she decided not to inform her father, lest she jeopardize her grand designs. Not only did the Marquis view Han Ruixiang in a new light, but Feng Qingsui did as well. With the passing of her elder sister-in-law, it was expected that Han Ruixiang, as a younger sister-in-law, would participate in the funeral arrangements and host the relatives and friends who came to pay their respects. Yet, she did not. As always, Han Ruixiang diligently served congee to the disaster-stricken at the Rongchang Marquis' congee stall. A poignant scene unfolded when a sorrowful woman approached to receive her portion. Han comforted her, saying, "Everything will pass, and better days await you. Do not despair." The woman, overwhelmed with grief, cried out, "My son was crushed by the snow. What good days can I have now?" Han opened her arms and embraced the woman, who froze in shock. The other survivors were taken aback. How could a lady of the Marquis' household disregard her social status to embrace a ragged and impoverished woman? Surely, they must be dreaming. Han spoke gently, "Death is not the end, but a new cycle. While we cannot alter fate, we can cultivate good karma, allowing the departed to find peace and joy in the afterlife. If you cannot let go of him, I can create a portrait to keep his memory alive with you." Tears streamed down the woman's face. "Is it true? Can you really paint him for me?" "Indeed," Han replied. She promptly began to sketch the woman's son based on her description. Other bereaved survivors, upon hearing of this, flocked to her, each requesting their own portraits. Han welcomed them all, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk, neglecting her own needs to fulfill their wishes. The survivors reverently dubbed her a living bodhisattva, spreading tales of her compassion throughout the streets. The following day, the number of people coming to the Rongchang Marquis' congee stall swelled to 10 times that of previous days. All the survivors wished to behold the grace of this living bodhisattva. After witnessing her focused artistry and compassionate gaze, they were deeply moved. Feng Qingsui observed this scene with a cold eye. She recalled seeing Han Ruixiang visiting the crown prince at Onggwa Temple from the White Tower during a stroll in Taiyuan. A woman who had never believed in Buddhism suddenly exuded an aura of piety and took on the role of a living bodhisattva. She suspected there was more than met the eye. The crown prince, trapped at Onggwa Temple, likely sought to instigate trouble through another's hand. And Han might just be that hand. Thus, when her cousin from the He family came to join the fray, praising Miss Han as the foremost noblewoman in the capital, Feng smiled knowingly. To be noticed, one must naturally elevate oneself. A flicker of contemplation crossed her cousin's eyes. The next day, at the kanji stall of the Chongning Marquis' household, her family's stall, a similarly touching scene unfolded. Her cousin personally served kanji and tea to an elderly woman who had lost all her family in the snow disaster, and she hired monks to chant sutras for the woman's deceased relatives. She further announced that anyone needing spiritual rites could approach her, as she would cover all expenses for the monks' merits. The survivors soon bestowed upon her another title of a living bodhisattva. Seeing this, other noblewomen felt inspired and began to emulate her actions. Thus, one day, a noblewoman personally wiped the faces of children in the disaster area, bringing homemade treats. The next day, another noblewoman led a physician to the stall, providing medical consultations and medicines to all recipients of kanji, and the following day, yet another noblewoman brought craftsmen to design new homes for the survivors. When Ji Chongqing came to the outskirts to inspect the relief efforts, he was astonished by the diverse and creative charitable acts on display, akin to a competition of virtue. He could hardly believe how deeply they were committed to the relief efforts, and he marveled at their dedication. Feng Qingsui remained composed. It's merely a matter of competition. Ji Chongqing responded with confusion. Regardless, it ultimately benefits the powerful while the victims gain some advantages. Unbeknownst to him, Han Ruixiang was seething with frustration. Chapter 80. The Holy Mother with just a slight act of kindness. Anyone can become a living bodhisattva, remarked Master Jin Wunyan, standing by a pond at Ongwa Temple. With such meager tactics, you shall not achieve great things. Han Ruixiang, standing before him, flushed with embarrassment. My lord, I was naive to think that a mere ploy could win hearts, forgetting how fickle human sentiments are. Today, I could win them over, but tomorrow, they may be swayed by another. Do you know how to make someone devoted to you? Han Ruixiang shook her head. Suddenly, Wunyan raised his right foot and kicked her in the abdomen, sending her flying into the pond. The frigid water enveloped her swiftly. Panic surged within her as she flailed her arms. My lord, I cannot swim. Wunyan stood on the shore, watching her silently, offering no assistance. As she sank deeper, terror gripped her heart. Did her lord intend to kill her? It was understandable that he would be displeased with her incompetence, but could he not grant her another chance? She was not ready to die. As her lungs burned for air, her lord still did not extend a hand. Despair washed over her. Was this truly the end? It felt so unjust. She had yet to etch her name in history. How could she perish here? Help! Is there anyone to save me? If only she could survive. She would do anything. In her dying moments, a large hand descended from above, grasping her arm and pulling her from the depths of the pond. She lay over the railing, expelling the cold water from her lungs, gasping for the fresh air that felt more precious than ever. Atop her head, Wunyan's voice echoed. Do you now see the answer? She nodded vigorously. I understand now. First, place one in a perilous position, then grant them a chance at life. To wield the power of life and death is to achieve one's desires. Good. Now follow my instructions and abandon your noblewoman's tricks. She complied obediently. Wunyan instructed her to change her clothes, and later, in the monk's quarters, he divulged the entire plan to her, concluding with, I have arranged for an assistant. She will visit you at the tonight. Ensure you instruct the doorman to grant her entry. Understood. Do your best. Do not disappoint my expectations. Yes, my lord. Upon returning to her residence from Ongwa Temple, she commanded the doorman, if anyone seeks me tonight, bring them to my quarters. The doorman respectfully replied, Of course, Miss San. She waited until midnight to see a figure cloaked in black, her face obscured by a mask. The woman requested to speak privately, and then revealed her familiar visage upon removing the mask. Ning Fengwan, she exclaimed, astonished. Were you not exiled? My lord arranged for a fake death along the way. Ning Fengwan replied, From now on, I will follow you. You may command me as you wish. The pride that once adorned her face had vanished, replaced by a silent and melancholic demeanor akin to a stone smoothed by time. Han Ruixiang observed the scar on her forehead, surmising that she must have endured considerable hardship. Well, from now on, you will assist me. Together, with our combined strengths of intellect and martial prowess, we shall undoubtedly forge a new path. Ning Fengwan nodded slightly. The following morning, Han Ruixiang set out with Ning Fengwan and several maidservants to the Han family ancestral temple for a period of quiet contemplation. Feng Qingsui, upon learning of this, felt a twinge of surprise. The porridge kitchen at the Rongchang Marquis' residence was still overwhelmed with disaster-stricken individuals queuing for aid, yet Han Ruixiang, the living bodhisattva, uttered not a word and abandoned them. This seemed rather inconsistent. She harbored suspicions that the crown prince had given Han Ruixiang new instructions and commanded Wu Hua, go to the Han family temple and keep watch to ascertain if Han Ruixiang is truly engaged in her meditative retreat. Wu Hua accepted the task and departed. 2 days later, she returned with the report. Miss Han remains cloistered within her quarters each day, engaged either in reading or sorting Buddhist beads. Has she not painted? No, she has not. Feng Qingsui instructed her to investigate further. Ensure you observe closely. Is it indeed Han Ruixiang within? Before long, Wu Hua returned with a stern expression, stating, the individual inside is not Miss Han, it is a stand-in. This substitute bears a striking resemblance to Miss Han and is dressed identically, managing to deceive even me. Feng Qingsui fell into contemplation. Han Ruixiang's grand foray to the ancestral temple, accompanied by a substitute, clearly indicated her intent for others to believe she remained there. This implied she would not be present in the capital. Where, then, had she gone? Unable to ascertain Han Ruixiang's whereabouts, she could only temporarily set this matter aside and continue her efforts in distributing porridge and attending to the sick, rendering what little assistance she could. The recent snowfall had arrived unexpectedly, resulting in tremendous losses. Yet the court's timely relief efforts and robust disaster response enabled the afflicted populace to swiftly return to their normal lives. Gujing Village, located in the eastern outskirts of the capital, was among the first to recover. However, after the rescue officials departed, the villagers found themselves unable to celebrate their newly repaired homes as illness began to spread among them. Initially thought to be a common bout of diarrhea, which would resolve within a few days, the condition worsened alarmingly. Several frail elders and children succumbed to the ailment. Panic began to seep through the village. Could it be an epidemic? Don't frighten me. If it's an epidemic, they will seal the village and burn the infected. We all perish. If the entire village suffers from the same affliction, what else could it be? The village's physician was at a loss. They dared not seek assistance from other villages or town doctors, fearing that a diagnosis of an epidemic would be reported to the authorities, leaving them with no escape. Yet, as the illness intensified day by day, were they simply to await their demise? Just as despair loomed over the villagers, a group of individuals suddenly arrived. At the forefront was a stunning woman with a red mole on her forehead, clad in a simple gauzy garment, appearing ethereal. Beside her stood a vigorous young woman in practical attire, wielding a long whip with a striking presence. Following them were 6 charming maidservants and 6 tall bodyguards, presenting an air of distinction. Who are you? The village head leaned on his cane with one hand while clutching his stomach, weakly inquiring. We happened upon this place during our travels and sensed a heavy aura of misfortune enveloping your village. We have come to investigate, the celestial-like woman responded. The village head was filled with trepidation. Surely, these visitors could not have discerned the presence of an epidemic here, if they were to report to the authorities. In the next moment, the woman spoke. You are afflicted by malevolent forces. If you do not exorcise these evils soon, your days may be numbered. The village chief's eyes widened in shock. Are we not ill, but rather tormented by evil spirits? The woman nodded. Without hesitation, the village chief fell to his knees. I beseech you, noble one, grant us your mercy and assistance. The woman replied coolly, seeking others is less effective than seeking oneself. If your hearts are sincere, the Holy Mother will naturally bestow upon you the divine nectar to dispel the malevolence. The village chief, bewildered, asked, does the Holy Mother refer to? The woman stepped aside, revealing a jade statue held by her maid. This is the Holy Mother of the Ruifeng Society. Believe in her, and you shall find peace. Chapter 81. The Clear Spring Academy. The village chief had anticipated his demise, yet suddenly someone told him that as long as he believed in the Holy Mother, he could survive. Naturally, he believed without hesitation. He gathered all the villagers by the pine tree at the village's edge and introduced the woman's party to them. This is the Holy Mother. This is the Saintess. This is the Protector. And this is the Saintess's maid and guardian. The Saintess has said that if we sincerely kneel before the Holy Mother, we will receive the life-saving nectar. The villagers were skeptical. Yet with their lives hanging by a thread, They were willing to kneel before the statue or even consume cockroaches or rats if it meant survival. Once the jade statue was placed on the altar, they all knelt down, offering 3 bows and 9 prostrations. After completing their reverence, they gazed intently at the statue, praying incessantly, "Holy Mother, please save us." Bathed in sunlight, the statue radiated a warm glow. Suddenly, 2 streams of water flowed from the statue's eyes, and the saintess extended her jade plate to catch the precious liquid. The villagers were left dumbfounded. "Is this the divine nectar? My heavens, a miracle! I am witnessing a miracle. We are saved. Thank you, Holy Mother. Thank you." Following the saintess's instructions, the village chief distributed the nectar mixed with water to all the villagers. No sooner had they finished drinking than he felt his abdominal pain cease. Others experienced the same relief. The entire village erupted in joyous celebration. "We are alive. We have survived." Amidst the ecstatic revelry, some wept aloud, "Mother, if only you could have held on a few more days." Others who had lost loved ones also wept bitterly. The saintess displayed compassion, saying, "The departed have gone. The living must carry on. The Holy Mother will bless your remaining days with peace and harmony." The village chief expressed his gratitude to the saintess repeatedly and promptly offered to slaughter chickens and geese to honor them. The saintess shook her head. "The Ruefeng Society does not condone killing. We appreciate your kindness." The village chief then inquired, "You accept donations for merits, do you not?" The saintess nodded slightly. The village chief contributed a sum, and naturally, the villagers followed suit. After everyone had given, a villager asked, "If we wish to worship the Holy Mother in the future, which temple should we go to?" The saintess replied, "We do not establish temples. If anyone wishes to honor the Holy Mother, they may join our Ruefeng Society." "How does one join?" asked the village chief. "A contribution of 5 blessings money is required to join, which is accumulated for future merits. Should you find yourselves in dire need of funds, it will be returned tenfold." After inquiring about the amount, the village chief readily provided the money. A little over half of the villagers contributed, not due to lack of desire, but rather due to insufficient funds. The saint gently reassured them, saying that blessings would not be limited to this day. When they had saved enough money, they could join in just the same. The villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude, promising to gather the funds as swiftly as possible. After designating the village chief as the liaison, the saint departed with her guardians. Miraculous events unfolded in village after village, each afflicted by calamity. The Ruefeng Society silently flourished, unbeknownst to those in the capital. Once the relief efforts were concluded, it was time for Qingming. Feng Qingsui, along with Qi and Ji Chongqing, visited the grave of Ji Chongfeng after tending to the tombs of their ancestors, accompanied by their large black dog and Wuhua, to pay respects to her sister's family. A gentle drizzle fell, enveloping the quiet mountains. The grave was lush with greenery, adorned with a few blooming flowers. She hesitated to uproot them, as her sister had cherished springtime, often stitching the tiny flowers and grasses that sprouted from the crevices into her handkerchief. "How lovely the little flowers and grasses are," her sister would say. "They require no care, thriving on their own." This sentiment lingered in her heart, guiding her to persevere through all adversities. Yet, dear sister, why do spring and the clear stream endure, while the stream cannot remain with spring? Spring departs, yet it returns. You have left, never to return. Silently, she completed her grave visit, returning home with a shroud of moisture clinging to her. Just as she changed her clothes, the doorkeeper sent word that a maid from the Pei family had delivered an invitation, requesting her presence to attend to a patient. Feng Qingsui had not heard news of the former crown princess in quite some time, nor had she seen her during the relief efforts. She agreed to the request. Exiting through the flowering gate, she coincidentally encountered Ji Chongqing and casually inquired, "What ailment afflicts Miss Pei?" Ji Chongqing looked perplexed, responding, "How would I know?" Feng Qingsui raised an eyebrow. Ji Chongqing, seeing her expression, realized she had misunderstood. "I am not well acquainted with Miss Pei. The prior request for you to attend to her and the inquiry about scar removal medicine were made on behalf of a friend. Do you truly have such a friend?" Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. "I thought you were fabricating tales." Ji Chongqing replied earnestly, "I genuinely do not know Miss Pei well. My first encounter with her was during the prince's presentation." Feng Qingsui nodded in understanding, realizing there was no romantic entanglement. Yet why ponder this? She was not his mother. So why worry? Bypassing Ji Chongqing, she proceeded to the Pei residence. Miss Pei greeted her with a haggard face and dark circles under her eyes, saying, I must trouble you again, madam. How long have you suffered from insomnia? Feng Qingsui asked. Pei Minru offered a bitter smile, replying, Madam truly sees through me. Since returning home, I have struggled to sleep. Recently, I have been unable to find rest, lying awake until dawn, only managing a few hours of slumber before waking again. After examining her pulse, Feng Qingsui remarked, Have you been unhappy since returning home? Pei Minru shook her head. My family treats me just as kindly as before my marriage. Yet my heart feels adrift, like it is floating in the air, unanchored and uncertain of its direction, while I yearn to escape the torment of the Eastern Palace. Now that I am free, I am filled with confusion and anxiety. She gazed at Feng Qingsui with a touch of envy. If only I possessed your medical skills, I could save others from peril, instead of helplessly witnessing the suffering of the afflicted. Feng Qingsui offered comfort, saying, One does not need to be a physician to offer help. Your extensive knowledge and literary prowess can also make a difference. A scholar with no practical use, she quipped, eliciting a gentle smile from Feng Qingsui. Miss Pei was born into a family steeped in literature, and from an early age, she was able to recognize characters and read, perhaps unaware of the trials that come with the lack of educational opportunities. In the rural areas of Shigua, few young women could even write their own names. If you find yourself with idle time, it would be worthwhile to teach them to read and write. Pei Minru was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, a spark of inspiration ignited in her eyes. You are right. I can educate others in reading and writing. Shigua lacks female academies, but I can establish one. I possess a dowry and the gold bestowed upon me by His Majesty upon my departure from the palace, sufficient to purchase hundreds of acres of fertile land to support the academy. The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became. It took her a while to regain her composure. She expressed her gratitude to Feng Qingsui. Madam Ji, thank you for your guidance. When the academy opens, you must come to join us. Feng Qingsui nodded in agreement. Pei Minru was resolute in her endeavor. Within just half a month, she successfully established the academy. The school was located in Qingchuan town, where she had purchased land for education, and it was named Qingchuan Academy. Qingchuan Academy admitted only daughters of farming families, waiving tuition fees, and provided a meal for all, regardless of age. On the opening day, Feng Qingsui sent over a collection of writing materials as a congratulatory gesture. While Pei Minru was teaching in the classroom, Feng Qingsui strolled around the academy and noticed a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, peering eagerly through a hole in the courtyard wall. The little girl had large eyes and a slightly tanned complexion. She exhibited remarkable boldness, not fleeing when she saw Feng Qingsui approaching. Instead, she gazed up at her like a curious cat. Feng Qingsui offered her a piece of pomelo flesh. The little girl smiled as she accepted it. Thank you, madam. May you have good fortune. What is your name? Feng Qingsui inquired. Sanya. Why don't you come inside to listen? The academy does not charge tuition. You can attend the classes. Sanya shook her head, glancing at the bamboo basket filled with straw sandals, nearly as tall as herself. I must go to the market to sell shoes. Feng Qingsui understood. The girls attending Qingchuan Academy came from diverse backgrounds. Some were well off, free from the burden of labor, seeking to improve their standing through education to secure a favorable marriage. Others came from impoverished families, driven by the prospect of the provided meal. The girls whose circumstances fell in between often had to assist their parents with work, leaving them little opportunity to pursue education. Senya was a quintessential example. Yet, she was not disheartened. If I sell well, I can finish selling shoes and still attend for a while. Senya exclaimed joyfully. If I learn one character a day, I can recognize over 300 characters in a year. By then, I could consider myself literate, and if I sell to affluent families, I might serve as a maid beside the young ladies. Feng Qingsui smiled. You are quite ambitious. Senya sighed. There is no other choice. Our entire family is dark-skinned. My elder sisters are quite beautiful, but because of their complexion and lack of other skills, they are not allowed to serve closely to the young ladies and are relegated to laborious tasks. First-class maids serving the young ladies earn 800 coins a month, while those doing rough work receive only 200. I do not wish to spend my life as a maid. If I want to leave the household sooner, naturally, becoming a first-class maid would enable me to save enough to buy my freedom more quickly. Feng Qingsui asked, Isn't there an option to avoid becoming a maid? Of course not. I still have 2 younger sisters and a younger brother to care for. Senya pouted. My family cultivates merely a few acres of land, and the scant grain we harvest barely suffices for our sustenance, let alone the taxes we must pay. Furthermore, my father aspires to join the Rue Feng Society, which necessitates the gathering of 5 blessings money. Rue Feng Society, are you unfamiliar? It is dedicated to the veneration of the Holy Mother, and many villagers have become members. Each individual must contribute 10 taels of 5 blessings money. Upon hearing of the Rue Feng Society and the Holy Mother, Feng Qingsui immediately recalled a certain individual who had once established the Rue Xiang Poetry Society and had acted as a living bodhisattva. She inquired, "Have you encountered the Holy Mother? What does she resemble?" Sanya replied, "I have not seen her, but my father has. He claims that the Holy Mother is a jade statue, resembling Guanyin, with a red mole on her forehead. She speaks in a gentle manner, and beside her is a beautiful female guardian wielding a whip." Feng Qingsui, familiar with a person who also enjoys wielding a whip, pondered that this individual might have been exiled to the northwest, yet anything is possible. A smile graced her face as she asked, "Why does your father wish to join the Rue Feng Society?" Sanya recounted the miracles attributed to the Holy Mother created in the neighboring village, adding, "By joining the Rue Feng Society, one not only receives the Holy Mother as protection, but also, should calamity befall the family, such as severe illness or injury, the society promises to return the 5 blessings money tenfold or even 100-fold and offers assistance from the community. If such protection were truly effective, how could one still face great misfortune? Is this not a contradiction? Alas, the impoverished populace seldom contemplates such matters, having endured immense suffering. They merely seek a sanctuary, and when they encounter those who extend a helping hand in times of distress, promising substantial rewards, they do not hesitate to sacrifice their meager resources, even selling their children, to immerse themselves in this pursuit. Little do they realize that what awaits them is not a pure land, but rather hell. Is the Rue Feng Society truly so benevolent? She expressed a yearning. "I wish to join as well. Where must I go to pay the fee?" Sanya, puzzled, replied, "Madam, you are not lacking in wealth. Why would you wish to join the Rue Feng Society? Is it not to pray for blessings and avert misfortune?" Feng Qingsui smiled. "The wealthier individuals are, the more they fear death. Blessings are a treasure that no one can have too much of." Sanya suddenly understood. That makes sense. "However, I am uncertain how to join. My father knows best." Feng Qingsui extracted a silver ingot from her purse, smiling. "I shall purchase this basket of straw sandals. Will you take me to find your father?" Sanya's eyes brightened, but then clouded with concern. "I have no money to pay you. Do you possess any copper coins?" "This basket of sandals costs merely 31. Feng Qingsui placed the silver in her hand, saying, "The remainder is for travel expenses. No need for change." Sanya, with a cheerful demeanor, accepted. "Thank you, madam. Wishing you abundant blessings." Feng Qingsui left the basket of sandals at the academy and, accompanied by Sanya, ventured to Huaihua village. Upon learning of her intentions, Sanya's dark-skinned, lean father inquired, "Where do you hail from?" Feng Qingsui fabricated a nearby town's residence. After listening, Sanya's father shook his head. "You must seek the incense master over there to join. Our incense master here cannot accept you." Feng Qingsui raised an eyebrow. Has the organization expanded to regional governance so swiftly? Who is the incense master over there? Sanya's father shook his head. "I do not know. Even our incense master here may not be aware. You must seek an introduction from the believers over there." Feng Qingsui, disinclined to traverse the town for inquiries, inquired, "My cousin resides in this town. May I seek your introduction?" Sanya's father, feeling embarrassed, responded, "I have yet to join." Sanya then displayed the silver gifted by Feng Qingsui. "Father, here are 10 taels of silver." Sanya's father, elated, exclaimed, "No problem. I shall seek out the incense master tonight, and by tomorrow evening, I can introduce your cousin." Feng Qingsui agreed. The following evening, she donned a new outfit, adorned her face, and wore a veil hat, accompanied by the similarly disguised Wu Hua, and arrived at the rendezvous point, the marketplace of Qingchuan town, awaiting Sanya's father. After sunset, Sanya's father's figure appeared at the entrance of the market. "Follow me." This way, he beckoned. Feng Qingsui and her companion trailed behind him through the winding streets until they reached the entrance of a courtyard. He knocked 5 times in a peculiar rhythm, and the door creaked open. The residence featured 2 courtyards, and as Feng Qingsui entered the inner courtyard, she beheld the incense master, a middle-aged woman with pronounced cheekbones and triangular eyes. The woman scrutinized Feng Qingsui from head to toe, coldly demanding, "Why do you wish to join the Rue Feng Society?" Feng Qingsui lifted her veil, revealing a handcrafted red birthmark, and replied, I have heard that the Holy Mother answers all prayers. I seek her blessing to remove this birthmark from my face. The woman's wariness lessened. That birthmark is a remnant of sins carried over from a past life. Erasing it is no simple feat. You must accumulate a significant amount of merit, she cautioned. Feng Qingsui, with a gentle demeanor, responded, money is not an issue. I am my parents' only daughter. Should I be able to remove the birthmark, they would willingly part with all they possess. She promptly offered the woman 500 taels of merit money. Chapter 83. Sincere Heart. Effective prayer. The woman presented her with a palm-sized jade idol, advising, light an incense stick morning and evening, and sincerely pray to the Holy Mother. After a few days, when the prayer meeting convenes, I shall take you to participate. If your heart is truly sincere, the Holy Mother will bestow upon you her blessings. Feng Qingsui assented and further inquired, I have a distant relative who has heard of the Holy Mother's miracles and wishes to join the Rue Feng Society. However, he resides in Weizhou, where it seems there are no members of the society yet. Could he become an incense master or hall master? The woman replied haughtily, becoming an incense master or hall master is not merely a matter of wealth. To become an incense master, one must introduce 1,000 believers to join. To become a hall master, one must introduce 10,000. And what if one were to recommend 100,000? Feng Qingsui queried. The woman regarded her intently. If you can recommend 100,000, you would be a helmsman. Feng Qingsui then asked, how many helmsmen do we currently have? The woman scoffed. Do you think it is so easy to gather 10,000 believers? At present, there are none. Have I not met the saintess? Is it only the helmsman who can meet her? Anyone can meet her. It depends on your fate, the woman replied. The saintess randomly visits various prayer meetings. If fortune smiles upon you, you may encounter her in a few days. With that, she waved her hand dismissively. Return and sincerely pray for blessings. Matters concerning helmsmen are not for you, a mere believer, to ponder. Feng Qingsui obediently departed. Subsequently, she instructed Wu Hua to keep a close watch on the woman. Yet, for several consecutive days, no contact was made with others. The amassed wealth must eventually be surrendered. She mused, suspecting that another batch would be collected at the prayer meeting before being handed over. The so-called prayer gathering involves a congregation of believers assembling in a woman's residence, where they beseech a half-foot-tall statue of the Virgin Mary, contributing substantial donations of merit in the process. Those who donate generously are rewarded with a heavenly dew from the statue, while those who contribute less receive no response at all. Feng Qingsui did not receive the divine nectar. The woman's explanation was that her sincerity was insufficient, necessitating further days of prayer. Feng Qingsui interpreted this as a veiled suggestion that her monetary offering was inadequate. After the prayer meeting, the woman indeed stepped out. She took the collected donations and merit funds to visit a local gentleman in a neighboring county who happened to be the leader of a society. The organization, known as the Rue Feng Society, operates under a strict hierarchy, with all members connected through a single line of communication. Feng Qingsui could only trace the connection between the woman and the gentleman, and to uncover other links, she would need to join a different association. With just herself and Wu Hua, it was evidently challenging to rapidly discern the intricacies of the Rue Feng Society, and she had no intention of doing so. After gaining a comprehensive understanding of the society's operations, she approached Ji Changqing to share her findings. Ji Changqing, feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief, remarked that every time he considered the emperor somewhat wise and himself somewhat competent, an unexpected event would arise to strike him down. The Rue Feng Society boasted thousands of followers, yet the court remained oblivious to its existence. He resolved to dispatch someone to investigate. You must not delve too deeply. The forces behind this rapid expansion of followers post-catastrophe are formidable, he cautioned. Feng Qingsui nodded in agreement. My priority will be safety. Ji Changqing regarded her with skepticism. After her departure, he summoned Yin Qi, instructing him to ensure her protection. Yin Qi, perplexed, realized that he had initially been assigned to surveillance, and now his role had abruptly shifted to that of a guardian. The workload remained the same, yet the demands had doubled. What are you still doing here? If you can't manage, I can have Zhu Ying return, Ji Changqing remarked with a sidelong glance. Yin Qi, startled, quickly darted up to the eaves, aware that threatening him with Zhu Ying would lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, far away on Haifeng Mountain, Zhu Ying was tending to birds. Although Feng Qingsui had reported her findings to Ji Changqing, She still instructed Wu Hua to keep a watchful eye on the gentleman. The offerings collected by the incense master were to be submitted, and naturally, the leader's collections were also required to be turned in, albeit with greater secrecy. Wu Hua noticed particularly distinct wool tracks left by a carriage departing from the gentleman's estate, suspecting it was laden with a considerable amount of gold and silver. And she followed the carriage to Fuxin County. The carriage entered a local escort agency, and upon its departure, the tracks appeared significantly lighter. However, several other carriages left the escort agency that day, all leaving similar impressions, preventing her from tracking the final destination of the wealth. After hearing her report, Feng Qingsui remarked, "This gold and silver may not necessarily be delivered to the saint. It is possible that someone else is taking charge. However, the escort agency should serve as their stronghold, and the saint may be lingering in Fuxin County." She instructed Wu Hua to observe the villages within Fuxin County. Wu Hua swiftly discovered the saint's whereabouts, revealing that the saint had performed a miracle in a mountain village and was staying overnight at the home of a local gentleman. She overheard discussions among the gentleman and his family about holding a prayer gathering the following evening. Feng Qingsui hastened her journey to Fuxin County. Fuxin is renowned for its abundance of masks, with shops selling them lining the streets. As Feng Qingsui passed a store offering grotesque masks, he casually purchased two. As night fell, around 100 devotees gathered at the home of a local gentry, their eyes fervently fixed upon the saintess and her guardian attending the blessing ceremony. Han Ruixiang, adorned with a coiled dragon hairstyle and dressed in a plain robe, gazed serenely and benevolently at the throng of believers. With sincerity comes divine grace. The Holy Mother will bestow her blessings upon you. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, produced a small pouch of silver from his bosom. "This is all I possess for my burial," he declared, depositing the coins into the merit box and kneeling reverently before the statue of the Holy Mother. "Please, Holy Mother, let me be youthful again. No, just 5 years younger will suffice. I pledge to serve you for life." The statue remained silent. "Next," intoned the gentry, devoid of expression. The next supplicant was an old woman cradling her grandchild. She emptied her pouch, earrings, hairpin, and bracelet into the merit box. "Holy Mother, please save my grandson. He has been ill for 2 days and has lost consciousness. I beg you to help him." Tears of dew streamed from the statue's eyes. Han Ruixiang collected the droplets and offered them to the old woman, who hurriedly fed them to the child. As soon as he drank, the boy opened his eyes and called out, "Grandma." The old woman prostrated herself in gratitude. "Thank you, Holy Mother." Behind her, a young woman weeping for her husband, who had suffered a broken leg, removed the gold Buddha pendant from her neck and placed it in the merit box. "Holy Mother, please help my husband heal his broken leg. I vow to eat vegetarian for life." The statue remained unmoved. The woman cried out in despair, "Saintess, please help us. Will you not beseech the Holy Mother to save him?" Just as Han Ruixiang was about to speak, 2 figures wearing fearsome masks entered the venue. "A broken leg requires a doctor, not the Holy Mother," declared the man in white. "The Holy Mother cannot even protect herself and needs to gather wealth to survive. Believing in her is folly compared to believing in the god of wealth." Han Ruixiang's expression darkened. "Who dares to disrupt our Ruifeng association?" The man in white sneered. "You do not even recognize us, the black and white impermanents. You are a most fraudulent saintess." Chapter 84. The main stage. Ningfeng Wan, who had been waiting at the edge of the gathering, felt a surge of energy. Although the Ruifeng association bore her name, it was Han Ruixiang who had consistently shown as the saintess, rendering her role as guardian nearly superfluous. She had longed for a disturbance, hoping to showcase her abilities and earn the worship of the devotees. Her perseverance was finally rewarded. With a crack of her whip, she exclaimed, "Black and white impermanents, I shall send you back to the underworld." She charged at the intruders, accompanied by 6 guards, intent on vanquishing them. Tonight was her stage. The man in white stood unmoving, while the man in black advanced. 7 against 1. Surely, the heavens favored her. However, in mere moments, she sensed something amiss. The black-clad figure moved with astonishing speed. Before her guards could close in, he had already dispatched one, then another, until she found herself utterly alone. What was happening? She had never witnessed such extraordinary prowess on the battlefield, with a form so elusive. Could it truly be the spectral figure of the Black Wuchang? In her astonishment, the figure clad in black seized her whip, yanked it forcefully, and hurled her against the column. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a surge of excruciating pain. She collapsed onto the ground, her legs entirely devoid of sensation. Han Ruixiang, observing that Ning Fenghuan and her guardian were no match for the masked assailant, could no longer maintain her composure. Master Zhou, summon your household staff at once. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Master Zhou's forehead. I have already sent for them. But they have all been incapacitated. Han Ruixiang gasped in disbelief. These two are indeed well prepared. Gritting her teeth, she turned to the congregation, esteemed followers. The Holy Mother has protected you for so long. Now it is your turn to safeguard her. Simply subdue these two fiends, and the Holy Mother shall bestow her blessings upon you, granting each of you your heart's desires. The startled congregation, momentarily frozen by the sudden conflict, roused at her words and rose from the ground. Exterminate the demons, protect the Holy Mother, they chanted in unison, charging toward the two masked figures. Han Ruixiang's frantic heart began to calm. With over 100 followers, could they not subdue two individuals? Even if each were to deliver but a single blow, they could surely vanquish them. Yet, to her astonishment, the figure in black wrapped its arms around the waist of the figure in white, leaping effortlessly and treading upon the heads of the congregation as they advanced toward her. Her pupils dilated in terror. In an instant, she was sent crashing into the screen behind her, toppling down alongside it. A cry of pain erupted from behind the screen, revealing that another person lay concealed there. The black-clad figure bound Han Ruixiang, lifted the screen, and retrieved a black stone from beside the unconscious individual, presenting it to the figure in white. The white-masked figure approached the statue of the Holy Mother, addressing the bewildered followers with a commanding voice, who desires the Holy Mother's blessed nectar. Step forward. The congregation stood in stunned silence. The white figure continued, no one? You shall find yourselves destitute in your quest for it later. With that, the figure placed the black stone upon the table behind the statue, gradually lifting it. At that moment, the statue's eyes began to weep streams of clear dew. Upon releasing the stone, the black stone fell back onto the table, and the statue ceased its flow of nectar. Lifting the stone again, the nectar resumed its cascade. The congregation murmured in confusion, what is the meaning of this? Is it not through donations and sincere prayers that the Holy Mother grants her nectar? How can it flow from a mere stone? As they grappled with this bewilderment, the white figure raised the statue and smashed it to the ground. They had no time to react before witnessing the statue shatter into countless pieces, droplets scattering, revealing a collection of peculiar objects strewn about. The white figure picked up a black stone from the debris and placed it alongside the one on the table, causing them to adhere together instantly. Behold, the white figure scoffed, this is the elusive nectar you seek. It is merely water controlled by magnetism. Water? The expressions of the congregation fractured in disbelief. Yet, one pointed to the elderly woman who had just pleaded for her grandson's recovery. He had been gravely ill, but upon consuming the nectar, he had been restored. The figure clad in white and wearing a mask spoke softly. You are not her grandson. How can you ascertain whether his illness is genuine or feigned? Feigned illness? Could it be a ruse? The congregation turned their gazes towards the old woman. The matriarch clutched her grandson tightly and trembled, saying, we, grandmother and grandson, are also compelled by circumstances. It is indeed a deception. Yet those villages afflicted by the plague had poisoned their well water beforehand, then placed the antidote within the dew. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Suddenly, someone cried out in anguish, my son has been stricken with a high fever. I did not consult a physician but brought him here to seek the dew. I could not obtain it, and now he has perished. You deceivers, return my son's life to me. He lunged at the Master Zhou, who was attempting to slip away, striking and kicking in fury. You scoundrel! Murderer! You claim my merits are insufficient to save my son. I will kill you. I will kill you. The other congregants, stirred by indignation, surged towards Ning Fenghuan and several guards, beating them into consciousness and then unconsciousness again. Had it not been for the intervention of the white-clad figure, they would have met their demise right then and there. Feng Qingsui, the man in white, was not concerned about the consequences of death, but rather wished to preserve their lives to testify against the crown prince. He instructed Yan Qi, who had been covertly following them, to relay the news of the capture of the leader of the Rui Feng Society to Ji Chongqing, who promptly reported it to the pursuit department, initiating the capture of various leaders and incense masters of the Rui Feng Society. Feng Qingsui entrusted Han Ruixiang and Ning Fenghuan to the pursuit department's personnel, then departed Fuxian with Wu Hua. The remainder was now the government's affair. Han Ruixiang had envisioned countless captivating moments, yet none compared to this. Shackled, standing upon a prisoner cart, pelted by the townsfolk with excrement and rotten eggs. She shut her eyes, refusing to gaze upon the faces filled with hatred and disgust. Where did those two ominous figures emerge from? She ground her teeth in frustration. The Rue Feng Society had amassed 40 to 50,000 followers, poised to launch an assault on the capital. She was so close to becoming the prime minister, second only to the emperor, to be hailed as an extraordinary woman throughout history. All was ruined by those two. In another prisoner cart, the shattered dreams of Ning Fenghuan were similarly consumed by hatred and curses directed at the ominous duo. Yet, she had not entirely succumbed to despair. After all, this was not her first experience with shackles. Her master would not abandon her. She thought, if he could rescue me on the road to exile, he could certainly do so now. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a group of 30 or 40 gray-clad figures surged from the thicket, charging towards the officials of the pursuit department. Our master has come to save us, she shouted to Han Ruixiang. A flicker of a smile graced Han Ruixiang's face. She had not chosen her allies in vain. Her master would not easily relinquish such a capable assistant. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her chest. Instinctively, she looked ahead to see a gray-clad figure aiming a bow and arrow at her. The string slipped from his fingers, and another arrow flew towards her. Before she could complete her question, life slipped away from her. Behind her, Ning Fenghuan, too, was unable to emit a scream before a sword silenced her. Chapter 85. No one can stay within the monks' quarters of the Anghua Temple. After reading the note extracted from the bun, Wu Yin cast the paper into the incense burner. Han Ruixiang and Ning Fenghuan have been assassinated by the assassins. Only they knew that he was the mastermind behind the incidents. With their demise, no one can testify against him. The wealth accumulated by the Rue Feng Society in recent days, in the form of fortune and merit money, is sufficient for him to maintain thousands of private troops. Their deaths were not in vain. As for the future, he gazed out the window at the open field, where countless spring grasses danced in the wind. With the fall of one Rue Feng Society, countless others would rise in its place. There are foolish people everywhere in the world. As long as he performs a few miracles and offers modest profits, these simpletons will flock to him like moths to a flame, becoming the foundation of his tumultuous schemes. However, Ji Chongqing is proving to be somewhat of an obstacle. After pondering for a moment, he wrote a note, tucked it into a bun, and returned the bun to the food box. When the monk who delivers and collects meals returns the box to the kitchen, someone would naturally convey the message. My lord, someone has sent you a letter. The Earl of Rongchang had just been struck by the news that his third daughter was the leader of a cult when the steward delivered a letter. Irritated, he tore it open, and, upon glancing at the handwriting, his face changed drastically. The crown prince had not contacted him since entering the Anghua temple. He had assumed the crown prince was disheartened and engrossed in Buddhist studies, and had been troubled about how to reignite his fighting spirit. All their hopes rested on the crown prince. After reading the letter's contents and recalling the fate of Ji Chongqing's children, he coldly declared, "This Ji Chongqing cannot be allowed to live." Ji Chongqing, too, felt that certain individuals must not be spared. Lord Gong, you handed over the leader of the Rue Feng Society to your pursuit division, and yet you dispatched only 20 men for escort, allowing the assassins to kill them all. He intercepted the commander of the pursuit division during the morning court session. The meal was right at your lips, and yet was overturned. Do you intend to chew it and feed it to yourselves? Commander Gong's face alternated between blue and white. We did not anticipate so many assassins. Ji Chongqing replied. The Rue Feng Society creates chaos right under the emperor's nose, and you remain oblivious. You failed to protect the leader once she was in your custody. I must question whether the pursuit division is a branch of the Rue Feng Society. Commander Gong nearly knelt before him. Lord Ji, indeed. The pursuit division has been remiss regarding the Rue Feng Society's affairs. Ji Chongqing turned and departed. The little fox had managed to capture someone, and the pursuit division, a group of inept individuals, had let the matter escalate to this point. How could he explain this to her? Upon returning home, he cooked a sumptuous meal and, satisfied watching Feng Qingsui finish eating, finally broached the topic of Han Ruixiang and Ning Fenghuan being silenced. Feng Qingsui did not react much. It was unfortunate that they could not provide identification, but that individual would likely not rest easily. If this attempt failed, they could try again. Ji Chongqing had not anticipated her ability to let go so easily. Yet, he could not overcome this hurdle himself. Before being appointed prime minister, he managed 2 positions in the local government, and naturally had many capable subordinates. Out of concern for attracting the emperor's attention, he had only brought a few secret guards to the capital, leaving the others at Hefeng Mountain. He usually conducted affairs using the emperor's appointees. However, judging by the performance of the pursuit division this time, the emperor's men were far less reliable than his own. He concluded that he must summon people back. The court's lax control over local authorities has afforded the Rue Feng society the opportunity to stir up trouble. The emperor, indifferent to the livelihood of the common people and solely focused on reaping the rewards of corrupt officials, will inevitably face grave consequences. That night, a homing pigeon was released. Days later, within the confines of Black Wind Mountain, Zhu Ying rescued the pigeon from the talons of a peregrine falcon. You must amend your habits. You have frightened the poor pigeon to death. Who will deliver the messages now? Questioned the falcon. Caw-caw. I am far swifter than this foolish pigeon, replied the falcon. Zhu Ying examined the message and smoothed the feathers of the bird, saying, when we arrive in the capital, it will be your turn to deliver. Feng Qingsui had rested at home for several days before accompanying Qi to the Wenyuan Marquisate. The Wenyuan Marquisate was Qi's maternal family, where her father and stepmother had long since passed, leaving only her legitimate mother. This time, it was her legitimate mother, the venerable Lady Meng, who, feigning illness, sent someone to the Ji residence expressing a desire to see Qi. Qi had only just returned to the Marquisate after being away for so long, and Lady Meng reproached her, saying, you've been back for quite a while, yet you only visited briefly upon your return. You haven't to even come to see me during the festival, and it has made me quite anxious. Qi chuckled awkwardly. I have always wished to visit you, but there have been many affairs at home that have kept me occupied. This legitimate mother had previously held disdain for the illegitimate children, often regarding them with a stern countenance. After her stepmother passed away early, she had always kept a low profile within the Marquisate, only becoming somewhat prominent during her marriage negotiations. Shortly after marrying, she followed Ji Chongqing to Jiangzhou, and in the years since, had only sent occasional gifts to the Marquisate. Her return to the capital was merely out of obligation. Lady Ming glanced past Qi at Feng Qingsui, who stood silently, and remarked with a smile, you have a daughter-in-law now. It is time to let her take the reins. She could use the experience, and you would find it easier. Qi nodded in agreement. You speak the truth, mother. Lady Ming pointed to her granddaughter standing at the foot of the bed, saying, since I fell ill, I have been greatly aided by this child, Yu Yao. Among all in the household, she possesses the patience to keep me company day in and day out. Qi Yunyao smiled gently. Qi added, having such a granddaughter is indeed a blessing for you, mother. Lady Ming sighed. As I approach the end of my days, I can relinquish all concerns except for this child's marriage. Until I see her settled, I fear I won't find peace in death. Qi anticipated her next words and was not surprised when Lady Ming continued. Has your Chongqing yet to marry? Has a match been arranged? Qi shook her head. Not at present. It is about time a match was made, Lady Ming urged. He is now a minister. Someone must manage social engagements on his behalf. Marriage is traditionally a matter for parents and matchmakers, and this responsibility falls upon you. Indeed, mother, she concurred. It is said one should marry a virtuous partner. Yet finding a truly virtuous wife is no simple task. One cannot discern a person's character solely by their appearance or talents. It is best to seek someone with whom one shares a deep understanding. Lady Ming continued, when it comes to understanding, who knows your family better than your own kin? Yu Yao has been raised by my own hands. I can confidently say her character is exemplary, and she is devoted. She and your Chongqing would undoubtedly lead a harmonious life together. She replied with a smile, Yu Yao is indeed a good child, but regarding Chongqing's marriage, I cannot take it upon myself to decide. It must depend on his own wishes. Depend on his wishes? Lady Ming shook her head. Time is slipping away. He could have settled down long ago if he wished. Even amidst the chaos of battle at Changfeng, one could find a wife. But him? He remains indecisive, needing you to take charge. The Qis have consistently remained non-committal. Meng, taking a step back, pleaded, for the sake of my dwindling life, grant Yu Yao an opportunity to stay at the Ji estate for a few days, allowing her to interact with Chongqing. What do you say? Perhaps they will find a mutual attraction. Chapter 86. A heart of stone with Meng's life hanging by a thread, Qi had no choice but to acquiesce. After bringing Qi Yu Yao back to the Ji estate and settling her into the guest quarters, Qi remarked to Feng Qingsui, she will be sent back in a couple of days. Feng merely smiled, saying nothing. It is often easier to invite a spirit than to send it away. Yet, Miss Qi has been quite well behaved. Her days consist of visiting Xian Hall to pay respects to Qi and engaging in conversation, as well as practicing needlework, remaining in the guest quarters without any improper conduct. Generous in demeanor and kind to the servants, they have formed a favorable impression of her, speaking highly of her in private. She appears to be a composed and astute individual. Although Qi had intended to dismiss her after 2 days, she allowed her to stay for 3, then 4. Without a word, Feng did not mind the duration of her stay. After all, she was merely a guest, and as long as they did not interfere with one another, they could coexist peacefully. However, since Miss Qi's arrival, a certain longing had stirred within her. Ji Changqing had not stepped into the kitchen since her presence. Indeed, it is easier to slip into luxury than to revert to frugality. While dining at Bolong Pavilion with Wu Hua, she lamented, having tasted the finest of earthly delights. Returning to ordinary fare was nearly unbearable. Wu Hua wholeheartedly agreed. I must have savored the exquisite braised pork before my amnesia. Now, no matter which chef prepares it, it never seems to capture that essence. Feng chuckled lightly. If that is the case, perhaps tasting that remarkable braised pork could help you regain your memories or reunite you with your loved ones. Wu Hua frowned. I fear I may not have any family. Her fondness for food did not diminish her spirits. Rather, she found comfort and warmth in her plumpness, as if those meats were her kin. Only those lacking familial affection would desire to cultivate such flesh for solace, perhaps. Indeed, the joy of eating is unparalleled. Feng placed a chicken leg into her bowl, offering reassurance. It matters not. Even if you lacked in the past, the future holds promise. We can choose a desirable partner to become our family. Wu Hua nodded. I wish to find a chef skilled in the art of exquisite 5-spice pork. What about you? Feng had not yet pondered this question. She too would prefer someone who could cook deliciously, and she added with a smile, someone pleasing to the eye. Wu Hua suggested. It seems there will be a culinary competition at the end of the month. Let us go and witness it. Feng agreed. Indeed. It would be a delightful way to appease our cravings and distract us from Ji Changqing's culinary prowess. In the guest quarters, Qi Yuyao too was preoccupied with thoughts of Ji Changqing, though her longing was for his affection. She had been at the estate for several days, yet she could only catch a glimpse of him when he visited Xian Hall to pay his respects to Qi. Each time, he was in a hurry, exchanging a few words with Qi before retreating to the outer courtyard, leaving her without the opportunity to engage him in conversation. If this continued, even a year or more at the Ji estate would not bring her any closer to him. After all, she was not a stunning beauty, merely possessing a hint of charm, even less captivating than the widow Feng. Patiently, she transcribed a copy of the Heart Sutra, calculating the time when Ji Changqing would return from court, and awaited him at the gate. Clad in court attire and adorned with a silk cap, Ji Changqing approached her, exuding the dignified aura of a high-ranking official. As he strode towards her, she tightened her grip on the rice paper, her heart racing. Such a man, strikingly handsome and immensely talented, wielding substantial power at such a young age. What young lady could resist his allure? Marrying him would elevate her to the status of a first-class lady, envied by countless women. Thus, even if her reverence for him outweighed her affection, she would heed her grandmother's words and strive to win his heart, forging a marriage pact with him. As Ji Changqing drew near, she opened her mouth to greet him, only to be captivated by his radiant smile. This smile was like a magnolia in bloom, heralding the arrival of spring. She stood frozen, her heart pounding. It was her first time witnessing his smile. It turned out that when he was not wearing a serious expression, his charm soared to new heights. Did his smile upon seeing her imply that he harbored feelings for her, merely concealed in the presence of the Qi family? Her heart raced even faster. Second cousin, she said shyly, her voice tender, when suddenly a shadow dashed towards him. Ji Changqing knelt down, playfully ruffling the fur of his loyal dog, who had come to greet him, and smiled lightly. You don't have time to walk him? Woof, replied. Wait for me. Ji Changqing responded, I will change my clothes and take you out. He had walked this large black dog several times. It was clever enough to seek him out when Feng Qingsui had no time for it, showing no reserve. Obediently turned around, Ji Changqing rose and walked towards the outer courtyard. Regaining her senses from her astonishment, Qi Yuyao called out to him, Second cousin, I have written a piece of calligraphy. Could you spare a moment to offer your guidance? Ji Changqing paused, turning to face her. Where is it? Qi Yuyao handed over the rice paper. After examining it briefly, he remarked, Your wrist strength is lacking. It has form but lacks substance. Practice your wrist strength diligently. With that, he returned the paper to her, and departed with his dog. Biting her lip in frustration, Qi Yuyao returned to the guest courtyard. Once inside, she could no longer contain herself and tore the paper with a sharp rip. "He looks at a dog with more seriousness than he does at me," she exclaimed bitterly. The maid, Huame, who had accompanied her from the Ho residence, consoled her. "Perhaps the second master has yet to awaken. He views all women as he would mere grass or stones." Qi Yuyao sank despondently into a seat. "I think he is the stone with a heart of iron. Indifferent to women. It's no wonder he remains unmarried." Huame replied, "They say to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Miss, you are skilled at brewing soups. Why not showcase your talent to the second master? It would surely make him see you in a new light." The Duke of Wenyuan had a chef from the southern regions renowned for his exceptional soups. Qi Yuyao, inspired, had learned a few techniques from him, and her own creations were commendable. At least Ming had tasted them and claimed they rivaled that esteemed chef's offerings. Upon reflecting on Ji Changqing's frequent early departures and late returns, burdened by paperwork, it is evident that he requires nourishment in the form of soothing broths. Qiu Yuyao nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit of this notion. The following day, while accompanying the Qiu matriarch at the Sign Hall, she undertook a subtle inquiry and learned that on rest days, Ji Changqing and Feng Shi typically joined the Qiu family for dinner. Eager to contribute, she volunteered. "I can prepare soup. Allow me to make a pot for each of you." However, Qiu Shi shook her head. "You are our guest. It is not fitting for you to cook." With a hurt expression, Qiu Yuyao replied, "Auntie, your words wound me. I regard you as family. Yet you treat me as a stranger." Unable to counter her argument, Qiu Shi reluctantly acquiesced. That afternoon, Qiu Yuyao entered the Ji residence's grand kitchen accompanied by Huame. Having established rapport with the kitchen staff, she was accustomed to enjoying an afternoon snack. After retrieving the delicacies and returning to the Polong Pavilion, she informed Feng Qingsui that maidservant of Miss Chiu was secretly adding something to the soup pot while preparing the ingredients. As spring blossomed and vitality surged, I crafted several light and nourishing soups. During the evening meal, once the Ji family took their seats, Qiu Yuyao began to introduce the soups she had prepared at the octagonal table. The 5-black soup nourishes the kidneys and replenishes the blood, specifically made for my aunt. The fennel and carp soup warms the kidneys, dispels cold, and regulates qi. Intended for my elder cousin, and the leek and pig liver soup is perfect for my second cousin, who strains his eyes often, as it clears the liver and enhances vision. Qiu Shi remarked, "It is commendable that you are so thoughtful. It must be quite taxing." Qiu Yuyao smiled brightly. "There is no hardship in this. My second cousin toils day and night for the affairs of the nation. That is true hardship." Ji Changqing remained impassive. "Let us begin. Everyone should sample Yuyao's culinary skills," Qiu Shi suggested, scooping a spoonful of soup to bring to her lips. However, Feng Qingsui, seated to her right, restrained her arm. "Mother, wait a moment." Qiu Shi paused, casting a puzzled glance. Feng Qingsui turned to Qiu Yuyao and inquired, "Cousin Yuyao, from whom did you learn this soup-making skill?" "From a chef from the southern region who works in the household," Qiu Yuyao replied. "Would my elder cousin like to learn as well? I can send someone to fetch him tomorrow." Feng Qingsui smiled slightly. "The chefs in your esteemed household are likely former assassins." Upon hearing this, Huame, standing a short distance behind Qiu Yuyao, felt her pupils constrict and her composure tighten. Qiu Yuyao's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that, elder cousin? The soup hasn't even been tasted yet, and you already doubt my culinary skills? Surely, the appearance of my soup is not so unappetizing as to suggest it is lethal?" Feng Qingsui regarded her calmly. "It is not the appearance of the soup that troubles me, but rather I fail to comprehend why a light and nourishing broth would contain the toxic herb, Gowen." Ji Changqing, Qiu Shi. Qiu Yuyao was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of fury. "What offense have I committed against you, elder cousin? With good intentions, I prepared this soup for you, and you suspect me of poisoning it?" She turned to Qiu Shi. "Auntie, in all my years, I have never been so humiliated. How could my elder cousin treat me in such a manner?" Her voice choked with emotion. Qiu Shi paused for a moment before asking Feng Qingsui, "Is there truly Gowen in this soup?" Feng Qingsui smiled lightly. "It may not be the hook kiss, but it certainly has been tampered with. Someone witnessed cousin Yao's maid stealthily adding something to the stew." Huame's face instantly drained of color. "I did not. This is slander. Questioning her maid is no different from questioning me." Qi Yuyao's face flushed with anger as she set her hands down and said, "If you wish to accuse me, there is no shortage of pretexts. If my elder cousin wants to drive me away, she should state it directly. Why resort to such baseless defamation? Feng Qingsui, having understood the situation, chuckled. Cousin Yao, do not be too hasty in defending your maid. You may not be fully aware of her actions. After speaking, she instructed the waiting Wu Hua, bring me a few of the small mice I use for testing. Wu Hua complied and soon returned with a cage of small mice. Feng Qingsui placed the cage on the table and addressed Qi Yuyao. Observe closely. These are all alive. She then took out 4 mice, administering a portion of the broth to each, including the one meant for Qi Yuyao herself. After the mice ingested the broth, they began to squeal and convulse within moments, falling silent shortly thereafter. No, this cannot be, Qi Yuyao exclaimed in disbelief. The broth was what she had personally prepared, having sourced the ingredients herself without any external interference. And she had not even returned to the guest house to change attire. She aimed to showcase her skill and diligence to the Qi family and Ji Chongqing. How could it be poisoned? Suddenly, she turned to Huamei. Did you poison it? Did you intend to kill me alongside yourself? What have I done to deserve such betrayal? Huamei, already terrified by the dead mice on the table, knelt down as Qi Yuyao erupted. I did not administer poison. I used a laxative. Qi Yuyao felt darkness cloud her vision. It was indeed her own head maid who had done this. She was so enraged that words failed her. It was Feng Qingsui who took over the conversation. Why did you administer medication to us? Where did your medicine come from? Huamei trembled as she replied. 3 days after I moved into the Ji residence with my mistress, my family came to find me. They said my brother had gotten into a dispute in the flower garden and broke someone's leg. That person sent someone to abduct my brother, sending back a severed finger to my family, stating that if his demands were not met, he would kill my brother. He wanted to embarrass Lord Ji, asking me to put a laxative in the meals, so Lord Ji would suffer during court. Fearing that only Lord Ji's discomfort would raise suspicion, I administered it to everyone. Qi Yuyao felt as though she might faint from frustration. How could I have a servant as foolish as you? They asked you to administer medication, and you did? Why didn't you taste it first to see if it was laxative? Huamei prostrated herself. I was worried about my brother's safety and did not think it through. He is my only brother. Qi Yuyao closed her eyes and turned to the 3 members of the Qi family. I apologize. Aunt, elder cousin, second cousin. I failed to manage my servants properly and nearly endangered your lives. She covered her face and wept. Ji Chongqing instructed Bai Fu, go to the magistrate and report this incident. Qi Yuyao's sobs abruptly ceased. Second cousin, must this matter be reported to the magistrate? Otherwise, what do you propose? The act of a servant killing their master is a grave offense, and it would be better to simply eliminate this wretched maid. You have all endured distress, and I shall duly compensate you for it. Ji Chongqing replied calmly, I shall not resort to extrajudicial punishment within the estate. She has violated the law, and it is the law that must administer justice. Moreover, without filing a report, how can we pursue the true culprit? Qi Yuyao was rendered speechless. She wished to keep this matter from becoming public, as it would tarnish her reputation, yet Ji Chongqing's reasoning was irrefutable, leaving her no room for counterargument. The constables soon arrived to take Huamei away for questioning. They followed her lead to locate the individual who had vied for her brother's affections, but found no trace of him. The inhabitants of the flower courtyard claimed he was a traveling merchant who had first visited their establishment for drinks, but had not returned after suffering a broken leg. However, Huamei's brother's corpse was discovered in a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the eastern district. Undoubtedly, this was a scheme devised to harm Ji Chongqing. As Huamei confessed, Ji Chongqing anticipated this outcome and was not surprised by the investigative results from the magistrate's office. Feng Qingsui shared the same sentiment. Following such a calamity, the Qi family naturally could not retain Qi Yuyao any longer. You have been away from home for several days. It is time you return to honor your grandmother. She lies bedridden, with no one to converse with her. Qi Yuyao did not wish to abandon her pursuits. But before she could voice her thoughts, the Qi family interrupted. Chongqing has offended countless individuals in his relentless pursuit of justice, and many would desire his head. If you remain in Ji's residence, you may find yourself entangled in peril, and I would not know how to explain this to your grandmother and parents. Qi Yuyao bit her lip. I can weather this storm alongside you. The Qi family replied, I cannot allow that. Chapter 88. Difficult to kill regardless of Qi Yuyao's reluctance. She was sent back to the Wen Yuan Marquis' residence in a carriage. The near catastrophe had left the Qi family anxious. The position Ji Chongqing held was perilous, fraught with assassination attempts and poisonings, where one misstep could cost a life. It would be far better to serve as a county magistrate in a quieter locale. As the saying goes, a ship anchored in the harbor may be safe, yet it does not fulfill its purpose. It is only by braving the winds and waves that one's true abilities are revealed. Feng Qingsui chuckled softly. You have nurtured the second master with great care, undoubtedly hoping he would become a pillar of the nation. However, the risks that accompany such distinction must also be borne. Qi sighed. I understand the reasoning. Yet, having lost my husband in youth and my son in middle age, I have endured too much heartache. If anything were to befall Ji Chongqing, I do not know if I would possess the strength to carry on. I must find him a wife promptly. She murmured to herself, at least to leave a legacy. Feng Qingsui noted that the Qi family was true to their word, and soon took him out to the gardens to enjoy the blossoms and observe potential young ladies. Unbeknownst to them, Ji Chongqing was preoccupied with the affairs concerning the Rue Feng society. Although the constables had promptly apprehended the leaders of the society, much of the money extorted from their followers, consisting of 5 fortunes and merit funds, was irretrievable. This money had been contributed by followers who sold their lands, their children, and sacrificed their entire fortunes, resulting in many families being torn apart. To quell the unrest, it was imperative to return the 5 fortunes money to these individuals, allowing them to sustain their livelihoods. The national treasury could not possibly cover such costs. He prepared a memorial. The Marquis of Rongchang's son committed heinous acts, and his daughter incited rebellion. As their virtues did not match their ranks, it was decreed that their titles be stripped, their estates confiscated, and reparations made to the aggrieved populace. The emperor assented to the decision, issuing an edict on the very same day to revoke their titles and seize their assets. The entirety of the Han family's wealth was appropriated, and they were expelled from the marquisate, reduced to wandering the streets, spared from exile solely out of respect for the empress. Former Marquis Han Zhaozhong sought to convey a message to the palace, yearning for an audience with the empress to plead for mercy from the emperor. However, he received only 3,000 taels in silver notes. While this sum could sustain a common family for generations, it paled in comparison to the daily needs of the entire Han household. Consequently, Han Zhaozhong was compelled to sell off most of his servants and distribute his collateral relatives, eventually purchasing a modest residence on the outskirts of the inner city to accommodate his large family. Previously, each wife and concubine had their own quarters, seldom crossing paths and rarely engaging in disputes. Now, confined together, arguments erupted incessantly throughout the day, causing considerable distress to the matriarch. Qi, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? Perhaps you could beseech the empress once more to find a way to restore our title, she implored. Han Zhaozhong retorted, titles cannot simply be reclaimed at will. Had you managed our daughter properly, the Han family would not have fallen to such depths. Qi dared not voice another word. Unless the crown prince ascended the throne, the Han family was destined for decline, a reality Han Zhaozhong understood all too well. Yet, with Ji Chongqing's stirring turmoil, the prince was unlikely to regain his position, let alone emerge from the Ingwa temple. The servant from the One Yuan Marquisate had failed to poison him, a stroke of extraordinary luck for Ji Chongqing. Han Zhaozhong harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Ji, realizing that as long as the emperor's men protected him, any attempt on his life would be thwarted. However, once Ji's mother passed, he would be in mourning, making the task of eliminating him significantly easier. Thus, he devised new schemes. In recent days, Qi had encountered several young ladies, finding some quite appealing. She discreetly compiled a list of those yet to be betrothed, intending to visit their homes to discern their characters. When I first met Chongqing's father, I was just coming of age, never worrying about marriage. Now, I find myself fretting over my son's prospects, she confided to Feng Qingsui. He seems entirely unconcerned, as if the emperor is anxious while the eunuchs are not. Feng Qingsui chuckled, perhaps one day. The second master will take a liking to someone and urge you to propose. If that day comes, I shall ensure a matchmaker is promptly engaged, she replied. After sharing light-hearted banter, Feng Qingsui noted the time and remarked, Mother, there is a culinary competition at Baihe Tower today. I and Wu Hua have signed up as public reviewers, and we are preparing to head over. Upon hearing this, Qi's interest was piqued. Can we still register? I would love to sample some delicacies. Feng Qingsui answered, we must inquire first to find out. After sending someone to Baihe Tower to inquire, they received confirmation that there were available spots. Thus, Feng Qingsui took Qi along with her. Baihe Tower, the largest restaurant in the capital, hosted an annual culinary competition, inviting chefs from across the entire Shi kingdom to participate. Due to the considerable distance, few local chefs attended, with the majority being those from various esteemed establishments within the capital. In preparation for the event, the street where the White Crane Tower is located was entirely cordoned off. The cooking stoves designated for the competition were set up in the middle of the thoroughfare, allowing patrons to observe from the nearby taverns and tea houses. Reviewers gathered on either side of the street to take their seats. Feng Qingsui and the Qi family member occupied the judging area adjacent to the white counter. The qualifications for reviewers were minimal. As long as one could pay, anyone could participate, akin to dining at a restaurant where the dishes were provided by the competing chefs. Each reviewer possessed 10 tokens to cast for their favorite chef. The chef accumulating the most tokens would earn the honorary title of Divine Chef. However, this title conferred no material reward. Having a divine chef would merely enhance the restaurant's reputation, a benefit insufficient to incite any dishonesty. Feng Qingsui savored several delicacies reminiscent of those she had enjoyed during her travels in the Shi kingdom with her mentor, leaving her quite content. The Qi family member was even more pleased, as her fondness for pastries allowed her to relish an abundance of treats, resulting in her joyful demeanor. After casting their tokens for their favorite chefs, the two departed the venue before the results were announced, wishing to avoid the anticipated congestion upon the event's conclusion. However, as they exited the street, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A dozen men clad in ordinary garb lunged towards them, each wielding a sharp dagger. "Be careful." Feng Qingsui shielded the Qi family member behind her. The bodyguard, Wu Hua, immediately rushed to confront the attackers. Observing the overwhelming number of assailants, Yan Qi, who had been stealthily trailing them, decided to intervene. The attackers exhibited a reckless disregard for their own lives, revealing themselves as death warriors. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yan Qi blew a bone whistle. Soon, a tall, slender figure clad in black descended from above, accompanied by several others, swiftly subduing the assailants. As the death warriors recognized their imminent defeat, they resorted to self-destruction by biting into their poison pouches. Wu Hua, quick-witted and agile, managed to incapacitate one of them, leaving a survivor. The onlookers, startled by the commotion, dared not approach and merely observed from a distance. Feng Qingsui dispatched someone to report to the authorities and subsequently took the survivor away for interrogation. As anticipated, the inquiry yielded no surprises. It was indeed the work of Han Zhaozhong. It was time, she mused, for Han Zhaozhong to face the consequences. Chapter 89. The farewell letter. After dispatching the death warriors, Han Zhaozhong awaited news in his residence, feeling an unsettling twitch in his right eyelid, sensing that misfortune was imminent. Surely, a group of over a dozen men would not fail to eliminate a single woman, he murmured to himself. Following the loss of his title and the confiscation of his estate, he had trimmed his household staff to save costs, retaining only a cadre of hidden guards. Out of 24, he had dispatched 16 to assassinate the Qi family member. It should be infallible, he reassured himself. Even in the unlikely event of failure, the death warriors would take their own lives, leaving no trace back to him. What misfortune could he possibly encounter? Merely a string of recent disappointments and a restless spirit. He dismissed as mere superstition. After consuming a pot of chrysanthemum tea, his taut nerves began to relax as he meticulously coiled his collection of conch bracelets. Just then, a servant hurriedly entered his study. "My lord, Han Yi and the others are all dead." Han Zhaozhong's movements halted abruptly. "And the Qi family member? She is unharmed." Han Zhaozhong's expression darkened, resembling a pot of ink. How could he have faltered? After listening to his subordinate's report, he remained silent for a long while before dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Subsequently, he hurled the prayer beads in his hand fiercely against the wall. He had underestimated Ji Chongqing. Though he appeared to be a loyal minister, he secretly nurtured a group of unparalleled experts. The dark guards meticulously trained by the Han family were no match for the individuals under his command. The emperor was likely unaware of their existence. Once he regained his composure, he pondered silently. The emperor, being suspicious by nature, would trust a minister who was entirely reliant on him, but would never place his faith in one capable of assassination. With just a bit of provocation, the emperor would certainly not allow Ji Chongqing to survive. Upon reflecting on this, a sense of relief washed over him as he picked up the prayer beads from the ground and continued to play with them. After enjoying dinner and taking a bath that evening, he retired early for the night. As he drifted into slumber, he was suddenly awakened by a light. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the candles in the room were still lit. He immediately flipped over to sit up, drawing a dagger from beneath his pillow, and cautiously pulled back the bed curtain. In the corner by the window sat a masked figure clad in black, grinding ink. Upon noticing his movements, the figure merely lifted their eyelids slightly. Awake? It is time to write your farewell letter, the masked figure said. Han Zhaozhong gasped. Someone. He called for help without hesitation. However, the dark guards who should have appeared at once were nowhere to be found, causing his heart to sink. He reached out with his right hand to press a hidden mechanism at the head of his bed. This mechanism was connected to a bell in the outer room. Pressing it would alert the servants and other dark guards. Moments later, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Not a single person came to his aid. The entire residence was as silent as if it had been wiped out. Do not struggle, Han family. You are the only one awake. Of course, if you do not wish to leave a farewell letter, you may close your eyes, the masked figure remarked. Their voice was calm and indifferent, making it impossible to discern their gender. He clenched his fists. Have you killed them all? They have merely been lulled into a deep slumber, the masked figure replied, clapping their hands. A similarly masked and plump figure dragged a few individuals into the room. They were his sons. After unceremoniously dropping them to the ground, one of the figures kicked them, eliciting a groan from the boys, yet they did not awaken. Your sons are right here, are they not? Whether the Han family faces extinction depends on your cooperation, the masked figure stated. Han Zhaozhong's expression changed drastically. I have no enmity with you. Why do you seek to take my life? You do not even know who I am. How can you claim we have no enmity? The masked figure scoffed. You have half a stick of incense as time. If you do not write your farewell letter, I will have no choice but to send your sons to the underworld. With that, the masked figure produced half an incense stick and a fire starter, igniting it. They then took out a vial and administered the contents to Han Zhaozhong's sons on the floor. Watching his youngest son writhe in agony, contorted in pain, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, How can you harm even a 5-year-old? Are you still human? Is that something you are qualified to say? The masked figure retorted. When you sheltered the former crown prince's beastly deeds at the Rongchang Marquis' residence, you certainly did not regard yourself as human. Why is your son's life deemed significant while those of other children are not? Is it truly for the sake of those lost children that you come here? He inquired. The masked figure flicked the ash from the incense, allowing the remaining half to burn more brightly. It appeared that Lord Han felt a profound sense of guilt, wishing not for his descendants to linger in this world. Han Zhaozhong, with a grim expression, approached the masked man. The latter handed him a piece of paper, stating, You need only copy what is written here. A glance revealed the text. I, the former Marquis of Rongchang, Han Zhaozhong, penned this farewell letter. By the time you read this, I will have been assassinated. The one behind my assassination is none other than the former crown prince, Zhao Bixiang. Zhao Bixiang is the mastermind behind the disappearance of the children from the orphanage and the skeletal remains found at the Marquis' residence. He is also the true leader of the Ruifeng society. My children are but scapegoats thrust before the public. A vein throbbed at his temple. This farewell letter will ensure my line is extinguished. The crown prince and the emperor will not spare the Han family upon reading this letter. The masked man replied, Living a few more days is preferable to immediate death. Do you not agree? Han Zhaozhong, dark-faced, completed the farewell letter and, at the masked man's request, signed and sealed it. After placing the seal down, he suddenly turned, raising his hand towards the masked figure, intending to take his life while the man was momentarily relaxed. Without warning, a searing pain struck his back, causing his hand to falter. The bolt veered off course, striking the wall instead. He collapsed with a thud. Gazing at his young son before him, he coughed up blood. You wanted this, let it be so. And then, silence fell. Once the ink on the farewell letter had dried, the masked figure, Feng Qingsui, collected it and instructed Wu Hua, take them back to their quarters. The substances she had administered earlier were merely meant to induce stomach pain. After departing from the Han residence, she and Wu Hua sought out a printing workshop, rousing the sleeping apprentice, and spent a considerable sum to extract the desired text, manually typesetting and printing hundreds of copies of Han Zhaozhong's farewell letter. Subsequently, she had Wu Hua post the letters at the entrances of major inns, tea houses, and theaters in the capital, as well as at the doorsteps of the Han family and several influential households. Some were scattered in alleys as well. Late that night, after reviewing the documents and receiving a report from Yin Shi regarding her movements, Ji Changqing pondered. This individual does not delay in vengeance. After a brief moment of contemplation, he commanded Yin Qi, assist in covering our tracks. Ensure the pursuit department does not catch wind of their actions. He then summoned Zhu Ying. Take the farewell letter posted at the Han residence. Have several more copies printed and affix them at the Dali Temple, the Jingzhou Inn, the homes of various censors, as well as at the palace gates and the notice boards at the major city gates of the capital. After receiving the orders, Zhu Ying hurried to catch up with Yin Qi, asking, "What is our lord's new widow's background? Is she a spy recently taken under your wing?" Yin Qi replied impassively, "She is your great-aunt." Chapter 90. The Escape. Upon awakening, the Jingzhou Inn discovered that the sky had fallen once more. The previously settled cases of the missing children from the orphanage and the skeletal remains at the Marquis of Rongchang's estate had been reignited into a maelstrom of controversy, all due to the widespread dissemination of a farewell letter from the former Marquis, Han Zhaozhong. What fate is this? He hurriedly donned his attire and hat, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Others ascend to positions of power while I am burdened with all the troublesome affairs. Perhaps it's a stroke of bad luck." The wife of the Minister of Justice handed him his belt and remarked, "I shall go to the temple to seek a talisman to help you avert this misfortune." The minister replied, Yes, hurry and fetch 10 or 8 of them back. If this fate does not change, I fear I may perish in office." He set off towards the Han residence accompanied by his officers. The streets surrounding the Han residence were teeming with onlookers, all engaged in animated discussions regarding the various cases. I wondered why the crown prince abandoned his rightful place to become a monk. It seems he was involved in a homicide, stripped of his title and sent to the monastery. The Marquis of Rongchang sheltered the crown prince's misdeeds, complicit in his villainy. He deserves his fate. Is it true that the Ruifeng Society was orchestrated by the crown prince? No wonder he cannot reclaim the funds from his followers. Could it be that he used that money to raise a private army? The Minister of Justice felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. With such overwhelming public sentiment, how could he possibly quell it? Was it still possible to resign from his post at this juncture? In stark contrast to the tumultuous streets, the emperor's study was enveloped in silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The empress, having stood outside the study since the morning court session, waited for a full hour without seeing the door open. "Your Majesty is preoccupied with state affairs. It is unlikely he has time to meet you today. Perhaps you should return to the palace," advised a eunuch stationed nearby. The empress shook her head slightly. "I have pressing matters to discuss with His Majesty. I shall wait." The eunuch fell silent. After another half hour, her legs grew numb from standing, and finally, the emperor commanded someone to escort her inside. "Your Majesty," she implored as she knelt, "my brother has been slain by treacherous hands. That villain not only murdered him, but also framed Wunyan. I beseech you to eradicate this evil and restore justice for both my brother and Wunyan." The emperor assisted her to her feet and replied calmly, "I am aware of the injustice they suffered, but the scandal surrounding the suicide note has stirred public outcry, and we must provide the people with an explanation. This must be the work of the remnants of the Ruifeng Society." The empress continued, "They are unwilling to accept the court's prohibition, and thus they vent their grievances upon my brother and Wunyan." The emperor nodded, "You speak wisely, Empress. I will order a thorough investigation into this matter." A heaviness settled in the empress's heart. She had fabricated a pretext, and the emperor seemed inclined to accept it. Such a lackluster response could only signify one thing. He was indifferent to the outcome and the identity of the perpetrator. He had already made his decision. Indeed, given his temperament, he might tolerate his son abusing children, but would never condone the establishment of a cult that could undermine imperial authority. She lifted her head and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." Upon returning to Fengyi Palace, she summoned her trusted maid. "Xiaoyao, where is the glass horse that Your Majesty presented to the crown prince on his 5th birthday? Retrieve it for me." Xiaoyao complied. Shortly thereafter, she presented the glass horse, which had been found in the storeroom. With a resounding crash, the empress shattered the glass horse and commanded Xiaoyao to collect the fragments, placing them in a box to be sent to Onghua Temple for her son. Wunyan, already aware of the events transpiring outside from the news relayed by his hidden guards, smiled slightly upon receiving the broken glass horse. It seemed that his father was indeed contemplating bloodshed. Given his father's cautious nature, he would not likely execute him amidst such turbulence. At the very least, he would quell the uproar before sending him on his way. He still had a few days to prepare. After tearing apart the bun in his hand and casting the fragments into the pond to feed the fish, he approached the monk's quarters with a serene smile. 2 days later, The death of Han Zhaozhong was attributed by the authorities to the remnants of the Rue Feng Society, leading to a widespread manhunt for its members, and public opinion shifted dramatically. At this juncture, a significant incident transpired at the Angwa Temple. A group of cloaked figures infiltrated the temple under the cover of night and set it ablaze. The Imperial Guard discovered the fire, and after a fierce struggle lasting nearly half an hour, the assailants found themselves at a disadvantage and chose to take their own lives. Feng Qingsui received the news and sensed impending trouble. To Wu Huadao, she instructed, "Please visit Angwa Temple tonight to ascertain whether the Imperial Guard's defenses have become more stringent or remain unchanged." Wu Hua nodded and went that very night, reporting back that the defenses were indeed as they had been. A heaviness settled in Feng Qingsui's heart. The arsonists were undoubtedly sent by Wunyan, likely intending to create a diversion while escaping from Angwa Temple. Should his escape fail, the Imperial Guard would tighten their defenses to prevent further incidents. The unchanged state of defenses suggested that he might no longer be within the temple, merely maintaining appearances to safeguard some secret. It was probable that the emperor would soon announce the death of the crown prince. To validate her suspicions, she made a special trip to Taiha Garden, climbing the White Pagoda to observe the surroundings for a considerable time. Everything at Angwa Temple appeared normal, except that near the pond adjacent to Taiha Garden, workers were laboring, filling the pond's depths with stones. Realizing that the pond was less than 100 feet from the Taiha Garden lake, she suddenly comprehended that Wunyan had likely escaped via the waterways. No wonder the Imperial Guard had been caught off guard. She sighed, concerned that the guards and the monks might be unaware of the connection of the waterways, which could have been opened by Wunyan himself. However, having once been a prince, he would never resign himself to obscurity. Even if he left the capital, he would surely return. She was not worried about finding him to exact revenge, but rather concerned that he might stir up chaos among the populace through a cult, causing suffering to the common people. Upon returning home, she sought out Ji Chongqing and cautioned, "There are likely more than just the Rue Feng Society instigating unrest among the people. It would be prudent for the court to investigate nationwide." Ji Chongqing nodded. "A document was dispatched to all provinces a few days ago." Feng Qingsui smiled. "You are always so considerate, second master." Ji Chongqing curved his lips in a faint smile. Feng Qingsui returned to her courtyard and enjoyed a restful sleep. The next day, she awoke to a clear blue sky and saw the large black dog basking in the sun in the yard. She approached, wishing to play with it, but noticed a chicken beside it. The bird had initially nestled in the dog's warmth, but turned to gaze at Feng Qingsui as she approached. To her surprise, it was a peregrine falcon. "Caw-caw." The falcon called out to her twice. Feng Qingsui extended her hand, and it did not shy away. Finding it so docile, she returned to her room and fetched 2 small mice she had been raising for medicinal purposes. The falcon glanced at her and promptly devoured one, then took flight, returning shortly with a pigeon, which it presented to Feng Qingsui. She waved her hand. "You eat it. I am not fond of such." The falcon tilted its head, relaxed its grip, and the pigeon flew away. Feng Qingsui played with it for a while, after which she had her breakfast, ground ink, and took up her brush to compose a letter to her master. While she was writing, the peregrine falcon perched on the table, watching her intently, but it took flight before she finished, which did not concern her. However, once she set down her brush, it returned with a penholder. The penholder appeared somewhat familiar. She accepted it, and upon seeing her do so, the falcon fetched her a tea pet. At this point, she recognized that these were items from Ji Chongqing's study. Chapter 91. I want her dead. When Ji Chongqing returned from court, he noticed that his study seemed considerably emptier. He initially thought it was an illusion, but upon closer inspection, he realized that many items were missing. His expression shifted. With the addition of so many new staff members in the Ji residence, how could a thief have managed to infiltrate? Just as he was about to summon someone for inquiries, Feng Qingsui entered the study, carrying a basket in each hand. The left basket contained an overly ripe bird, while the right held a selection of exquisite curios. He remarked, "Despite all precautions, a thief within is the hardest to guard against." Noticing his silence, Feng Qingsui smiled and asked, "Is this the falcon raised by the second master?" Ji Chongqing nodded. She placed the 2 baskets on the desk and casually remarked, "It must have taken considerable time for the second master to raise it so well." Ji Chongqing glanced at the falcon, which was quietly perched in the basket, and inwardly scoffed. It had nearly emptied his study, and yet it was still deemed well-behaved. "I did not train it much," he replied. "I raised it from a chick for 6 years. If it does not cause trouble, that is enough. The falcon let out a dissatisfied squawk. Feng Qingsui chuckled softly. At 6 years old, it should have a mate, shouldn't it? Originally, it had one. It built its nest outside, but shortly after its mate hatched chicks, an owl devoured them all, leaving it heartbroken and a widower ever since. Feng Qingsui gently stroked the falcon's feathers and said, "It seems we share a similarity. No wonder we get along so well." Ji Chongqing returned the curios from the baskets to their rightful places and noticed that the inkstone screen he usually placed on the desk was also inside. His heart skipped a beat. The screen held a small painting that depicted the red fox he had dreamt of previously. He felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. When he heard Feng Qingsui praise the painting for its vividness, he, almost unconsciously, said, "If you like this painting, I shall give it to you." Feng Qingsui's face lit up with delight. Really? He took down the small painting and handed it to her, naturally. Feng Qingsui treasured it, as if it were a priceless gem. A piece of calligraphy or painting from the second master is worth a fortune. Should I ever find myself in dire straits, possessing this painting will ensure I never go hungry. Ji Chongqing remarked. Is that all you aspire to? He said sternly. Even if our Ji family were to fall into ruin, we would never allow the women to go hungry. Feng Qingsui sighed inwardly, lamenting that she could not remain a Ji family woman forever. Once her vengeance was complete, she would depart. She nodded, "I believe in the second master," and then took her leave with the painting. Ji Chongqing watched her retreating figure and, reflecting on her earlier words, began to surmise her intentions, feeling a surge of irritation. "From now on, do not touch anything in my study," he warned the falcon. "Otherwise, I shall toss you back to Hafeng Mountain." The falcon looked at him intently, squawked, and then flew toward the door, chasing after Feng Qingsui. JCHNGQing. After Feng Qingsui returned to the courtyard, she carefully stored the small painting of a fox in a box, and then set out for a stroll with Wu and the large black dog. The riverbanks were adorned with lush greenery, and the willow trees swayed gracefully in the warm breeze. The black dog looked around eagerly, searching for its newfound companion, a stray curly-haired dog that roamed the streets. This young, lively dog would rush over to play whenever it spotted the black dog. Yet it was reluctant to accompany Feng Qingsui back home. Thus, she would bring some treats to entice it during their walks. Suddenly,